being indispensable to each other. The Fate Weavers can eliminate individual thread sensitives. They cannot eliminate a network that distributes its capabilities and has been doing so for long enough that the distribution is the identity. Why are you showing me this? She considered the question, which was precisely put and deserved a precise answer. Because you travel with the most powerful void cultivator alive, and you are not a thread practitioner, and you have been trying to figure out what you contribute that matters. The clarity of 90 years of observation was in her gaze. Had included enough human observation to identify patterns quickly. This is one answer. I am not a distributed network. You are part of one. She gestured toward the group, toward the thread network space that included, at its far extension, the rift above them where Shenwei was. You have been part of it since the Ghostwood Wastes. What you contribute is the thing that the practitioners cannot provide for themselves, continuous external witness. The part of the network that functions without thread perception and therefore cannot be disrupted by thread-based interference. Fenjiao sat with this for a while. Below him, in the community's practice space, the practitioners cycled through their collective awareness work with the unhurried efficiency of people who had been doing this for most of their lives. He said I would understand someday why the void energy accumulated in my sword, Fenjiao said. And do you? I think so. He looked at the sword. It accumulated because I kept showing up. Not because I had special capability. Because I was consistent. He paused. Void energy responds to sustained intention over time. Is that correct? That is correct. Then the sword is documentation of showing up. He was quiet for a moment. That is a strange thing to carry. Most significant things are strange to carry, Grandmother Hua said. That is not evidence against their significance. She stood, leaving him with the community's practice and his own thinking, and went to prepare the gravitational stress medicines that Shenwei would need when he emerged, if he emerged, which she believed he would, because the quality of what had entered the rift was the quality of something that had the specific preparation this trial required. Inside the dimension, Shenwei reached the trial grounds, and the gravity fragment pulsed once, as if it had been waiting. Chapter 64. The trial grounds were not what he had expected. He had expected, based on the previous trials, based on Elder Mu's notes, based on the Fate Weaver research, some form of challenge. Guardian. Puzzle. Sequence of tests. The spatial trial had been a puzzle. The temporal trial had been a confrontation with past and future versions of himself. The memory trial had been a sustained discrimination between true and false. Each trial had been structured as an obstacle to overcome. The gravitational trial was a place. Nothing more than that, at first apprehension. A wide shelf of pale stone at the center of the dimension's gravitational web, positioned at the convergence point where all 6 competing gravities achieved momentary equilibrium. At the exact center of this shelf, the 4th fragment pulsed with gravitational energy, visible not as light, but as a distortion, a point where the gravitational threads converged in a density that bent the space around it in ways visible even without void perception. No guardian, no puzzle, no instruction, just the fragment and the space around it, and the gravitational equilibrium that held the shelf stable at the dimension's center. He stood at the shelf's edge and perceived the situation. The equilibrium was not static. The 6 competing gravities achieved their balance at this point only because the fragment itself was mediating them. Its thread network was an active system, continuously adjusting its output to maintain the balance. If he approached the fragment, his own gravitational influence would enter the system. The system would need to accommodate his presence. How it accommodated depended on how he approached. This was the trial, not a test of what he could do. A test of how he understood what he was doing. The Hollow King's teaching in the dream overlay returned. Gravity is not force imposed from outside, but force arising from relationship. The fragment was not waiting to be taken. It was waiting to be understood. He thought about the gravitational threads he had been navigating for the past several hours. The way the dimension's landmasses orbited each other was not a hierarchy, not one primary gravity and several subsidiary ones, but a system where each component exerted influence on all other components simultaneously, and the structure arose from that mutual influence rather than from any single dominant force. The system worked because every element was simultaneously affecting and being affected. He thought about his mother, who had organized the attachment points in his thread signature before he was old enough to know they were there. About Lianyu, whose hand against the trial chamber's door had been an anchor point for him even when he could not perceive it directly. About Fenjiao, waiting on the path with his void-infused sword, whose loyalty had been accumulating in his blade through sustained shared experience. About Xiaoran, whose harmonic perception would one day do something that none of them yet fully understood. He thought about the thread network as a whole, the way every connection was bidirectional, every relationship carrying information both ways, every practitioner simultaneously affecting and being affected by everything they touched. He walked toward the fragment. His gravitational influence entered the system as he moved across the shelf. He did not try to override the system's equilibrium or impose his own thread network structure on it. He simply moved, carrying his own gravitational weight honestly, letting the system accommodate him the way a living ecosystem accommodates a new presence, with adjustment, with reorganization, without hostility. The equilibrium shifted. Not dramatically, a reconfiguration, the system absorbing his gravitational signature and redistributing the mediation load across the new configuration. The fragment's adjustment pattern changed to include him, as if it had always expected him specifically and had simply been waiting for his particular mass and density and thread quality to appear. He reached the fragment's position. It did not resist him. It recognized him. The absorption began. The Hollow King had felt the imbalance at this moment because he had been alone, with no stabilizing thread connection providing an external reference point. Shen Wei felt the integration process begin with the particular intensity of all previous absorptions combined. For fragments attempting to organize into a coherent system produced stresses that none of the individual absorptions had generated, and for a period that he could not measure precisely, because his temporal perception was itself under integration strain, he was not entirely functional. He found the thread Lin Yu had anchored before he left. The bond thread connecting him to the group's wider network, present through the rift, across the dimensional boundary, extending from her hand on the door of the archive to his current position in a space that was not the same space as the mountain path below. He held onto it. The integration completed. He stood at the center of the fourth dimension's gravitational equilibrium, for fragments merged in his meridian system, and perceived the world differently than he had when he had entered. Not just more powerfully, differently. The gravitational understanding had done what Grandmother Hua had predicted, changed how he experienced connection. Every thread in the extended void sense now carried its gravitational component, the mutual influence between the connected points visible as a dynamic property of the connection rather than as a static structure. He could see how things affected each other. Not just what connected to what, but what the connection cost each component, what it gave, and how the balance between cost and giving shaped the connection's durability over time. It was, he thought, a great deal to hold at once. He turned and navigated back through the dimension's layers toward the rift, moving faster now, with 4 fragments integrated capability, the gravitational navigation that had cost him careful attention on the way and now requiring only a fraction of his focus. He reached the rift. He passed through. The mountain air hit him like a return, not to normal, but to familiar. Fun Zhao was on his feet before Shen Wei had fully cleared the rift. 11 hours, 40 minutes, Fun Zhao said. Ahead of schedule. I had assistance, Shen Wei said. He would explain later. Right now he needed to sit down, because the integration strain was real and the gravitational understanding was still reorganizing its relationship with the existing 3 fragments, and his body was registering the accumulated effort of 11 hours in the 4th dimension with the thoroughness of a system, making sure he knew what it had cost. Grandmother Hua appeared beside him. 90 years of threadsight assessed him. Void thread practitioners for 90 years. 4 fragments, she said. Yes. The Hollow King spoke to you. It was not a question. Yes. What did he say? He showed me how to avoid becoming him. Shen Wei sat down on the stone. And how to help him. When I reached the 5th dimension. Grandmother Hua was silent for a moment, in the way of someone receiving information that changes the shape of a 400-year-old concern. I will want to hear all of it, she said. When you are recovered. Tomorrow morning, he said. I will tell you everything. That night, Shen Wei absorbed the 4th fragment's gravitational understanding into deliberate practice. Not the grand-scale capability that would come later, but the immediate application. The ability to perceive how his own presence affected the thread networks around him, and to modulate that presence with the awareness of someone who now understood gravity not as force, but as relationship. It changed how he moved through the mountain community. He could feel, with the new gravitational perception, the specific effect his thread signature had on the community's ambient thread network, the disturbance his void energy created in the carefully cultivated equilibrium of 4 centuries of sensitive development. He reduced his void expression deliberately, pulling the fragment energy inward, minimizing his gravitational footprint on the surrounding thread network. The community's ambient energy settled. 2 of the practitioners who had been keeping careful distance from him relaxed slightly, without knowing why. This, he thought, was what the 4th fragment had meant to teach him. That power required not just capability, but responsibility for its effects on the systems it touched. The Fate Weaver post's night shift audit, meanwhile, was running in a mountain full 2 days distant. and had found nothing, because the sabotage coordinates were still reading as correct on the first-level review. The second-level review was scheduled for morning. He had 1 day before the window closed, 1 day, and 5 fragments of void, and a hollow king who was running out of patience. Chapter 65 Morning came to the abyssal peaks with the character of mountain mornings, cold, clear, the kind of light that showed things in their exact proportions without the softening effects of lower elevation atmosphere. Shenwei sat with Grandmother Hua in the community's amphitheater and told her what the dream overlay had shown him. She listened without interruption for 40 minutes. When he finished, she was quiet for a time that stretched past comfortable silence into the territory of genuine absorption. Then she said, "I have been afraid of him for 30 years. Not for myself. I will die of natural causes before his seal breaks. For the community. For whatever comes after us." The fear was reasonable, Shenwei said, based on available information. But you were saying the available information was incomplete. The available information described what the Hollow King became, not what he was before, and not what he was capable of communicating even in his current state. He adjusted the staff. The order interacted with him as an enemy. He responded as one. I interacted with him as a practitioner with a specific problem I had information about. He responded accordingly. What is his specific problem? Isolation and imbalance. The imbalance was created when he absorbed multiple fragments without the stabilizing connection that the absorption process requires. The isolation prevented anyone from noticing the imbalance and providing the external reference needed to correct it. He paused. His madness is not the void's effect on a human mind. It is the specific pathology of a system that has been operating without feedback for too long. Can you correct it? I do not know. The correction would require approaching him with an established stabilizing thread connection and performing what amounts to a sustained soul-level intervention on a practitioner who is several orders of magnitude more powerful than I am and whose cooperation is uncertain. He paused, but he communicated the nature of the problem to me, which suggests that some part of his awareness is capable of reasoning about it and is looking for a solution. The cry that is also a question, Grandmother Hua said. My mother's notation. Yes. He has been asking for 60 years in that notation alone, possibly much longer. He looked at her. I am going to the 5th dimension after the next 2 fragments. Not because the outline of events requires it, but because he asked, and I can answer, and refusing to answer a question that it is in my capacity to answer without proportionate risk, that is not something I am willing to do. Grandmother Hua nodded once. And the community? After you leave? The Fate Weaver Post's second-level review will find the sabotaged coordinates today. They will understand what happened. Not immediately, but within a day or 2. Their response will include sending teams to this general area, because the intelligence suggests this is where we are operating. He paused. I recommend dispersal, not abandonment. The community's knowledge and culture are too valuable to lose. But a distributed presence across several smaller settlements, connected by thread communication, is harder to eliminate than a single concentrated one. We have protocols for dispersal, she said. Prepared and never needed. She looked at the mountain's heights. Perhaps that is fortunate. I can leave Xinjiao with you for 2 days, he said. Her knowledge of Fate Weaver search protocols and team compositions will help your dispersal move efficiently. She knows how they look for communities like yours, which means she knows how to move in ways they are not looking for. The defected enforcer. Grandmother Hua's tone was not hostile, only assessing. She carries considerable conflict. She is working on it. The conflict is real, but the direction of its resolution is toward us rather than away. Her assistance will be genuine. I will accept it. She stood. Go. The Fate Weaver Post review is running today, you said. Every hour you delay here is an hour the window closes. He bowed, not the formal sect bow, which he had never used, but the particular inclination of the head that acknowledged real authority. 400 years of records. Preserved knowledge that would have been lost otherwise. He paused. The void cultivation path survives in part because your community survived. That is not a small thing. She accepted this without deflecting it. Safe travel, she said. Come back and tell me what you find in the 5th dimension. If I find what I expect, he said, I will send word through the thread network. You will know before I return. He left the amphitheater and found his group where he had known they would be. Lianyu preparing the travel kits with the methodical care of a person who had already mentally packed for departure and was converting that mental model into physical reality. Fun Zhao checking weapon maintenance with the focused attention of someone managing pre-action anxiety through productive work. Xiao Ren sitting cross-legged on a flat stone. Her harmonic perception extended and searching, listening to something that the others could not hear. Xiao Ren, he said. She opened her eyes. Yan Dowling's people are 2 days north. I can hear the thread resonance of the suppression seals. She paused. 12 of them. They moved through the mountain range last night. He had not known about Yin Dowling's approach. The Fate Weaver research had not predicted the sect's involvement at this stage. He filed the information and recalculated. 12 Azure Profound sect fighters, 2 days north, carrying the suppression seals that had been designed for his specific lineage. The seal was destroyed, Lian Yu said, from beside the travel kit. She had clearly heard. The seal on me was destroyed. The seals they carry affect anything with my lineage's thread signature, whether or not the primary seal is intact. It is a general category technique rather than an individual one. He paused. Yin Dowling has allied with the Fate Weavers, which means he has been provided updated intelligence about our location. He is not moving independently. So the Fate Weaver Post's review triggered something immediately, Fun Zhao said. Or Yin Dowling was already moving, and the Weaver information refined his direction. He turned his staff. We move today. Leave Shun Jia with the community for 48 hours as agreed. Then have her follow our thread signal toward the shadow marches. He looked at Qin Mei. Can you send word to your network about Yin Dowling's team? I want to know their route and composition as specifically as possible. I can have information within 6 hours through the signal method, Qin Mei said. We will be 2 hours from here by then. Good. He picked up his staff. Let's go. They left the Abyssal Peaks mountain community with the particular efficiency of people who had not quite finished resting, but understood that not finishing was sometimes the correct choice. Grandmother Hua watched them from the amphitheater's edge, her 90 years and 400 years of accumulated knowledge await in the mountain that would still be there long after the void cultivator and his companions had moved through whatever came next. Shen Jia stood beside her, silver robes exchanged for the community's practical homespun, watching them descend. Her expression carried the specific quality of one who has made a choice they cannot yet fully inhabit and is beginning the long work of building the self that the choice requires. The girl, Grandmother Hua said. Shen Jia looked at Xiao Ren's small figure at the group's edge. She hears the harmonics. Do you know what that means for her future? No, neither do I. Grandmother Hua settled her hands in her lap. Possibly that is fine. Below, the group found the mountain road and began moving north around the Abyssal Peaks base, heading for the terrain that would take them eventually to the Loom Citadel and the fifth void fragment in the Shadow Marches, and to whatever confrontation Yin Dowling was building toward from the north, carrying seals designed for a lineage he had spent years trying to suppress and had not yet managed to destroy. Chapter 66, Yin Dowling found them on the third day. Not because his tracking was superior, but because Shunwei allowed it. He had spent 2 days analyzing the suppression seal formation that Xiao Ren's harmonic perception had detected, 12 practitioners carrying the general category technique, organized in the standard Azure Profound sect formation for containing dangerous cultivators. He understood the technique structure. He could defeat it comfortably with 4 fragments. And he needed to understand what Yin Dowling had become since their last encounter, what the Fate Weaver Alliance had added to a sect master who had already been a significant combat threat. He let the tracking threads find them in a wide valley between the Abyssal Peaks northern range and the first foothills of the Continental Divide. Open ground, multiple exit options, no civilian presence. The sect formation arrived at dawn. 12 disciples in precise formation, the suppression seal generation equipment distributed across the group in the specific configuration that maximized both range and intensity. Yin Dowling himself stood at the formation's apex, and what Shunwei perceived through the merged fragment system was both expected and more significant than expected. The sect master had accepted substantial Fate Weaver augmentation. His thread network was overlaid with Fate threads, thickly enough that his own cultivation base was partially obscured beneath them. The augmentation had made him faster, more reactive, and had added a deep-level predictive quality to his cultivation that conventional martial arts should not have possessed. The Fate Weavers had given him a version of what they gave Iron Tide, but more sophisticated, not a simple reflexive enhancement, but a genuine fate manipulation capability, crude compared to a trained weaver, but real. Shunwei. Yin Dowling's voice carried the weight of a man who had been thinking about this encounter for a long time and had prepared specific things to say. Your cultivation base has grown beyond anything I was willing to believe possible in so short a time. But I have grown as well. And I have brought assets that your void threads cannot simply sever. The suppression seals, Shunwei said. He made no move toward his staff. They affect the general lineage, not the specific seal that was on me. I felt them before you arrived. Then you know what they do. They create a resonance interference pattern in my thread channels. Not blocking. That was the error of the original seal's design, which my thread structure could route around. This version disrupts the resonance rather than blocking the channel. More elegant. He paused. How long did it take the fate weavers to design the revision? Yin Dowling's expression shifted slightly at the question's calm precision. You are analyzing my technique while I deploy it. You came here to fight me. I am understanding what I am fighting before I begin. He turned the staff once. You should have the opportunity to reconsider. The fate weavers who augmented you are using you as an instrument. Your sect's ancient records were valuable to them. The information about my lineage that your archives preserved. What they gave you in exchange is borrowed power, not development of your own capability. When I sever the fate threads they gave you, you will be the sect master you were before, not the cultivator you could have become with genuine effort. You cannot sever fate threads under suppression seal disruption, Yin Dowling said. Incorrect, Shen Wei said. You can. And he activated the gravitational fragment. The formation had not been designed for gravity manipulation. The 12 disciples were positioned on the valley floor, the suppression equipment anchored to their formations by thread connections that assumed stable ground conditions and uniform gravitational fields. When Shen Wei created a localized gravity reversal in the formation's left flank, the 3 disciples there found their suppression equipment becoming weight that pulled them upward rather than stabilizing them on the ground. Their formation cohesion fractured along the disrupted edge. The resonance interference pattern wobbled, not collapsed. The remaining 9 disciples were still generating it, but destabilized enough to provide windows. Fun Zhao moved the moment the formation fractured, his void-infused sword already drawn, taking the open flank before the remaining disciples could close the gap. He had fought against formation combat before. He had also been briefed by Shun Jia on Azure Profound formation breaking techniques during their 2 days in the mountain community. He applied what he had learned with the adaptive principle that had won the Tournament of Tides. Yin Dowling attacked directly, his fate-augmented cultivation expressing itself as a series of strikes that arrived slightly before conventional physics required them to. A fraction of a second early on each attack, creating a consistent timing advantage that would have been decisive against most opponents. Shen Wei's temporal fragment compensated. He could perceive the strikes coming before they arrived, not from prediction but from direct temporal awareness. The fate augmentation that made Yin Dowling's attacks arrive early was itself a thread-based system, and thread-based systems were visible in the temporal fragment's perception as the brief future state of the present. He was not fighting Yin Dowling. He was reading Yin Dowling's thread network and responding to it. The sect master was powerful, experienced, and genuinely skilled. 40 years of cultivation had produced a practitioner who would have been a serious challenge to a thread severer or even an early void initiate. Against a void adept with 4 merged fragments, he was a challenge that needed to be resolved efficiently rather than one that could threaten the outcome. Shen Wei spent 3 minutes disassembling Yin Dowling's fate augmentation layer by layer, not fighting it, but dissolving it, severing the fate threads that the weavers had woven into his cultivation base until the overlay was gone and what remained was the sect master's own power, which was substantial but was no longer borrowed. Then he used the memory fragment. He reached into Yin Dowling's memory thread network and found the specific memories the sect master had been avoiding confronting, the decisions that had led to his alliance with the fate weavers, the rationalizations that had preceded each compromise, the specific moment when he had chosen power over principle and had been very careful not to examine the choice too closely. He did not project them as illusions. He simply made them more accessible, brought them from the deep archive where Yin Dowling had been storing them into the active processing layer where they could not be ignored. Yin Dowling stopped attacking. He stood in the valley with the specific paralysis of a man confronting something he had been successfully avoiding for years. The formation had fully dissolved. Fun Zhao had handled the remaining disciples with the efficient minimum of violence, and the 12 practitioners were seated in the grass in various states of processing what had happened to their formation. You gave your sect's records to people who burned Elder Mu out of the sect for recommending mercy, Shen Wei said. His voice was not raised. The same people who designed the seal that was meant to kill me slowly, in exchange for power you did not earn. He paused. You can keep the power you have developed through your own 40 years of cultivation. I am not interested in stripping you of genuine achievement. The borrowed enhancement is gone. What remains is yours. Yin Dowling's hands were shaking slightly. You are going to let me leave? Yes. Why? Because you are not my enemy. You are a man who made choices I disagree with, and who will have to live with those choices without the borrowed power that made them feel justified. He paused. That is sufficient. I am not in the business of punishment. I am in the business of severing threads that should not exist. The sect master looked at him for a long time with an expression that moved through several configurations Shun Wei perceived as the thread quality of someone whose self-image had been disrupted and who was not yet sure what replaced it. Go home, Shun Wei said. Your sect is not my enemy. Rebuild it without Fate Weaver assistance. That is all I ask. Yin Dowling left. Fun Zhao, resheathing his sword, watched the sect formation's disciples follow their master up the valley's north slope. That was more merciful than I expected. He is broken, Shenwei said. Breaking him further would be cruelty. He understands what he did. The understanding is the sufficient consequence. He turned his staff. Also, the Fate Weavers will learn he failed. They will not trust him again. A broken tool is not a threat. And the disciples? They were following orders. They did not choose the alliance. He looked toward the valley's south. We have ground to cover. The Loom Citadel is 3 weeks from here if we move consistently. 3 weeks. The 5th fragment, the Shadow March, the continental headquarters of the Fate Weaver Order, and whatever the Hollow King was constructing from his dimensional prison in the space between Shenwei's current position and the 5th dimension's access point. The thread network told him something was moving. Something old and patient and accustomed to waiting was beginning, at last, to stop waiting. And it had identified exactly where Shenwei would be. Chapter 67 Lian, you destroyed the suppression seal at the summit of a ridge 3 days from the abyssal peaks. The 12 Azure Profound sect practitioners had been carrying suppression seal generators, physical devices whose thread encoding she could now perceive clearly enough to understand, and what she understood made her angry in the quiet, thorough way that specific injustices produced in her rather than in vague indignation. Each device carried the same resonance disruption pattern that Yin Daoling had described. Each one was tuned to Shenwei's specific lineage thread signature, which meant someone had provided the weavers with a precise enough template of that signature to build a general category disruption rather than an individual one. Someone had given them a sample of his thread signature before he was old enough to have cultivated any power worth taking. This was built from the record of an infant, she said, at the Ridge's camp, holding one of the captured devices and perceiving its thread encoding structure. Shenwei was seated across the fire, his 4 fragments settled into their post-integration configuration, his void sense spread across the surrounding terrain in the ongoing perimeter monitoring that he had not fully disengaged since the abyssal peaks. Yes, he said, my mother's sacrifice included leaving the signature record accessible, so that the protective thread fire she used would be documentable. The weavers documented it. They built a suppression toolkit from your infant thread signature and handed it to a sect master they wanted as an ally. Yes. She set the device down with the careful precision of someone who would like to set it down considerably less carefully, but has decided that control is the appropriate choice. I want to destroy these. Please do. She did, systematically, using the thread toucher capability she had been developing for months, combined with the herbal preparation she had worked out during the mountain community stay, a compound that, when applied to thread-encoded devices, accelerated the degradation of the encoding's anchoring structure. 6 devices in 30 minutes, each one reduced to inert material, the thread encoding dissolved rather than merely blocked. On the 7th device, something in the encoding structure caught her attention. Not the suppression pattern itself, but an additional layer. A secondary encoding, compressed, not immediately visible, anchored beneath the primary structure. She spent 20 minutes parsing it. This device has a reporting function, she said. Shenwei looked up from the fire with the particular attention that this kind of information produced. Passive monitoring? Continuous transmission. To a receiver I cannot locate from the device's structure alone. The transmission thread is encrypted. She paused. It has been transmitting for as long as the device has been active, which based on the encoding square pattern is approximately 2 weeks. Yin Dowling has been carrying a live Fate Weaver reporting device for 2 weeks. Everything he heard and observed while deploying in this area has been transmitted directly to someone with a receiver. She set the device down. Someone who knew we would encounter him, who wanted the encounter monitored. Shenwei sat with this. The geometry was clear once the premises were in place. The archive's content sabotage had been detected earlier than he had estimated, or the post had already known his general location through a source he had not identified, and the Yin Dowling deployment had been not a genuine attack, but an intelligence-gathering operation. The suppression seal formation had been intended to either capture him or, more likely, to produce a combat encounter that would demonstrate the full extent of his current capabilities. Someone had watched the entire fight. They had watched him use 4 fragment combined techniques against a sect master formation. They had watched him sever fate augmentation, use gravitational reversal, and apply memory fragment techniques in a real engagement at full capability. Grand Weaver Luocian, he said. Lian, you looked at him. He would want to see what I can do before committing to a direct engagement. The Yin Dowling deployment was a reconnaissance in force. He set the staff point down. Destroy the device. The transmission is over. What it captured is already received. He paused. but it tells us something useful. Luo Xian is watching personally, which means he has concluded that the standard enforcement approach is insufficient. He is preparing for direct intervention. When he judges he is ready, or when the escalation of events forces his hand. He looked toward the west, where the continental divide lay, and beyond it the loomed citadel and the chain of events that would eventually produce the collision Luo Xian was preparing for. He is very old and very patient. He will not move before he is ready. How do we force his hand before he is ready? He looked at her with the assessment that her question deserved. She had moved, in the months since Iron Ridge, from someone who traveled alongside him to someone who thought about the campaign's strategic geometry with the clarity of a practitioner genuinely engaged in the work. The thread toucher capabilities she had been developing were real. Her reasoning was precise. We take the fifth void fragment, he said. The shadow fragment, the soul fragment, the fragment in the withering expanse. Each one we absorb forces him to respond sooner than he wants to. He is trying to let us reach a specific moment, probably the final fragment, before acting directly. If we move faster than his timeline, he must engage before his preparation is complete. And we want him to engage before his preparation is complete. We want him to engage at a moment and location of our choosing rather than his. He paused. The nexus of threads is where he will want the final confrontation. Neutral ground, where his fate manipulation is strongest. We want something else. He turned the staff. But that calculation is for later. Tonight, we sleep. Tomorrow, we move. The herbal ritual began before dawn anyway. Not the destruction task. That was complete. Rather, the ongoing work that Lian Yu had been doing since the mountain community. The long series of herbal treatments and thread-balancing interventions that addressed the cumulative strain that four-fragment integration had placed on Shun Wei's cultivation base. The integration had proceeded cleanly, but cleanly did not mean without cost, and the cost manifested in ways that required consistent management. Thread channel inflammation at the merger points, void energy quality degradation in the higher frequency ranges, the specific type of fatigue that came not from overuse, but from the sustained high-level operation that his merged fragments now maintained as a baseline. She worked for 2 hours, methodical, precise, occasionally consulting the notes she had compiled from Elder Mu's texts and her own observation over months of practice. When she finished, the thread channel inflammation had reduced by roughly 40%, and the void energy quality had stabilized. You need 3 days of low cultivation activity for the channel inflammation to resolve entirely, she said. We do not have 3 days. No, he agreed. Then it stays partially inflamed until we can find 3 days, and I treat it as aggressively as the treatment allows in the meantime. She packed her herb kit with the efficient movements she used when she was unhappy with a situation but had accepted it. For the record, if you were one of my patients and not someone I travel with in persistent emergencies, I would require those 3 days. Noted. She looked at him with the particular precision she used when she wanted to make sure something had actually landed. You have 4 fragments. You are the most powerful void cultivator in however many generations. You are also a person with a cultivation base that is under stress that needs management. Both things are simultaneously true, and the second one does not yield to the first. I know, he said. That is why you are here. She held his eyes for a moment. Then she turned back to her kit. Sleep. I'll wake you at dawn. He slept for 4 hours, the best sleep he had had since the mountain community, the fragment's gravitational awareness extending into his rest and weaving through it in ways that were not disruptive but rather different, as if rest itself had acquired a dimensional quality that previous sleep had lacked. He woke before dawn anyway, because the thread network had changed in the night in a specific way that his perimeter monitoring registered as a signal rather than noise. Shun Jia's thread signature had appeared on the horizon, moving toward them from the direction of the mountain community. She was 2 days ahead of schedule. Something had changed in the community situation. Something that had required her to move faster than planned. And given that the post's second-level review was the variable he had been watching, the conclusion was straightforward. The window had collapsed. The post knew. The teams were moving. And his sister, carrying the community's knowledge in her own, was running ahead of them through the dark, toward a confrontation none of them had planned for. Chapter 68 Xinjia arrived at their camp at dawn, and the information she carried confirmed the worst timeline. The second-level review found the sabotage yesterday afternoon, she said. She had been running through the night. Not literally, but at the sustained travel pace that Fate Weaver training built into its practitioners as baseline capability. Her composure was intact. Her thread signature showed stress beneath it, but controlled. 3 hours after the review, the post commander sent urgent signals to the Regional Coordination Center. I heard about it through a thread pulse from a source I have in the community's outer monitors. How many teams are being deployed? Qingmei asked. She had her intelligence materials already spread on her travel pack, the reorganized version of Shunjia's briefing from days earlier being rapidly updated. Unknown. But the escalation signal means at minimum 2 full teams, plus a request for senior practitioner support. Shunjia accepted the water Lianyu offered without comment. The small domesticities of the group were still slightly unfamiliar to her, but she was learning them. The community has begun its dispersal protocol. Grandmother Hua is organized. They will be distributed across 4 locations within 48 hours. Then they are ahead of the teams, Shenwei said. Barely. The Fate Weaver search pattern for communities like theirs is methodical rather than fast. They sweep systematically. The dispersal takes them out of the sweep zone if it completes before the search reaches the community's primary location. She paused. Which it should. Grandmother Hua is very good at this. She has had 400 years of practice, Fen Zhao said. Shenjia absorbed the comment with the expression of someone who understood it both as information and as a statement about the costs of the order's methods, and was choosing to receive it as the latter without elaborating. The senior practitioner request worries me more than the deployment teams, she continued. There are 3 individuals the Regional Coordination Center would consider sending for a situation involving a void adept with 4 fragments. One of them I can give you information on. 2 I know only by designation. Tell me about the one you know, Shenwei said. Weaver Tsong, senior archivist and combat specialist. His primary technique is the Destiny Lock, a formation that freezes all thread activity in a defined area for a sustained period. Not just void threads, all threads. The effect includes memory function, temporal perception, spatial continuity. She paused. Anyone inside the formation cannot use thread-based cultivation during the lock's duration. That includes you. How large is the formation's area? Maximum 40 paces radius. And duration? Depends on his cultivation input. Sustained maximum is approximately 12 minutes. He can hold it longer at reduced effectiveness. Shenwei filed this with the specific categories of the combat library he had been developing. Techniques he could not simply outperform with fragment power, because they operated by neutralizing fragments rather than competing against them. The Destiny Lock was the type that required a countermeasure rather than a power response. He needed to find the lock's anchor thread and sever it, but he could not sever threads while inside the lock. The lock has an anchor outside its effect radius, he said. The practitioner maintains it from outside. He cannot be inside it while generating it. Correct, Shunjia said, with a slight quality of recognition. She knew he was already working toward the countermeasure. The anchor is approximately 10 paces outside the effective boundary, positioned where the generating practitioner chooses to stand. Then Fen Zhao handles Weaver Tsong directly, while I work on the anchor from whatever position keeps me outside the lock's radius. The lock can be repositioned, she said. If Tsong sees that you have identified the countermeasure, he will move his anchor point or attempt to position the lock around both you and Fen Zhao simultaneously. Then we need to be far enough apart that a single 40-pace formation cannot contain both of us. 60 paces minimum, Shenjia said. It is manageable if you coordinate it correctly. She paused. He is not the primary threat. He is the containment specialist, deployed to neutralize high-capability practitioners while other assets handle the actual engagement. Who handles the engagement? Her answer was steady. I do not know the other 2 designation. That is my honest answer. If Luo Xian is sending personal assets, the designations I have might not be current. He accepted this. Working with incomplete intelligence was the standard condition. Waiting for completeness was the error. We move, he said. We move today, and we move fast. And we do not stop moving until we are past the shadow marches and into the Loom Citadel operation. He looked at each of them. The suppression seal operation bought Luo Xian information about my 4-fragment capability. He is now calibrating his response to that information. The time between now and when he completes that calibration is our operational window. We use every hour of it. He stood and picked up his staff, and the group moved with him, Fen Zhao slotting into the forward scout position with the easy competence of long practice. Lianyu falling to the mid-formation support position she had quietly claimed over months of travel. Xiao Ren's harmonic perception extending outward in the way he had come to rely on as the group's best early warning system. Qingmei and Shunjia occupying a parallel track where their respective expertise generated a continuous intelligence synthesis. Mei Lin walked beside Shenwei. She had been doing that more, lately, the position of a person who had found a place in the group's structure that was not defined by function alone. The Loom Citadel, she said, after they had been moving for an hour. Yes. The records I read in my teacher's archive. She mentioned it. Not by name, by description. A place where the threads of fate were concentrated and manipulated rather than observed. That is accurate. She said that anyone who entered it and came out unchanged was either stronger than the citadel or more broken than they knew. She walked in silence for a while. Which one are you planning to be? There is a third option, he said. Enter, take what is there, and leave before the citadel has time to attempt either effect. Is that achievable? We will find out. He paused. Mei Lin, why did you come this far? She walked another 20 paces before answering. Because my teacher learned something in the Dreaming Spires archive that she spent 70 years not teaching me directly. I received it finally through the archive. And what it showed me was that the work of seeing the world's breadth, the work she gave me, is not complete. There is something it builds toward that she could see in outline, but not in detail. She looked ahead at the road. I believe I can see the outline more clearly now. I want to see the detail. And you think the detail is somewhere ahead. I think the detail is somewhere that requires reaching the end of whatever this is. She glanced at him. Which means I need to be present for the end of whatever this is. He walked with that for a while. The thread connecting them, which had been building in complexity and depth since the harbor wall in Lanhai, registered its current state in the gravitational fragment's new awareness. Mutual influence, sustained and increasing, the kind that changed both participants rather than flowing in a single direction. Then stay, he said. It was not an invitation. It was an acknowledgement of what was already true. The road stretched ahead, and the shadow marches were 3 weeks distant, and Weaver Tsang was presumably somewhere behind them calculating the deployment that would close the window Shin Wei was running through. And the Hollow King was still asking his 7-year question in the 5th dimension. And Grand Weaver Luo Xian was somewhere reviewing the information from Yin Dowling's concealed reporting device and deciding when the moment was right to stop watching and begin acting directly. The clock was running. They ran with it. And somewhere behind them, the Regional Fate Weaver Coordination Center had received Shun Jia's confirmed defection notice and was escalating to the level that would bring Luo Xian's personal attention directly to bear, rather than through subordinate teams. The escalation had a specific timeline embedded in the Order's protocols, and that timeline was now running in parallel with their own. 2 different clocks. One of them had been running for 10,000 years and was therefore very good at running, and it was now running toward him. Chapter 69, 3 weeks of hard travel compressed the group, not in the sense of making them smaller or more constrained, but in the way that sustained shared difficulty compresses something, forces it to occupy less space in exchange for greater density. The people who emerged from those 3 weeks on the Western Road were the same people who had entered them, but their relationships to each other had a different quality, a settled weight that the earlier months of travel had still been in the process of developing. Xiaorin taught Shin Wei a thread notation system she had developed independently, a method of recording harmonic frequencies in a written form that she had been working out since the Mountain Communities Archive had shown her there was no existing system for it. She had filled half a small notebook. The notation was functional, precise, and elegant in the way that systems invented by people who live inside the problem they are trying to solve are elegant. He reviewed it carefully and found one structural error in the base frequency notation, which he corrected with the specific care of someone who understood that correcting a gifted student's error required preserving the student's ownership of the work. This, he said, pointing to the correction, is the only change. The rest is correct. He handed the notebook back. You should formalize this. When there is time. I've been adding to it every night, she said, with the matter-of-fact satisfaction of a person engaged in work that fits them correctly. Fun Zhao and Shun Jia had arrived at a functional collaboration that neither of them would have described as friendship, but that bore several of friendship's operational characteristics. They anticipated each other's actions in the field. They communicated through the shorthand of people who had spent enough time in adjacent threat assessment to develop shared reference points. And on the 3rd week, Fun Zhao had said something to Shun Jia about her fighting style structural approach that had produced a modification of her technique in the following days that made her significantly more effective in close quarters. Qin Mei observed all of this with the focused attention of someone who compiled intelligence for a living and who found, she admitted in one evening's conversation with Shin Wei, that the intelligence she was compiling about the group's internal dynamics was considerably more interesting than most of what she had compiled professionally. You are aware, she said, that you have built something genuinely unusual here. I have built companions who are capable, he said. You have built people who are not competing with each other. She said it precisely. In most cultivator groups, power differential creates competition. You are advancing faster than any of them. They are not competing with you or with each other. They are contributing. She paused. This does not happen by accident. It happened because each of them chose it, he said. I did not build it. I accepted what they offered. Accepting what people offer is itself a skill, she said. Not everyone has it. The road to the shadow marches passed through 3 territorial boundaries, two small kingdoms whose rulers had varying relationships with the Fate Weaver Order, and one section of wilderness so extensive and strange that it occupied 4 days of travel and produced, on the second day, an encounter with a dimensional anomaly that Shunwei recognized from the Fate Weaver research as a soft spot, a place where the membrane between dimensions had thinned to near translucency. He stopped at the anomaly and spent 3 hours examining it. Third fragment resonance, he said, after the first hour. Memory quality energy, bleeding through the membrane. The third fragment's dimension? Lian Yu asked. No. Something filtered through the third dimension's energy signature, a dimensional echo. As if something that happened in the third dimension is registering here, in our world, through a point where the membrane is thin enough to carry the registration. He worked through the echo's structure with the merged fragment perception. This is not new. This echo has been here for. He checked the temporal fragment's reading of the thread's age. Approximately 80 years. The group absorbed the implication. Your mother's work in the Dreaming Spires, Mei Lin said. Likely, whatever she did in the archive, and I do not know the full scope of what she did, only what she chose to transmit in the message, part of it left an echo here. He spent another hour examining the echo structure. She was moving fast when she created this. The thread quality of the echo suggests she was under time pressure. She was running, Xinjia said. By the time she visited the Dreaming Spires, she was already being hunted. Yes. He sat with the echo for a moment longer, then stood. She left a marker here. Not information, just a marker. A thread beacon set to resonate with a void thread signature matching hers or mine. He paused, which means she knew the route. She traveled this road, Fen Zhao said. She traveled this road, running, approximately 80 years ago, and placed a thread beacon here so that anyone with her thread signature who passed would know she had been here. He turned his staff. She knew this route was significant, that coming this way mattered. He noted it in his memory archive and continued. The beacon had no additional content. It was a presence marker, not a message. But presence markers said something. They said, I was here. I made a choice to be here. The choice mattered enough to record. He made a corresponding record of his own, a thread marker, anchored to the same soft spot, with a date encoding and his current fragment state. For whoever came after him, through whatever combination of consequence and choice led them to this particular piece of road. They moved on. The shadow marches appeared on the horizon 3 weeks from the abyssal peaks, exactly on schedule, a dark band at the far edge of the Continental Divide's western slope, where permanent overcast and the characteristic shadow energy that accumulated in places where sunlight did not reach had created an ecosystem that was both genuinely beautiful and genuinely dangerous. Somewhere in that darkness, the Loom Citadel waited, with its fate threads and its destiny lock specialist, and its unspecified additional assets, and the shadow fragment sealed somewhere within it, calling to the 4 already integrated fragments with the resonance of the 5th note in a chord that had been missing for a very long time. Her harmonic awareness reached out toward the marches and came back changed. It's louder here, she said. The fragment's frequency. Much louder. Her attention moved to Shenwei. Can you hear it? I perceive it through the fragment resonance, he said. Not a sound. I hear it as sound, she said. It sounds like, she paused, searching for a description. It sounds like something that has been in the dark for a very long time, singing to itself to stay sane. He considered this description and found it exactly accurate in ways that were not comfortable to be exactly accurate about. Then we go in, he said, and we end it singing, by giving it something better to be part of. He said it with conviction. What he did not say was that the shadow fragment inside the Loom Citadel was the most deeply embedded fragment yet, and the Fate Loom's centuries of architecture had grown around it in ways that made the trial's structure entirely unpredictable. He had no existing template for what he would find inside. 3 weeks of travel had brought him to this edge with 7 fragments. Grandmother Hua's 400 years of accumulated knowledge, and the specific preparation of a practitioner who had thought carefully about the difference between a practitioner absorbing fragments successfully and the Hollow King absorbing them catastrophically. The difference was not power. It was not preparation in the theoretical sense. It was the bond thread, the presence of people who would hold the anchor while the absorption stripped away the practitioner's sense of dimensional orientation. The shadow marches smelled of long absence and the particular quality of darkness that had been dark long enough to become something more specific than the simple absence of light. A presence in its own right, a texture, the way very old stone has a texture that young stone does not. He stood at the march's edge and let his void perception reach forward, reading what it could read. The Fate Loom Citadel was there, its thread architecture dense and centuries thick, its fate manipulation infrastructure running at full operation, unaware that the operation was about to be interrupted. Within its architecture, the shadow quality of the fifth fragment, sealed but present, shaping the space around it. Its influence expressed in the specific way that every fragment shaped its local environment, through the character of what it was. Tell me what you hear, he said to Xiaoren. She extended her harmonic perception toward the citadel and listened for a long moment. 7 layers, she said finally. 6 of Fate Weaver operational architecture. The 7th, she paused. The 7th is underneath all of it. Like a foundation that everything else was built on top of, but the foundation doesn't know it has a building on it. It's just being itself. She looked at him. Is that what fragments sound like before they are claimed? That is what this one sounds like, he said. I cannot speak to others. It sounds like it's been waiting for a long time. She held the perception for another moment. Not patiently, just waiting, because waiting is the only option available. He thought about the Hollow King's cry that was also a question, encoded in dimensional broadcasts every 7 years. He thought about Grandmother Hua's community, preserving knowledge for 4 centuries against the day someone could use it. Things that were waiting because they had no alternative. And then the moment when an alternative arrived. He adjusted the group's approach route by 2 degrees north, which brought them to the specific forest section where the Fate Weaver outer ring had its thinnest monitoring coverage, based on Shunjia's intelligence. The adjustment was small. The consequence was real. Then we go in, he said. And we ended singing, by giving it something better to be part of. The voice in the dark said nothing, but it stopped the sound it had been making, and that silence was louder than the singing had been. Chapter 70 Commander Heishan found them at the Shadow March's eastern approach. Not accidentally. The commander had been tracking their movement for 2 weeks through the intelligence network that Qin Mei maintained. In fact, Qin Mei had been aware of Heishan's interest for nearly that long, and had been assessing the appropriate moment to facilitate contact. That moment had arrived when Heishan's own intelligence suggested the Loom Citadel operation was imminent, and he had sent word through Qin Mei's network requesting a meeting. He arrived with a small escort. 8 soldiers, clearly elite, their movements carrying the economy of people who had been fighting the Fate Weaver Order's territorial expansion for long enough to have learned what worked. The commander himself was a large man in his mid-50s with the particular physical presence of a man who had spent 40 years in active military command and had arrived at a relationship with authority that required nothing external to support it. He looked at Shun Wei with the direct assessment of someone whose profession was rapidly evaluating unknowns and who was good at it. You are considerably younger than I expected, he said. The Fate Weavers made a similar observation, Shun Wei said. And you are blind. The 2 observations are related in ways that are not commonly understood. He tilted his head, letting the void perception read Heishan's thread signature. Military, controlled, the specific thread quality of a man who had been fighting for a cause they believed in rather than fighting for power or resources. Clean, in the way that genuine purpose made thread signatures clean. Your kingdom has been fighting Fate Weaver territorial expansion for how long? 30 years. My father started it. I inherited the war. His tone was matter-of-fact rather than embittered. They do not fight with armies. They fight by manipulating the threads that make kingdoms function, destabilizing agriculture, corrupting political decisions, engineering conflicts between allied states. You cannot fight them by conventional military means. No, Shinwei agreed. You cannot. Which is why I need someone who can fight them on their own ground. He looked at the group's composition, cataloging it with the speed of a career officer who had been evaluating unit capabilities for 40 years. I have armies. I have resources. I can provide a military assault on the Loom Citadel sufficient to keep their external defenses occupied while your group penetrates to the interior. He paused. What I cannot provide is what happens after you get inside. That is what I provide, Shinwei said. What specifically do you intend to do? Claim the 5th void fragment from whatever trial guards it. Sever the thread connections between the Fate Loom inside the Citadel and the regional Fate manipulation network it controls. Reduce the Citadel's capacity to serve as a coordination point for Weaver operations in this region. He paused. And do it before Weaver Tsang deploys a Destiny Lock, and before whatever additional assets Luo Xian has sent arrive at the Citadel to reinforce it. Heishan absorbed this with the focused silence of a military commander processing operational parameters. How long do you need inside? Unknown. The fragment trial is the variable. He paused. Between 2 and 6 hours, based on previous trials. I can hold external pressure for 4 hours at maximum sustainable cost. After 4 hours, my formations risk being overextended. He looked at Fun Zhao. You fight. I fight, Fun Zhao confirmed. The group needs someone who can hold a defensive position inside the Citadel while the blind man does whatever he does with the fragment. He said it without particular inflection, which Fun Zhao received with the specific lack of reaction that indicated he had been described in that register before and had made his peace with it. He has a name, Lian Yu said pleasantly. Her tone was the tone she used when making a correction that she intended to be heard exactly once. The commander turned to her. What is your role? Healer, intelligence analyst, and thread practitioner. She met his assessment with the specific directness of someone who had been underestimated enough times to have developed a reliable response to it. I am also the person who keeps the person you came here to work with functional during sustained operations, which is a role that directly affects your operational timeline. Heishan looked at her for a moment with the recalibrating expression of a military commander who has just received more information than he expected about an asset he had incorrectly categorized. Noted, he said. What do you need from me for the healing function? 2 things, she said. A list of your combat medics and their supplies, and a quiet space in your command area for recovery operations post-engagement. Done. Qin Mei had been watching this exchange with the expression she wore when events were proceeding according to a calculation she had made earlier. She caught Shun Wei's attention briefly and inclined her head. This is proceeding well. He agreed. Commander Heishan was, as Qin Mei's intelligence had suggested and his thread signature confirmed, a practical man who was not interested in politics when operations were achievable. The alliance was workable. It was also, for the first time since their departure from Elder Moose Valley, an alliance with an organized military force, which changed the nature of the Loom Citadel operation from a covert infiltration into a hybrid assault. That hybrid structure created new risks and new possibilities. The primary risk was coordination failure. Military operations and thread-based operations had fundamentally different requirements, and a coordination failure could leave either component exposed at a critical moment. The primary possibility was that a military assault force would draw Weaver Tsang's attention outward while Shin Wei worked inward, creating the space separation he needed to keep himself outside the Destiny Lock's 40-pace radius, while Fun Zhao handled Tsang directly. 3 days to plan, he said. Shin Jia will brief your command staff on the Citadel's internal structure. Qin Mei will coordinate intelligence integration. I need time to study the Citadel's thread network from a distance before we approach. Heishan nodded. 3 days. My command tent is available for joint planning from the 2nd hour tomorrow. He looked at Shin Wei again with the direct assessment he had opened with. The Fate Weavers have been engineering disasters in my kingdom for 30 years. If this operation removes their regional command capacity, it will require rebuilding, Shin Wei said. The fate manipulation they have been running in your kingdom's administration threads. Removing it will not restore the original state. It will restore an unmanipulated state, which is different from what your kingdom was before they began. Some things they manipulated have already changed because of the manipulation. He paused. It will require active rebuilding, not passive recovery. Heishan looked at him. You are warning me that success will require additional work. I am being precise about what success means. I prefer that people understand what they are committing to. Fair enough, Heishan said. My kingdom has been doing the work for 30 years. We are accustomed to it. He turned back toward his command tent. Tomorrow, 2nd hour. Shin Wei stood at the edge of the shadow marches and let his extended void perception probe the darkness ahead. The Loom Citadel was there. He could feel it as a dense concentration of fate thread architecture, vast and complex, the accumulated work of centuries of deliberate fate manipulation made structural. And within it, underneath it, the shadow quality of the 5th fragment, waiting. And behind the Citadel's thread network, further in, the signature of someone he had not expected to find here yet. Weaver Tsang, already present, already positioned, with the bearing of one who had anticipated exactly this arrival. 3 days. Whatever Tsang knew, whatever Luoxian had sent, it would meet them in 3 days. Shin Wei did not share this information immediately. He needed more time to understand the positioning before presenting it as an operational parameter. But he filed it with the weight it deserved. The window was already narrower than he had calculated, and the calculation had not been comfortable to begin with. The shadow marches smelled of deep time and absence of light. The fragment called from within it with the patient insistence of something that had been waiting long enough to have learned patience entirely. He went to rest and planned, and the 3 days began, with the fragment of shadow already tasting the edges of the space he occupied. Chapter 71. The planning sessions took place in Heishan's command tent, which was large enough for the joint group and organized with the specific efficiency of a military headquarters that had been doing this work for decades. Maps pinned at angles calculated for the most useful sight lines. Intelligence reports organized by priority rather than date. The particular quality of order that came from people who understood that operational clarity was a force multiplier. Xinjia spent 9 hours over 2 days briefing the command staff. She knew the Loom Citadel's layout from 2 years of assignment to its regional zone, not the internal structure of the sanctum, which was restricted to senior weavers, but the outer and middle defensive rings, the formation array positions, the supply and communication infrastructure, the rotation schedules, and minimum staffing configurations. The command staff received this information with the focused absorption of people whose lives depended on operational intelligence quality and who were performing a real-time assessment of both the information's accuracy and its provider's reliability. Shenwei watched this assessment process through the thread network, suspicion giving way to data quality recognition producing a recalibration of the provider's credibility, recalibration landing in the range of reliable source, provisional. It was the correct conclusion, reached by the correct method. The outer ring has 4 formation arrays, Xinjia said, on the second morning, pointing to the map. Each one requires 3 practitioners to operate at minimum effectiveness. Reducing below that minimum disables the array. Total outer ring minimum staffing is 12. The normal complement is 24, split across 2 rotations. And with assets deployed to pursue us, Heishan's operations officer, a sharp-eyed woman named Captain Fei, said, current complement is what? Best estimate, 16. The deployment pulled 2 teams, each team being 3 practitioners. That removes 6 from normal deployment. The rotation still operates, but at reduced redundancy. Any attrition during the assault and the arrays start failing. Attack the rotation as the priority, Captain Fei said, making a notation. Force array failures rather than fighting through the arrays at full effectiveness. Yes. Xinjia paused, the precision of someone shifting from tactical to strategic. The inner formation is different. It is not a standard defensive array. It is the Loom Citadel's primary fate manipulation architecture, the threads that generate the fate looms operation. It cannot be attacked by conventional means. How is it attacked? Heishan asked. It is not, Shenwei said. It is severed, from the inside, at its anchor points, by someone who can perceive and manipulate fate threads at the architectural level. He paused. I am the someone. And getting you inside requires? Clearing the outer and middle rings, which your military assault handles. Reaching the inner sanctum, which Funjiao handles. Maintaining a position where Weaver Tsang cannot deploy a destiny lock around both of us simultaneously, which requires Xinjia's coordination. He paused. And an unknown time inside the inner sanctum for the fragment trial, during which Funjiao and Xinjia hold the sanctum's approaches against whatever assets Luo Xian has positioned inside. The commander studied the map. 4 hours maximum military pressure. Can your group hold the inner sanctum approaches for 4 hours? Funjiao answered before Shenwei could. Yes, he said. The specificity of the answer, no qualifications, no conditional, produced a brief silence among the command staff that registered as impressed rather than skeptical. Funjiao's 3 weeks of travel had given the group ample data about the quality of his certainty, and his certainties had been consistently accurate. Then we planned for 4 hours, Heishan said. The night before the assault, Shenwei extended his void perception across the Loom Citadel's thread network and spent 4 hours mapping it at full resolution. The architectural fate thread system was more complex than anything he had previously encountered, not because of its power, which was formidable but not unprecedented, but because of its age. The Loom Citadel had been operational for several centuries, and the fate manipulation architecture had grown organically over that time, each generation of weavers adding to the existing structure rather than rebuilding from clean foundations. The result was a system of extraordinary functional complexity and structural fragility, like an ancient building that had been renovated so many times that no single renovation understood the full architecture. This was useful. The system's complexity meant that targeted severance of specific junction points would cascade unpredictably through the broader structure. Each cut would produce secondary effects that the system's operators could not fully anticipate. He had learned this lesson from the tournament's passive maintenance system, which had been vulnerable to disguised degradation precisely because its complexity exceeded any individual practitioner's ability to monitor in full. The Loom Citadel's system was the same principle, scaled enormously. He also found Weaver Tsang's positioning. The Destiny Lock specialist was in the middle ring, positioned at the approach junction between the outer and inner defensive systems. This was precisely where he should have been, the optimal position to lock down anyone breaching the outer ring before they could reach the inner sanctum. It was also, Shenwei noted, not where someone would position themselves if they expected the breach to come from the direction Heishan's assault would approach from. Weaver Tsang was positioned for an approach from the south. Heishan's assault was planned from the northeast. and the specific position Song had taken was 40 paces north of the junction, which placed his anchor point, when the Destiny Lock deployed, at exactly 0 paces from a structural pillar in the middle ring's architecture. There was a spatial fold possible through that pillar's shadow. A small one, barely large enough for a person, requiring precise technique to execute without generating a spatial distortion signature that Song's threat awareness would detect. He filed it. When he returned from the mapping session, Lian Yu was awake and had tea prepared, which he had come to understand was her form of acknowledging that she knew he was not going to sleep before an operation regardless of what she said about it. 4 hours, she said. 4 hours is the military's maximum. I might need less if the trial is straightforward. I might need more if Song deploys early, and I need to work around the lock. And if you need more than 4 hours? Fun Zhao will hold the approaches. He picked up the tea. He will not stop holding them until I emerge. She held his eyes for a long moment. Then she said, after. There are 2 things I want to say after. Not before, because before would use attention that should be on the operation. After, he agreed. She nodded, turned back to her preparation, and Xunwei sat with the particular quality of that exchange, the promise of after, the trust implicit in deferral, the way that some things were better understood to exist and to be preserved for the correct moment than to be said in the wrong one. He slept for 3 hours. It was enough. The assault began at dawn, but the night before it, Xunwei had a conversation with Weaver Song that neither of them anticipated. Not directly. Song would not have agreed to a direct conversation. His operational posture, as Xun Jia had described it, was purely tactical with no interest in the philosophical dimension of what he was doing. But Xunwei reached into the Citadel's thread network at the 3rd hour of night and found Song's thread signature. And from the signature he read what he could read about the practitioner who carried it. Song was afraid. Not of Xunwei specifically. Of the situation he was in, which was a loom citadel that had already lost its external defenses at the Yin Dowling level. A commander who had been ordered to hold a position that the archive records clearly showed was not holdable, and a personal cultivation investment in a technique, the Destiny Lock, that was specifically designed to neutralize fragment-based cultivation and that had never been tested against more than 3 fragments. He was afraid that the Destiny Lock would not work. And if the lock did not work, he had nothing else. Xunwei sat with this for a while. Song was not going to defect. His loyalty structure was too deeply institutional for that. The kind of practitioner who would follow orders until the orders were demonstrably impossible rather than merely very difficult. But a practitioner who was afraid had a specific quality in combat. They overcommit to their primary technique, because the primary technique was the thing they had been told would be sufficient, and admitting it was not sufficient required admitting the information they had been given was wrong. Song would deploy the Destiny Lock early, at the first clear opportunity, rather than waiting for optimal positioning, because waiting felt like losing, and losing was the thing he was afraid of. Early deployment was the vulnerability. He adjusted the operation's spatial positioning accordingly, adding 15 paces to the separation he and Fun Zhao would maintain during the middle ring penetration, which would require Song to choose between deploying at suboptimal range or waiting until a window that Xunwei would not provide. The assault began at dawn, and the Citadel's defenses lit up like a wound that had been waiting to be opened. Chapter 72 He Shan's forces moved with the precision of 30 years of fighting an enemy that punished conventional predictability. They did not charge, they flowed, approaching in multiple small units from multiple directions simultaneously, each unit independently targeting one of the outer ring's formation arrays while maintaining the communication discipline that prevented the Citadel's defenders from identifying which approach was primary. There was no primary approach. That was the innovation that 3 decades of anti-Fate Weaver military doctrine had produced. Against an enemy that could predict and counter single-thrust strategies, the answer was multiple simultaneous thrusts, each of which was real. The outer ring's arrays began to fail within the first 20 minutes. Xunwei watched the Fate thread architecture above the Citadel flicker and waver as each failing array removed its component of the outer defensive network. Not a dramatic collapse, but an incremental degradation that was, in operational terms, identical to the tournament's passive maintenance system running out of junction points to maintain. He moved through the outer ring with Fun Zhao, while Xun Jia provided threat awareness cover, her Fate Weaver perception functioning as a real-time intelligence feed about the defenders' threat positions within the Citadel's architecture. Qin Mei had established a command relay between their group and He Shan's assault forces, which was the kind of operational integration that required planning but produced the kind of coordination that had been decisive in 3 separate engagements Qin Mei had described during the planning sessions. Weaver Song deployed the Destiny Lock at the 2nd hour, precisely as Xunwei had expected. What he had not expected was the deployment's location, not the junction position he had mapped, but 30 paces north, at the precise point that would catch both the spatial fold approach through the structural pillar's shadow and the conventional approach route. Song had identified the fold. The information landed cleanly in Shun Wei's tactical assessment. Song had either mapped the spatial fold potential himself, which would require a level of spatial thread perception beyond what a Destiny Lock specialist training typically included, or he had been briefed on Shun Wei's spatial capabilities by someone with detailed knowledge of his fragment applications. He had been given a profile, a detailed operational profile, built from the Yin Dowling engagement's reporting device feed. New route, he said, touching Fun Zhao's arm. The word count, the decision, and the pivot all happened within 2 seconds, the combat efficiency of long practice. Fun Zhao adjusted without breaking stride. The new route took them around the Destiny Lock's 40-pace radius, which required passing through a section of the middle ring that Shun Jia's briefing had not covered, a gap in the intelligence that produced 3 additional minutes of careful navigation and 1 engagement with a mid-rank weaver who appeared at a junction that should have been empty according to the staffing estimates. Fun Zhao handled the junction encounter in 45 seconds. The weaver was alive, incapacitated, and contained in a spatial pocket Shen Wei had time to create during the 45 seconds. They reached the inner sanctum. The path there had required 3 course corrections and 2 engagements that had not been in the operational plan. A residual weaver formation in the middle ring that Shun Jia's pre-operation intelligence had not detected, and a defensive ward that had been installed recently enough that it did not appear in the archive records. Both had been addressed. The form of addressing differed. The formation had been disrupted by spatial folding and Fun Zhao's direct action, which took 2 minutes. The ward had required Shen Wei to locate its anchor thread in the Citadel's fate architecture and sever it from 20 paces, which took 4 minutes, and during those 4 minutes Shun Jia held the cleared corridor with a combat technique that Shen Wei had not seen before, and which combined Fate Weaver thread binding with the close quarters physical form she had developed over 3 weeks of joint training. Where did you learn that combination? Fun Zhao had asked after. I improvised it 3 weeks ago when we were discussing how my orders techniques and your Iron Crane Foundation would interact. She checked the corridor's integrity. I have been practicing it since. It worked, he said. It will work better in 2 weeks. She moved to cover the next position. Give me a month, and it will be reliable. Fun Zhao had accepted this as a reasonable timeline and moved on. By the time they reached the sanctum, the approach corridor was 9 minutes from the outer court breach point, which was 4 minutes ahead of the operational timeline. The Destiny Lock had deployed exactly as Shun Wei had predicted, early, at the first clear sight line, before optimal positioning was established, which placed Song's anchor point well outside the sanctum's access corridor rather than covering it. Weaver Song was holding a Destiny Lock that was not positioned to affect anyone currently relevant to the operation. He would understand this within 3 minutes, which would give him the choice of releasing the lock and repositioning, or maintaining it in the hope that someone would walk back into its effective radius. He would choose repositioning. That would take 4 minutes. By then, Fun Zhao would be at the sanctum door, and Song would have to choose between deploying the lock at a corridor approach, which would catch Fun Zhao inside it, at the cost of leaving the sanctum door accessible to Shun Wei from outside, or accepting that the lock's window had passed. The geometry had been designed. The geometry had executed correctly. This was the satisfying part of precise planning, when the prediction matched the reality closely enough to confirm the model rather than requiring the contingency branches. The Destiny Lock was now 30 paces behind them, which placed the anchor point, based on Song's adjusted position, approximately 50 paces outside the sanctum entrance. Fun Zhao took his position at the sanctum's approach corridor. I will be inside, Shen Wei said. How long can you hold the corridor? Fun Zhao looked at the approach corridor, a 10-pace width, with 4 positions of cover, approaching a sanctum door that was architecturally a choke point. His expression carried the quality of a practitioner assessing a tactical problem he has a specific answer to. As long as it takes, he said. Shen Jia settled into her flanking position with the economical readiness of someone who had found, over 3 weeks of adjustment, exactly the kind of work she was good at and was prepared to do it for whatever duration was required. Her silver robes were long gone. She wore the practical traveling clothes of the group's standard, and the specific way she held her cultivation readiness in a combat approach position had moved, over weeks, from the Fate Weaver Order's formal stance to something more personal, more adapted, more her own. She caught his attention for a moment before he turned to the sanctum door. Go, she said. We are here. He went. Shen Jia moved to support Fun Zhao's flank, her Fate Weaver combat techniques combining with his Iron Crane Foundation in the kind of complementary pairing that the 3 weeks of mutual training had made possible. Shen Wei turned, pressed his hand to the sanctum door, felt the fate lock encoding on it with the accumulated understanding of weeks of fate thread work, applied the architectural severing that the memory fragments stored knowledge of fate lock structures provided, and pushed through. The inner sanctum of the loom's citadel was filled with fate threads. Not loose threads, not the ambient thread network of ordinary space, where threads appeared as connections between specific things. The sanctum's threads were dense, architectural, organized into the enormous complex structure of the fate loom itself. A machine, built from centuries of accumulated fate manipulation, that processed the thread network of the entire region and maintained the specific configuration of destiny that the Order had spent centuries constructing. He had seen thread complexity before. He had not seen anything at this scale. He had 5 fragments. He had the memory of everything Grandmother Hua's community had decoded and everything the Fate Weaver archive had recorded and everything his mother's message had provided. He had the understanding of the 4th fragment's gravitational trial, that any force creates structure through its interactions, and that structure can be dissolved by removing the interactions that generate it rather than attacking the structure directly. He did not attack the fate loom. He found the oldest thread in its architecture, the original junction point, placed by the weaver who had first constructed the loom centuries ago, and severed it. The cascade took 4 minutes. Outside, Fengzhao held the corridor, barely, and with no margin for what came next. Chapter 73. The fate loom's dissolution began in its oldest layers and progressed outward through the architecture the way a structural failure progresses through a building that loses its central load-bearing element. Not all at once, and not in a predictable sequence, but in a cascade that could not be reversed once the foundational element was gone. Shenwei moved through the dissolving architecture looking for the fragment of shadow. He could feel it, the 5th resonance, the shadow quality that had been present in every hint and echo since the shadow marches had appeared on the horizon, now immediate and direct, somewhere within the loom's dissolving structure. The fragment had been incorporated into the loom's architecture, not as a power source, exactly, but as a deep organizing element. The weavers had discovered it, had been unable to claim it. The trials were not accessible to fate manipulation practitioners, and had built around it. The fragment's shadow manipulation capability had been influencing the loom's architecture from within for decades. This was useful. A fragment that had been influencing an architecture from within would have shaped the architecture to its own properties. The trial for the fragment of shadow would be expressed through the architecture that the fragment had been embedded in, which meant the trial was happening right now, all around him, as the loom's dissolution proceeded. He navigated the dissolving fate threads and realized, with the clarity of the gravitational understanding that all things in relationship reveal themselves to each other, what the shadow trial required. Not combat, not discrimination, not patience. Presence in the absence of light. Moving through the darkness that the shadow fragment created around itself. The light-consuming quality that made shadows real rather than merely the absence of illumination. Without losing awareness of what existed in the darkness. He had been blind for most of his life. This was not a challenge. He moved through the absolute darkness at the loom's core with the void perception that had always served him better than sight, and felt the fragment waiting at the darkness's center with the same recognition he had felt from the gravitational equilibrium at the 4th dimension's center, a presence that had been waiting for its practitioner, that recognized him when he arrived. The absorption was faster than the previous ones, possibly because the fragment had been in extended contact with practitioners for decades and had developed a kind of readied state. It integrated with a clean efficiency that produced the characteristic cultivation level strain, but not the extended processing that the 4th fragment had required. 5 fragments. Shadow manipulation, stealth, shadow transit, darkness generation, shadow clones as independent agents. The 5-fragment system was not yet at the void adept threshold, but it was close enough that he could feel the next integration level waiting at the edge of his cultivation base, requiring only time and stability to reach. The shadow fragment's integration had an immediate secondary effect that he had not anticipated. His perception of the existing 4 fragments sharpened. The shadow quality enhanced the void sense's ability to perceive absence as well as presence. The gaps in the thread network, the places where threads had been cut or had never formed, the specific topology of connection that showed itself most clearly when the darkness between connections was visible rather than simply inferred. He could now see the shape of what was missing as clearly as the shape of what was there. He spent 20 minutes in the sanctum after the absorption, not moving, allowing the integration's primary phase to complete before returning to the corridor. He used that 20 minutes to examine the fate loom's remaining thread architecture from the inside. The dissolution cascade was complete. The foundational junction point he had severed 3 hours ago had propagated through the entire system, and what remained was the architectural skeleton of a fate manipulation system that had been running continuously for 3 centuries. The skeleton told him things the active system had not. The dissolutions pattern showed where the loom's designers had made the structural choices they had made, which revealed their understanding of how fate threads worked and what the loom was actually doing at the deepest level. Some of it aligned with what he already knew. Some of it was new. Specifically, the mechanism by which the loom had coordinated with the dimensional seal on the 5th fragment, using the shadow fragment's influence to extend the loom's operational range without requiring additional practitioner input. The Fate Weavers had not been using the shadow fragment's power. They had been using its presence as an infrastructure component. The fragment itself had been unavailable to them, still sealed, still guarded by the trial that fate cultivation practitioners could not access, but its dimensional neighborhood effects had been incorporated into the loom's architecture. This was sophisticated, deeply sophisticated. The people who had built the loom 3 centuries ago had understood the fragment's dimensional mechanics well enough to use the margins of its capabilities without touching the fragment directly. He would need to think carefully about what this implied about the Order's historical knowledge of the void fragments. That thinking was for later. The corridor was waiting. He emerged from the sanctum into the approach corridor, where Fun Zhao was 3 hours into holding the position and was doing so with the specific quality of someone who had found the level of sustained effort that the task required and had settled into it without reservation. The corridor behind Fun Zhao was an archaeology of the past 3 hours. The marks of engagement visible in the walls and floor, the positions of 3 contained opponents, the specific pattern of footwork that showed where Fun Zhao had spent those hours moving. He had held it alone for 40 minutes of the 3 hours when Xun Jia had been pulled to He Shan's flank coordination. "You are out," Fun Zhao said. "I am out. The loom is dissolving." He joined Fun Zhao's position. Weavered Song retreated when the loom started failing. He is somewhere in the outer ring. He glanced at Shun Wei. 5 fragments now. Yes. Are you going to tell me what that feels like? Like having 5 different senses that were previously operating independently and are now partially integrated. He turned toward the sanctum entrance. It will take several weeks before the integration stabilizes sufficiently for the new capabilities to be fully reliable. And in the meantime, I function on 4 fragment capability plus fragmentary access to the 5th. He moved toward the exit, which is sufficient for present purposes. The loom citadel was in structural dissolution around them as they moved. Not the physical structure, which remained intact, but the fate thread architecture that had made the building what it was. The weavers defending the outer ring were losing their coordination as the threads that connected their formation were dissolved. He Shan's forces were reporting on the command relay. The outer ring was collapsing. The middle ring was partially cleared. The destiny lock had been withdrawn. They moved through dissolving architecture and the sound of a military engagement reaching its conclusion, and emerged from the loom citadel into the gray morning light of the shadow marches with the shadow fragments settled into Shun Wei's meridians like a piece that had finally found its correct position, and the fate loom's centuries of accumulated fate manipulation reduced to architectural memory. What remained was the fate loom itself, the physical device, whatever its construction was, at the citadel's center. He had severed its thread encoding. The device was inert, but Luo Xian would come for it. That was the second calculation this day had produced. The Grand Weaver would not allow the loom to remain in He Shan's possession. He would come personally. Soon. "We have days," Xin Wei told He Shan, at the command post's reorganization in the citadel's outer court. "Before Luo Xian arrives to reclaim the loom. Use them to complete the occupation and secure the archive." "How many days?" "Unknown. He moves when he is ready, and he has been preparing since Yin Dowling's encounter." He paused. "But the loom's dissolution will be felt through the fate thread network across this entire region. He will feel it immediately. The decision to act will be immediate. Travel time is the only variable." He Shan fixed him with the expression of a military commander processing a timeline that was shorter than comfortable. "Then we work fast," he said. "Yes," Xin Wei said. "We all do." Behind him, in the citadel's depths, the Hollow King's voice arrived through the 5th fragment like a shift in temperature. Present, patient, unmistakably aware. "5," the voice said. Not through the dream overlay this time. Through the shadow thread network that the 5th fragment had just connected him to. "5," Xin Wei confirmed. "I am coming." The 6th fragment pulsed behind the wall ahead of him, and the wall was already beginning to collapse. Chapter 74. The aftermath of the Loom Citadel operation took 3 days. 3 days of military occupation, intelligence extraction, and the particular work that fell to Shun Wei specifically. The regional fate manipulation network that the loom had been managing for centuries needed to be addressed before the dissolution cascade reached its final state. If it simply collapsed without intervention, the fate threads that had been artificially maintained for hundreds of years would snap back to their pre-manipulation states, which would not restore the kingdoms they ran through to health, but would cause the specific kind of trauma that sudden thread shock produced in communities that had been living under sustained fate manipulation without knowing it. He spent 12 hours on thread stabilization work, moving through the regional fate thread network with the 5-fragment perception and replacing the loom's artificial maintenance with what he had learned in the 4th dimension. Influence arising from relationship rather than force. The natural thread equilibrium of the regional network, allowed to develop freely rather than being engineered, would take years to reach a stable state, but it would reach one. What he could do in 12 hours was prevent the worst of the snapback trauma. During those 12 hours, Xiao Run worked beside him. Not in the same way. Her harmonic perception operated differently from his merged fragment system, but she served as the group's early warning function during the stabilization work, identifying thread tension buildups before they reached snapback threshold and flagging them for his intervention. Her notation system, which she had been formalizing since the mountain community, proved more useful in practice than either of them had anticipated. The harmonic notation gave him a way to receive information about thread states that his own perception would have taken longer to process. They worked together without extensive communication. The efficiency of 2 practitioners whose capabilities were complementary, operating in a shared task environment they had developed during the 3 weeks of travel. Fun Zhao watched this on the 2nd afternoon and said to Shenwei during a break, "She is your student in the way that you were Elder Mu's student." "How do you mean?" "He gave you notes and told you to figure it out. You are doing the same. You set her to work on a problem and let her develop the solution." He paused. "I think she prefers it. Most practitioners prefer development to instruction, if they have the capability for it." He considered Xiao Ren's focused presence at the far edge of the stabilization work area. "She is going to surpass what I can teach within a few years." "Will that be a problem?" "Only if I have an investment in remaining ahead of her." He turned his staff. "I do not." Fun Zhao accepted this. "And after? When she surpasses you, she has her own work. Whatever the harmonic perception builds toward, the Watcher's notation about the cycle completing, Grandmother Hua's records about the practitioners who came before with the same ability. She will understand it when she reaches it." He paused. "The path continues past me. That is the correct state of things." Meanwhile, 3 days of intelligence extraction from the Loom Citadel's archive had produced results that Qin Mei and Xin Jia were integrating with the efficiency of 2 practitioners who had developed, over 3 weeks, a working division of labor that combined Xin Jia's insider knowledge of the Order's systems with Qin Mei's analytical capacity for pattern recognition across large information sets. "The 6th fragment's location is confirmed," Qin Mei reported on the 3rd day. "The Spirit Abyss access portal is in the Celestial Dominion's eastern reaches, which the Loom Citadel's records describe as Archlord Tian Su's territorial control." She paused. "And there is a reference to an individual in Tian Su's court who has been in contact with the Fate Weaver Order, a political alliance built around the Void Fragment intelligence. Tian Su has known about our progress for at least 4 months. When did the alliance begin?" "The first recorded contact is 6 months ago, before the Dreaming Spires." She paused. "Before we acquired Xinjia as a source." He processed this. 6 months ago, Archlord Tian Su of the Celestial Dominion had made contact with the Fate Weaver Order and had been receiving intelligence about the Void Fragment hunt, which meant that when they moved toward the 6th fragment's location, they would be moving into the territory of a ruler who had been preparing for their arrival for 6 months. "The 7th fragment," he said to Xinjia, "the Withering Expanse, is the access point in the Celestial Dominion's territory." She checked the archive records. "No, the Withering Expanse access point is in the Northern Wastes, outside any major power's territorial control." Then we reversed the sequence. 7th fragment before 6th. He looked at Qin Mei. "How does that change the timeline?" "The Northern Wastes access point is 3 weeks from here, compared to 6 weeks to the Celestial Dominion's eastern reaches." She paused. "But approaching the 7th fragment before the 6th means entering a dimension with described extreme entropic conditions at 5-fragment integration rather than 6. The Withering Expanse's effects are considerably more hostile at lower integration levels." "I will manage it," he said. "You always say that," Lian Yu said from the doorway. "I am always correct. Statistically, that record will not hold indefinitely." She came into the room, set down the herb kit she had been carrying, and looked at the intelligence materials spread across the table. "What am I hearing?" He told her. She listened with her full attention, which was the quality that distinguished her from practitioners who listened partially while simultaneously preparing their response. When he finished, she sat with it for a moment. "The Withering Expanse trial," she said. "The Fate Weaver archive described it. Yes, it will simulate the decay of everything I value. I will need to find the understanding that decay is not the end but the condition for renewal. And if the simulation is convincing enough to be genuinely difficult to pass." He looked at her. "I have you as an anchor. The bond thread held through the fourth dimension. It will hold through the seventh." She held his eyes for a moment. Then she turned to the herb kit. "Then I am preparing specific medicines for entropic exposure, which is something I have never done before and will need to invent." She looked up. "Which means I need 4 days rather than 3 before you go anywhere. We have 3 before Luosien arrives. Then I need you to buy a 4th through whatever means are available to someone with 5 void fragments." She said it with the calm certainty of someone stating a non-negotiable operational parameter. He bought the 4th day by doing the thing that he had been doing throughout the operation whenever the operational situation required it, using the most efficient application of his current capability to produce the most efficient result. In this case, Grand Weaver Luosien was approaching the Citadel's position. The regional thread network registered his movement. Shenwei did not attempt to conceal the group's presence or create obstacles to Luosien's arrival. Instead, he sent a thread pulse through the Fate thread network, a signal using the structural encoding the Fate Weavers used for their own communications, which he had learned from Shunjia's briefings and the archive's records. The pulse carried a message: a meeting 3 days from now at the Citadel's outer court. Neutral ground. No military forces. Heishan's troops would withdraw to the perimeter. An opportunity for the conversation Shunwei had proposed. Luosien received it. His movement slowed. Not stopped. He was still coming, but slowed, at the pace of someone who was recalculating rather than simply advancing. This gave Lianyu her 4 days. Not 5, not 6, but 4, which was what she had asked for, and which was what the 4th compound's recovery timeline required. She spent those 4 days doing 2 things simultaneously: completing the anti-entropic preparation for the Withering Expanse, and teaching Xiao Ren a specific technique that she had developed, a method of using the harmonic thread sense to detect entropic energy buildup in another practitioner's cultivation base, which would allow Xiao Ren to serve as a real-time monitor for Shunwei's physical state during and after the Withering Expanse trial. This was the kind of cross-capability development that the gravitational fragment had taught him to look for. 2 people with complementary abilities creating a combined function that neither could achieve alone. He watched this teaching happen and understood that the group was not static in what it could do. It was developing, in the way that things that were genuinely alive developed. Not because someone planned the development, but because the people involved were capable and interested and trusted each other enough to teach and be taught. 3 more fragments. 2 more dimensions. The Hollow King, and whatever Luosien decided in his slowed recalculation. And somewhere ahead, the 9th fragment, the one the outline called Annihilation, waiting in the deepest dimension for whoever arrived with the preparation to receive it. He was not there yet. He would be. He bought the 4th day and used it, and on the 5th day they moved north toward the Withering Expanse with the specific quality of people who had prepared exactly as well as they could for what they were going toward and were ready to find out if it was enough, and the Expanse, for its part, had already begun its answer. Chapter 75. Luosien arrived on the 5th day. Shenwei had known he was coming since the dawn of the 4th. The change in the thread network's quality at the large scale that he had felt on the Abyssal Peak's path had intensified as the Grand Weaver moved closer, the way that atmospheric pressure changes before a storm. Not a metaphor. A precise description of what 10,000 years of Fate thread cultivation expressed as an approaching presence in the thread network. He had used the 4th day to establish positions, complete Lian Yu's medical preparations, finish what Qin Mei and Shun Jia needed from the Citadel archive, and brief Heishan on the military situation that would develop when Luosien arrived. He will not engage militarily, Shenwei told the commander. He does not need to. He will approach the Fate loom directly, using Fate manipulation to neutralize any opposition before it can act effectively. Your forces cannot fight his thread techniques. What can they do? Hold perimeter. Maintain communication. Not surrender. He paused. And evacuate the archives. If Luosien recovers the archive, the intelligence extraction becomes less complete. Prioritize removing the physical records. And you? I will talk to him. He said it with the specific flatness that indicated this was not a casual statement. He has been managing events from a distance for months. He will want to see who he has been managing and why the management has not produced his intended outcomes. He will also want to assess whether direct elimination is still preferable to whatever alternative appears when he faces me. Heishan looked at him with the expression of a military commander who has extensive experience with people who say they will talk to opponents who have been trying to kill them and has a range of outcomes associated with that statement. And if the assessment produces elimination as the preferred outcome, then we fight. But my judgment is that he will not begin with that conclusion. He turned the staff. He is curious. I have been doing things that do not fit the patterns his 10,000 years of experience have established. Curious people want to understand before they act. That is an assessment about the psychology of someone who has maintained the cosmic tapestry for 10,000 years. It is, Shenwei agreed. Which I can make because the cosmic tapestry is a thread system and thread systems, regardless of scale, express the psychology of their maintainers in their architecture. He paused. The tapestry's architecture shows someone who needs to understand what challenges it before responding. He would not have maintained the system for 10,000 years without that quality. Heishan absorbed this, then nodded. I will have the archives moving at dawn, he said, and I will hold the perimeter. Luo Xian arrived in the mid-morning. He did not arrive dramatically. He appeared at the citadel's outer gate, alone, in the simple robes of an elderly scholar, walking with the unhurried pace of someone who is nowhere urgent to be, which was accurate, because he was precisely as powerful as someone who had nowhere urgent to be and knew it. He was old in a way that went beyond the visible markers of age. The thread network around him carried the density of 10,000 years of cultivation, a depth that Shunwei's 5-fragment perception encountered and could not find the bottom of. This was the most powerful practitioner he had ever been in proximity to, considerably more powerful than his current state. The thread quality made this assessment certain rather than estimated. He walked out to meet Luo Xian. The two of them stood in the citadel's outer court, while Heishan's forces maintained their perimeter, and the morning light fell with the equanimity that morning light maintains regardless of what happens underneath it. 5 fragments, Luo Xian said. His voice was what Shunwei had expected from the thread network's architecture. Old, precise, and carrying no more weight than it needed to make its point. I calculated 3 by now. I see I underestimated your rate. You saw Yan Dowling's engagement report, Shunwei said. I did. For fragments effectively deployed against a combined suppression formation. Impressive work. He tilted his head, a gesture that Shunwei perceived as the analog of what seeing people did when they were studying something at close range. You are younger than I expected. Everyone says that. The ones who say it are comparing your capability to their expectation of what your age should imply. The expectation is wrong. He looked at the loom citadel structure. You dissolved the loom. I severed the foundational thread. The dissolution was the system's consequence. The loom took 3 centuries to build. He said it without obvious emotion, which was more unsettling than if he had expressed anger. The regional fate network is destabilized. Years of carefully maintained destinies are now running free. Running naturally, Shenwei said. Free and natural are the same thing here. Are they? Luo Xian turned his attention back from the citadel. Let me ask you something, Void Cultivator. The fate threads I have been managing, the destinies I have been maintaining for 10,000 years. Some of them are good. People whose lives I have directed toward happiness, toward meaningful work, toward connections that would not have formed without guidance. He paused. Do they have the right to those outcomes being removed because you believe the process was wrong? It was, Shenwei acknowledged, not a foolish argument. He sat with it with the seriousness it deserved, because dismissing it without genuine engagement would not be honest. The happiness that depends on manipulation is not happiness, he said finally. It is performance. The person experiencing it does not know the basis for it. They cannot build on it or choose against it or understand what it cost to create. If the outcome is identical in immediate experience but different in the person's relationship to it, the difference is not irrelevant. He paused. You care about the people whose fates you maintain. I believe that. He paused again. The method is wrong because it removes their agency. The care does not redeem the removal. Luo Xian held a silence that extended considerably past ordinary pause. You have thought about this. I have had reason to. Most void cultivators do not bother with the argument. They simply take what they want and leave the consequences to resolve themselves. I am not interested in being the thing you were created to prevent, Shenwei said. I am interested in finding an approach that does not require either destroying the cosmic tapestry or enslaving everyone who lives under it. He looked in Luo Xian's direction with the void perception that served him better than eyes. That approach exists. You know it exists. The moderate faction within your own order has been arguing for it. The moderate faction does not understand the scale of what they are proposing, Luo Xian said. Neither do you. You understand the scale of what you have been doing, and you have convinced yourself it is necessary, and that conviction is 10,000 years old and is indistinguishable from certainty. He paused. It is not certainty. It is familiarity. Another silence. You are not what I expected either, Luo Xian said, with a quality that Shunwei received as something adjacent to appreciation. What did you expect? The Void Sovereign prophecy describes a destroyer or a savior. Those are the options the prophecy accounts for. He paused. It does not account for a practitioner who is arguing about agency and method rather than power. He turned toward the citadel again. I am going to take the loom's physical device. You have already dissolved its thread encoding, which means it is functionless as a fate manipulation system in its current state. Taking the physical device is symbolic and practical. Symbolic because the order's continuity requires visible acts of recovery, and practical because it can be re-encoded. I know, Shunwei said. Take it. Luo Xian looked at him with the specific attention of someone who has expected resistance and has not received it. You are going to let me take it. The loom's thread encoding is gone. The physical device without encoding is irrelevant to the Fate network's future state. The network is running free regardless of what happens to the device. He paused. Taking it costs me nothing and gives you something you need for your order's continuity. The continuity matters if the moderate faction is going to have time to develop the alternative approach. You are thinking several moves ahead. I am thinking about the thread network's long-term stability, which requires that the order not collapse catastrophically. It requires that it reform deliberately. He paused. You know the Weaverling faction's position. They are correct, in direction if not in full understanding. Let them develop it. Luo Xian held his silence for a long moment. 6 fragments, he said finally. When you claim the 6th, you will advance to Void Lord. At Void Lord level, your capabilities are sufficient to directly threaten my ability to maintain the cosmic tapestry against destabilization. He paused. I cannot allow that without response. Then respond, Shunwei said. But respond as someone who has heard what I said and has thought about it, rather than as someone following a 10,000-year-old protocol. He paused. The next time we meet, it will be at a different level of this conversation. I expect you to come to it having considered the alternative. Luo Xian stood in the morning light for another moment. Then he went inside the citadel to retrieve the loom's physical device, and Shunwei stood in the outer court and felt the thread network of the Shadow Marches region settling into its new free-running state with the gradual quality of something long constrained beginning to breathe. He had not won that encounter. He had not lost it either. He had begun a conversation that had not been possible before, and the conversation was the thing that needed to happen. Not victory yet, not victory before the 9th fragment, and what came after. For now, the conversation had started. The 7th fragment waited in the northern wastes, and Lian Yu had 4 days of medical preparation to deploy, and the group needed to move before Luo Xian finished with the loom device and had time to reconsider the calculation. They moved into the space where Luo Xian was already watching. Chapter 76. The road north to the northern wastes ran through terrain that became progressively more spare as it moved away from the continental divide's lush western slopes. First the scrublands of the upper plateau, then the mineral flats where little grew and the light fell with a different quality, sharper and less forgiving, as if the atmosphere itself thinned with the vegetation. Commander Heishan traveled with them for the first 3 days, his presence serving 2 functions: the continued intelligence coordination through Qin Mei's network, and the pragmatic reality that Heishan's military escort made the group's movement through his kingdom's northern reaches considerably more efficient. On the second evening, the commander sought Shunwei out at the camp's edge. What you said to him? Heishan began, then paused, constructing what he wanted to say with the care of someone who had spent 40 years choosing his words in operational contexts. About the method being wrong rather than the care. Yes. My father spent 20 years believing the Fate Weavers were simply evil, that their methods were evil because they were evil. He sat down on a stone with the particular heaviness of someone who has been carrying a thought for a long time and is finally setting it down. His approach to fighting them was moral. He was fighting evil. My approach has been military. I am fighting a threat. The difference in framing produces different tactical and strategic choices. Yes, Shunwei said. What you proposed to him, the conversation about the alternative approach, that is a third framing. You are treating the method as a separable error from the institution. He paused. That is a difficult position to maintain in the context of 30 years of damage. I know. It is the correct position regardless. The commander absorbed this. The people whose fates the loom was managing in my kingdom, the manufactured disasters, the engineered conflicts. What happens to them now? The natural state of their thread networks reasserts itself gradually. For people who have been under sustained fate manipulation, the reassertion can feel disorienting, like waking from a long sleep that directed their choices in ways they did not choose and discovering that the directing force is gone. Some of them will feel less purposeful for a while. The purpose they had was artificial, but it was still experience, and losing an organizing structure is uncomfortable even when the structure was wrong. How long until the natural state stabilizes? Years. The thread networks of entire populations rebuild equilibrium slowly. He turned the staff. It is not a good outcome in the short term. It is the correct outcome in the long term. My grandfather would have said that. Heir stood. He was the one who started actually recording the Fate Weaver's methods rather than just fighting against their effects. He looked toward the north. My granddaughter will be the one who deals with the stabilization period. Your granddaughter will be dealing with a world without a manipulated fate thread network, Shenwei said. That is a meaningfully better problem than the one your grandfather had. Heir accepted this, and they sat with the fire for a while longer in the comfortable silence of two people who have said what needed saying and are allowing it to settle. 3 days out, the commander's escort turned back toward the kingdom's southern administrative center. He clasped hands with Fun Zhao in the specific way of two military practitioners who have worked together and have each updated their assessment of the other. He bowed slightly to Shenwei. Not the formal bow of hierarchy, but the inclination of genuine respect, which Shenwei received and returned with equal precision. I will hold what we took, Heir said. Send word when you have completed the fragments. There will be work to do together after. There will be, Shenwei agreed. The group moved on alone, and the northern wastes drew closer with each day, and the atmosphere continued to thin and the light to sharpen, and Xiaorin's harmonic perception continued to catalog what it found in the thread network, and Lianyu adjusted her medical preparations daily based on the entropic energy signatures that her own thread sensitivity was beginning to detect from the withering expanse's general direction. They had 6 people now. Mei Lin had not left, despite the absence of any specific operational requirement that included her. She had, as she had said at the mountain road, decided to be present for the detail. She filled a role in the group's structure that was not defined by function alone. Her thread perception provided a cross-reference for Shun Wei's void sense, and Xiaorin's harmonic perception, a third independent source that caught things the other two missed. She also argued with Shun Wei on philosophical grounds with the focused precision of someone who had been thinking about the world's breath for 40 years and had positions on the questions it raised. The moderate Fate Weavers, she said, on the 4th day north of the Citadel's position. Weaverling's faction. If they developed the alternative approach, a thread network maintained through observation rather than manipulation, what does that look like in practice? I do not fully know yet. The architecture is something I understand in principle, but not in implementation detail. He turned the staff. The thread network as it exists naturally maintains itself through the interactions of the connected elements. The Fate Weaver's intervention improved specific outcomes for specific individuals while degrading the system's overall capacity for natural self-organization. The alternative approach would involve, at most, addressing catastrophic failures in the natural organization rather than directing outcomes. What constitutes a catastrophic failure? That is the question that requires the most careful answer. He paused, and is the question the moderate faction has not fully answered. It is easier to define what the Weavers have been doing wrong than to define precisely where intervention crosses from acceptable to unacceptable. He paused again. Though that difficulty does not mean the distinction does not exist. You are working towards something you cannot fully see yet, she said. Yes, that is the standard condition of useful work. He glanced in her direction. Is that unsatisfying? No, it is recognizable. She walked in silence for a moment. My teacher never fully saw the thing she was working toward either. She knew the direction and trusted the direction. A pause. I am learning to do the same. The northern wastes arrived at the horizon 7 days from the shadow marches, and the entropic energy that Lianyu had been detecting increased sufficiently that even Fun Zhao's non-thread sensitive perception registered it as a vague unease. The specific quality of being in proximity to a dimension where decay was the fundamental organizing principle. Lianyu distributed her anti-entropic preparations that evening, a combination of herbal treatments and thread stabilization compounds that she had spent the travel time refining. The preparations addressed 4 different mechanisms of entropic exposure, based on the Fate Weaver Archive's documentation of how the withering expanse's energy affected practitioners who approached its access rift. Take them in sequence, she said. First compound now, second at dawn, third immediately before entry, fourth as a post-exposure recovery agent. She looked at Shenwei. The 4th compound requires 12 hours to work. Do not attempt the fragment absorption until the 4th compound has run its course. That adds 12 hours to the timeline after I emerge. Yes, I am aware. She held his eyes with the precision she used when stating something that was not negotiable. 12 hours of recovery versus an unstabilized integration of the seventh fragment at compromised void thread capacity. Those are the options. He took the first compound. The access rift to the withering expanse was 2 days ahead, in a region where the ground itself had taken on the quality of something that was in the process of becoming former. Not dead, exactly, but in an advanced state of that transition. The vegetation reduced to mineral structures that had once been plants, the soil no longer carrying the thread signature of living systems. The group would hold position at the rift while he entered alone. The withering expanse was not survivable for non-void practitioners without extensive protection that they did not have time to establish. 2 days. Then the seventh dimension, and everything Grandmother Hua's decoded records had warned him it would show him. He was more prepared for it than he had been. He told himself that, and found it was true, and found that being true was not entirely comforting, because preparation for something terrible still required experiencing it, and the seventh fragment's trial did not care how prepared the practitioner was. It only cared what the practitioner chose in response to what it showed, and Xinwei was beginning to understand that Luo Xian had made the same choice 10,000 years ago and had chosen wrong. Chapter 77. The Withering Expanse Access Rift was located in a valley so advanced in entropic exposure that standing at its edge produced in Xinwei a perception he could only describe as the dimensional equivalent of being shown what everything eventually became. Not death, beyond death, into the state that came after dissolution, where the threads that had connected things loosened their structure and fell into the ambient void. He had the 4 anti-entropic compounds in sequence, including the third, Lian Yu's face as he took it carrying the quality of someone who has done everything within their capability and is now at the boundary of what capability can address. He went in. The withering expanse lived up to its description. From the first moment of entry, the dimension's fundamental entropic energy worked against his cultivation's coherence, not against his body, which held the void thread baseline more robustly than conventional cultivation energy would have, but against the organized structures within his thread channels, the fragment integration architecture, the merge perception system, the accumulated complexity of 5 aspects working together in a coordinated configuration. The entropic energy targeted complexity rather than raw power, degrading the coordination between systems rather than attacking any individual component. The subjective experience was dissolution, not pain, but a progressive simplification, the loss of the subtle integrations between fragments that had developed over months of practice, reducing toward the more basic state of each fragment operating independently. He was not losing power. He was losing the precision and elegance that integration had created. And then the simulations began. The trial of the 7th fragment did not use memory, did not present puzzles, did not demand discrimination. It simply showed him things that were true, and waited to see if the truth was something he could hold without being broken by it. Lian Yu's thread, slowly dissolving in the anti-entropic exposure that the expanse would produce if she were present. A simulation, but a precise one. Her specific thread signature rendered accurately and shown aging in real time. The thread dissolution was not metaphorical. It was the accurate physical process of what the expanse would do to someone of her cultivation level and physical condition, modeled with the dimensional trial's specific fidelity. He let the simulation run. He did not look away. He perceived the dissolution with full clarity while maintaining the analytical distance that the memory fragment had built into his practice, the ability to hold a thing at the distance necessary to understand it, without requiring that understanding to eliminate the feeling of it. Fun Zhao's thread, the void-infused sword's energy dissolving as decades of accumulated shared experience reverted to its constituent components, loyalty becoming just 2 people who had walked in the same direction for a while, the particular quality of their relationship losing the compound structure that made it irreducible and becoming reducible again. Elder Mu's thread, already thin and distant from the fate curse that Xunwei had not been able to fully sever, dissolving to nothing. The old scholar's presence in the thread network becoming the absence that death creates when someone who has mattered is no longer connected to anything that remains. Xiao Ren's harmonic notation, incompletable, the 9-year-old with the ancient perception dissolving before the notation system was finished, before whoever came after her had access to what she had been building. He held all of this. He let it be what it was, accurate renderings of possible futures, true in their logic if not necessarily in their specific inevitability. Everything dissolved eventually. The threads that connected people loosened and fell. The work was never entirely finished when the person doing it reached their own dissolution. And under all of it, the specific understanding that the fragment was offering. Dissolution was not the end of what the connections had been. The threads fell apart, yes, but threads that had carried specific energies left marks in the dimensional fabric where they had run, not memories, exactly, but the thread equivalent of riverbed scars, evidence that something had flowed through this particular path rather than some other. The structure of connection persisted as potential even after the connection's active form dissolved. Everything was temporary. Nothing was without trace. He claimed the seventh fragment in the understanding's full weight. The fragment of decay integrated with the particular quality of something that had been held for the precise context in which it could be understood, not a power claim but a completion, the seventh aspect of the void settling into the merged system not as addition but as elaboration, deepening everything the first 6 fragments had established rather than simply extending them. He emerged from the withering expanse 12 hours after entry, carrying the understanding that decay and creation were not opponents but partners, and that the thread network's natural tendency toward both was not a flaw in its design, but the design's central feature. Lian Yu was where he had known she would be, at the rift's edge, where the entropic energy was weakest, sitting in the position she had told him she would sit in, so that the bond thread could maintain its full extension while he was inside. "You are out," she said. 7 fragments, he said. She gave him the 4th compound without asking whether he would comply with the 12-hour recovery requirement, because they had already had that conversation and she trusted he had processed it. He took it. She also did something else. She took his hand and held it and said nothing else for several minutes while the compound began its work and the 7th fragment's integration settled into its preliminary configuration. Xiao Ren had been waiting at a respectful distance, her harmonic perception working to monitor his cultivation base's entropic exposure profile. The 4th compound, she reported, without being asked, simply because the information was useful, was addressing the entropic exposure in the right sequence. The deepest layer of his thread channels, which had been exposed to the most intense entropic energy during the final hour before the absorption, was showing the fastest recovery response. This was the opposite of what Lian Yu had expected based on her theoretical model. The deeper channels were protected by the 7th fragment's integration itself, Lian Yu said, examining what Xiao Ren was describing through her own thread touch. The fragment's absorption created a local counter-entropy field at the integration point, which is the deepest location in the thread channel network. She paused. That's not in the archive documentation. The Fate Weavers could not access the fragment, Shenwei said. Their knowledge of the absorption process is theoretical. They documented the external effects of the withering expanse on failed entry attempts. They did not document what successful absorption feels like from inside. Then I am building that documentation now. She was already making notes in the compact notational system she had developed over months of travel. This is useful. If anyone else attempts this dimension, the documentation will be available. He watched her work with the appreciation of a commander who had trained beside precision-minded cultivators to understand exactly how rare this combination was. A practitioner who noticed what others missed, found the pattern in the noticing, and recorded it precisely enough for others to use. Fun Zhao brought food, practical and unannounced, as was his way when the post-operation group had been operating without attention to basic maintenance. He had developed this habit in the 2nd week of their journey. The recognition that practitioners emerging from intense work needed someone to handle logistics without requiring them to redirect attention to it. He had never stated this as a role he was taking on. He had simply done it, consistently, and the group had settled around it. Captain Fei had found an overlook point from which she could monitor the approach routes while the recovery proceeded, which freed Fan Zhao from the tactical attention he would otherwise have maintained. The distribution of functions had become, over months, this precise and this natural. The 7th fragment's decay understanding settled further into its integrated position with the gradual quality of something finding its correct configuration, and the group sat together in the northern wast's austere afternoon light while Lian Yu's 4th compound did its work, and the understanding that everything eventually decayed into the condition for what came next was present in each of them in its own form, at its own depth, according to their own experience of the past months. The 2 things she had said she would say after the Loom Citadel operation, the one she had deferred because the timing was wrong, she said now. He did not report their content here, because some things are between 2 people and remain there, and the thread connecting them, after she finished speaking and he responded, had a different quality than it had before, denser, more complex, carrying a new resonance that the gravitational fragment's awareness registered as the specific state of 2 people who have established a connection that will persist after the particular moment that established it passes. Fun Zhao, who was watching from the camp's perimeter, noted the changed quality of the thread connecting them and said nothing about it to anyone, because some developments were correctly understood to need no comment, and this was one of them. But Luo Xian was watching, and he had noted it too. Chapter 78. The journey south from the northern wastes took 12 days, which felt like more because the 7th fragment's integration was ongoing throughout the travel, and the integration process had a quality that made even ordinary movement require somewhat more attention than ordinary movement usually demanded. The fragment of decay's integration was different from the previous ones. The previous fragments had each added a capability that was new, something Shunwei had not previously possessed, expanding the range of what his void cultivation could express. The 7th fragment did not add something new. It deepened everything. The integration process was less about accommodation and more about revision. The first 6 fragments reconfiguring under the 7th's influence, each one developing an additional dimension of expression that decay awareness added. The spatial fragment could now perceive the decay state of dimensional structures, the entropy accumulated in spatial folds, the wear patterns on dimensional barriers from extended use, the specific vulnerabilities in dimensional architecture that accumulated decay created. The temporal fragment's future state perception developed the ability to project decay trajectories, seeing not just where things were going, but how they were going there, in the entropic dimension. The memory fragment could now perceive the decay of memories, the way they simplified and distorted over time, which false memories used as a mechanism to avoid detection. The compound effect, across 7 fragments, was a perception depth that Shunwei was still mapping the full extent of. Shunjia traveled beside him for 2 days of the return journey and then split off toward the shadow marches, where her intelligence network had identified a contact she needed to develop in person, a moderate fate weaver who had been in discreet communication with her since before her defection and who was now, with the Loom Citadel's fall, more willing to risk open coordination. Weaverling, Shunwei asked. Adjacent to Ling's faction. Someone who knows Ling and can convey information. She paused. I will be 2 weeks behind you. I know the route. Be careful. I was trained for 15 years specifically to be careful in operations where being discovered meant death. She paused. I am aware that the training was in service of the order. The skills themselves are still functional. She looked at him with an expression that had been developing over weeks. The emerging quality of a person building a self through choices rather than receiving one through assignment. After this, when it is finished, I want to see what she left for me. In the Watcher's archive. The Watcher said when you have unmade what was made in you, he said. I have been working on it. She adjusted her travel pack. Some of what was made is architecture, the thread discipline, the formation techniques. I am not unmaking those. They are tools that can be used differently than they were trained to be used. She paused. Some of what was made is the part that believes obedience to a hierarchy is the same as having a self. I am unmaking that. She paused again. I think the Watcher was talking about the second part. I think you are right, he said. She turned and moved toward the shadow marches and the thread connecting them, which had not existed at all when he had first perceived her at the temporal gorge and had built-in complexity over every subsequent encounter. Carried the quality of someone who was in the process of becoming the person who could receive what their mother had left for them. He watched her go and turned south, and the group moved toward the celestial dominion and the spirit abyss and the 6th fragment and the confrontation with Archlord Tian Su that Qin Mei's intelligence was already positioning them to navigate as efficiently as possible. He held the 7th fragment's understanding. Everything decayed, and nothing was without trace, and the decay of one form was the condition for the formation of the next. It was not a comfortable understanding. It was an accurate one. Forward, Fen Zhao said beside him. Forward, he agreed. The 12 days south had passed through 3 distinct terrain types and 2 territorial authorities, and in each of them Shunwei had done the same thing he had been doing since the Abyssal Peaks, reading the regional thread network and noting what he found, not for immediate action, but for the larger project of understanding how the Fate Loom's dissolution was propagating through the Fate thread networks of the areas it had controlled. The answer was unevenly. Some regions showed rapid natural reorganization, places where the underlying thread connections were strong and organic enough that the removal of artificial manipulation revealed a functioning natural network that had been suppressed rather than replaced. Other regions showed what Lin Yu had predicted, the thread shock of dissolution, communities whose natural thread organization had been so thoroughly engineered away that the removal of the engineering left a gap rather than a restoration. These were the regions that needed active intervention. He could not provide it. He was moving south, and the intervention would require sustained presence and careful work over months. He made notes in the memory archive and added it to the growing list of work that would need to happen after the 9th fragment, after Luo Xian, after whatever the resolution of the cosmic tapestry's governance looked like when the sequence was complete. The list was long. That was acceptable. Long lists meant there was a great deal to do, which meant the situation was recoverable, which meant the effort was worth making. He spent 2 of the 12 evenings in intensive practice with the shadow fragment's transit capability, refining his technique with a group-sized transit. The operation would require sustaining the transit field across 6 people for 4 hours through continuous forest shadow, a precision control task that the 5th fragment's current integration level could manage, but that benefited from deliberate practice rather than being attempted at operational standard for the first time under pressure. Feng Zhao accompanied him on 2 practice transits, not because Feng Zhao's participation affected the technical result, but because the transit field's stability improved when its human contents were consistently positioned. Feng Zhao found the shadow transit experience, he reported, profoundly disorienting in a way that was distinct from the spatial fold disorientation he had experienced on the Jade Sea. Less physical and more experiential, a sense of being present in a medium that was neither the primary world nor absence of it, but something with its own specific quality. The shadow layer, Shenwei said. The dimensional substrate that shadow exists within, rather than just the absence of light. It is wet, Feng Zhao said. Not literally. Not literally, but the quality, like the air in the temporal gorge, or the particular weight of the archive's outer rooms in the dreaming spires. Places that are adjacent to dimensions have that quality. He paused. After the 9th fragment. After all of it, are you going to spend a great deal of time in the shadow layer? Some. The transit capability will be useful for the work that comes after. He paused. Less than you might think. The shadow transit is a tool. It is not a destination. What is the destination? He thought about his mother's words in the spirit abyss, the words that were waiting for him there, if the outline held, in 2 days' time. And about the thread connecting him to Lian Yu, which had developed a quality since the northern waste that was now the most complex and most stable connection in his thread network, the one that the gravitational awareness registered as the anchor to which all other things were peripheral. Somewhere with less running, he said. Eventually. Feng Zhao looked at him for a moment with the expression of a man who had been running alongside someone else's urgent trajectory for long enough to have acquired a stake in what the end of the running looked like. I'll remind you of that, he said. Please do, Shenwei said. The forest line appeared. It was, as Qin Mei's intelligence had described it, old growth, trees that had been standing for centuries, their canopy dense and interlocking, the shadows beneath them deep and continuous, and exactly the medium the shadow transit required. The thread network of the forest was its own kind of complex, the specific thread quality of ecosystems that had been in continuous development for long enough that their organization had a depth and richness that human settlement areas rarely achieved. He could feel the spirit abyss from here, through the forest floor, the access portal's dimensional resonance pressing upward through the soil, and the root systems, and the accumulated thread presence of everything that had lived and died in this forest over centuries. The 8th resonance, the soul quality, clearer now than it had been at any previous point. 2 more days. Forward, Feng Zhao said beside him. Forward, he agreed, though neither of them said what they would do if forward led nowhere. Chapter 79 Qin Mei presented the Celestial Dominion Intelligence Summary on the 9th day of the return journey, in a riverside camp that offered enough ambient white noise from the water to make the briefing genuinely private. Archlord Tian Su has known about the Void Fragment hunt for 6 months, she began. His intelligence source within the Fate Weaver Order has been feeding him Shun Wei's progress reports, fragment claims, and capability assessments with remarkable thoroughness. He knows about the 5, now 7, fragments. He knows about the group's composition and general methods. He knows about Shun Jia's defection. She paused. He does not know about the Hollow King conversation. That does not appear in the Order's intelligence reports. Because the Order does not know about it, Shun Jia had said before departing. The dream overlay operates outside conventional thread monitoring. Qin Mei continued. Tian Su's interest in the fragments is acquisitive. He wants them as weapons. His ambition is continental domination, and his military analysis concludes that a cultivator with void fragment capabilities would be an unstoppable force in conventional warfare. She paused. His current plan, based on what we extracted from the Loom Citadel's communications archive, is to allow us to enter the spirit abyss, which is within his territorial control, claim the 6th fragment, and then capture Shenwei during the post-trial recovery period, when fragment integration strain creates a vulnerability window. He has been planning this for 6 months, Feng Zhao said. He is thorough. She paused. He also has a personal military force that is, by conventional measurement, the most powerful in the Eastern continent. 40,000 cultivator soldiers, 300 elite practitioners at the thread severer level and above, and a mobile command fortress. And his personal cultivation level. Shenwei asked. Peak conventional, at the upper boundary of what thread severer level produces, enhanced by decades of intensive cultivation practice and significant resource investment. She paused. He is formidable by conventional standards. Against 7 fragments, he is a logistics problem rather than a personal threat. A logistics problem is still a problem, Fen Zhao said. 40,000 soldiers with a standing order to capture the void cultivator. That is not solvable by severing threads. No, Shenwei agreed. It requires the specific approach the outline suggests. Entering his territory without triggering the response, claiming the fragment through the spirit abyss trial, and departing before he can execute the capture operation. He paused, which requires that he not know we are there until we are already gone. He has 6 months of preparation and current intelligence, Qin Mei said. His perimeter monitoring is extensive and specifically calibrated for void thread detection. The shadow fragment, Mei Lin said. The group looked at her. Shadow transit through shadowed terrain. She gestured toward the map. The Celestial Dominion's eastern reaches, where the Spirit Abyss access portal is, are described in the archive records as Forested Highland. Forested Highland has abundant natural shadow. The 5th fragment's shadow transit capability operates through natural shadow, as well as generated shadow, yes? Yes, Shenwei said. Natural shadow is the more efficient medium. The fragment accesses the dimensional shadow layer directly, without requiring energy expenditure to generate the shadow. Forest shadow, at the depth of old-growth highland, would provide continuous transit capacity across several li without gaps. Then we do not cross his perimeter through the cultivator transit routes he has monitored, she said. We cross it through the forest's own shadow layer, which his detection systems are calibrated for void thread signatures, not for shadow layer transit signatures. Qin Mei looked at her for a moment with the expression she wore when a solution had appeared from an unexpected direction. That is functionally correct, she said, and it would require no operational preparation beyond positioning the group correctly relative to the forest line. It requires that I extend the shadow transit to cover the entire group, Shenwei said. The 5th fragment's shadow transit normally handles 1 person. Extending it to 6 requires the merged perception system's spatial integration. He paused. I can do it. The current 7 fragment stability makes it achievable. How long does the transit take? Heishan's operations officer Captain Fei, who had chosen to continue with the group after the Citadel operation, her commander's implicit permission given in the parting, asked. At shadow transit speed through continuous old-growth forest shadow, approximately 4 hours from the perimeter to the Spirit Abyss access portal. And exiting? The same route in reverse, assuming the forest shadow layer is still accessible. He paused. It will be. The forest does not change its shadow structure in response to magical operations within it. They planned it. Qin Mei built the operational details. Captain Fei contributed the military movement analysis. Fen Zhao mapped the approach and exit routes. Xiao Ren identified the forest's specific thread signature that would confirm they had reached the correct section. By the end of the camp's planning session, they had an operation. It was clean. It was achievable. And Tian Su had no idea it was coming, which was the single most important operational parameter of all. 2 days to the forest line, Qin Mei said. 2 days, Shenwei confirmed. He extended his void perception outward from the camp, through the distance, toward the spirit abyss, the 6th resonance, the soul quality, calling to the 7 fragments he carried with the particular insistence of the thing that had been longest separated from the system it belonged to. His mother had carried 2 fragments within her. She had shattered them back into their dimensional seals. He was going to find what she had learned and what she had left behind in the place where souls were visible, and the most important conversation he had never had was waiting to be completed. 2 days, then the forest, and the shadow transit, and the spirit abyss, and whatever waited at its depths. He was not afraid. He was, for the first time, something closer to ready. Fen Zhao observed this state and said nothing about it for 3 hours. Then, at the second evening's camp, he said, "You are different now. Since the spirit abyss trial. Not in the power sense. The fragment of soul's integration changes how I perceive other people," Shenwei said. "I can see the soul structure now. Not just the thread network. What the thread network serves. What a person is, at the level below choice and circumstance." He paused. "It requires adjustment. Because you can see more than people would choose to show you. Yes, the soul perception is not selective, it is complete. Everything the soul carries is visible." He turned his staff. "My mother told me, in the abyss, that she had been afraid to let anyone too close because she could see their weaknesses and strengths clearly, and the knowledge made her protective in ways that became controlling." She paused. "I am choosing to hold what I perceive differently than she held it." "How?" not as information to act on, as information to understand. He looked toward the forest line. Perceiving someone's soul is not permission to manage them. It is a responsibility to treat what you perceive with the care that genuine visibility requires. Feng Zhao absorbed this. And what do you see in mine? Loyalty that has become its own kind of cultivation, Shen Wei said. It develops by practice rather than by breakthrough, and it accumulates in swords. A pause. And other places. Feng Zhao was quiet for a moment. Is that different from what you saw before the 8th fragment? In quality, not in kind. I saw it before. I see it more completely now. He turned back toward the camp. The soul perception makes me value what is already there more clearly. Not differently, more clearly. Feng Zhao accepted this and asked nothing else, which was, Shen Wei reflected, exactly what appropriate use of the soul perception's revelation looked like in the person on the receiving end, trusting the practitioner to hold what they saw with care, without needing to know the full extent of it. What Reddy felt like, he was discovering, was not the absence of uncertainty. It was a relationship to uncertainty born of thorough preparation. The remaining unknown quantities were genuinely outside their control and have been accepted as such. He did not know precisely what waited in the spirit abyss. He did not know whether his mother's soul presence would be as the outline suggested, or something different, or absent entirely. He did not know what the fragment of soul's trial would require beyond the general category the archive had described. He knew that 7 fragments gave him the perceptual range to navigate what he encountered. He knew that the bond thread would hold through this dimension as it had held through the others. He knew that Feng Zhao would be at the portal when he emerged, regardless of how long emergence took. This was the state Grandmother Hua had described as the community's 400-year survival mechanism, not certainty about outcomes, but confidence in the distributed capability that would respond to whatever the outcome was. 2 days to the forest line, then the shadow transit, then the spirit abyss, and whatever conversation had been waiting for 800 years since his mother had stood in this dimension and had not yet met the son who would follow her there. He allocated the 2 travel days deliberately, not to rest, which he was still managing on fragments and intermittent sleep, but to deepen the 7-fragment integration to the point where the 8th edition would have a stable base. Each fragment integration required a settling period before the next absorption. He had done this correctly up to the 4th fragment, had compressed the timeline somewhat between 4 and 5, and had absorbed 6 and 7 in relatively rapid succession. The 8th would be the most significant, the Void Lord threshold, the level at which his capabilities shifted from formidable to reality warping in their scope, and the level at which Luo Xian had said he could no longer remain neutral about the existential implications of Shen Wei's continued advancement. He was about to cross a threshold that would force the Grand Weaver's hand. He thought about Luo Xian's face, or rather, what the thread signature revealed of the quality of the person carrying it. The 10,000-year practitioner who had held the cosmic tapestry together through means he had convinced himself were necessary, who had just been told his methods were wrong, who had not destroyed the person who told him this. That restraint was real. It was significant. It was the evidence that the conversation Shen Wei had started at the Citadel outer court had reached something genuine in the Grand Weaver, some awareness, however deeply buried under millennia of commitment to the current approach, that there was a question about the method worth asking. He was about to make that question considerably more urgent. The forest line appeared on the horizon as dawn came on the 2nd day, the old-growth trees visible as a dark band against the sky, enormous and deep and full of the shadow layer that the 5th fragment could access as transit medium. Ready, Feng Zhao said. Ready, Shen Wei confirmed, and meant it, in the precise way that the word deserved. He was not afraid. He was, for the first time, something closer to ready, and Luo Xian, who had been watching from the Nexus, finally began to move. Chapter 80 Tian Su's perimeter was exactly as Qin Mei's intelligence had described. 3 layers of monitoring, each calibrated for a different threat type, the outer layer void thread sensitive, the middle layer cultivation energy sensitive, the inner layer physically reinforced with cultivator patrols. The shadow transit cut through all 3 without generating a single detectable signature. They moved through the old-growth forest's deep shadow in a formation that Shen Wei maintained with the shadow fragment's transit capability extended across the group, a technical operation that required continuous attention but not the full focus of his perception, leaving him enough awareness to monitor the path ahead and the perimeter monitoring systems they were moving through. Xiao Ren's harmonic perception provided a real-time feed of the shadow layer's integrity, identifying any points where sunlight broke through the canopy and created gaps that would require rerouting. For hours of shadow transit, complete silence, each person moving in the shadow form that the fragment created around them. Not invisibility exactly, but a quality of darkness belonging that made their presence indistinguishable from the forest's own shadows. The spirit abyss access portal was at the forest's heart, where an ancient shrine complex of unknown origin had been built around a dimensional rift that had been open for longer than the records could trace. The shrine was unmaintained. The Celestial Dominion's bureaucracy had categorized it as a hazard zone and placed monitoring instruments around it, but had made no attempt to use or control the rift itself, not understanding what it was. Tian Su had understood for 6 months. He had not told his bureaucracy. Shenwei stopped at the portal's edge and read its thread structure. Different from the previous portals, not anchored to a gravitational barrier or a dimensional compression, but simply open, the membrane between dimensions at its thinnest natural point, requiring only the intention to enter to make entry possible. How long? Feng Zhao asked. Unknown. The previous soul-related trial, if the outline is accurate, is the most personally intensive of any I have yet encountered. He paused. It requires confronting every soul I have been unable to save. Feng Zhao absorbed this. And your mother is in there. Yes. Silence for a moment. Then go find her. He turned to Lianyu. She held his eyes for a moment with the full attention she brought to important things. The two things she had said after the withering expanse were present in the thread connecting them, settled there permanently. Come back, she said. He stepped through the portal. The spirit abyss received him. Souls were visible here, not as thread signatures, not as the distant perception he normally achieved through the void sense, but as direct presence, the accumulated experience of every person whose soul had passed into this dimension after death, rendered in the specific medium of soul energy rather than physical form. The dimension was vast and quiet in a way that had nothing to do with the absence of sound, but rather with the presence of something that made conventional sound irrelevant. He perceived his failures first. The trial knew what it was looking for. The practitioners he had been unable to protect in the mountain community's initial contact with Yin Dowling's advance team. 3 people, their soul signatures present in the abyss, looking at him with the specific quality of the dead who have accepted their condition and are waiting to understand its meaning. He stood with them and did not look away from what their presence represented. His power had been insufficient, or his timing had been wrong, or some combination of both. He had not saved them. They had died because of the conflict his presence had created. I know, he said. I am sorry. They did not answer. The trial did not provide conversation, only presence, but the soul signatures shifted slightly with the quality of being acknowledged. He moved on. More failures. People along the road whose connections he had perceived and had not had the capability or the context to address. The bound practitioners Zheng Bao's medicine network had damaged, some of whom the counteragent had not reached in time. The 300 names in the ledger, some of whom had been dealt with before he had found the ledger at all. He held each one. He moved through each one. He found his mother's soul at the abyss's center, where the soul energy concentration was highest and the oldest souls maintained the clearest presence. She was exactly as the fragment vision had shown her, or rather, the fragment vision had been a limited version of what she was here, where the full complexity of her soul was present rather than a thread impression of it. She regarded him with recognition that needed no introduction. You found the fragments, she said. 7, he said. Your research helped. The message in the dreaming spires. The route you took. I knew you would. She was quiet for a moment in the way of souls who exist outside the time pressure of living beings. You have people. Yes. That is the difference. She said it with the clarity of one who had examined the problem thoroughly, who had spent decades hoping it would be solved. I worked alone. That was the error. The fragments require the stabilizing connection. The Hollow King's failure showed me that. But I did not find anyone I trusted enough to be the connection, and I ran out of time before the question was resolved. She paused. You found them. They found me, he said honestly. I did not seek them. You accepted them, she said, which is its own skill. He told her about each of them, not summarizing but describing the specific qualities that had made each person present in his life a person who could serve as an anchor rather than a weight. She listened with the patience of one who had been waiting for this particular account for a very long time. When he finished, she said, You are going to the Hollow King. Yes. He cannot be reached by force. He can be reached by presence, someone willing to stay with the madness long enough that it has something to organize itself against. She paused. That is what the void isolation does. It removes the external reference points that a practitioner uses to calibrate their own state. Without external references, the calibration drifts, and the drift compounds. She looked at him. Go in as an anchor point, not to fix him, to be something stable that he can organize against while he finds what remains of himself. You understood this before you died. I understood it and could not act on it. I had no one to go with me into the fifth dimension. I had no anchor. She paused. You have 7 fragments. You have the Hollow King's own instruction. You have people who will anchor you from outside. She looked at him with the specific expression of a mother who has seen the shape of her child's work and knows it is correct. Do it as I did not have the chance to do. I will, he said. The trial registered something in that exchange, not the statement, but the quality of it. The fragment of soul resonated with the specific thing that the trial had been measuring, not strength of will, not accumulation of power, but the capacity for genuine connection with other souls, willingness to carry their weight rather than manage it from a distance. He claimed the 8th void fragment, the fragment of soul, in the full understanding of what it represented, the capacity to touch what was most deeply present in another person, to see their soul's structure and engage with it directly, to strengthen what needed strengthening, and to acknowledge what had been irreparably lost. He advanced to Void Lord. 8 fragments. The 9th waited, and Grand Weaver Luosien had just made a decision. Shenwei could feel it through the 8 fragments' combined perception. The shift in the fate thread network that indicated someone with 10,000 years of cultivation had moved from preparing to acting, and Tiansu's perimeter was registering something. Because 6 people could not transit the forest shadow layer without some trace being left, and Tiansu had been watching for 6 months, and he had people who were good at finding traces. He emerged from the spirit abyss carrying 8 fragments, and the understanding that connection was both the most vulnerable thing in existence and the most enduring. Fun Zhao was at the portal's edge, sword drawn. Tiansu's patrol found the shadow transit entry point, he said. We have approximately 20 minutes before they reach this position. Shenwei took a breath. Then we are done waiting, he said, and his 8 fragments pulsed in the forest's darkness. Spatial awareness, temporal prediction, memory clarity, gravitational understanding, shadow movement, soul perception, decay insight, creation potential, all of it organized, integrated, and pointed at the 20 minutes ahead with the full focus of a Void Lord who had spent a year becoming exactly what this moment required. Let's move. Somewhere beyond the next threshold, a 7th fragment waited, and it was not alone. Chapter 81. The Loom Citadel's destruction was not a quiet thing, even at a distance. Shenwei heard about it 3 days later through the network Qin Mei had rebuilt after the Fate Weaver infiltration. A chain of contacts running from the central districts to the western mountain passes, each passing the information in coded fragments that Qin Mei assembled into a coherent picture with the efficiency of someone who had been doing this for a long time. The Citadel's outer structure had collapsed inward, the thread loom at its center. The mechanism the Fate Weavers had used for 300 years to monitor and adjust the cultivator population's spiritual development was silent for the first time in recorded history. The moderate faction within the order was using this silence as an argument for dialogue. The hardliners were using it as evidence that Shun Wei was an existential threat requiring immediate extermination. The split had been deepening for months. It was now a fracture. How long before they resolved their internal disagreement? Shun Wei asked. Qin Mei unrolled the second document. The moderates have the better argument and the worse position. The hardliners control the enforcement mechanisms. I estimate 40 days before internal pressure forces a resolution, and the resolution will favor the hardliners because they are willing to act and the moderates are not. 40 days is enough time. It might be, she said, if you were not also managing 5 fragments simultaneously. She was correct about that. The 5 fragments, space, time, memory, gravity, shadow, had settled into a workable integration over the previous weeks, but workable was not the same as stable. Each fragment had its own resonance, its own pressure on his meridian system, its own tendency to interact with the others in ways that produced unexpected effects. The gravity fragment, absorbed most recently, still had a quality of resistance, as if it were still deciding whether to accept its new context. He had not slept well in 11 days. We need a retreat location, Lian Yu said from her position near the window. She had been quiet for most of the briefing, but she spoke now with the specific directness of someone who had been watching a problem develop and had decided to name it. Not for strategy, for cultivation. He needs time to stabilize before the next step. Qin Mei looked at Shenwei. He did not object. I know a location, Qin Mei said, after a moment. A mountain sanctuary in the northern ranges. It was used by a previous generation of void-curious cultivators, the kind who studied without attempting absorption. It has been abandoned for 60 years. The spiritual energy concentration is high, the isolation is complete, and I have not listed it in any of my operational records. How long to reach it? 4 days by threadfold transit, if he can manage the folds in his current state. The gravity fragment chose that moment to pulse with a pressure that crossed from the cultivation channels into his physical awareness. Not pain, but presence, the feeling of something large asserting that it was not yet fully settled. He can manage it, Lianyu said, before he could answer. Her thread sight was still developing, but she had learned to read the subtle indicators of his cultivation state with an accuracy that occasionally surprised him. But we go tomorrow, not today. Today he rests. She said it with enough certainty that Qin Mei wrote it down in her schedule. The shadow fragment whispered through his cultivation channels that night, as it had been doing since the absorption in the Loom Citadel. It did not speak in language. It communicated in sensation, in the impression of depth and concealment, in the feeling of being observed from a position of absolute invisibility. There was a seductive quality to it that the other fragments had not possessed. Space was neutral. Time was analytical. Memory was complex. Gravity was resistant. The shadow fragment was inviting. He observed the invitation with the awareness that invitations from absorbed void aspects were not offers, but tests. He did not accept it. He did not reject it. He held it in his attention the way he had learned to hold all difficult things, present, unresolved, waiting for a better context. In the morning, they moved toward the sanctuary, and the 5 fragments moved with him, imperfect and alive and not yet done with their settling. The 5 fragments in their hexagonal arrangement produced, he was discovering, effects that none of them had produced individually. The spatial and gravity fragments in adjacent positions created a combined field that allowed him to perceive not just the position and mass of objects, but the dynamic relationship between their positions, a kind of situational awareness that was less like sight and more like understanding. The memory and shadow fragments in their positions created an interplay that made concealment and pattern recognition work in complementary ways. What the memory fragment identified, the shadow fragment could hide. What the shadow fragment concealed from others, the memory fragment could locate. The temporal fragment, seated at the top of the hexagon, processed through all the others like a roof that determined the shape of everything beneath it. Lianyu had been observing the fragment interactions with her thread sight and had been keeping notes. She showed him the notes that evening. Careful documentation, precise in its language, organized the way she organized most things, with categories that made sense and cross-references that showed the relationships between categories. The gravity fragment is still the least integrated, she said, pointing to a notation in the 3rd section. When you use it in combination with the others, there is a fractional hesitation before it engages. The other 4 do not have this. I know. I have been working on it. You have been working on everything simultaneously. That may be part of why the gravity fragment is not settling. She looked at him with the particular attention she brought to assessments she expected him to resist. Focused work on gravity specifically for a defined period, rather than general integration maintenance. He acknowledged that this was probably correct. It was the kind of observation that was more useful coming from outside his own awareness. He had been managing the integration as a unified system because that was the most operationally efficient approach, but efficiency in the short term was not the same as stability in the long term. For hours, he said. Tomorrow morning. Gravity specifically. Good. She made a note. Now tell me what Qin Mei said about the hardliner timeline. He told her. She listened with the focused attention she brought to information that was actionable, asked 2 specific questions, and then sat in a thoughtful silence, processing implications rather than resisting conclusions. We need the 7th fragment before the hardliners deploy, she said, finally. Yes. Which means we need to know where it is. We know where it is. Decay fragment, the Withering Expanse's deep zone. The community's records confirmed the location weeks ago. He paused. The challenge is not location. It is the Loom Citadel's residual monitoring in the Expanse region. The hardliners have stationed observers there precisely because they anticipated we would need to go there. Then we need to address the observers. Yes. He looked at the cultivation notes she had made, which is a problem for after the 4 hours of gravity work. She made another note. He saw her add the word observers with an arrow pointing to a separate page where operational planning items accumulated. He recognized, fortunate in the specific way that was difficult to quantify. The soul fragment had shown him the thread between them with new clarity. What it showed him was that the fortune was not accidental. It was the accumulated result of 2 people choosing, repeatedly and over a long period, to be present with each other rather than merely present near each other. That distinction, compounded over time, produced something that looked like luck from the outside and felt, from the inside, like the most deliberate thing he had ever done. The sanctuary was quiet. The 5 fragments settled around the new awareness distributed through his connections, and the night was long and cold and full of the specific productivity of people who had decided not to waste the time they had been given, and the 5 fragments, settling toward stability, agreed. Chapter 82. The mountain sanctuary was stone and silence. It had been built into a north-facing cliff at an elevation where the air thinned enough to be noticeable, where each breath required slightly more attention than breathing usually did, which had the effect of making careless thought more difficult. The previous cultivators had understood something about the relationship between physical environment and cultivation quality. The sanctuary's architecture worked with that relationship rather than against it. They arrived at dusk on the 4th day. The threadfold transits had been manageable but demanding. Each fold required Shenwei to suppress the gravity fragment's interference, which created a competing spatial distortion that complicated the spatial fragment's work. He had made the 4 transits without incident and arrived feeling the specific type of exhaustion that came not from physical effort, but from the sustained concentration required to prevent cultivation components from counteracting each other. Lian Yu set up a workspace at the sanctuary's center, the room the previous cultivators had used for advanced practice, built with stone walls that had been carved with thread pattern records, dense and detailed, the observations of a generation of practitioners who had spent decades learning to see what he could see from birth. They knew a great deal, she said, running her fingers along one of the carved records. Her thread sight had advanced to the point where she could read some of the more basic thread pattern notations directly. They just could not go further without the fragments. Or they chose not to, he said. The records are careful. They stopped at specific points deliberately. They could see the next step and made a decision about whether to take it. She looked at him. You think they were afraid? I think they were cautious. Fear and caution look similar from the outside, but come from different places. He settled into the meditation position at the room's center. Help me hold the pattern. This had developed over the past weeks. Lian Yu's role in his cultivation stability was not passive support, but active participation. Her thread sight gave her the ability to perceive the fragment interactions in his meridian system with a resolution that matched his own internal awareness. When a fragment shifted or pressed against another in a way that required adjustment, she could see it happening from outside, which gave her the ability to warn him a fraction of a second before he felt it himself. That fraction of a second, in cultivation work involving 5 fragments simultaneously, was significant. She positioned herself across from him and extended her thread sight. He felt her perception as a presence, not intrusive but companionable, the way a steady voice was a presence without being an interruption. He began the stabilization work. The space fragment had been with him longest and was the most integrated. He could use it without deliberate attention, the way an experienced swordsman could strike without consciously commanding the motion. The time fragment was nearly as settled. The memory fragment was perfectly stable. It was, in some ways, the most aligned with his pre-cultivation perceptual style, the tendency to read patterns in complex systems. The gravity and shadow fragments were the problems. He worked on gravity first, because it was the most recent and the most actively resistant. The fragment's integration protocol was different from the others, where space, time, and memory had settled into his meridian system with a quality of acceptance. Gravity had installed itself with a quality of negotiation, as if it expected ongoing adjustment rather than a single integration event. He gave it what it seemed to want. He negotiated, adjusted the thread pathway he had opened for its energy to flow through, experimenting with different channel configurations until he found one that gravity moved through without pressure. The process took 4 hours and felt less like cultivation and more like a careful conversation with something that had opinions. When gravity settled, the relief was physical, a loosening in his cultivation channels that spread through his awareness like warmth. Better, Lian Yu said softly. He rested for 20 minutes, then turned to shadow. The shadow fragment's challenge was different. It was not resistant, it was too willing. It flowed wherever he directed it, took whatever shape he suggested, accepted whatever channel he offered. The danger was not friction but dissolution. The fragment was trying to become part of everything simultaneously rather than occupying a specific position in the integration. He spent the rest of the night teaching it boundaries. By morning, all 5 fragments had settled into what he recognized as a genuine stable configuration, not temporary suppression of friction, but actual integration, the 5 aspects occupying positions in his meridian system that supported each other rather than competing. The hexagonal shape that had been forming imperfectly for weeks resolved into clarity. He had been a void adept for months. He would not advance to void lord until he absorbed a 6th fragment. But with this integration, the foundation for that advancement was solid in a way it had not been before. Lian Yu had fallen asleep at some point during the night, still in her observation position. He covered her with his outer robe and watched her sleep for a moment with the particular quality of attention he had discovered he paid to her. Comprehensive, specific, not quite comfortable in its intensity. He went to prepare breakfast from the sanctuary's supply cache and began to think about what came next. What came next was the fragment of soul, and access to it lay in the celestial dominion, which was currently being governed by Archlord Tian Su, a name Qi Mei's intelligence had flagged 3 weeks ago, with a priority marker Shen Wei had not yet had time to address. He addressed it now, sitting in the sanctuary's kitchen with the 5 fragments settled and quiet within him, reading Qi Mei's intelligence summary in the early mountain morning, and the picture it painted was not comfortable. Archlord Tian Su was not a figure in the historical tradition that Shen Wei had grown up adjacent to. He was not a cultivator who had risen through the conventional sect hierarchies, had not studied under recognized masters, had not followed the development path that the Azure Profound sect and institutions like it existed to provide. He had built his empire through a combination of military capacity and political intelligence that operated outside the cultivation world's conventional power structures, using conventional cultivators as a resource rather than as a peer community. This made him difficult to map onto the frameworks Shen Wei had developed for understanding people who operated at high levels of power. The Fate Weavers, Yin Daoling, even Luo Xian. These were figures who understood cultivation as the primary axis of reality, who evaluated everything in terms of its relationship to the cultivation order they were part of. Tian Su evaluated cultivation the way a general evaluated a new type of weapon, in terms of what it could do for him in pursuit of objectives that had nothing to do with cultivation specifically. This was, paradoxically, both more and less predictable than the cultivation-centered figures. More predictable because his objectives were legible. He wanted territory, resources, security for his empire's future. Less predictable because the means by which he would pursue those objectives were not constrained by cultivation world norms or expectations. He would do things that a cultivation world actor would consider beyond the pale if those things served his objectives. The intelligence summary's most alarming section was the one about dimensional energy. Tian Su's advisors had correctly identified that conventional cultivation energy sources were declining, a long-term trend that the cultivation world's institutions had been managing through conservation protocols for 3 generations. Tian Su's response, dimensional extraction, was the response of someone who did not accept conservation as a valid strategy and had sufficient resources to attempt an alternative. The alternative was wrong. He now had the specific knowledge to say so in terms that any technically minded administrator would understand. The question was whether Tian Su's administrators were technically minded enough, and whether Tian Su himself was willing to receive information that contradicted a decision he had already made and invested significantly in. People who had built empires were not always good at receiving information that their decisions had been wrong. He folded the intelligence summary and set it aside. The sanctuary's kitchen was spare and clean, the kind of space that had been organized for function rather than comfort, and in the early mountain light it had a quality of clarity that matched the specific task of clear thinking about difficult problems. He began to prepare a set of notes, not a negotiating position, not yet, but the factual framework that would need to underlie any conversation with Tian Su if that conversation was to be productive. The extraction rate versus the replenishment rate. The threshold beyond which replenishment ceased to function. The alternative mechanism he had demonstrated with the machines in the Fate Weaver extraction sites. The time horizon in which these alternatives would need to be implemented to prevent irreversible deterioration. Clean information, presented without manipulation. In his experience, this was both the most effective approach to people who were genuinely capable and the approach most likely to fail with people who were not. Because genuine capability required the ability to update on new information, and the absence of that ability was the specific incapacity that separated people who had power from people who deserved it. He would find out which category Tian Su occupied when they met. He finished the notes and went to wake Lian Yu for the morning practice, carrying the quiet certainty that whatever came next would require both of them at their best, and that her best was, consistently, better than most people's best. Chapter 83. Fan Zhao did not trust Xinjia. He had not trusted her when Shen Wei had introduced her as his sister, defected from the Fate Weavers, carrying the mountain community's knowledge and a choice she had made at considerable personal cost. He had not trusted her when she had fought beside them in the Loom Citadel's corridors, moving with precision and efficiency through opposition she had trained against. He did not trust her now, walking beside her through the Eastern Territories on a scouting mission that Shen Wei had assigned with the calm certainty that they would manage. She was too competent. In his experience, people who were exactly as competent as they appeared to be, in precisely the right combination of capabilities, were either genuinely trustworthy or very good at appearing trustworthy, and the only reliable way to distinguish between the two was time, and time spent in circumstances where their choices had real consequences. The Fate Weaver remnants in the Eastern Territories provided sufficient circumstances. The ambush came at the boundary of the first territorial marker, for cultivators, threadbound, positioned with the tactical intelligence of people who had received specific information about the route Xinjia and Funjiao would take, which meant either the intelligence networks had a compromise, or someone had anticipated the route with good enough knowledge of operational patterns to make an educated calculation. Funjiao assessed this in the fraction of a second between perceiving the formation and the formation activating. Then there was no time for assessment. 2 of the 4 came for him. The other 2 went for Xinjia. This was, in his view, a reasonable allocation of opposition resources. He was a thread severer with combat experience and a modified sword technique built around thread cutting. And she was a former Fate Weaver enforcer who had spent years hunting exactly the type of opposition they were currently operating as. The 2 assigned to him were good. They had a binding technique that worked in combination, one thread caster creating a lattice structure, the second caster reinforcing it before he could cut it. It was a technique designed specifically to defeat cultivators who relied on thread severing as their primary defensive capacity. He had fought this technique before. The modification to his sword style that Shun Wei had suggested 3 months ago, during the weeks of preparation before the Loom Citadel assault, was specifically designed to address this type of combination binding. Instead of cutting the lattice at its weakest point, the approach the technique expected and had countermeasures for, he cut the connective threads between the 2 casters, disrupting the coordination mechanism. The lattice, losing its second stage reinforcement, became a static structure he could dismantle at the junctions. It took 40 seconds. He was moving toward the second pair before he had time to think about it. He did not need to. Xinjia had addressed her 2 opponents in the time it had taken him to handle his. One was unconscious, threadbound with her own binding technique in a form that would hold for approximately 6 hours. The second was sitting very still with the careful posture of someone who had just been shown exactly how quickly the situation could have gone differently and was processing that information. She looked at Funjiao when he arrived. Her expression was evaluating. "Your sword technique has been modified," she said. Shenwei noticed I was relying too much on the cut and withdraw. He suggested an alternative. He is correct about most things that relate to thread interaction. She looked at the sitting cultivator. He does not know anything useful. They were hired through a third-party broker. They know the route because the broker calculated it, not because of an intelligence compromise. Funjiao believed her assessment. He also noticed that she had gathered this information without him seeing her do it, which was a capability he filed for later consideration. They continued. The 6th fragment's location was confirmed in a report Qin Mei had forwarded 3 weeks earlier. The Spirit Abyss, a dimension accessible through a portal in the Celestial Dominion. The Celestial Dominion was currently controlled by Archlord Tian Su. Getting access to the portal required either Tian Su's cooperation or a method of entry that bypassed his knowledge. Neither option was available yet. He will not cooperate, Xinjia said, on the second evening of travel. They had made camp in a shallow ridge overlooking a valley that had been, until recently, agricultural land, and was now moving through a period of transition as the dimensional energy concentrations in the region affected traditional cultivation practices. Tian Su wants the fragments. He has wanted them for years. His interest in them predates his awareness that Shun Wei exists. You have intelligence on Tian Su? The Fate Weavers monitor everyone at that level of power. I memorized the relevant files before I left. She paused, gathering the assessment into words. He is capable and strategic and willing to accept significant casualties to achieve his objectives. He is also, in the file's assessment, fundamentally afraid of things he cannot control. Funjiao looked at the valley. Most people with significant power are. She saved his life 2 mornings later, straightforwardly, without drama, a thread binding that caught an assassin's weapon mid-flight, while Funjiao was still processing the projectile's trajectory. She did it with the economy of a professional who had done this type of work before and was not interested in discussion afterward. He thanked her. She nodded. They continued. By the time they reached the Celestial Dominion's border and confirmed the Spirit Abyss portal's location, something in his assessment of her had shifted. Not trust. Precisely. Trust required more time and more evidence. But the working relationship was cleaner than it had been, and when she proposed a return route that was more conservative than his own plan, he accepted the modification without objection. He sent Shun Wei the location report that evening, along with a note that said simply, "She keeps her word in the field." It was not a comprehensive endorsement. It was accurate, which was more useful. The operational summary Fun Zhao had prepared for Shunwei also included a section on the Spirit Abyss portal's physical context, the specific terrain features around the Celestial Dominion's secondary facility, the sightlines from the ridge positions they had used for observation, the timing of the facility's operational patterns based on 3 days of observation from concealment. Xinjia had contributed a section on the facility staff's cultivation signatures. She had spent years as a Fate Weaver enforcer learning to read thread patterns at a resolution that allowed individual identification, and the staff rotations she had observed were now documented with enough precision that Shunwei would be able to identify specific practitioners on approach, confirm positions, and time the entry for the minimum overlap window between rotations. Working with her on the documentation had been, Fun Zhao found, genuinely useful in ways that extended beyond the operational content. She approached documentation with the same precision she brought to field operation, comprehensive, specific, organized to be read by someone who was not present for the observation. This was not a common quality. Many cultivators who were excellent in the field produced documentation that was essentially useless to anyone who had not been there, because they documented their conclusions without the evidence and reasoning that had produced them. She documented reasoning. It was, he decided, a Fate Weaver training artifact. The order produced cultivators who were expected to submit reports to superiors who would evaluate the reasoning, not just accept the conclusions. The training had survived her defection intact. The facility shift change happens at 6-hour intervals, she said, reviewing the timing section of the document. But the transition period lasts approximately 14 minutes. The incoming team needs to be briefed on anything that occurred during the previous shift, which requires the outgoing team to stay until the briefing is complete. During those 14 minutes, both teams are in the central briefing area, which means the perimeter positions are empty, for 11 to 14 minutes. The variation is because the briefing duration depends on whether there is anything to report. She paused. The approach from the northern ridge, through the coverage gap at the boundary of their monitoring threadnet, takes approximately 8 minutes at a thread severer pace, less at void adept or higher. Shenwei can fold directly into the gap. Yes, and once he is through the monitoring net, the facility staff will not detect his presence unless he uses fragment abilities at a level that produces a thread energy signature above the detection threshold. She looked at Fun Zhao. Do you know what that threshold is? No. Do you? Not precisely. But I know the kind of equipment the Celestial Dominion uses, and the monitoring technology they are likely to have in a secondary facility of this size is calibrated for thread's severe level intrusion. Void Adept and above operates on a different signature frequency that their equipment may not be tuned to detect. A pause. May not. So we treat it as may. We treat it as may, she agreed. This was, he reflected, one of the more useful collaborative dynamics he had worked in. Two people with different knowledge bases pooling the knowledge without either one deferring to the other in areas where the other had more relevant expertise. She knew the Fate Weaver monitoring equipment and the Celestial Dominion's facility standards. He knew Shunwei's operational patterns and the broader strategic context that determined how much risk was acceptable in pursuit of the objective. Neither piece of knowledge was sufficient alone. Together, they produced a plan that was as good as the available information allowed. He submitted the report and received Shunwei's confirmation within the hour. Proceed as planned. They moved. And behind them, in the Celestial Dominion's secondary facility, the practitioners on shift continued their rotation, unaware that the next shift change would coincide with an approach that their monitoring equipment had not been designed to detect. Chapter 84 Xiaoren had been hearing threads for 6 weeks before she told anyone. This was not deception. It was the caution of someone who understood that unusual abilities required verification before announcement. She had seen enough cultivators claim breakthrough developments that turned out to be misinterpreted standard progression to know that personal experience of something unusual was not the same as the unusual thing having actually happened. She tested it systematically. The community's thread-sensitive members could see threads. They could perceive the general patterns of thread energy in their environment. What they could not do was hear anything. They had, over the years of community development, established quite clearly that thread perception was visual in nature, or in Shunwei's case, a kind of tactile spatial awareness mediated through his void sense. What Xiaoren was experiencing was auditory. It was not sound in the ordinary sense, not a signal that moved through air and entered her ears. It was a perception that registered in the auditory processing part of her awareness without going through the physical pathway that sound normally used. The threads produced a harmonic structure, layered and complex, that she was learning to read the way she had learned to read written characters. With initial confusion, then pattern recognition, then an accelerating facility as the patterns became familiar. The most immediately useful thing she had discovered was that Fate Weaver surveillance techniques produced a specific harmonic signature, a frequency produced by the monitoring threads they deployed, which were woven with a precision that created a consistent resonance. She could hear that frequency from approximately 1 Li in calm conditions, farther in high-threat energy environments. She had identified 3 surveillance points around the community's territory without moving more than 100 meters from her training position. When she finally reported to Elder Mu, the community's most experienced thread sensitive, who had been teaching her through the foundational thread perception exercises, his response was a silence that lasted long enough to become significant. "Show me," he said. She showed him. He watched her demonstration of the frequency location with an expression that moved through skepticism to concentration to something that was not quite wonder but was adjacent to it. "This is not in the records," he said afterward. "I know. No one in the community's history has perceived threads this way. I know that too." He looked at her for a long moment. "You should tell Shenwei." The message she sent was precise and detailed. She had learned, working with Shenwei, that he processed information most efficiently when it was presented in structured form, with clear distinctions between confirmed observations, probable inferences, and speculation. She categorized her harmonic perception under confirmed observation, her ability to locate Fate Weaver surveillance under confirmed application, her intuition that the harmonics might contain navigational information about fragment locations under speculation requiring investigation. She also included the warning at the end, because it was the most operationally urgent element. A force of approximately 300 cultivators had been assembling in the territories east of the community for the past 2 weeks. Their thread signatures, filtered through the harmonic perception, had a quality distinct from Fate Weaver patterns, sharper, more militarily organized, optimized for offense rather than monitoring. Not Fate Weavers. Something else. She had sent Shenwei the warning before she finished understanding what she was warning him about, because in her assessment, a warning delivered early with incomplete information was more useful than a warning delivered later with complete information. Shenwei's response came back in 12 hours. Understood, investigating, continue developing the harmonic perception, do not approach the Eastern Assembly. She had already decided not to approach it, but she appreciated the instruction. It told her he was taking the observation seriously. She went back to her training, and the threads around her sang their layered harmonics, and she worked at listening more carefully to what they were trying to say. The harmonic perception continued developing in ways she had not predicted. Initially, she had understood it as directional. She could locate the source of a thread signature by the direction and intensity of the harmonic it produced. This was useful but limited, essentially an enhanced version of the thread sight that the community's other sensitive members possessed. What she discovered, 3 weeks into the focused development work Elder Mu had designed for her, was that the harmonics carried information about the quality of the thread signature in addition to its location. Not all thread signatures produced the same frequency. The Fate Weaver monitoring threads produced a specific, identifiable frequency because they were constructed with a specific intent, surveillance, and that intent was encoded in their structure, producing a consistent resonance. Other thread signatures encoded other intents. She spent a week testing this with the community's thread-sensitive members. She had them perform specific cultivation exercises, connecting to a thread with the intent to strengthen it, connecting with the intent to sever it, connecting with no specific intent but with general attention, while she listened to the harmonic each connection produced. The results were consistent. Intent affected the harmonic frequency in measurable ways. Elder Mu, when she reported this, sat in silence before responding. "You are describing something the cultivation theory texts discuss in abstract terms," he said. "The idea that thread manipulation carries the intention of the practitioner as an embedded quality. The texts have always assumed this was a theoretical property, not an empirically detectable one." "It is detectable," she said. "I can hear it." "Then you are not just detecting thread signatures," he said carefully. "You are detecting the will behind the signatures." She had not thought about it in those terms. When she considered it in those terms, the implications were wider than she had been working with. She documented this understanding and sent it to Shenwei, revised from her previous report to include the qualitative dimension of the harmonic perception, the information it carried about intent rather than just location. She noted that this raised an obvious question she had not yet tested. Could she detect the intent of the Eastern Force Assembly, not just its existence? She had been told not to approach it. She had not approached it. But the assembly was within the outer range of her perception, and on the morning she sent the revised report, she spent 1 careful hour listening to the harmonics it produced from the maximum safe distance. The frequency was military, as she had categorized it before. But underneath the military frequency there was something she had not initially distinguished, a secondary harmonic, quieter, that she associated with a specific quality she had been developing the language to describe. Urgency. The assembly was operating under time pressure in a way that the Fate Weaver monitoring operations were not. The Fate Weavers moved with the patience of an institution that had been managing the same processes for centuries. The Eastern Assembly was moving against a deadline. She added this to the report. Eastern Assembly operating under imposed deadline. Source unknown, but urgency signature consistent and increasing. Shenwei's response came back in 8 hours. This is critical. Can you estimate the timeline? She sat with the question for a day before answering. The harmonic perception was not calibrated with enough precision to give a timeline in absolute terms. But she could give it in relative terms. The urgency signature was increasing at a rate that, extrapolated, would peak at approximately 3 times its current intensity within 12 to 16 days. She sent the estimate with uncertainty markers and went back to her training. And the threads sang their harmonics. And she worked at learning to hear what they were actually saying, which was more than she had understood when she started and was still less than she suspected there was to know. The threads knew things. She was learning to ask the right questions, and the questions, she was discovering, were as important as the answers. The right question opened a space that the right answer filled. The wrong question closed it before anything could enter. She began keeping a list of the questions the harmonics had made her capable of asking. The list was growing, and the Eastern Force's urgency signature had just spiked. Chapter 85 Tian Su's ambassador arrived at the Northern Sanctuary on a morning when the thread energy was high and the mountain air was clear enough that sound carried farther than usual. He was precisely what ambassadors from powerful rulers tended to be, composed, well-dressed, carrying credentials that established his authority without requiring him to assert it. He introduced himself as Envoy Bao Lin, representing the Celestial Dominion and its sovereign, and presented a sealed document with the formality of a veteran envoy who had delivered many such documents and had found that the ceremony mattered to some recipients. Shenwei received it. He did not open it immediately. The Archlord requires a response within 7 days, Bao Lin said. Tell me what it says, Shenwei said. I will read the document afterward to confirm the summary. A brief pause. This was not how document delivery ceremonies were supposed to proceed. Bao Lin adjusted. The Archlord has become aware of your cultivation achievements and your possession of multiple void fragments. He extends an offer of alliance. In exchange for surrendering the void fragments to the Celestial Dominion for study and safekeeping, you would receive full military protection, permanent citizenship with cultivator rank privileges, access to the Dominion's cultivation resources, and a position advising on dimensional affairs. And if I decline? Bao Lin was skilled enough not to hesitate. The Archlord would be compelled to prioritize the safety of continental populations by ensuring that no single individual controls access to reality-altering dimensional artifacts. Shenwei set the document on the table beside him. Commander Heishan, who had arrived at the sanctuary 2 days earlier with Qin, made to coordinate the operational response to Xiao Ren's warning, was standing in the doorway. He did not speak. He did not need to. You are not the only contact the Archlord has made, Shenwei said. I am not in a position to confirm or deny. He has contacted the Fate Weaver hardliners. The offer there was different, probably a joint operation, with the Fate Weavers providing thread network monitoring and the Celestial Dominion providing military force. The Fate Weavers would get containment of the void cultivation thread, and the Dominion would get custody of the fragments. He watched Bao Lin's composure manage itself. That is speculation, but it is consistent with what the Eastern Force Assembly suggests. Bao Lin said nothing. The silence confirmed enough. Tell the Archlord that I am not interested in being protected or studied. Tell him also that the fragments are not artifacts. They are aspects of a cultivation path, and they do not function outside the cultivation system they are part of. Anyone who attempts to extract them will discover this in an unpleasant way. He picked up the sealed document and handed it back. I will need the 7 days the offer specifies. But the answer will be no. Bao Lin left with the document and the careful composure of someone carrying information that would be difficult to deliver. Heishan came into the room. That was clean. It was necessary to be direct. He will report accurately, which is more useful than politeness. Shenwei moved to the wall where Qin Mei had pinned the operational maps. The Eastern Force will move in response. How long do we have? If the refusal triggers their existing deployment plan, Heishan said, studying the maps, somewhere between 4 and 8 days before the first contact point sea pressure. We use the time. Shenwei's fingers traced the thread lines on the map, not the printed lines, but the void thread connections he could perceive running through the geography. Qin Mei. The moderate fate weavers, the ones who want dialogue. Where are they? She looked up from her intelligence documents. Northern Sanctum. They have been holding a position there for the past month, officially for a strategic review. Send them a message. Not from me, from a third party they trust. I want to meet their senior representative within 10 days. He paused. And I want to know what they want badly enough to offer in exchange for access to the Abyss entry point. Lian Yu had been listening from the inner room. She came to the doorway. Tian Su will use Xiaorun as leverage eventually. He already knows about the community. He knows about the community, Shenwei said. He does not yet know about Xiaorun's ability. When he discovers it, yes. But that gives us time to address the more immediate problem first. He turned back to the map. 5 fragments settled and stable within him. The 6th was behind a portal in Tian Su's territory, and a war was assembling on the eastern horizon, and 40 days before the Fate Weaver hardliners resolved their internal disagreement in the wrong direction. He began to plan. With the specific quality of attention he brought to problems where multiple timelines were running simultaneously and needed to be managed without letting any one of them collapse before the others were addressed. Heishan had been waiting at the sanctuary's side entrance, which was how he expressed impatience. Not by entering, not by interrupting, but by being present at the threshold where his presence was visible without being a demand. When Shunwei acknowledged him, he came inside and placed a second set of documents on the table. The Eastern Force has been joined by a second element, he said. Qin Mei's network confirmed this morning. Approximately 80 cultivators, separate from the main assembly, positioned in the high passes north of the main force. Different thread signatures, not Celestial Dominion. Fate Weaver hardliners. The convergence he had anticipated had accelerated. How long has the northern element been there? 3 days. They arrived while the main assembly was consolidating. He paused. They are not coordinating with the Celestial Dominion forces. Separate supply chains, separate communication threads. But their positioning relative to each other suggests they are aware of each other's presence and have allocated the approach routes to avoid operational interference. Not a joint operation. Parallel operations with deconflicted approach routes. Yes. Heishan stood with the stillness of a commander who had spent a career reading situations that had more moving parts than comfortable. The deconfliction arrangement tells you something. They are not allies, but they are willing to not interfere with each other, which means each believes they can achieve their objective independently of the other, and that the other's objective, if achieved, does not eliminate the value of their own. What is the Fate Weaver hardliner objective that remains valuable even if Tian Su captures you? Shenwei held the question for a moment. They do not want to capture me. They want to end the void cultivation path entirely. If Tian Su captures me and takes custody of the fragments, that does not eliminate the cultivation path. It transfers it. The fragments are not the path. I am the path. The hardliners want something that Tian Su's operation cannot accomplish. They want you dead, Heishan said, without particular emphasis. They want the path ended, which requires killing me before I absorb the remaining fragments. He looked at the map. After the 9th fragment, killing me does not end the path. The path changes into something that cannot be ended by killing anyone. They have a timeline too. They looked at each other across the table with the specific understanding of 2 people who had both arrived at the same unpleasant arithmetic and had decided, silently, that the arithmetic was what it was. Then we are working against 2 deadlines simultaneously, Heishan said. Tian Su's military pressure and the hardliner extermination timeline. Yes. He turned back to the planning maps. And the Spirit Abyss operation is the most important thing we can do to address both, because the soul fragment advances the path and makes the hardliner objective harder to achieve, and the advancement makes the Tian Su confrontation more resolvable by demonstrating capacity that exceeds what he currently understands me to possess. Doing the thing that matters most, even though it requires trusting that the other things will hold in the meantime. Yes. He met Heishan's attention. The line will hold. Heishan made no response except the particular silence that meant he had decided to believe what he had been told and was already thinking about how to make it true, and Luo Xian, in his sanctum, was already watching them make it. Chapter 86. The first clashes were not battles. They were calibration exercises, on both sides. Tian Su's advance forces probed the western territories for response time and resistance capacity. Heishan's border units responded in exactly the way Shun Wei had recommended, measured, technically competent, leaving Tian Su's commanders with accurate data about conventional defensive capacity and no information about the void cultivation assets available. The intent was to allow Tian Su to believe he understood the situation before the situation became something else. Qin Mei's network had, by the 5th day after Bao Lin's departure, confirmed what Shun Wei had speculated. Tian Su had approached the Fate Weaver hardliners, and the hardliners had agreed to a coordination arrangement that stopped short of a formal alliance. The Fate Weavers would not commit forces directly, but would provide thread network access, real-time intelligence on troop movements, cultivation energy concentrations, and spatial fold transit signatures. This was a significant operational problem. Thread network intelligence of that resolution made conventional movement very difficult to conceal. "We cannot hide movement," Heishan said at the coordination meeting on the 6th day. "If they have thread network access at full resolution, they know where every significant force concentration is within the hour. Then we do not try to hide movement," Shenwei said. "We make everything visible. That is the opposite of operational security." "It is. But if everything is visible, the intelligence value becomes navigation rather than surprise. They know where forces are, not where they will be or what they will do when they get there." He unrolled a second map on the table. "Lianyu, the thread site training. How many of the community's thread-sensitive members can perceive thread monitoring signatures?" She had brought Elder Mu's training notes to the sanctuary. After Xiao Ren's discovery, probably 6, with focused development. Not at Xiao Ren's range, but enough to function as local sensors. "We build the sensor network," Shenwei said. "The thread-sensitive members provide real-time awareness of Fate Weaver monitoring threads in our territory. Every time a monitoring thread is identified, we know exactly what they are seeing. We use what they see to shape what they believe." Heishan looked at him for a moment. "You are using their intelligence advantage as a communication channel. If they are reading our thread signatures, they are reading what our thread signatures say." He moved markers on the map. "We tell them a story with our movements. The story we tell them is that we are consolidating defensively, pulling back, protecting core territories, avoiding the Celestial Dominion's advance. The story that is actually happening is that we are positioning for the Spirit Abyss operation." Qin Mei had been writing throughout the discussion. The moderate Fate Weavers responded to the message. Their senior representative is Weaver Ling. She agreed to the meeting. 10 days from now, in the neutral ground district of the eastern mid-tier cities. "I will go. Lianyu and Fenjiao come. Shenjia stays with Heishan. Her knowledge of hardliner operational patterns is more useful in the defense coordination than in a diplomatic meeting." He looked around the room. "Everyone understands their role in the story we are telling?" Nods from Heishan and Qin Mei. Fenjiao, leaning in the doorway, raised his cup slightly in acknowledgement. Outside, the first civilian reports of conflict damage were arriving from the border territories. Not military casualties, not yet, but the secondary effects of large force concentrations moving through agricultural districts. Displaced populations, disrupted trade routes, cultivation practitioners who had been farming and now needed to decide whether to stay or move. The scale of what was developing was becoming clear in a way it had not been when it was still a potential event. Actual people in actual situations, not operationally mapped force units. Shenwei noted this with the full weight of what it meant, and moved his planning forward, because the most direct way to reduce the harm to those people was to resolve the core situation quickly, and resolving it quickly required moving through the next steps without hesitation. The thread sensing network had confirmed 2 things by the end of the 6th day. First, the story they were telling with their movements was working. Qin Mei's analysis of what the Fate Weaver monitoring threads were recording showed a picture consistent with defensive consolidation, the cultivation assets drawing back, the military positioning tightening around core territories, the energy output of the fragment abilities reduced to the minimum level consistent with maintenance. The hardliners, reading this picture, had updated their timeline assessment. Their enforcement team's deployment had shifted from immediate to watchful. They were waiting for the consolidation to complete before striking, expecting a static target rather than a moving one. This gave them, by Shenwei's estimate, 6 additional days of operational freedom. Second, the portal activation sequence Weaver Ling had transmitted was clean. Shenjia had tested it against the Fate Weaver notational records. She had memorized and confirmed that it was the genuine activation mechanism for the Spirit Abyss portal, not a trap or a modified sequence. The moderates had kept their word. "The moderates always kept their word within the order," Shenjia said, when Shenwei acknowledged this observation. That was their problem. They maintained integrity in an institution that did not require it, which made them useful to the hardliners as a legitimizing presence, but prevented them from taking the kinds of effective unilateral actions that would have actually addressed the problems they claimed to care about. And now they are outside the institution, which means their word is worth what it has always been worth, and the hardliners no longer have them as cover. This was, he recognized, a perceptive analysis. Shenjia's understanding of the Fate Weaver Order's internal dynamics was specific and detailed in the way that came from years of participation rather than outside observation. Her defection had not been simple. She had left something she understood deeply, for reasons she had arrived at through that depth of understanding rather than through ignorance of what she was leaving. He acknowledged to himself, slower to trust her than the evidence warranted. The soul fragment's expanded awareness made this pattern visible with more clarity than he found comfortable. The places where his caution had been strategic and the places where it had been something less defensible, a preference for a simpler world where the categories held cleanly. The positioning for the Spirit Abyss approach is complete, she said. Fun Zhao and I can hold the perimeter for 12 hours minimum. Longer if the hardliner enforcement team does not arrive early. 14 hours maximum, based on the trial accounts. 14 hours, she repeated, making the adjustment. Yes, that is manageable. He believed her. He had not always believed her assessments automatically, and the shift was not lost on him. He sent confirmation to the full team that the operation would initiate in 48 hours and returned to the cultivation stabilization work that needed to happen before the Spirit Abyss's soul dimension would receive him with the openness the trial required. 48 hours. Enough time to be as ready as he was going to be, and Luo Xian, in his sanctum, had already begun to watch. He was aware of this through the soul fragment's peripheral reach, not a direct perception. The Grand Weaver was too far away and too skilled at concealment for direct perception across that distance, but an inference drawn from the pattern of Fate Weaver monitoring thread activity in the territories between their positions. The activity had changed, not increased. The monitoring threads were the same threads, in the same locations, operating at the same resolution. But their orientation had shifted. They were no longer pointed at him specifically, searching for his position. They were pointed at the region around the Spirit Abyss portal. The Grand Weaver had identified the operation before it began. This meant the 48 hours were not a planning window. They were a grace period, the time before Luo Xian decided that watching was no longer sufficient. He filed this alongside the extraction team's timeline and the extraction machine assessment and the Hollow King's broadcasting range and all the other clocks that were currently running, and he made the only adjustment available. He finished the preparation in 36 hours rather than 48, and when the window opened, there would be no second chance to walk through it. Chapter 87. The first time Shun Wei used 5 fragments in coordinated open warfare, the result was not dramatic. It was efficient, which was more useful and less satisfying to observe. The Celestial Dominion's advance had reached a specific choke point in the Western geography, a valley passage where He Shan's defensive positioning had created a stable line. Tiansu's commanders recognized the stability and brought up a siege component. Specialized cultivators trained in breaking defensive formations through sustained thread pressure rather than direct assault. The technique was slow but reliable. Given enough time, it would work. Shenwei did not give them enough time. The spatial fragment opened 3 fold points simultaneously, not transit points, but anchor points for a gravity well from the gravity fragment. The gravity wells did not injure anyone. They did make coordinated movement through the choke point extremely difficult, disrupting the siege cultivators' formation geometry and requiring them to divert attention from the thread pressure technique to managing their own physical positioning. The memory fragment, simultaneously, tracked the pattern of their reforming attempts, identifying the adjustment protocol they defaulted to when their initial formation was disrupted, because formations under disruption always default to a learned protocol, and learned protocols are readable patterns. The temporal fragment extrapolated the protocol forward by 30 seconds. He sent the prediction to He Shan via a notation system they had developed over the previous 2 weeks. He Shan's cultivators adjusted before the Celestial Dominion's siege component reached the formation state they had been adjusting toward. The effect was that the siege component spent 3 hours working at maximum effort and achieved nothing. They withdrew. The engagement cost He Shan's forces 17 cultivators injured, none killed. The Celestial Dominion's siege component withdrew with the bearing of a force that had not expected this specific type of resistance and needed to report back before their commanders could make further plans. Fun Zhao, who had watched from the secondary position, arrived at Shun Wei's side afterward. That looked like nothing. It was supposed to. The Archlord is going to send his senior cultivators next. Yes. Shun Wei used the shadow fragment to check the thread signatures of the monitoring threads active in the area, confirming what the Fate Weavers had seen. They had seen a defensive operation, a holding action, fragment abilities used for disruption rather than offense. They had not seen the tactical depth that had allowed He Shan to anticipate 3 formation shifts ahead of time. They will adjust their approach. We adjust ours. The problem with this approach was also its limitation. It could prevent losses, disrupt advances, create delays. It could not defeat a force of the Celestial Dominion's size through defensive engagement alone. There was a calculation that ran clearly when he was honest about it. The war of attrition favored Tian-Su, who had more resources to attrite. Heishan's forces could hold longer than Tian-Su expected, but eventually, without the sixth fragment and the advancement it would bring, the balance would tip. This was why reaching the soul fragment was not optional. When are you going to tell Heishan how tight the timeline actually is? Fun Zhao asked. He already knows. Shen Wei looked north, where the mountains rose toward the sanctuary. He has known since the briefing. He chose to participate anyway. And the civilians? The displaced populations have been routing through Qin Mei's network to the northern territories. The rate of displacement is faster than projected. Tian-Su's forces are moving through agricultural districts more aggressively than we anticipated. He paused. We document the decisions being made. All of them, including this one. He did not explain further. Fun Zhao, who had been traveling with him long enough to understand the way he processed costs, did not ask him to. They moved back to the command position, and the war continued with its specific quality, not glorious, not simple, consequential in ways that did not resolve cleanly into acceptable or unacceptable, and Shen Wei managed it with all 5 fragments active and the 6th waiting behind Tian-Su's border, and the clock that Qin Mei had drawn on the situation map running in the specific direction that clocks always ran. The Celestial Dominion's commanders were adjusting. The third day of engagement had produced a qualitatively different type of opposition, not the probe and assess pattern of the first 2 days, but a more sophisticated approach that suggested the senior commanders had reviewed the engagement records and identified the principle underlying his disruption tactics. They had identified that their default reorientation sequences were being used against them. The new formations had no default sequence. They operated through a signal system, responding to real-time commander direction rather than trained protocols. This was harder to predict and harder to direct, but it also required much more communication overhead between the commander and the formation members, which created a different kind of vulnerability. He shifted to targeting the communication threads rather than the formation movements. The shadow fragment could locate the specific thread frequency that commanders use to transmit real-time signals to their formation units. Once located, the shadow fragment could create interference that degraded the signal without blocking it. The formation members received the commander's direction, but with a delay and a quality distortion that made precision execution impossible. The formation still moved. It moved approximately 3 seconds later than the commander intended, in a direction that was approximately 8 degrees off the intended direction. These are small errors. In isolation, they produce small problems. In coordinated formation movement that depended on precise timing and direction alignment, small errors accumulated. 2 formations operating with 3-second delays and 8-degree divergences from their intended trajectories would, over the course of a 6-minute approach, end up in positions relative to each other that had not been planned for. The commanders would need to stop, reposition, resynchronize, and try again. Heishan's assessors, watching from the secondary position, began referring to these episodes as formation collapse. The phrase captured something accurate. The formations were not being destroyed. They were losing coherence, folding back into component parts that needed to be reassembled before they could function as a unit again. They will figure it out, Heishan said, at the end of the 3rd day. Yes, within 2 days at most. And then I address it differently. He was tired, not the physical tiredness that sleep resolved, but the specific tiredness that came from sustained intense attention, the kind that required a different quality of recovery. The important thing is that we are still here in 2 days. We will be. Heishan said it with the quiet certainty of a commander who had decided the line would hold and had organized everything in his capacity toward making that decision true. The conventional units are performing above projection. Your fragment support is reducing our casualty rate significantly. The cultivators who have been in the most exposure positions are reporting that the engagement intensity feels lower than expected for a force this size. The formation collapses are reducing effective contact time, Shen Wei said. Less time in contact means fewer opportunities for casualty production. The mathematics are favorable. A pause. For now, he acknowledged the qualification. Favorable mathematics that depended on his sustained attention were favorable only as long as his attention could be sustained. There was a ceiling to that, and it was lower than the ceiling of Tian-Su's resources. This was why the Spirit Abyss operation was not optional. Not even if the war was going well, not even if the line was holding. The war could be going very well and still be lost if the soul fragment was not absorbed before the hardliners deployed and before Tian-Su found the approach that worked against a Void Adept. but not before he addressed this third-day problem, which was already revealing something more important than its immediate tactical significance. The pattern of Tian-Su's adaptation was illuminating. Each adjustment was logical, technically competent, based on correct analysis of what had failed. What the adjustments were not doing was questioning the premise that the engagement could be won through direct tactical superiority. They were improving the tactics without reassessing the strategy. This was not a criticism. It was what most commanders did, because strategy revision required accepting that a decision already made was wrong, and most decisions at this level carried commitments that made revision costly. But it meant that Tian-Su's tactical improvements, however good, were in service of a strategic approach that was not going to succeed. At some point, Tian-Su would notice this. What happened when he noticed it would determine whether the ceasefire was possible or whether the conflict needed to escalate to a level where the cost of continuation became visible enough to produce a different kind of calculation. He addressed the third-day problem with the same approach he had used for the first 2 days, adapted for the new formation protocols, and bought another 24 hours at the cost of sustained fragment attention that was increasingly eating into the margins he needed to hold for the Spirit Abyss operation. The math was running in the direction he had expected it to run. It had not yet reached the point of forcing a choice he was not ready to make. Not yet, but the yet was narrowing with each engagement, and both sides knew it. Chapter 88 Weaver Ling was not what Shunwei had expected from a Fate Weaver moderate. He had expected the careful positioning that institutional diplomats practiced, the framing of every statement to allow retreat, the language that committed to nothing, the body posture of someone who had been trained to communicate without revealing. This was what the senior Fate Weavers he had encountered before had communicated, even the ones with genuine disagreements with order policy. Weaver Ling was direct. "The hardliners are going to get you killed," she said, at the opening of the meeting in the Neutral Ground District's private chamber. "Not because they are more powerful, they are not, at this stage, but because they will accept losses you will not. They will spend cultivators the way commanders spend soldiers in a siege. They believe you will not. They are not entirely wrong about that," Shunwei said. "I know. That is why I am here." She looked at him with the evaluating quality he had learned to recognize as the particular attention of someone deciding how much to say. "Tian-Su is a more immediate problem than you are." The hardliners disagree. They believe that controlling void cultivation is the priority. They would rather allow Tian-Su to expand his territory than allow you to expand your fragment collection. And you believe the opposite. I believe the cosmic tapestry is more destabilized by a continental empire controlling dimensional energy extraction than by a single void cultivator working toward what appears to be a coherent purpose. She folded her hands on the table. "I also believe that what you are trying to do might actually work. That is not the moderate consensus. The moderates mostly believe you are well-intentioned and will probably fail. I have a different read. Why? Because you are blind and you navigate better than any sighted cultivator I have met." She said it factually, without the weight people usually put on statements about his blindness. You developed a perceptual system that compensates for the absence of one sense by expanding all the others. The void cultivation path requires exactly this, perception through limitation rather than despite it. You have been preparing for this specific path your entire life. He was quiet for a moment. "What are you offering?" he asked. "Access to the Spirit Abyss portal. The moderate faction controls the activation mechanism. The hardliners do not know this. It has been our internal insurance policy for the past 60 years. She met his attention steadily. "In exchange, we need assurance that if Tian-Su's dimensional energy extraction is disrupting the thread network in the captured dimensions, you will use your fragment abilities to address it. Not because we are asking you to fight our battles, because the disruption is affecting every practitioner in the region, and you are currently the only cultivator capable of thread-level dimensional repair. Show me the intelligence on the disruption," Shunwei said. She produced documents. He read them through the memory fragments pattern analysis, which processed written information faster than ordinary reading. The picture was clear. Tian-Su had captured one small dimension, not in the 9 that housed the void fragments, but a peripheral dimension that had natural thread network connections to the larger cultivation world. He was draining its energy through a mechanical extraction process, and the drainage was creating propagating disruptions in the connected thread network regions. Not a crisis yet. A deteriorating situation moving in the direction of a crisis. "I will address the extraction mechanism when the operational window allows," he said. "That is not an assurance that I will prioritize it. It is a factual statement that it is within my ability to address it and that I intend to." Ling considered this. "That is less than I was hoping for. It is more accurate than a stronger assurance would be. You can rely on what I tell you in the form I tell it. An assurance I cannot keep is not an assurance. It is a debt I cannot pay. She was quiet for a moment. Then, the portal activation sequence will be transmitted to your contact through the thread network secure channel within 48 hours. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. She stood. If the soul trial in the spirit abyss is as difficult as the records suggest, you may not find the experience comfortable. I have not found any of the trials comfortable. No. She looked at him with an expression he could not fully read through void perception alone. But this one requires something the others did not. The soul fragments trial is not about strategy or perception or endurance. It is about what you carry. She left the room. Feng Zhao, who had been silent throughout the meeting in the observer position, came forward. She knows something about the trial she did not say. Yes, Shenwei agreed. But she said enough. He thought about what he carried, and the thought was not comfortable, which confirmed that Ling had been right to warn him, and they left the neutral ground district and moved back toward the operational positions, and the access activation sequence arrived in 42 hours, and the preparations began. The preparation Ling had described, the kind that mattered, was not something he could do through cultivation exercises or through the technical review of the trial accounts. He had done the technical review. He knew the structure of what was coming. What Ling had meant, he understood now, was a different kind of readiness. The readiness that came from having practiced something enough that it was available without deliberate recall. The way a swordsman's trained response was available before the conscious command to act, not because the response was automatic, but because it had been practiced into the ground layer of the practitioner. He had been practicing the thing the trial required for longer than he had known he was practicing it. Every moment he had chosen to be present with another person's experience rather than managing it from a safe, analytical distance. With Lianyu when she had been afraid, with Xiao Rin when she had been confused, with He Shan when the decisions were heavy, with Shun Jia when the defection cost was visible through the competence she maintained. Those had been practiced for what the trial would require. He had not known that at the time. He had simply been trying to be better at the most important things. You are thinking, Lianyu said, from across the preparation space. She was organizing the supply cache for the post-trial recovery period, moving efficiently through the items with the focused attention she brought to any task she had decided to do well. Yes. About the trial? About the preparation for it. He paused. About whether it is the right kind. She stopped organizing and looked at him. What is the right kind? Having received enough real experience that the trial's requirement for receiving is already practiced. He held this. I think it is. But there is no way to know before going in. She came to sit beside him. Tell me what you are most uncertain about. This was a specific request, not general reassurance, not an invitation to talk generally about the difficulty, but a precise ask for the location of the uncertainty. It was how she engaged with problems he brought to her, not to resolve them, but to understand them with him. Whether I can hold the receiving without retreating when what I receive is very bad, he said. The trial accounts describe practitioners retreating into observation at specific points, not through cowardice, but because the content of specific encounters was severe enough that the trained protective response activated without the practitioner choosing it. And you are wondering whether you have enough control over that response. Yes. She considered this. You held the encounter with Feng Zhao's account of the city of Hollow Reach. You held the meeting with Grandmother Hua about her brother. You held, she stopped, the night after the Loom Citadel, when the operational costs became clear. You held that fully and did not retreat. He remembered that night. He had not called it practice at the time. That is what I mean, she said. You have been practicing this. The question is whether you know it. He held her assessment with the soul fragments awareness active and found, at the center of the uncertainty, a smaller true thing. He had been practicing this, and the practice had changed something. Not eliminated the response. The protective retreat was still present, wired in through decades of cultivation training, but weakened its automatic authority, the way a practiced swordsman weakened the flinch reflex without eliminating it. Weaken might be enough. Yes, he said. I think I know it. She went back to organizing. He went back to preparing. The portal activation sequence waited in his memory, and in 42 hours, it would open the door to the most important trial he had yet faced, and the door was waiting for exactly who he had become. Chapter 89 The Spirit Abyss was a dimension where souls were visible. He had understood this intellectually from the Fate Weaver records. Understanding it intellectually was not the same as entering a space where the ambient visibility included the energetic signatures of consciousness, where every soul within his void perception radius was present as a specific, individual structure, layered and complex, utterly unlike the thread patterns of physical matter or cultivation energy. He perceived them the way he perceived everything, through void sense, through the threads that connected all things, through the resonance between his fragments and the dimension's organizing principle. But the soul fragment's resonance in this dimension was immediate and overwhelming in a way the other fragment trials had not prepared him for, not because the fragment was reaching for integration, but because the dimension itself was reaching toward him. He had absorbed 5 fragments. Their combined field created a gravitational effect in the soul dimension. Souls near him were drawn toward his void presence, not moving physically but orienting, the way iron filings orient toward a magnetic field. This was, immediately, a problem. The souls in the spirit abyss were not inhabitants. They were. He worked through the perception with the memory fragment's analytical patience. They were the residual consciousness structures of practitioners who had been significantly connected to void cultivation over their lifetimes. Not void cultivators specifically. Anyone whose cultivation path had involved deep enough engagement with the thread network that their soul had developed a structural connection to it. When they died, that connection persisted as a gravitational anchor, preventing the soul's natural dissolution into the ambient spiritual energy of the mortal world. The spirit abyss was where they remained. They were not suffering, exactly, but they were aware, and they had been aware for varying lengths of time, and some of them had been aware for a very long time. The trial began when the dimension recognized his void presence. It did not announce itself. One moment he was perceiving the surrounding souls. The next, the nearest soul had oriented fully toward him and was moving closer with the specific intention of one who had something to say. He did not retreat. He let it come. The first soul was a cultivator who had died young. The age embedded in the soul structure suggested 18 or 19. During what his void perception read as a violent dimensional event, some kind of catastrophic thread network disruption. The soul carried the memory of that moment in its structure, preserved with the fidelity of something deeply imprinted. It reached him and communicated not in language, but in impression, the last moment before the catastrophic event, the choice that had been made, the cost that had been paid. He received it fully. This was the trial, not combat, not endurance, not navigation. Receiving, being present with what each soul carried without retreating from it, without managing the distance, without the cultivator's habitual practice of maintaining a protective separation between oneself and the experiences of others. He had grown very good at that distance. It had made him an effective leader, an effective strategist, a cultivator who could make necessary decisions without being paralyzed by their weight. The trial was asking him to set it down. He did not set it down willingly. He set it down because the trial, in whatever way a fragment's trial operated, made the choice clear. Receive what these souls were carrying, fully and without retreat, or the soul fragment would not respond to him. The fragment was not at the center of the trial's challenge space. He had felt it from the moment of entry, waiting in the abyss's deepest part. But he could not move toward it until he had moved through the souls between him and it. He spent 11 hours in the spirit abyss's approaches. Each soul carried something different, a grief, a loss, a cost paid, a choice made. Some were clear in their content. Others were complex enough that the memory fragment needed sustained attention to parse what it was receiving. Some were old enough that the communication was degraded, arriving in impressions too fragmentary to be fully assembled. He received them, all of them, without retreat. By the 6th hour, he had stopped distinguishing between what was his experience and what was received experience. They were both present, both real, both part of the same awareness that was moving through the spirit abyss with its void perception open and its capacity for distance set aside. In the 10th hour, a soul he knew oriented toward him from the depths. He knew it before it reached him. The thread structure was familiar, recognizable through a connection that was not cultivation but something older, and the recognition arrived with a grief that was not received experience, but his own. His mother. He stopped moving and waited for her to reach him. And the weight of what he carried finally, fully, came to rest where it had been waiting since the day he had understood what she had done and why. He did not move immediately. The soul thread connection that had oriented him toward his mother's soul was a gravity of its own, distinct from the gravity fragment's dimensional physics, something older, more fundamental, rooted in a layer of existence that his void cultivation had been approaching asymptotically from the outside. The trial's final requirement was here, in this moment, not to move toward the fragment, but to be present with what the connection to his mother's soul was offering before moving anywhere else. The Fate Weaver accounts he had studied with Lian Yu had described this as the most common point of failure. Practitioners who, having successfully received 11 hours of stranger souls, allowed their attention to narrow when they reached someone known, protective instinct overriding the practiced receptivity at the last threshold. He held the connection open and received fully. What she gave him was not a recitation of facts or the transfer of cultivation knowledge. Those would come in the moment of direct contact. What she gave him first, across the soul thread from the abyss's depth, was herself. The specific texture of who she was after 400 years of this particular form of existence. The way long residence in a soul dimension changed a consciousness without diminishing it. The quality of a person who had accepted what they could not change and had spent the unchangeable time becoming more fully themselves rather than less. She had been afraid when she had made the choice. He received this not as an intellectual fact, but as the experience of it. The fear, specific and located, present in the moment of the decision alongside the decision itself, not overriding it, but not absent from it either. Fear and choice coexisting, which was what courage meant when the word was used accurately. He had not been afraid when he had made comparable choices. He had been analytical, strategic, focused on outcomes. He received the awareness that this was not better or worse than his mother's experience. It was different, and both were real, and neither was the truth about what courage was, only instances of it. The soul thread deepened as he received this. The connection that had been present in his void sense since the beginning, that persistent background resonance he had learned to identify as his mother's presence in the abyss, transformed from a thread into something wider, more present, a relationship rather than a connection. She was aware of him fully across it. He was aware of her. After some time, he could not have said how long, because the abyss did not hold time the way physical dimensions held it. She shifted the communication toward the knowledge she had preserved. The cultivation records, the integration protocols, the theory about the ninth fragment, and what it meant. This was what he had come for, practically speaking. But the part that came before had been what made the practical part possible. He received the knowledge with the same open quality he had maintained through the 11-hour approach. And what he discovered was that knowledge received this way had a different character than knowledge acquired through study or analysis. It arrived with its context intact. Not just the information, but the experience of understanding it. The moment when a pattern became clear, the quality of arriving at a conclusion rather than merely encountering one. His mother had been a formidable cultivator, more formidable than the records available to him had suggested, because the records had been compiled by people who had seen only the outside. He stayed until she indicated, through the soul thread, that she had given everything she could give from the abyss. Then he moved toward the depth, where the soul fragment waited with the patient insistence of something that had been waiting and was now ready to be found. And what it would ask of him was already pressing against the edges of what he knew. Chapter 90. Her soul was larger than he had expected. He had carried an image of her from the community records and the fragments of memory that Elder Mu had been able to reconstruct. A woman who had hidden her void cultivation from the fate weavers for years, who had shattered the two fragments she carried back into their dimensional seals rather than allow them to be captured, who had hidden her children among mortals and died with the knowledge that they would survive. The soul structure he perceived now was more than that history. It contained what the history had simplified: the years of sustained effort, the daily choices made inside an impossible situation, the weight of being the last void cultivator of her generation in a world that was actively hunting her. She was not diminished by the abyss. Some of the souls he had encountered in the previous hours had been worn thin by their long residence, the edges of their structure fraying from the accumulating weight of sustained awareness without forward motion. His mother's soul was whole, not unchanged, but intact. The abyss had not eroded her. She had been here long enough to have adapted, to have found a relationship to the residence that did not consume her. She communicated without language, the way all souls in the abyss communicated, through direct soul thread transfer, impression and knowledge and experience flowing through the connection between them. He received what she had to give, the full picture of what she had known, the void cultivation path in more detail than any record he had encountered, the fragment integration protocols she had developed and then been forced to abandon when she shattered her own fragments, the theory she had been developing about the ninth fragment, annihilation, and why she believed it was not the end of the path, but the path's transformation into something the available vocabulary did not have a name for. The practical knowledge of the soul fragments integration protocol, which she had studied before absorbing her own. And what was not knowledge? What she had felt in the years of choosing this path. What she had felt the day she made the decision that led to the abyss. What she wanted him to know about those years that was not information but experience. The texture of a life lived at the intersection of love and danger, and the specific loneliness of carrying a purpose that no one else could fully understand. He received it all. He did not retreat. When the transfer was complete, she held the connection for a moment longer, and communicated something that was not information and not experience, but something older than either, the particular quality of a soul that has made peace with its situation and wants another soul it loves to understand the peace. She could not leave the abyss. The thread connection that held her here was the same one that had held her to void cultivation, a structural anchor that would not release until the void cultivation path was completed by someone who carried it forward. He understood, without needing to be told, that he was that someone. "I will complete it," he said. Speaking aloud in the spirit abyss produced a sound that propagated differently than sound in the physical world, slower, with more presence, as if the air itself was more interested. "Not because you are here, because it needs to be completed." She communicated something that was recognition and warmth and a quality he did not have a precise word for. The feeling of being seen by someone who has always seen you, in the specific sense of seeing rather than observation. He remained for a little longer than was strictly necessary. Then he moved toward the abyss's center, carrying what she had given him and what he had already been carrying and the newly completed knowledge of what the path required. And the soul fragment pulsed from the depths with a frequency that matched the resonance his mother had described in the theoretical notes she had passed him. He was ready. He would not be comfortable. That was not the same thing. He moved through the abyss's deepest layer with the soul thread connection to his mother still active. She remained in her position in the upper reaches, but the thread was open, which meant he was not making this final approach alone. He had not made any part of the trial alone, he realized. The soul fragment's distributed nature had been reaching through his connections throughout the approach, even before he had reached the fragment itself. The thread connections to Lian Yu, to Fun Zhao, to Xin Jia at the perimeter, to Xiao Run in the northern territories, to He Shan at the command position. All of them present at the edges of his awareness, not intrusive but present, the quality of people held in connection even across significant distance. The trial had asked whether he could receive without retreat. What it had not said explicitly, but what became clear in the abyss's deepest layer, was that the receiving was easier when the receiver was not isolated. His mother had received her trial alone. Kai Ren had received his alone. He had received his with the distributed soul thread network active, and the difference was not that it was easier to receive. The content of the receiving was what it was, but that the weight of what was received was distributed rather than concentrated. The soul fragment occupied a position in the deepest layer that was visible to his void perception as a specific absence, not the absence of something that had been there, but the absence that was itself a kind of shape. The way the space a word occupies in silence is a kind of presence. He moved toward it with the full awareness of what receiving it would mean, all 6 fragments active, his mother's knowledge present in his cultivation awareness alongside his own learning. The fragment reached for him at the threshold. He received it without retreat. The integration was immediate, not because it was simple, but because the trial had already done the preparation that integration required. The soul fragment found the distributed network that his connections had created and settled into it with the specific rightness of something that had found the position it was designed for. He was Void Lord. The 6 fragments arranged themselves in the hexagonal pattern his mother's notes had predicted, and the soul fragment's distribution through the network completed the geometry, making all 6 more coherent than any of them had been before. The hexagon did not just connect 6 aspects of reality. It held the connection itself as an aspect, the web as important as any of its nodes. He came back up through the abyss carrying everything. The knowledge, the weight of the receiving, his mother's presence in the connection she could not leave, the awareness of what the path had cost everyone who had walked it before him. He came out of the depth and found Fun Zhao waiting. Fun Zhao was very good at waiting. He had the specific relationship to inactivity that practitioners who had spent years in surveillance and reconnaissance developed, where waiting was not the absence of action, but a form of action that required its own quality of sustained attention. He had been standing in the perimeter position for 11 hours and 40 minutes, and was, visibly, exactly as ready as he had been at the beginning. He looked at Shun Wei with the specific assessment he brought to situations where he was deciding what the situation was before deciding what to do about it. Xin Jia held the perimeter, he said. The hardliner advance team sent a probe at the 7-hour mark. They identified the portal location, but not the entry point. We let them observe long enough to see that the portal was closed, then closed the spatial fold that had been giving them line of sight. They withdrew, but they will have filed a location report. The hardliner enforcement team knows where we are. Estimated time before the enforcement team arrives: 4 days at standard deployment pace. 3 if they push. A pause. We should not be here in 3 days. We will not be. He looked at Xin Jia, who had come to the edge of the perimeter at the confirmation of his emergence. She carried the composure of a practitioner who had been in a difficult position for a long time and had made peace with it without needing to comment on the difficulty. Your assessment? The probe team was competent. They will have reported the soul fragment absorption. The dimensional energy signature was significant enough to read, even through the portal boundary. She paused. The hardliners now know you are Void Lord. Yes. Their timeline will compress. Yes. He looked back toward the portal, which had sealed behind him when he emerged. Inside, his mother's soul held its position in the abyss's upper reaches, permanent now through the thread connection the soul fragment had established, and the weight of everything the trial had asked him to carry was present and real and not going anywhere. This was what the trial had been preparing him for, not the soul fragment's tactical capabilities. The willingness to carry what the path required to be carried, without setting it down in the moments when carrying it was inconvenient. He had it. He would continue to have it. Then we move quickly, he said, and behind them, the Fate Weaver strike force had already reduced its timeline from 4 days to 3. Chapter 91. The soul fragment's integration was the most difficult of the 6. Not because the trial was harder. He had done the trial's work in the approach, receiving the 11 hours of soul communications without retreat. The integration itself was the hard part. The soul fragment did not operate on the same layer of existence as the other 5. Space, time, memory, gravity, and shadow were all aspects of the physical and dimensional world. They could be understood in structural terms, mapped as thread patterns, analyzed through the frameworks his void perception had been developing. The soul fragment was an aspect of consciousness. Consciousness resisted the same analysis. His mother's integration notes had described this. The soul fragment does not settle into the meridian system the way the others do. It settles into the relationship between the self and everything else. It cannot be held inside the practitioner because it is not a property of the practitioner. It is a property of the practitioner's connection to other souls. He worked with this rather than against it. Instead of creating an internal integration channel the way he had done with the other fragments, he let the soul fragment extend outward through the thread connections he maintained with his companions, with the community members whose threads he had cultivated over months of working with them, with the souls he had encountered in the abyss. The fragment settled into those connections, into the web rather than the center. The advancement happened quietly. There was no dramatic moment, no physical manifestation, no light or sound. He was a Void Lord, and then he was aware that he was a Void Lord, which was the closest thing to a moment there was. The 6 fragments arranged themselves in his cultivation system as a hexagonal pattern. The spatial framework his mother's notes had predicted, each fragment occupying one position in a geometry that was stable precisely because the fragments could now support each other rather than competing. The soul fragment, distributed through his external connections rather than concentrated internally, provided the connective tissue that kept the hexagonal structure coherent. He perceived the change in his void sense immediately. Everything was more present. This was the only way he could describe it. The threads he perceived were not more numerous or more detailed. The resolution of his perception had not dramatically increased, but they were present in a way they had not been before. Not just visible, but felt. Each thread connected to something on both ends, and the something on both ends was not an abstract concept, but a specific reality he could hold in his awareness. He came out of the deep abyss and found Fun Zhao and Shun Jia waiting at the portal boundary. They had entered the dimension to support the operation, but had been held back from the trial space, which the soul fragment's territory closed to non-fragment-bearing cultivators. Fun Zhao looked at him. "You look different," he said. "The fragment," Shun Wei said. "Not just the fragment." Fun Zhao paused. "You found someone in there." "Yes." He did not elaborate. The fragment's distributed structure meant that his connection to his mother, or to the soul that was her, preserved in the abyss, was now a permanent structural feature of his cultivation system. She was not present the way living people were present, but she was not absent. He would work out what to do with this understanding over time. For now, there were more immediate concerns. "The war," he said. Xin Jia, who had been reviewing the transit reports during his absence, looked up. "Escalated. Tian Su deployed dimensional extraction machinery on the Western Front 40 hours ago. Heishan's forces are managing, but the civilian displacement rate has accelerated." "And the hardliners?" "Moving." Her expression was precise and neutral. Their resolution came through. The hardliners won the internal vote. Full extermination order. He had estimated 40 days. It had been 29. 6 fragments active within him. A 7th to find. An 8th, a 9th. A war escalating on 2 fronts. His mother in the abyss behind him, steady and present through the thread connection the soul fragment had made permanent. He opened a spatial fold toward the Western Front. "Let's bring this to Tian Su," he said, and the question of what that meant hung in the transit air, charged and unresolved, before the fold closed around them. The fold deposited them in the valley above Heishan's main defensive line, a position with a clear perception line across the engagement zone and high enough ground to give his void sense maximum range. He spent 60 seconds doing nothing except perceiving. The 6 fragments, now in the hexagonal pattern, changed how he perceived the battlefield. The soul fragments distributed awareness registered across the hundreds of cultivators visible to his void sense, the quality of what each person was carrying. The specific mixture of discipline and fear in Heishan's frontline units, the controlled aggression of the Celestial Dominion strike formations, the calculated patience of the commanders on both sides who understood the engagement as a resource management problem rather than a fight. All of these people, with their specific histories and their specific stakes, present in the field that would determine what the next years of the world they lived in looked like. He perceived this with the soul fragment's full awareness active and did not allow the perception to paralyze him. It was information. The correct response to information was to use it. The dimensional extraction machines were his immediate priority. Weaver Ling had asked for them, and the promise had been made, and the expanded perception confirmed that the thread network in the extraction zones was under ongoing pressure that needed to be addressed before the deterioration became self-reinforcing. He folded to the nearest extraction machine cluster with Feng Zhao providing perimeter cover, and the work he had committed to doing with Tian Su in mind began. The machines were the same design as Qin Mei's documentation had described, and the adjustment he had developed for the earlier models applied here with modifications for the Celestial Dominion's engineering specifications. He worked through 6 machines in the first cluster, paused, checked the thread network response, confirmed the stabilization effect was present and propagating. The 7th machine had a different configuration. The extraction core had been redesigned, probably in response to whatever technical feedback had come from the earlier machines. He spent 15 minutes analyzing the redesigned core before adapting the approach. The soul fragment contributed something unexpected to this analysis. It identified the designer's intent in the machine's construction with the same clarity that it identified intent in living cultivators. The redesigned core had been built by someone who understood that the original design had a vulnerability and had tried to close it. Understanding the designer's thinking made the vulnerability in the new design visible. Not the same vulnerability, but the same structural approach that had created the original one, applied to a different component. He adjusted the new design using the designer's own logic turned sideways. All 12 machines in the first cluster adjusted. The ambient energy in the surrounding area registered the change within 20 minutes. Qin Mei's sensors confirmed the stabilization signal. The Archlord's logistics commanders will notice within 3 to 4 days, Shun Jia said, from the perimeter position where she had been monitoring the Celestial Dominion's thread communications. 3 to 4 days is enough time to address the second cluster. He moved to the fold transit position. We complete the machine adjustments before the confrontation with Tian Su. When he comes, I want the extraction problem to be already resolved, so the conversation can be about what comes next rather than what has already been done. You are giving him the solution before he knows he needs it, Feng Zhao said. I am giving the solution to the people living in the extraction zones, Shenwei said. Tian Su is incidental. He folded toward the second cluster, and the work continued, and the war shifted slightly on its axis as the thread network began to breathe more freely in the places it had been held still, and Tian Su's collection facility had just discovered the machines were running on synthetic energy. Chapter 92. The dimensional extraction machines were larger than Qin Mei's intelligence had suggested. They were assembled constructs, not the kind of artifact that required a craftmaster's decade of work, but the kind that a sufficiently resourced military could produce in quantity given the right specifications. Each machine was approximately 4 meters tall, built around a core resonator that generated a thread disruption field. The field prevented dimensional energy from moving naturally through the area. It created a local stasis. And into that stasis the machine inserted a siphon mechanism that pulled the locked energy into storage containers for transport. The process was extractive in the literal sense. It was not using dimensional energy, it was removing it, permanently, from the dimensional layer it had existed in. What this meant for the cultivation environment in those areas was deterioration. Not catastrophic immediately. The thread network was self-repairing over time, and the extraction rate was slower than the natural replenishment rate in moderate concentration areas. But in the areas where Tian Su had deployed the largest concentrations of machines, the extraction rate was exceeding replenishment. The threads in those areas were thinning. Shenwei grasped this through the expanded awareness the soul fragment provided. Not just a structural view of the thread network, but an experiential one. He could feel what the thinning meant for the cultivation practitioners in those areas. Reduced spiritual energy availability, difficulty with advanced techniques, the specific anxiety of cultivators who were accustomed to a certain ambient environment and were discovering it had changed. He addressed the machines in the order of their impact severity. This was not a combat operation. He did not destroy the machines. Destroying them would have released the extracted energy uncontrollably, which would have caused the kind of disruption Weaverling's documentation had described as moderately catastrophic. Instead, he used the memory fragment to analyze each machine's extraction protocol and then used a combination of the spatial fragment and the gravity fragment to adjust the siphon mechanism's physical orientation, a subtle change that caused the siphon to draw from a spatial pocket he created adjacent to the dimensional layer rather than from the layer itself. The machines continued operating. They continued filling their storage containers. The storage containers now contained synthetic energy from spatial pockets rather than extracted thread network energy. The thread network in the affected areas began to stabilize. Tiansu's commanders would not notice immediately. The machine's operational metrics would not show a difference. But when the storage containers reached their collection facility and the energy was assayed, someone would discover that the material was not thread network energy. This would take between 3 and 6 days. He had used those days before. Commander Heishan found him in the field after the third machine adjustment. The cultivators in the third-tier eastern sector are reporting that the ambient thread energy has stabilized. The extraction machines are no longer functioning as designed. Heishan looked at him with the expression of a field partner who had worked with him long enough to wait for the complete explanation rather than asking questions. 3 to 6 days before Tiansu's collection facility identifies the problem, Shenwei said. After that, he will send technicians to inspect the machines. After the inspection, he will understand what happened. He will then have a choice. Try to reverse the adjustment or accept that the machines are non-functional against a Void Lord. And then he comes to the battlefield himself. He turned toward the frontline position, which is when this phase of the conflict becomes something other than what it has been. The soul fragment provided a clarity he had not had before. He could perceive, through the thread connections to his allies, the quality of what each person was carrying. Heishan was carrying operational confidence and strategic concern in roughly equal measure. The confidence of a commander who had been holding a difficult line successfully, the concern of someone who understood the scope of what was coming. Lianyu, far to the north at the sanctuary, carried something quieter, the focused attention of someone working on a specific problem with care. He sent her a thread pulse along their connection. I am well. The fragment is integrated. The response came back in her characteristic thread signature. I know. I could feel it from here. He had not known that was possible. The fragment had expanded what they could communicate through their thread connection to include things he had not anticipated. He would need to think carefully about all the things he had not anticipated. The soul fragment's most immediately operationally useful property was not the expanded awareness or the distributed network or the soul attack capability the outline described. It was something simpler. It made the 6-fragment integration feel natural rather than maintained. Before the soul fragment, the hexagonal pattern had been something he was holding in configuration through sustained attention. The fragments were integrated but required ongoing management. He was aware of them continuously, tracking their interactions, adjusting for the friction points that still occasionally developed between gravity and shadow, between time and memory. The attention requirement was not large, but it was constant, which meant it was always present as a partial cost on the attention he had available for other things. After the soul fragment, the hexagon held itself. Not without his involvement. The fragment's web of connections was the mechanism, and maintaining the network required maintaining the connections to the people it was distributed through. But the connections were not effortful in the way the fragment management had been. They were simply present, the way a person was present to their own body, available without requiring separate attention. This freed him in ways he was still cataloging. He could engage in extended technical work, the machine adjustments, the thread network analysis, the dimensional boundary work that the machine's presence had required, without the background drain of fragment management. He could hold conversations with more presence. He could think with more of his thinking available to the thought rather than allocated to maintenance. Lianyu had noticed before he articulated it. You are different, she said, when they had a moment between the machine work and the preparation for the Tiansu confrontation. Not dramatically, but something settled. The soul fragment. Tell me specifically. He described the hexagonal self-maintenance, the freed attention, the quality of the distributed network as connection rather than management. She listened with the thread side active, observing the fragment interactions in his cultivation system while he described them. I can see it, she said. The soul fragment is touching all 5 of the others, not directly, but through the network connections. It is holding the geometry from the outside. That is an accurate description. What does it mean for the Tiansu confrontation? It means that when I demonstrate for him, what he will see is not a cultivator managing 5 fragment abilities and a 6th. It will be 6 fragment abilities operating as a unified system. He paused. This is different enough from what he expects that it may produce a different kind of response. She looked at the notes she had been keeping throughout the preparation period. The accounts of Void Lord confrontations in the Fate Weaver records. They described the Void Lord's capabilities as impressive but recognizable. Individually powerful abilities operating in sequence or in combination. A unified system is not recognizable from the outside if you have not encountered one before, which Tian-Su has not. She made a note. He will expect impressive. He will get something he has no category for. She was right, as she often was about the conclusions that followed from the premises once the premises were correctly assembled. He spent the remaining time before the confrontation not in preparation but in something closer to stillness. The soul fragments distributed awareness holding the connections to everyone present and distant, the hexagon quiet and stable within him, the specific quality of readiness that was not tension but the absence of it. He was ready for what came next, and the next thing was Tian-Su. And then after Tian-Su, the question of what dealing with Tian-Su had finally produced. Chapter 93. Tian-Su came to the battlefield on the 7th day after the machine adjustments. He was not subtle about it. There was no misdirection, no strategic positioning, no feint. He arrived at the frontline position with his personal guard of 40 cultivators and sent a message ahead of his arrival. He was coming to assess the situation personally, and he expected Shun Wei to be present. The message had the quality of a challenge. It also had the quality of a genuine assessment. A ruler who operated at Tian-Su's level understood that some situations required direct engagement rather than proxy management. Shun Wei was present. He perceived Tian-Su before seeing him. The soul fragment's expanded awareness registered the Archlord's approach as a complex thread presence. A cultivator of genuine power, augmented by substantial external sources, carrying the weight of decades of leadership, the shaping of which had altered his fundamental relationship with will and authority. Tian-Su was accustomed to being the most powerful entity in any situation he entered. This was not arrogance. It was an accurate assessment of most situations he had been in. The meeting point they had agreed to was a ridge above the valley that had become the de facto frontline marker. Tian-Su arrived from the east with his guard. Shun Wei arrived from the west with Fun Zhao and Xinjia. I underestimated the dimensional expertise, Tian-Su said, without preamble. He was a large man, broad-shouldered, with the specific physical presence of someone who had spent decades cultivating body alongside spirit. His voice had the ease of someone accustomed to rooms that waited for him to speak. The machines were a straightforward extraction mechanism. I did not anticipate they could be interfered with without detection. The detection lag was 3 days longer than I expected, Shun Wei said. Tian-Su looked at him, really looked, in the way powerful people examined things they were trying to categorize. You are younger than the reports suggested. The reports were based on what people observed. What I am is not necessarily what is observable. A pause. No, I expect not. What followed was not a conversation, but a calibration. Each statement precisely weighted to communicate something about capability and intention without committing to more than the moment required. Tian-Su was skilled at this. He was used to negotiations where the underlying power dynamic was clear and stable. He was not used to negotiating with someone whose power dynamic was unclear to him, and the discomfort this produced was visible to the soul fragment's perception as a specific quality of controlled uncertainty. The fragments, Tian-Su said. What you are doing with them. Completing a cultivation path. And when it is complete, the cultivation path transforms into something the current vocabulary does not have a name for. I am not able to tell you what I will do with it when I get there, because I do not yet know what it will be. That is not a reassuring answer. It is the accurate one. Shun Wei paused. You are a ruler. You operate through control of resources and defined authority structures. What I am doing cannot be controlled or incorporated into an authority structure. I understand why that is threatening. It is also not something I am willing to modify. The calibration shifted. Tian-Su made a decision Shun Wei perceived as a shift in the quality of his thread presence, from assessment mode to engagement mode. Show me what you can do, Tian-Su said. Not the machines. Directly. You want a combat demonstration. I want to understand what I am dealing with. He waved his guard back. No killing. An honest assessment of capacity. What followed reshaped the geography of the ridge. Shun Wei used all 6 fragments in combination, not at full capacity, which would have been a different kind of demonstration, but at enough capacity to show the interaction between them. The spatial fragment bent the terrain. The gravity fragment lifted a section of ridge and suspended it. The time fragment slowed the collapse of a rock formation until it was frozen in the air. The memory fragment projected a pattern map of the engagement visible to everyone present. The shadow fragment created duplicate presence signatures at 3 points simultaneously. The soul fragment sent a direct awareness pulse to Tian-Su. Not an attack, not an intrusion, just a presence. I can perceive you. The demonstration lasted 4 minutes. When it was complete, Tian-Su was still. He stood with the stillness of a ruler who had just received information that required significant recalibration of their understanding. You have 6, he said finally. Yes. How many more can you absorb? 3. If I survive them. Tian-Su looked at the ridge, still bearing the marks of what had just happened. Rock formations moved and suspended and returned. The machines are a secondary concern, he said, in the tone of someone drawing a conclusion. My actual interest is in the dimensional energy resources. The fragments are part of that interest, not the core of it. Tell me about the core, Shinwei said. And Tian-Su, with the pragmatism of a man who had just discovered he was not in the negotiating position he had thought he was, told him. The core of it was resources and legitimacy. The Celestial Dominion's empire was large enough that managing it required cultivation energy at a scale the conventional sources could not reliably provide. The dimensional extraction had been the practical solution. But there was a second layer. The extraction was not just about energy. It was about demonstrating to the empire's cultivation population that the Dominion could deliver resources, could protect supply, could solve problems that the orthodox cultivation world's institutions had failed to solve. You are using it as governance, Shinwei said. I am using it as evidence that the governance works, Tian-Su said. The cultivation population of the Dominion has 2 options. The orthodox cultivation path, which requires sect membership and is controlled by institutions I do not control, and the alternative I provide. If my alternative fails, the population has reason to seek the orthodox path again, which means seeking institutional power structures that have historically opposed the Dominion's existence. So the extraction is not primarily about energy. The extraction is primarily about demonstrating that I can do what the sects cannot. He was direct about this, more direct than he had been with anyone else. The fragment's heightened perception registering the hallmark of one who had been carrying a specific formulation for months and had just found a context where stating it was useful. The energy is a means. The demonstration is the end. This was, Shinwei recognized, actually more tractable than an energy problem would have been. Energy problems were resource constraints, finite supply, finite solutions. Governance demonstration problems were communication problems. The means of demonstration were not fixed. The circulation technique produces the same energy output as the extraction technique, he said. If the cultivation population cannot distinguish between extraction and circulation from their experience of the energy, and they cannot, if the output is equivalent, the governance demonstration is identical. Tian-Su was quiet. You do not need to extract from the thread network to demonstrate that you can provide what the sects cannot. Shinwei continued. You need to provide it. The source is irrelevant to the demonstration. The Archlord looked at Secretary Luo, who was already writing. The circulation implementation timeline, she said, without looking up. 90 days for the 3 demonstration regions. Full implementation across the Dominion would require a different conversation. A different conversation, she repeated, noting it. The ceasefire negotiation proceeded from there with the specific efficiency of 2 parties who had arrived at a shared premise and were now working through the practical details. The expanded perception showed Shinwei that Tian-Su's interest had become genuine rather than strategic, not because he trusted Shinwei, but because the solution was real and the Archlord's capacity to recognize real solutions was, as Qin Mei had noted in the intelligence file, one of his core competencies. Shinwei noted that genuine solutions were more reliable than strategic ones, filed it for future reference, and noted that the hardliner enforcement team had just crossed into operational range. Chapter 94. The ceasefire lasted 3 days before they agreed on the terms. The core of Tian-Su's position, stripped of the layers of negotiating language that had built up around it over the first day of discussion, was this. He controlled a significant empire. That empire required energy resources to maintain its cultivation population, military capacity, and administrative functions at the level that prevented internal fracture. The conventional energy sources he had been relying on were declining, a slow process that had been accelerating over the past 20 years. The dimensional energy extraction was his response to that decline. It was, Shinwei assessed through the memory fragments pattern analysis, the response of someone who understood the problem clearly and had chosen the most available solution without fully analyzing the second-order effects. The extraction is depleting the thread network, Shinwei said, at the beginning of the 3rd day. Not catastrophically, at current rates. But the rate is not constant. Extraction disrupts the natural replenishment cycle, which means each extraction event reduces the area's capacity for future replenishment. The depletion accelerates itself. Tiansu's lead administrator, a thin woman named Secretary Luo, no relation to the Grand Weaver, a coincidence of naming that Shunwei noted and set aside, had been modeling the Archlord's resource projections throughout the discussions. She looked at her calculations after this statement. 90 years, she said. At current extraction rates, the depleted areas reach a threshold where replenishment ceases to function within 90 years. The conventional estimate from the Fate Weaver records is 80, Shunwei said. But either way, Tiansu was quiet. What is your alternative? Secretary Luo asked. A different approach to dimensional energy access. Not extraction, circulation. The fragments allow me to adjust the dimensional boundary permeability. Instead of removing energy from one layer, I can create channels that allow energy to flow between layers in ways that balance rather than deplete. The areas with high concentration share with the areas that have been depleted. The overall network stabilizes rather than declining. Can you demonstrate this? I did it with the extraction machines. The energy in the storage containers was synthetic, pulled through spatial pockets I created at the boundary layer. The machines continued functioning because the mechanism was preserved. The thread network continued replenishing because nothing was removed from it. Secretary Luo looked at the Archlord. How long would the circulation channels last? Tiansu asked. I cannot give you a precise answer. The soul fragment allows me to maintain connections across significant distances. The channels I create would have some persistence beyond my direct attention, but they require recalibration over time. He paused. This is not a permanent technical solution. It is a different relationship with the resource. Tiansu made the decision in the specific way that people who had made many large decisions made them. Without drama, without extended performance of deliberation, with the clean acknowledgement that a conclusion had been reached and the next action followed from it. I accept the ceasefire terms, he said. 90 days, during which extraction operations halt, and you demonstrate the circulation technique in the 3 most depleted areas. At the end of 90 days, we renegotiate based on results. The Fate Weaver hardliners, who had been watching the engagement through their thread network monitoring access, would not be satisfied with this outcome. Shunwei perceived the monitoring threads tighten slightly as the ceasefire announcement was transmitted, the hardliners adjusting their assessment, recalculating. They would not honor the ceasefire as a constraint on their own operations. He noted this and did not say it aloud, because the ceasefire was worth having even with that limitation. It freed Heishan's forces, opened the operational window for the 7th Fragments pursuit, and gave the thread network in the extraction areas a chance to begin stabilizing. The war had not ended, but one of its fronts had been compressed. He was, privately, shaken, though he would not have described it that way. The soul fragment's expanded perception had shown him Tiansu's inner state during the demonstration, and what he had seen there was the specific fear of a capable person confronting the limit of their capability. That fear was real and comprehensible and not contemptible. Managing power in a world that included someone like him, someone with 6 void fragments and the capacity for more, was a genuine problem. He did not have a solution for it. He only had the path forward. That would have to be enough. Secretary Luo had watched the demonstration from the guard's perimeter with the specific focus of someone whose function was converting observed phenomena into operational assessments. She had been watching Tiansu's responses to things for years. She had not, until today, seen him encounter something he had no category for. The difference between respecting something and having no category for it was what she was documenting. Later, after the ceasefire announcement and the transmission of the terms, she found him standing at the edge of the ridge looking at the terrain the demonstration had altered. He could do that to any position we hold, she said. Not a question. Yes. He could do it to the capital. If he chose to. A pause. He would not choose to. But yes. She considered this for a moment. Our conventional strategic doctrine assumed that any opposing force, no matter how powerful in narrow terms, could be addressed through combined application of sufficient resources. That assumption is no longer valid, Tiansu said. No. She closed her documentation book. The doctrine will need to be revised. The revision will take time. We have 90 days. We have 90 days, she agreed, and her tone did not say whether that was sufficient. The hardliners, monitoring through the thread network, had registered the demonstration and the ceasefire in sequence. The effect on their assessment was visible through Qin Mei's counter-monitoring. They had recalibrated the timeline for their extermination operation, moving it earlier rather than later. The ceasefire had not quieted them. It had alarmed them, because a cultivator who could produce a ceasefire with Tiansu from a position of military disadvantage was a cultivator who was advancing faster than their timeline had assumed. 40 days, originally. Now closer to 20. Shenwei perceived this through the fragment's connection web and filed it as the most urgent operational clock currently running. 20 days to the 7th fragment, or the hardliners arrived with enough force to make the 7th fragment irrelevant. This was the arithmetic that Shenwei had been avoiding making explicit, because explicit arithmetic had a way of becoming the thing that determined action rather than one input among several. He made it explicit now, because avoiding it had stopped being useful. 20 days. The 7th fragment, the fragment of decay, located in the withering expanse's deep zone, approximately 9 days travel at standard cultivation pace, more at full transit speed, but with the complication that the expanse's dimensional properties resisted spatial folding in the inner regions. The hardliner enforcement team was 4 days out, using the remaining days for rest and relationship, which was what he had allocated them for, was now contingent on whether the 4 days could be maintained. Lian Yu, when he shared this arithmetic, received it with the stillness of a person who had been tracking the variables and had been waiting for him to arrive at the same conclusion. 3 days, she said. Not 4. Yes. And the 3 days are still worth having. He looked at her. Yes. Then we have them, she said. And on the morning of the 4th day, we move. She held his attention with the specific quality she brought to moments where she was making a decision rather than expressing a preference. This is not a concession. We are choosing to use what we have. The soul fragment registered the thread between them with its expanded precision, the intention present on both ends of the connection, as he had described it to her. Her intention was clear and specific. She was choosing the 3 days as an act of will, not accepting them as a consolation. He understood the difference. He chose them too. The 3 days had a quality that the 4 would not have had, a sharper awareness of what they were, the specific texture of time that was finite and known to be finite rather than open-ended. He found this quality, unexpectedly, made the time more present rather than less. Each hour was more clearly what it was because the shape of what remained was visible. He had been learning this for the entire journey of the cultivation path. He reflected how to be fully present with what was available rather than managing the available towards something else. The path had made the learning explicit. The 3 days were where he practiced it. On the morning of the 4th day, they moved toward the withering expanse, toward the 7th fragment, toward whatever the expanse's trial had been waiting to ask. Chapter 95. They had 4 evenings at the sanctuary before the next operational phase began. Lian Yu had arranged this deliberately. He had not asked her to. She had looked at the scheduling and made the decision that the sanctuary window existed and should be used, the way she made many decisions, quietly, with confidence that the reasoning was sufficient. You have been in continuous operational mode for 6 weeks, she said, when he arrived. The ceasefire gives us a pause. We use it. He did not object. The soul fragment's awareness had shown him, with more clarity than he would have arrived at without it, that the sustained operational mode had a cost that did not show up in any of the metrics he had been tracking. The 4 evenings were not idle. He worked on consolidating the Void Lord integration. The fragment's distributed structure required regular maintenance, checking the thread connections it had established, and ensuring they were functioning as stable channels rather than developing in ways that could create unintended dependencies. Lian Yu worked on her own cultivation development, which had continued advancing during the operational phase. Her thread sight was now acute enough that she could perceive thread patterns at the same resolution he could, though her manipulation capacity was still at the early stages. On the 2nd evening, she asked him to show her their thread connection. He had not done this before. The soul fragment made it possible in a way it had not been before. He could now not only perceive the thread between them, but externalize it slightly, allowing her to see the same thread from her end rather than just sensing it through her developing thread sight. He did it carefully, because the thread was not something he had been casual about. What she saw made her quiet for a long time. It is not like the other threads, she said. No. She studied it with her thread sight, the specific quality of attention she brought to complex patterns, thorough and patient. It has harmonics. Xiao Ren's harmonic perception. She described it as something threads do when they are particularly alive. This one is doing that. She looked at him. Can you hear it? I do not perceive sound. I perceive the thread through the void sense. What does the void sense tell you about it? He was quiet for a moment, not because the question was difficult to answer, but because the answer required him to say something he had been aware of for a long time without saying. That it is the most complex thread I have encountered. That it has more structure than it should have, given the time it has been forming. That it is, I do not have the right word. Particular. She heard what he was saying underneath the word he had used. She moved to sit beside him rather than across from him, and they stayed that way with the thread visible between them in her perception and present in his void sense. And the mountain air was clear and cold, and the sanctuary was quiet in the specific way it was always quiet. Absorptive rather than empty, the silence of a place that had witnessed a great deal of practice and retained the quality of that attention. "I love you," she said, not with the weight of an announcement, but with the ease of someone stating something that had been true long enough to not require emphasis. He heard it. Through the soul fragment's expanded perception, he felt the thread between them shift slightly, the way a held object shifts when the hand holding it relaxes, not dropping but settling more fully into the grip. "Yes," he said. The word was insufficient and accurate. She laughed, softly, which was the right response to that. A laugh that said she had known that would be his answer and had decided to find it endearing rather than frustrating. He kissed her without planning to, or rather, planning was not the relevant category. It was a decision made below the level of deliberation, which was a kind of decision he had not made often. The thread between them expressed a frequency that Xiao Ran, had she been present with her harmonic perception, would have classified as joy. 3 more evenings. Then the 7th fragment, and the Hollow King, and whatever came after. They used the evenings well. On the 3rd evening, she had asked him about the soul fragment's awareness of that connection between them, whether the fragment had changed his perception of it or only clarified what was already present. Both, he said. They were sitting on the sanctuary's north-facing ledge, where the mountain range extended into the distance, and the cold was clean rather than unpleasant. The fragment clarified what was already there. But clarification changes perception, and changed perception changes experience. So in practice, both. What is clearer? The thread is more complex than I had understood it to be. He held this before continuing. The other threads I perceive, between places, between objects, between cultivation systems, are connections. This one has more qualities. It has a history. It has direction. He paused. It has intention. She listened without interrupting. The intention is mutual, he said, which is the part that is different from what I perceived before the soul fragment. What do you mean by mutual? I mean that the thread connects 2 intentions, not 2 positions. When I perceive it now, I perceive both ends, which means I perceive that you have an intention toward me, not just that I have a thread connection to you. He paused. That is more information than I had before. She was quiet for a moment. Is it too much information? No. He was certain about this. It is clarifying. She made a small sound that was not quite a laugh, but was adjacent to one. Recognition, he had learned, took this form with her sometimes, when what she had suspected was confirmed, both expected and still surprising. The soul fragment perceives intentionality in thread connections, she said, which means it perceives the quality of relationships, not just their existence. Yes, that is going to be complicated in the context you operate in, she said. Every person you interact with. You will be able to perceive whether their intentions toward you are what they present them as. I have been thinking about this. He had been thinking about it since the integration settled. The perception is not automatically useful. Perceiving that a person's intentions are different from their stated position is information, but it is not simple information. People have multiple simultaneous intentions, and they are not always aware of all of them, and the ones they are not aware of are not therefore bad. You have been thinking about this carefully, because the alternative is using the perception in a way that treats people as objects to be analyzed rather than subjects to be engaged with. He held the thread that was visible between them in the soul fragment's awareness. The fragment perceives intentionality. It does not evaluate it. The evaluation is still mine. She reached over and took his hand, not with any particular ceremony, simply with the ease of one who had decided this was the appropriate thing and did it. That distinction matters a great deal, she said. Yes, he agreed. I think it will continue to matter. They sat in the mountain cold and watched the visible thread express the frequency that no one else could hear, and the evenings continued to be well used, which was what they had decided to make of the time they had. On the 4th evening, the news arrived from Qin, May that compressed the remaining margin. The hardliner enforcement team had been spotted. Not approaching, they were still 4 days out, but confirmed deployed and moving. Their number had been underestimated. Not the 40 practitioners Shunwei had projected, but 60, including 3 at void adept level with specialized void suppression techniques developed specifically to counter fragment-bearing practitioners. The void suppression techniques were, Shunwei assessed when Qin Mei's report reached him, a genuine problem. He had not expected the hardliners to have developed this capability. The Fate Weaver archives suggested their understanding of void fragment interactions was theoretical, not technical. Someone in the hardliner faction had made the theoretical understanding technical in the months since his first public engagement with Fate Weaver forces. They have been preparing specifically for you, Lian Yu said. Yes. He ran through the implications. The void suppression works by creating a resonance interference in the thread channels the fragments use. It would not eliminate the fragment abilities, but it would reduce them significantly, possibly enough to create a genuine engagement where the hardliners' numbers were decisive. Can you counter it? With the fragments connection web, yes, the interference targets individual fragment channels, and the sole fragment provides a distributed pathway that the interference pattern does not account for. But applying the counter requires attention I was not planning to allocate to it. Then we go tonight, she said. He looked at her. The 4 evenings were enough, she said. We knew the margin was closing. Tonight is better than tomorrow. She was already moving toward the preparation space. I will wake Fun Zhao. He watched her go with the full awareness of what the soul fragment had shown him. She had known since the first evening that they might not have all 4. She had given them what was available and was now, without drama, doing the next thing that needed doing. He followed her, and the 4th evening became the beginning of the operation, and the remaining time was used exactly as all the previous time had been, with the specific intentionality of people who understood what they had and chose to spend it well. Chapter 96. Fun Zhao brought the news on the 5th day after the ceasefire. He delivered it the way he delivered difficult news, directly, with the awareness that the difficulty required presence rather than softening. He sat across from Shun Wei at the sanctuary's planning table, waited until the other operational matters had been addressed, and then said, "The Hollow King's influence is spreading." Shun Wei had been watching this through the fragment's peripheral reach. Its distribution through his connection network meant he had a broader perception of soul-level phenomena than he had possessed before. The Hollow King's broadcasting, which had been a dim awareness in the approach to the Loom Citadel operation, was now significantly stronger. "Describe what Qin Mei's network is reporting," he said. Fun Zhao unrolled the summary document. 3 incidents in the past 2 weeks. A thread toucher in the eastern districts attacked his cultivation partner without provocation and had no memory of it afterward. His partner survived, but the relationship with void thread practice in that district has deteriorated significantly. A sect elder near the 4th dimension's border zone was found meditating in a hazardous position, non-responsive, and when roused reported, he had been receiving instructions from a presence that showed him how to access void cultivation directly. The instructions were accurate, which is the concerning part. He had made genuine progress before the mental disruption became apparent. And the 3rd, a group of 6 thread perceivers in the northern territories formed an autonomous group and disappeared into the mountain ranges. They left notes that indicate they were following guidance from the old teacher in the void place. The notes included a partial fragment absorption protocol that does not match any known orthodox cultivation text. The Hollow King's protocols. The information he had transmitted through dream overlay during the 4th dimension traverse. The warnings, the memories, the knowledge of what not to do, had apparently been transmitted in a form that could be received more broadly than just by Shun Wei. "He is not trying to create chaos," Shun Wei said. Fun Zhao looked at him. "He is trying to teach. The methods are wrong. Broadcasting through dream intrusion, reaching cultivators who do not have the context to apply what he sends them safely, but the intent is the same as when he reached me. He believes void cultivation should be known. He wants it to propagate." He paused. He does not understand that propagation without context is what destroyed him. He is destroying people. Yes, not intentionally, but the result is the same. Shun Wei stood and moved to the window. The mountain range extended north, toward the 5th dimension's boundary zone. "I have been putting off the confrontation because we needed the Spirit Abyss operation first. The soul fragment is necessary for what I need to do in the 5th dimension. And now I have it." He turned back to the room. "We prepare. The 5th dimension's entry protocol is different from the 4th. The Hollow King has control of the dimensional boundary to some degree, which means I cannot enter quietly. I will need to enter with enough presence that he knows I am there and wants to engage. That sounds like walking into a trap. It is the opposite of a trap. A trap requires deception. I am going to tell him exactly what I am there to do." He moved to the planning maps. "He has been trying to reach me since the 4th dimension. When I enter the 5th, he will come to me. And when he does, the conversation we need to have can finally happen." Fun Zhao considered this. "And if the conversation does not go the way you hope, then I have 6 fragments and he has 7 copies, and we find out whether the copies are as effective as the originals." He looked at the map. "Begin the preparation. I want to enter within 10 days. The soul fragment reached through its distributed network, tracing the faint thread of the Hollow King's presence through the dimensional boundary, patient, vast, and running out of whatever had been keeping him from taking more direct action. 10 days, perhaps less. He had been tracking the Hollow King's influence spreading through the primary world via the soul fragment's peripheral awareness, the distributed network that included his allies, and, through them, the broader cultivation world they were embedded in. The experience of cultivators' near-dimensional rifts being disrupted by dream intrusion was not new, but the frequency was increasing and the geographic range was widening. The soul fragment gave him something the previous fragments had not provided, an understanding of what the Hollow King was experiencing on the other side of the broadcasts. The broadcasts were not deliberate in the way he had originally understood them. They were not the Hollow King consciously sending information, but rather the overflow of a consciousness that had been accumulating knowledge and intention for 4 centuries with nowhere to put it. A vessel that had been filling for a very long time. The first practitioner who had been driven to violence, the thread toucher in the eastern districts, had received not the void cultivation protocols, but something more diffuse. The texture of the Hollow King's accumulated frustration, the centuries of trying to communicate and failing, the weight of knowledge that could not be transmitted in the form it needed to reach. The practitioner had experienced this as his own rage. He had not intended it. Understanding this changed what he was planning to do in the 5th dimension. He had been preparing for a combat engagement. The accounts in the Fate Weaver records described the Hollow King as dangerous, aggressive, and protective of his dimensional territory. That preparation was still necessary, because the Hollow King's reflexive defenses would not distinguish between a hostile intrusion and a purposeful one. But the combat engagement was not the goal. The goal was what came after the combat. If the combat produced a moment of recognition rather than destruction. "You are thinking about him as a person," Fun Zhao said, on the 8th day of preparation. They were reviewing the 5th dimension entry protocols that Qin Mei had assembled from the available records. "Not a threat. He is both. Most people are." A pause. "What changes operationally if you go in thinking of him as a person?" "The ending changes. Destroying the threat ends the broadcasting but does not address what created it. Addressing the person, if there is still a person there to address, ends the broadcasting and potentially does something else." "What else?" He thought about it. "Gives him what he has been trying to give others for 400 years. Someone who can receive it." Fun Zhao looked at him for a moment. "That is either the right approach or the approach that gets you killed." "Yes," Shenwei agreed. "But in my experience, those categories overlap more than the operational analysis suggests." He returned to the entry protocols, and the soul fragment reached through its distributed network, tracing the Hollow King's presence in the dimensional boundary with the patience of a cultivator who had learned to wait for the right moment rather than creating one prematurely, and the 10 days compressed toward the decision point that no amount of preparation would resolve in advance. He spent the final days before entry in a different quality of preparation than the previous trials had required. For the 4th dimension, he had prepared through technical study, the gravitational mechanics, the navigation approach, the specific challenges of a 6-gravity environment. For the spirit abyss, he had prepared through the cultivation work that Ling's document had identified as relevant, practicing presence over distance. For the 5th dimension, the preparation was simpler and harder. He held, in sustained attention, the awareness of what Kai Ren was. Not what Kai Ren had done, not the broadcasting, the harm, the 4 centuries of good intention turned toward bad outcome. What Kai Ren was. A person who had wanted to give something to the world and had become so absorbed in the wanting that he had lost the capacity to give. The soul sense provided the texture of this. Kai Ren's distributed presence in the 5th dimension carried the texture of a purpose that had been trying to propagate for so long that the trying had become the thing itself, the giving away consumed by the accumulation that was supposed to make the giving away possible. He recognized something in this pattern. Not an identical pattern. His situation was different in the specific ways that his integration protocols, his connections, his careful passage through each fragment's trial had made it different. But something adjacent. The risk of accumulation without sufficient distribution. The risk of becoming the thing you were trying to give rather than the person who gave it. The soul fragment's distributed network was the answer to that risk, the mechanism by which what he was carrying was continuously shared rather than concentrated. He had not been the one who understood this first. Kai Ren's 4 centuries of failure had pointed toward it, and his mother had theorized it, and the soul fragment's trial had made it real. He owed Kai Ren a debt that could not be repaid but could be honored. Going into the 5th dimension with that awareness was how he intended to honor it. And the Hollow King, somewhere in the voidscape, was already aware something was coming. Chapter 97. The 5th dimension was not like the others. The others had been environments. The 4th dimension's gravitational complexity, the spirit abyss's soul presence, each with its own organization and internal logic. The 5th dimension had been an environment once, the records suggested. The Hollow King had converted it. What Shenwei entered was a voidscape. Not void in the sense his cultivation used. Not the primordial space that void threads moved through. not the fundamental backdrop of dimensional reality. This was void as destruction, a space where the Hollow King had spent 400 years absorbing corrupted void energy, and in doing so had converted the local dimensional substrate into an extension of his own fractured internal landscape. The sky, if it could be called that, was the visual analog of static. The ground, if it could be called that, was thread patterns so dense and so disrupted that they created a visual field that had no reference points, no horizon, no stable geometry. Everything was present and nothing was organized. He stood in it with all 6 fragments active and let his void perception expand to maximum range. The Hollow King was everywhere. This was not metaphor. The 7 copies of void fragment energy that Shunwei had perceived in the 4th dimension dream overlays, the echoes the Hollow King had created from the original dimensional fragment energy, were distributed through the entire 5th dimension, threaded into the substrate. The Hollow King had not sealed himself in a specific location. He had become part of the dimension itself. This was, Shunwei realized, what 7 fragment copies did to a practitioner who absorbed them without the integration protocols and without the connections the soul fragment required. The self was not destroyed, but the boundary between the self and the immediate dimensional environment dissolved. The Hollow King's consciousness was everywhere in the 5th dimension and nowhere in particular, which meant he was immensely powerful in this specific space and essentially absent from the broader dimensional structure. "You came," the Hollow King said. The voice came from every direction simultaneously. Shunwei had experienced unusual acoustic environments before. This was not disorienting in the spatial sense, because his void perception did not rely on directional sound. It was disorienting in a different sense. The Hollow King was not speaking from a position, but from a state. "I said I would," Shunwei replied. "In the 4th dimension. I told you I would come when I was ready. You are Void Lord." "Yes. Your integration is better than mine was." Not accusation, assessment, delivered with the precision of someone evaluating technical work. "The connections. The soul fragment distributed rather than centralized. I tried to centralize everything. That was the first error." "I know. You showed me." A pause. The voidscape shifted subtly, the static sky reorganizing in patterns that suggested focused attention. "You are going to try to help me. I am going to try to end what you are doing to cultivators in the primary world. Whether that constitutes help depends on what I find when I look at what can be restored." The Hollow King went silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, the voice was different, still everywhere, but with a quality of presence rather than pervasion, as if he had collected himself from the diffuse state into something more concentrated. "I have been alone for 400 years, he said. "Yes. I do not know how to stop teaching. I do not know how to stop reaching. I do not know how to stop because the knowing is all that is left of me." Shunwei held this. Through the soul fragment, he perceived the Hollow King's thread presence with the expanded awareness the fragment provided. And what he felt was not power or threat, but the remnant of what had been a person and was still, in some fundamental way, a person, even after 400 years of isolation had made personhood almost impossible to distinguish from the environment it was trapped in. "I know," he said, "but we are going to try anyway." The voidscape convulsed. The Hollow King attacked, not from anger, Shunwei perceived, but from the reflexive defense of something that had been in survival mode for so long it could not receive potential help without treating it as potential danger first. He answered without retreating. The voidscape convulsed around him, and he held his position, not through force but through the memory fragment's analytical pattern recognition, which processed the attack vectors as they emerged and identified their relationship to each other before they arrived. The attacks were not random. They were the Hollow King's reflexive defense pattern, and patterns were readable. He did not defend against the attacks. He answered them. The distinction was what the memory fragment's operational understanding produced as the appropriate response, something between acknowledgement and redirection. Each attack carried the quality of something that had been doing the same thing for a very long time and had stopped expecting anything other than the responses it had always received. He gave different responses. The gravity echo that came for his position from the lower quadrant expected him to create a gravity well encounter. That was what every entering practitioner had done, using force to resist force. He stepped sideways into the temporal fragment's slowing field, and the gravity echo passed through the position he had been in half a second ago, finding nothing. The spatial echo that tried to fold him into an isolated pocket expected him to use his own spatial fragment to prevent the fold, a direct technique versus technique engagement. Instead, he let the fold complete and arrived in the pocket it created, then extended his own spatial fold from inside the pocket and stepped back out to his original position. The echo, which had no protocol for a practitioner who arrived in the pocket and then left it voluntarily, spent several seconds recalibrating. He did not exploit the recalibration window to attack. He simply waited. "You are not fighting me," the Hollow King said. The voice had shifted, still everywhere, but with a quality of puzzlement that was distinct from the defensive aggression of the opening attacks. "Every practitioner who entered fought me. I am not trying to take anything from you or destroy anything you have built," Shenwei said. "I told you what I was here to do. I am doing it. You said you were here to end what I am doing to cultivators in the primary world. Yes, by addressing the source rather than the symptom." He extended his void perception through the Hollow King's distributed presence, not aggressively, not as a probe, but as an offer. "I can perceive you, all of you, in the way the dimension has distributed you. I am not afraid of what I perceive." The voidscape shifted again, but differently. Not an attack pattern. Something that was trying to consolidate, to draw the distributed presence back toward a center point, the way a person who has been scattered by a strong wind gathers themselves when the wind drops. "I have not been perceived for 400 years, the Hollow King said. "I know, only as a threat, only as a phenomenon to be measured and managed." Yes. He kept his perception open, receiving what the distributed consciousness projected without the analytical distance that would have converted receiving into monitoring. "But you are a person. That was always what you were." The consolidation continued, slow, as if the process of contracting from the diffuse state required effort that had not been exercised in a very long time. The attacks had stopped. The voidscape held its specific static quality without generating new opposition. He waited, because waiting was what the moment required, and his void sense reached through the dimensional boundary toward the primary world, toward the connections that held him here and reminded him what he was working toward. Chapter 98. The battle was not one thing. It was 7 things simultaneously, each of the Hollow King's fragment copies operating as a semi-independent attack vector, while the Hollow King's consciousness directed them from the distributed state it occupied in the 5th dimension's substrate. Shenwei had expected this. He had prepared for it. In the 10 days of preparation before entry, he had worked with Fun Zhao, Xin Jia, and He Shan on the support protocol, and the 3 of them had entered the dimension through the boundary point he had created, positioning themselves at the perimeter of the central engagement area. Their role was not to fight the Hollow King. They could not. 7 fragment copies, even echoes, even incomplete ones, were beyond what any of them could directly engage. Their role was to hold the voidscape's perimeter against the spawn, the fragments of consciousness the Hollow King broadcast into his environment, which had over 4 centuries developed a semi-independent behavior and defended their territory the way all territorial entities defended territory. Shenwei handled the Hollow King himself. The 7 fragment copies were not the originals. He had understood this from the dream overlay transmissions in the 4th dimension. They were echoes, created during the original dimensional absorption, and the fragments had not fully integrated. Residual energy that had taken on some of the fragments' properties, but without the full structure. They were powerful in this specific dimension, where he had spent 400 years reinforcing them. Outside it, they would decay. His goal was not to defeat them, but to sever their connections to the Hollow King's consciousness, to isolate each copy from the central will that was directing them. Not destroy them, isolate them. The first copy, the echo of spatial fragment energy, was the most active. It operated in the same dimensional space as his own spatial fragment, creating interference patterns that complicated his fold transit capability. He addressed it the same way he had addressed the extraction machines, not by fighting the interference, but by working within it, using the interference pattern itself as information about where the copy's thread structure was densest. He found the thread connection between the first copy and the Hollow King's substrate consciousness. He severed it. The copy continued operating. It had its own momentum, its own behavioral patterns developed over centuries. But it was no longer directed. It became environmental rather than adversarial, a fragment echo operating on instinct rather than will. The Hollow King felt the severing. His response was immediate and enormous. The voidscape contracted around Shenwei, gravity echoes pulling from multiple directions, temporal echoes creating localized time distortions that fractured his predictive capacity. He held his position. He breathed. He found the second connection. The hours that followed were the most demanding sustained engagement he had experienced, not physically, but in terms of the precision and sustained focus required. Each severing needed to be performed with exactly enough force to cut the connection without disrupting the copy itself. Too much force, and the copy would destabilize, releasing its energy uncontrollably in the confined space of the 5th dimension. Too little, and the connection would reform before the next one could be addressed. Fun Zhao's voice reached him through the thread network connection. The spawn are pulling back from the perimeter. Something you are doing is affecting their behavior. The soul fragment, he realized. As he severed each connection between the Hollow King's copies and his distributed consciousness, the expanded fragment sense was reaching into those connections, not severing them, but perceiving what they carried. And what they carried was 400 years of the Hollow King's accumulated intention, the desire to teach, to preserve knowledge, to reach other void practitioners. That intention had nowhere to go when the connection was severed from the copies. It was releasing into the surrounding environment. The spawn felt it. Something in the voidscape was shifting. He severed the sixth connection and found, in the moment after the severing, the Hollow King's consciousness collected in one place for the first time. Concentrated, present, no longer distributed through the entire dimension. Small. Exhausted. Still. One more, Shenwei said. The last connection. Do you want to hold it yourself? Or do you want me to sever it? The silence that followed was the longest pause in the engagement. Sever it, the Hollow King said. I cannot do it myself. I have tried, for 400 years. I cannot do it myself. He severed the seventh connection. The silence that followed was not the silence of absence, but the silence of after. The character of a space where something that has been happening for a very long time has finally stopped. The Hollow King's distributed presence, no longer connected to the 7 fragment echoes that had been extending it through the entire voidscape, contracted. Not violently. The contraction was gradual, like a tide pulling back from the shore it had been covering. Each part of the distributed consciousness returning toward a center that was locating itself for the first time in centuries. He watched this happen through his void perception with the full awareness of what he was watching. A person being gathered back from the state they had been dissolved into, the specific reversal of a process that had taken 400 years to complete. He did not rush it. Fun Zhao's thread network message arrived through the soul fragments connection. Asterisk the void spawn have retreated from the perimeter. We don't know why. Asterisk he sent back. Asterisk the connections have been severed. Wait. Asterisk the gathering took 40 minutes. When it was complete, what remained was small in the way that essentials were small, stripped of everything that was not the core, the specific center of a consciousness that had been wearing a dimension as an extension of itself and was now, for the first time in centuries, simply present in a space it inhabited rather than permeated. The Hollow King, Kai Ren, was aware and focused, and carrying the relief of one who had just discovered that the thing they had been told was impossible was, in fact, possible. The expression he projected through the dimensional medium was not quite wonder and not quite relief, and was specifically itself, a quality that did not map onto the simpler categories. I remember, he said, what it was like to be in one place. Yes. I had forgotten. A pause. Not completely, but the forgetting had spread until the remembering was very small. What do you remember? The response came slowly, as if each memory was being located individually rather than arriving all at once. My first teacher. The mountain range where I began the path. The specific quality of light that the third fragment produced when it first integrated. A longer pause. What I was trying to do. Tell me. I wanted everyone to be able to see the threads. He said it with the plainness of a goal that had long since been separated from its grandiosity by the duration of the attempt. I thought if I gathered enough of the path, enough fragments, enough knowledge, I could distribute it. Give it away. Make the perception available to everyone rather than to the few who happened to find the path. What happened? I absorbed too much alone. I had no one who could see what I was doing from outside. No one who could tell me when the distribution I was trying to achieve had become dissolution. The small consciousness that was Kai Ren held this truth with something that resembled acceptance rather than grief. I became the thing I was trying to give away. The dimension became my perception, and then I could not tell which one of us was the teacher. He let this sit for a moment. That is a very honest account. I have had 400 years to arrive at it. A pause. Are you going to destroy what remains of me? No. He was certain about this. I am going to give you a place to rest. The seventh connection dissolved, and with it, the voidscape's accumulated desolation that had been building since Kai Ren arrived. Chapter 99. What was left was a man. Not fully. The 400 years of dissolution could not be reversed by severing 7 connections. The Hollow King's consciousness had merged with the fifth dimension's substrate deeply enough that full separation was not possible. But what remained was a recognizable selfhood, a core of awareness that had a specific point of view, specific memories, specific regrets that were identifiable as belonging to a person rather than floating in a void. His name was not the Hollow King. That was a name given to him by the records, after the dissolution, descriptive of what he had become. His own name, the one he had carried into the fifth dimension 400 years ago, came through the soul thread as an impression rather than a sound. Kai Ren. Kai Ren, who had wanted to give the world void cultivation, who had absorbed 7 fragment echoes alone, without the soul fragments connections or the integration protocols, without anyone who could see what was happening and tell him to stop, who had spent 400 years broadcasting into the primary world and reaching whoever the broadcasts could reach, trying to give away what he had failed to use correctly himself. Shenwei perceived him with the soul fragments' full attention. The broadcasts, he said. The cultivators you have been reaching in the primary world. I cannot stop, Kai Ren said. His voice, no longer coming from every direction, was tired in a way that had the quality of immense duration. I tried to stop. The broadcast is structural now. It happens whether I direct it or not. Yes. Shenwei thought through what he had learned from his mother's integration notes and from the soul fragments trial. But the soul fragment can modify it, not stop it. The structural element you describe would require a level of dimensional reconstruction I cannot provide. But redirect it. Redirect it. Instead of broadcasting absorption protocols to cultivators who do not have the context to use them safely, broadcast something different. What you actually want them to know. A pause. Which is that the path exists. That it is possible. That someone walked it before and that someone is walking it now. He paused. Not the how. The that. Let them find the how through the path. What has been harming them is the how without the that. Instructions without understanding. Technique without foundation. The fifth dimension was quiet in a way it had not been before the engagement. The 6 severed copies still drifted through the voidscape, their energies slowly decaying back into the dimensional substrate. Not the true fragments. Never those. Just echoes that would dissolve into the background energy of the space that had always been their actual nature. And me? Kai Ren asked. There is a place in the spirit abyss, Shenwei said, for souls that have been significantly connected to void cultivation. My mother is there. A very long silence. She is there, he said. Yes, I have known her presence across the abyss. I did not know she was your mother. She knows the path further than I have gone. She would have thoughts about what you have been doing. He paused. Whether she would want to have those thoughts in your company is her decision, not mine. But the abyss is where you belong, not here. He built the thread prison from memory, the technique Elder Mu had described in the early archive records, modified with the soul fragments connection threading capability. Not a cage. A container. A space of particular memories, the ones that contained Kai Ren's pre-dissolution self, organized around the core of what he had been before 400 years of isolation, had made personhood difficult to maintain. He gave Kai Ren the memories back and let him rest in them. The void spawn dispersed when he emerged from the 5th dimension. Not destroyed. They returned to what they actually were, environmental phenomena, the residual energy of dimensional processes that had been operating semi-independently for too long. Without the directing consciousness, they lost the behavioral pattern that had made them dangerous. Fun Zhao met him at the boundary. He looked at Shenwei carefully. The Hollow King is gone. Kai Ren, Shenwei said. His name was Kai Ren. He is resting. He paused. The broadcast will continue, but differently. Less harmful. Fun Zhao absorbed this. You feel worse than you did before we went in. Yes. The soul fragments' expanded awareness made the weight of what Kai Ren had been carrying, present and specific, not abstract. Centuries of isolation and good intention and catastrophic implementation. It was present and specific and not something that would resolve quickly. That is probably the right way to feel about it, Fun Zhao said. Yes, Shenwei agreed. It is. They moved back toward the primary world, and behind them, the 5th dimension was settling into a quiet it had not possessed in 400 years, the absence of the Hollow King's broadcasting slowly becoming a new kind of presence. He emerged to the primary world with 6 fragments in hexagonal configuration and a 7th thread connection that was not a fragment but was part of the integration nonetheless. The soul fragments network now included the faint, distant presence of Kai Ren in the spirit abysses threading toward the connection his mother occupied. He had not arranged this deliberately. The soul fragments' distributed awareness had extended toward Kai Ren during the thread prison construction, the way it extended toward everyone he held in genuine attention. And the connection had formed because that was what the soul fragment did. It made permanent the connections that were real. He would need to understand the implications of carrying a connection to Kai Ren's preserved consciousness. Not now. Now, there was the war. Fun Zhao had the full operational picture assembled by the time Shenwei emerged. He presented it with the concise efficiency of a field commander who had been preparing this briefing throughout the engagement and knew exactly what the relevant facts were. The ceasefire. The Fate Weaver team's position. The civilian displacement status in Heishan's territory. The latest intelligence from Qin Mei's network on the moderate Fate Weaver faction's response to the hardliner vote result. He received it all. The soul fragments connection showed him the quality of what Feng Zhao was carrying in the telling. The concern of a trusted ally who had been holding multiple threads together while waiting for the central figure to return, and who was now carefully releasing the threads back to their proper holder. The enforcement team, he said. 4 days out. Possibly 3 if they push. The 7th fragment. The Withering Expanse. Inner Zone. Qin Mei has updated the access route assessment. The recent spatial fold attempts by Tian Su's advanced teams have disrupted several of the dimensional boundary nodes in the Expanse's outer region, which paradoxically makes the inner zone more accessible. A pause. The disruption opened a natural fold channel that was previously blocked. We can transit to within 2 days' walk of the inner zone. 2 days in and 2 days out. Plus the trial itself. Feng Zhao met his attention. It is going to be close. It is going to be close, Shenwei agreed. This was an accurate assessment, and he did not soften it. We move when I have rested 6 hours. Shenjia has already located the fold transit anchor for the new channel. She is ready when you are. He acknowledged this and went to find the rest he had promised himself. 6 hours, no less, because the 7th fragment required him to be present with what the trial would ask rather than depleted before it began. The fragment's web of connections reached through the night toward all the connections that held him in relation. His mother, steady and present in the abyss. Lian Yu at the sanctuary, her thread-side aware of his emergence and sending the specific quality of attention that was her particular version of I am here. Xiao Rin in the north, the harmonics of her perception audible through the connection as a distant music. He Shan at the defensive line, the weight of the lines holding present. Through the thread, all of them present, none of them alone. This was what the soul fragment had given him beyond the tactical capabilities and the expanded awareness. The specific understanding that the path was not walked alone, had never been walked alone, could not be walked alone, and that this was not a vulnerability but the mechanism by which the path was possible at all. He rested, and in the spirit abyss, his mother held her thread connection steady, waiting. Chapter 100. He came out of the 5th dimension to find the ceasefire broken. Qin Mei's message reached him through the thread network within minutes of his emergence. Tian Su had launched a surprise attack during the 72 hours of Shenwei's absence, moving his advance forces past the agreed-upon boundary with the calculated timing of a commander who had been waiting for exactly this operational window. The ceasefire had lasted 11 days. Heishan's capital, the city of Stone Reach, which had been the command center for the defensive operation, had been surrounded. Not captured, not yet, but encircled, with Tian Su's forces controlling the approach routes and the supply lines. A city of 90,000 people, most of them not cultivators, discovering what it meant to be a strategic asset in a conflict between powers they could not perceive. Lian Yu and Xiao Run were in Stone Reach. He had known this was a risk when he had allocated operational resources. Heishan's capital was the most defensible position for non-combatant allies, and keeping them there while he addressed the Hollow King had been the calculated choice. The calculation had been correct in its parameters and had not accounted for Tian Su moving faster than the ceasefire suggested. The message from Tian Su arrived through official channel. Bring the fragments to the Celestial Dominion's eastern portal. Lian Yu and Xiao Run would be released when the transfer was confirmed. He read the message once. He did not need to read it again. He does not know what the fragments are, he said to Feng Zhao, who had arrived beside him. He thinks they are physical objects. He thinks I can bring them to a location and hand them over. He knows by now that they are not, Feng Zhao said. This is not about the fragments. No, it is about leverage. He is establishing a negotiating position for the next phase. He opened a spatial fold, not toward the Celestial Dominion's portal, but directly through the dimensional layer between his current position and Stone Reach's location. He is betting that the leverage is sufficient to produce compliance. And it is not. It is sufficient to produce urgency. He stepped toward the fold, which is different. Shenjia fell into position beside him. I know the Celestial Dominion's elite cultivator signatures. If they have sentinels around the city, I can identify their positions before we are in range. I need you with He Shan for the coordination. Feng Zhao comes with me. He paused. Shenjia, the hardliner extermination order. She met his attention steadily. They are moving. The hardliners chose their moment when you entered the 5th dimension. I estimate they are 6 days from being able to deploy their primary extermination team. 6 days. The 7th fragment, wherever it was. The war on 2 fronts now compressed into one crisis. He stepped through the spatial fold with all 6 fragments blazing, and the fold closed behind him, and somewhere beyond Stone Reach, Grand Weaver Luo Xian was finally moving. After centuries of watching, the Grand Weaver had decided that the situation required something he had not done in 400 years, entering the field personally. 3 forces converging. One path forward, and no margin for what came next, except the certainty that he had not come this far to stop here. The spatial fold deposited him 3 blocks from Stone Reach's administrative center. Fun Zhao was 2 steps behind him, already assessing the position through thread severer awareness. The city's thread network was active and pressured. The celestial dominion's surrounding forces had not closed the dimensional perimeter yet, which meant the fold had worked. Which meant Tian Su had not wanted the fold prevented. He was not preventing the entry. He was waiting for the surrender. That was a meaningful distinction. Shunwei moved through the city's thread environment with the 6 fragments quiet and the soul fragment's awareness reaching toward the signatures he was looking for. Lianyu, present, unharmed. In the administrative center's secondary chambers, the signature carried the presence of a practitioner who had been held for a day and a half and had spent the time thinking rather than waiting. Xiaoren, present, the harmonic perception active in a way that was clearly being used to map the surrounding thread environment with a systematic thoroughness that suggested she had been conducting an ongoing assessment of every thread signature within her range. She would have identified the Celestial Dominion soldiers' positions more precisely than the soldiers knew they were identifiable. This information would be useful. He sent a thread pulse through the soul fragments connection. I am here. I am not here to surrender. Lian Yu's response came back in her characteristic thread signature, steady and precise. I know. Xiaoren has their positions mapped. Sending now. The map arrived through the harmonic data Xiaoren transmitted. Not a visual image, but a thread frequency pattern that the memory fragment could decode into spatial information. 114 soldiers. 47 cultivators among them. The highest tier of Void Initiate. 3 commanders in the central administrative structure with Tian Su's direct communication link active. Tian Su was not present in the city. He was managing remotely. This was the key fact. Tian Su had taken the hostages and issued the demand, but he was not in the city himself. He was at the command position, where he had access to his full military capacity and where the communication link to the Stone Reach commanders would allow him to receive the surrender in real time. A ruler managing remotely had different leverage than a ruler managing directly. Direct presence could not be unilaterally overridden. Remote presence could be interrupted. He identified the communication link's thread frequency through the memory fragment's analysis of Xiaoren's harmonic data. The shadow fragment could disrupt that frequency, not permanently, but long enough. When I disrupt the communication link, he said quietly to Fun Zhao, the Stone Reach commanders will be isolated from Tian Su's authorization. They will need to make their own decisions rather than wait for instructions. And if they decide to proceed with the original orders anyway, then we find out. He paused. But commanders who have been watching this engagement for 12 days, and who have the soul fragment's full attention on their intentions as of right now, he let the fragment's awareness extend toward the 3 commanders in the administrative structure, receiving the quality of what they were actually carrying, are not carrying certainty. They are carrying loyalty to Tian Su's judgment and significant doubt about whether this specific order is the one they want to be responsible for. Fun Zhao looked at him. You can see that. The soul fragment perceives intent in thread connections. He moved toward the administrative center. Yes. The fold he opened was not to the exit. It was to the communication terminal in the administrative center's central hub, which Xiaoren's map had identified precisely. He stepped through. The shadow fragment disrupted the communication link's thread frequency on his arrival. He was in the hub. The link was silent, and the 3 commanders were looking at him with the specific expression of people who had not expected this particular arrival. The communication link is interrupted, he said. You have a choice to make without the Archlord's guidance. I am asking you to make it correctly. The commander in the center, a tall woman with the bearing of a commander who had earned her position and was aware of what she stood to lose, looked at him for a long moment. Then she gave the order to stand down. Lian Yu and Xiaoren were brought to the hub 4 minutes later. Xiaoren's harmonic perception was still mapping, still tracking. She noted his arrival with the specific nod of someone checking a prediction against what had actually happened and finding the match acceptable. The Eastern Force is still deployed, she said, the moment she reached him. The Fate Weaver hardliners haven't moved yet, but their urgency signature has changed. It peaked this morning and is now different. Not lower. Different. He processed this. Different how? Less future pressure. More present direction. She paused. They are not preparing to arrive in the future. They are arriving now. He folded the 3 of them out of Stone Reach with 12 seconds to spare before the hardliner advance team's entry point activated at the city's dimensional boundary. And behind them, the Stone Reach commanders were already sending the stand-down order to Tian Su, and Tian Su was already receiving the stand-down and the disrupted communication link and the conclusion that his leverage calculation had been incorrect. and Grand Weaver Luo Xian was already in the field, and the three-way war. For the world's future was not a future event, but a present one. He moved toward the next threshold, where the seventh fragment waited in the withering expanse, and the hardliners were 3 days behind him, and the world was about to discover what a Void Lord running at full capacity actually meant. Chapter 101. The palace fortress of the Celestial Dominion was designed to be impregnable by every conventional measure. 3 generations of cultivator engineers had devoted their careers to its construction, working from the same foundational principle. Any attacker would need to push through sequential layers of defense, each layer buying time for the next to prepare. The outer wall housed threat suppression arrays that could dampen the cultivation energy of approaching forces to below combat functional thresholds. The middle ring had void detection sensors tuned to the specific frequency signatures of dimensional transit, able to identify a spatial fold attempt at distances of up to half a kilometer. The inner fortress fielded personal guard formations, void initiate practitioners who had been training together for decades, whose joint techniques were calibrated specifically for the threat of high-rank individual cultivators. The design was correct, given its assumptions. Its assumptions did not include a Void Lord capable of simultaneous operation across 6 fragments. Shinwei entered through the spatial fragment, not through the outer wall, which would have meant passing through the threat suppression array, but through the gap between the outer wall's threat suppression array and the middle ring's detection sensors. The gap existed because the 2 systems had been designed by different engineering teams working from different specifications, and neither team had been required to coordinate their calibration references. The result was a 14-centimeter window in the spatial layer where neither system's coverage extended. For a practitioner who operated through dimensional threading rather than physical transit, 14 centimeters was entirely sufficient. The shadow fragment suppressed his thread signature to below the detection threshold once he was inside the middle ring. He was in the inner fortress courtyard within 40 seconds. From there, the rescue became a navigation problem rather than a combat one. The inner fortress's personal guard formations were calibrated for group intrusion, a correct architectural decision, since the engineers had accurately assessed that single practitioner intrusion past the outer defenses was essentially impossible for anyone without Void Lord equivalent capabilities. They had not planned for what a Void Lord could accomplish with spatial threading and shadow suppression working together, because they had not believed such a practitioner existed. He moved through the formation positions without engaging any of them. The temporal fragment's predictive range showed him where each guard would stand in the next 30 seconds, which gave him paths through the coverage zones that opened and closed in the rhythm of standard patrol cycling. He followed those paths with the specific focus of someone who was not doing this for demonstration, but for a single purpose. The dungeons occupied the fortress's foundation level. The threat suppression arrays were strongest there, high-value prisoners naturally placed below everything else, with the greatest density of countermeasures. He descended through the public corridor system instead, which was guarded but not detection-wired, moving with the shadow fragment providing enough concealment to avoid casual attention while keeping full engagement capability available if it became necessary. Forced engagement came at the third junction, where a guard pair was positioned in a formation that covered all approach angles simultaneously. He assessed the formation, found the one variable he could manipulate without sound or visible action, and used the gravity fragment to produce a localized field adjustment in the corridor ceiling above them. Not strong enough to injure, but strong enough to make the ceiling's structural materials creak with the specific sound that experienced guards had been trained to investigate. Both guards looked up for 2 seconds. He was past them before they resolved the creak into a category. The dungeon levels ran deeper than the public record suggested. He crossed 3 sub-level boundaries before the threat signature he was looking for came into range. Lianyu. Active, concentrated, engaged with something that his void perception identified as careful thread manipulation work. She had not been idle in her confinement. Whatever the guards thought they had secured someone who had been studying the prison's thread architecture for every hour of her captivity. He sent the soul fragment's awareness pulse ahead of him. The thread frequency she had learned to read as his specific presence, distinct from any other contact she could perceive. Her response came back without delay. She had been expecting him. "You took longer than I thought you would," she said, when the cell door fell from its hinges via spatial fragment dismantling. The ceasefire breaking introduced delays. He assessed her condition through the soul fragment's connection, physical state, thread integrity, the quality of what 48 hours of captivity had actually cost her. She was intact, unharmed, and very focused. "You are well." "They were professional," she said. She stood and straightened her collar with the specific composure of someone who had decided on the second day of confinement that they were going to be fine, and had maintained that decision without wavering. Xiao Ren is 2 levels up and 4 cells north. She has been mapping the fortress thread network since the first morning. I have been weakening the fate locks on this level's containment systems systematically, in a way that would not register as tampering on a standard survey. He measured the quiet of the corridor outside, running a brief temporal fragment scan for guard position changes. Have you weakened them enough? She looked at him with an expression that suggested the question was somewhat beside the point, given that he had just dismantled her cell door with a casual spatial fragment application. They are weakened enough that you could collapse this entire sublevel's containment network simultaneously with a single thread pulse. I left you that option in case you needed a distraction during the exit. I may need it. Then you have it. She moved past him into the corridor with the purposeful efficiency of someone transitioning from one phase of a plan to the next. Xiao Ren first. They retrieved Xiao Ren from her cell on the next level. The girl was cross-legged on the stone floor with her eyes closed, and her harmonic perception extended to its full range. She had spent 36 hours of captivity compiling a complete map of every cultivator position in the fortress, tracking each one through the specific thread harmonics their cultivation produced. The map's accuracy, when she relayed it through the soul fragments connection, was precise enough to include individual assessment of each cultivator's current alertness level and the last time their position had changed. The East Wing's second-tier commander knows something has changed on the lower levels, Xiao Ren said, the moment she opened her eyes. Her voice had the flat, immediate quality of someone reporting live intelligence. He changed his patrol route 20 minutes ago. He is moving toward us. Shenwei weighed the options against the map she had provided. Direct exit through spatial fold was the cleanest choice, but the fold's energy signature at that range would activate the detection sensors in the middle ring, and the middle ring's activation would bring the full guard force to the outer boundary before they cleared it. He needed the sensors occupied elsewhere first. The Fatelock network, he said to Lianyu. She sent a thread pulse, subtle, precisely targeted, the exact frequency she had calibrated through 48 hours of careful study, that collapsed the sublevel's entire containment grid simultaneously. The resulting alarm pulled every guard in the foundation section toward the lower levels, responding to a containment failure that was exactly where the alarm told them it was. The eastern corridor emptied. Shenwei opened the spatial fold in the brief quiet that followed, and they stepped through. The fold closed. The fortress was behind them. Tiansu's leverage calculation had been answered. He moved them to the rally point where Fun Zhao and Xin Jia were waiting and received the operational picture that Fun Zhao had assembled in the 48 hours of their absence. The picture was clear, and the news it contained was not good. Grand Weaver Luo Xian had entered the field. After 400 years of remote management, directing the Fate Weavers from the Sanctum, sending enforcers, and issuing orders through the thread network, the Grand Weaver had left his tower. The three-way war had shifted shape entirely, and every previous calculation about how this conflict would resolve needed to be rethought from the foundation. He is moving toward the nexus of threads, Xinjia said. Her years of training as a Fate Weaver enforcer made her reading of Luo Xian's strategic purpose more precise than anyone else in the group could provide. Not toward the battlefield. The nexus itself. He is going to use it as an amplifier. Shenwei considered the nexus, the place where all fate threads converged, the one location in the Shattered Realms where fate manipulation could be extended across the full extent of the continent simultaneously. Luo Xian at the nexus, with 4 centuries of cultivation and a Grand Weaver's comprehensive mastery of fate threading, could rewrite the destiny of every combatant in the war simultaneously. Generals would forget their strategies. Soldiers would fight for the wrong side. Alliances would unravel in minutes. He did not have the 7th fragment. 6 fragments were not enough to fight Luo Xian at the nexus on his own terms. How long before he reaches the nexus? He asked Xinjia. She thought carefully before answering. 8 days. He will not rush the approach. The nexus's amplification is only available to someone who enters the thread convergence correctly. Rushing the entry produces instability. He will take the full time to approach properly. 8 days. 3 days to the withering expanse. The trial, 3 days back, leaving 2 days of margin. We move for the expanse immediately, he said. The 7th fragment is not optional. It never was, and it is less optional now than it was yesterday. Xinjia nodded. Fun Zhao checked his sword's condition with a practiced hand. Lianyu took her place beside Shenwei without being asked, because that was where she had been since the road to Dust Haven, and where she intended to remain. The margin was real, but not generous. They ran. Chapter 102 The Withering Expanse received cultivators the way the deep ocean received swimmers who had never learned to read the water. It was a dimension where entropy operated at an accelerated rate, Decay not as a gradual process, but an immediate one, where cultivation energy degraded within hours instead of years, and where anything constructed or preserved began dissolving from the moment it entered the local environment. The rocks crumbled. The trees were perpetually mid-fall, suspended in the moment before final dissolution. The soil shifted under each step not from pressure, but from contact itself, as though being touched accelerated whatever the foot rested on toward its conclusion. Even void fragment energy, which operated outside many conventional limitations, felt the expanse's effects. He kept 6 fragments active in their minimum maintenance configuration. Sustaining full fragment expression in the expanse would accelerate their degradation in ways that would matter before the trial was complete. This was the 7th fragment's domain. The fragment of decay had chosen its home well. Shenwei entered through the transit channel Xinjia had located, the passage that Tian Su's advanced teams had accidentally opened by disrupting the dimensional boundary nodes in the expanse's outer region. The irony was real. Tian Su's aggressive dimensional energy extraction had created the very path that made the 7th fragment accessible in the operational window Shenwei needed. The war had produced what the map had not shown. Fun Zhao walked beside him. The swordsman had said almost nothing since they entered. His characteristic response to dimensions that demanded his full attention, reducing language and increasing observation, storing what he noticed for later analysis rather than spending attention on words. The constructs you described from Elder Mu's notes, Fun Zhao said, on the 2nd day of transit. The expanse's so-called guardians. They are not guardians. They are the decay itself, given behavioral pattern. Shenwei perceived them through the void threading. Not hostile entities, but processes. The expanse's entropy in animated form, drawn toward anything that resisted dissolution. Their movement had the quality of inevitability rather than intention. They are not attempting to stop us. They are attempting to include us in what everything here is doing. That is a meaningful difference, Fun Zhao said. Yes. He adjusted their path through a region where the decay constructs were densest, following the thread lines of least resistance through their behavioral pattern. The constructs moved away from the path of least resistance, not because they respected it, but because things that resisted were more interesting to them than things that flowed. The expanse does not want to destroy. It wants to complete. Everything here is in the process of becoming what it was always going to become. Nothing, eventually. The constructs are the expanse's ongoing reminder that this process applies to everything, without any exception, at whatever pace the thing requires. Fun Zhao considered this in silence for several steps. That is either philosophically profound or extremely alarming, and I cannot determine which. Both, Shenwei said. The trial will be more of the same. Prepare yourself for a different kind of difficulty than the previous ones. They all said that, Fun Zhao said. Every fragment trial has been more difficult than I thought it would be. Yes, he said. That is the nature of each one. The difficulty is always the specific difficulty that you specifically were not prepared for. They reached the inner zone on the morning of the 2nd day. The spatial fold's compression had brought them significantly faster than walking the full distance would have, but the expanse's degradation of spatial threading meant each fold cost more than it would outside. He had budgeted for this. The margins held, barely. The fragment of decay was not hidden. It occupied the center of the inner zone's primary chamber, a natural formation of stone and void that had the quality of something very old and very complete, a place that had been exactly what it was for so long that even entropy had nothing left to do to it. The fragment itself was not an object in any conventional sense. It was an absence with presence, a place where threads had decayed into the most fundamental form of thread existence. The bare fact of connection without content, the pure relation before any specific relationship had been named. He sat before it and acknowledged what the trial required. The fragment of decay's trial was the cruelest because it was the most honest. He would watch simulations of everything he valued decay and end. Not enemies, not abstractions. The specific people and things he was working so hard to preserve. The simulations began without ceremony. Lian Yu, aging, not through any catastrophe, but in the natural progression that freed fate would allow, decade by decade, her thread perception dimming as her body reached its natural limits. The quality of her presence, familiar and specific to him in ways he had not previously named, growing thinner over decades until it was a thread echo rather than a living thread. Then not even that. He watched it without looking away. He did not allow himself to look away. Fun Zhao's sword rusting in normal time. The void-infused steel degrading slowly under the pressure of years. The blade that had fought beside him in a dozen impossible situations becoming something that crumbled when lifted. Then Fun Zhao himself. the swordsman's confident bearing thinning with age into the careful economy of someone who had learned to work with the body they had rather than the body they remembered. The particular walk of a man who had been extraordinary and was now ordinary and had made his peace with it. Shaoran forgetting. Not the violent memory severance of the fate weavers, the natural forgetting of a long life, in which the early years became impressions and the impressions became the general shape of a childhood rather than specific moments. The girl who had listened to thread harmonics with total precision becoming an old woman who remembered that she had once heard something remarkable and could not precisely recall what it was, only that it had been beautiful, only that it had mattered. His cause dissolving, not through defeat, but through the ordinary process by which everything becomes its successor. The thread network he was working to reform becoming the ordinary background of a world that had moved beyond any living memory of why the reform had been necessary. Future cultivators practicing void threading without knowing who had walked the path first, the same way he had not known who walked it before him. He watched all of it, and the watching cost something real that he could not afterward name precisely. The trial's question was not whether he could endure the watching. The question was what he did with what he saw. He understood, sitting in the withering expanse with the simulations completing their work, decay was not the opposite of creation. They were the same motion viewed from different positions in time. What ended created the condition for what began. What he was protecting would decay not because he had failed, but because it had existed, an existence, in the expanse's understanding, always moved toward its completion. This did not mean protection was wrong. It meant protection was one moment in the longer motion, and the longer motion was not his enemy, but the medium through which everything he cared about was real. He reached for the fragment. The integration was the most painful of the 6 he had completed. Not in the way that physical injury was painful, in the way that the death of a certain kind of comfort was painful. The decay fragment required him to release the specific protection of not knowing how things ended. In exchange, it gave him something else, the ability to see each thing's particular completion, the way each life and object and relationship moved toward the form it was always approaching, and to work with that motion rather than against it. The approach was not surrender. It was the difference between swimming against a current and swimming with it. He emerged from the trial with the 7th fragment integrated, and the inner zone's quality changed around him, as though the expanse recognized its fragment's new home and was adjusting its relationship to the person who now carried it. The decay constructs did not approach him on the walk back. Fenjiao was there. He had not left. The constructs were circling for a while, Fenjiao said. He looked at Shun Wei the way he always looked at him after these trials, with the evaluating attention that had replaced alarm in the swordsman's response to his post-trial states. You look different. Yes. Better or worse? He thought about how to answer honestly, because Fenjiao deserved an honest answer. Neither. More complete. That is what you said after the 4th fragment, Fenjiao said. Each time it is the same and not the same, he said. The completeness is not the same completeness. Fenjiao looked at him for a moment, then looked away. We need to run, he said. Yes, Shenwei agreed. We do. They moved toward the transit point without further discussion. There was no time for further discussion, and both of them knew it. The margin was the margin, and the margin was already running. Chapter 103. He came out of the withering expanse to find that Luo Xian had not waited 8 days. Xinjia met them at the transit point with the kind of contained urgency that characterized someone managing very bad intelligence without allowing the urgency to overwrite the accuracy of the reporting. He arrived at the Nexus 6 hours ago, she said. The 8-day estimate was wrong. He had already begun the approach before we left. I did not know he was as close as he actually was. Shenwei absorbed this without visible reaction, running the revised timeline calculation through the temporal fragments analysis. He is inside the convergence? Inside the convergence, she confirmed. The thread amplification is already active. He has not begun the fate rewriting yet. The Nexus amplification requires a preparation phase before it can be applied across a wide range. He is calibrating. How long does calibration take? For the scale he is attempting? She met his attention steadily. 12 hours. Possibly 16. Rewriting the fates of every cultivator in the shattered realm simultaneously is not a small working. The calibration requires precision that cannot be rushed without producing errors that would corrupt the outcome. 12 hours. The Nexus was 4 hours from the transit point at his best sustained travel speed. He had 8 hours of margin. If the calibration ran at maximum duration, he might have 4 if it ran efficiently. He moved. The travel was not quiet. Fate Weaver hardliner scouts had positioned themselves along the most efficient routes from the Expanse's outer region to the Nexus. Xiao Ren's harmonic perception identified them well before they came into engagement range, which gave him the option of avoiding them through spatial threading or engaging at his chosen terms. He chose threading. The time cost of engagement was not acceptable under any circumstances. The scouts he avoided were carrying urgent message threads. He read the thread content through the memory fragment as he passed near them, getting the intelligence without spending the time to stop for it. The hardliners had made a calculation. They were not going to wait for Luo Xian to complete his working. If the Grand Weaver rewrote the fate of every cultivator in the Shattered Realms, that fate rewriting would include the hardliner teams themselves, and they had no confidence that Luo Xian's version of managed fate was compatible with the hardliner faction's survival as an independent force. The hardliners were moving toward the Nexus as well. Three forces converging. Luo Xian inside, running his calibration with the patient precision of someone who had been doing this work for 10,000 years and knew exactly what it required. The hardliners approaching from the northeast with the specific urgency of people who had decided that what waited at the end of this march was their only remaining option, and himself, moving from the southwest with 7 fragments newly integrated and the decay fragments integration still settling into its permanent configuration. He reached the Nexus's outer region with 2 hours of margin before the calibration would complete. The Nexus of Threads was not a location that looked exceptional from the outside. A flat plain with unremarkable geography, in the midst of which a convergence of the world's thread lines had been occurring since before anyone had names for what thread lines were. A traveler without void perception would see an empty field. The exceptional part was what the thread perception showed. Thousands of paths of fate and connection converging from every direction simultaneously, drawing together into a central knot that was not tangled but organized. A design convergence that had the quality of intentional architecture worked over enormous spans of time. The decay fragment's newly integrated perception added a layer to this view that the other 6 fragments had not provided. Where the space fragment saw pathways and the time fragment saw duration, the decay fragment saw age, the sheer temporal weight of each thread line, how long it had been carrying its particular connection, and what the sustained carrying had cost the thread's structural integrity over centuries and millennia. Some of the threads converging on the Nexus were ancient beyond any reasonable calculation, and they showed it. Thinned at the edges, frayed where they had been redirected too many times by Fate Weaver interventions, still functional, but carrying the accumulated wear of sustained manipulation like scar tissue in a body that had never been allowed to fully heal. This was what 10,000 years of control looked like from the perspective of the thing being controlled. Not broken. The threads were too fundamental to break under anything short of a full cascade event, but worn in a way that no amount of careful management could prevent when the management itself was the source of the wear. He filed this observation for later use and continued his approach. He felt the working before he reached the center. Luo Xian's fate threading was already propagating the early phases of calibration outward, testing the pathways with small adjustments. Here and there across the Shattered Realms, fates that had been running in one direction were nudged slightly toward another. Not enough to be noticed by anyone without void perception. Enough to confirm that the system was technically functional and that the Grand Weaver's hand was steady. He advanced toward the center using the shadow fragment's full concealment capacity to reduce his void signature to background noise. Luo Xian would detect him the moment he entered thread range. A Void Lord carrying 7 fragments could not be permanently concealed from a Grand Weaver inside his own amplification point. But he could delay the detection long enough to reach conversational range before Luo Xian moved from calibration to defense. He was 30 paces from the center when Luo Xian spoke. "I wondered which fragment you would claim next," the Grand Weaver said. His voice came from the convergence itself, not projected toward Shen Wei, but present in the thread fabric, as though the Nexus itself was speaking. "The fragment of decay. Of course. The void cultivation path has a certain consistent logic to it, if you know how to read the sequence. The Nexus's amplification is not calibrated yet," Shen Wei said. He moved without stopping. 30 paces became 20, became 10. "No," Luo Xian agreed. "But it is close." He felt the working shift. Not toward him. Luo Xian was not using the thread amplification as a weapon, not yet. What shifted was the calibration's rate. It was now running at twice the previous speed. The Grand Weaver was accelerating the completion, choosing to spend precision for time. He covered the remaining distance and stood in the convergence's center with the Grand Weaver. Luo Xian was not what he had expected. The Grand Weaver was tall and thin, with the physical economy that came from a cultivation practice focused entirely on thread work rather than combat. A body that had been maintained as a vessel for perception rather than developed as a weapon. His robes were simple, unmarked by the Order's insignia or any visible rank designation. His hands were still, resting at his sides with the deliberate composure of someone who could reshape the fate of continents with a gesture and had chosen not to make that gesture yet. His eyes held the particular clarity of sustained attention maintained across a span of time that would have driven most minds to fragmentation. Not the sharpness of youth, but the transparency of something that had been worn smooth by sustained use until nothing opaque remained. The sole fragment's attention on him registered a man of immense age and corresponding exhaustion, carrying a project that had outlasted its original justification by a factor no one had anticipated when the project began. This was not what an enemy felt like from the inside. This was what someone who had been right about the importance of their work and wrong about its implementation felt like after a span of millennia, spent unable to see the difference. You cannot stop the calibration from the outside, Luo Xian said. You do not have enough fragments. I have 7, Shenwei said. The working requires 9 to counter. You know this. A long pause. You are here to talk. I am here to show you something that the memory fragment preserved from the Spirit Abyss's records, he said. Before you make your decision about which kind of fight this will be, something you need to see. Something in Luo Xian's thread pattern shifted, not toward engagement, but toward the particular attention that large decisions produced. A grand weaver who had spent 10,000 years managing fate could recognize a pivot point when he was standing in one. Show me, Luo Xian said. The calibration was still running. The hardliners were 45 minutes from the nexus. The window was narrowing, and everything that needed to happen would have to happen inside it. But the window existed, and Shenwei stepped into it. Chapter 10 for the record of the original damage was not what Shenwei had expected. He had expected something ancient and incomprehensible, the evidence of a catastrophe so far outside current experience that it would require extensive interpretation and context before he could understand what he was looking at. He had expected Luo Xian to need to explain every element of what he was seeing. He understood what he was seeing before Luo Xian said a word. The cosmic tapestry, for 1,000 years ago, before the Grand Weaver's emergence, before the Fate Weaver order took its current form, had experienced something that was neither entropy nor external attack. It had experienced what happened when a very large number of very powerful cultivators began severing threads without understanding what they were severing or what those threads connected to beyond their immediate vicinity. Not maliciously, not with any intent to harm. Because the thread cultivation path had been practiced for 1,000 years before that point without anyone accumulating enough power to sever at the scale those cultivators were severing, and because no one had written the warning that scale would need to be accompanied by understanding. Progress had produced capacity. Capacity had produced damage. Damage had cascaded. The memory fragment's rendering of the cascade event was detailed enough that Shenwei could trace its progression hour by hour through the thread network. He watched centuries-old connections snap under severance force that the severing practitioners had not understood they were applying. Watched the breakages propagate outward through secondary and tertiary thread connections that the original severances had destabilized. Each broken thread transferring its load to adjacent connections that were not built to carry the additional weight. The mechanics were clear. The tragedy was clear. And the lesson that Luo Xian had drawn from it, that any practitioner with sufficient capacity was a risk, was also clear, even if the conclusion he had reached from that lesson was wrong. The cascade had affected approximately 1/3 of the Shattered Realm's thread network before it stabilized naturally, not through intervention, but because the damage was self-limiting. At a certain point, severed connections produced isolation rather than further severance, and the isolated regions slowly developed new thread paths on their own natural schedule. The recovery had taken 400 years. Some of the regions that had been isolated during the cascade still bore the marks of that isolation in their thread architecture. Shenwei recognized several of the patterns from his travels through the Shattered Realms, places where the thread connections were thinner or more fragile than the surrounding network, places where cultivators had always found advancement more difficult without understanding why. The Fate Weavers had been created to prevent a second cascade. The control was not ideological, Luo Xian said. His voice in the convergence had shifted, something had eased in it, the quality that 10,000 years of defensive argument created, now that the argument was not being required. It was preventive. Every thread cultivation practitioner is a potential cascade point. The more powerful the practitioner, the larger the potential cascade. We had evidence. The evidence was clear. And the void sovereign, Shenwei said. A practitioner with all 9 fragments is the theoretical maximum cascade point. Luo Xian looked at the historical record still visible in the convergence's thread fabric, with the expression of someone looking at something they have looked at many times before and seeing it differently for the first time. The prophecy is not about destiny. It is about physics. Someone with all 9 fragments, severing threads without the understanding to maintain balance, could reproduce the original cascade at a significantly larger scale than the original. Shinwei was quiet, working through what this meant, not the political implications, which he had already mapped, but the technical ones, which were more significant. The Hollow King, he said. 7 fragments, unstable integration, 400 years of uncontrolled broadcasting. He nearly produced a second cascade 3 times. 3 times, Luo Xian confirmed. The Fate Weaver protocols were activated in response to each near-cascade event. The control was effective, but the cost was real. I have never denied that the cost was real. The Hollowed, Shinwei said. He let the word stand without elaboration, because elaboration was not required. Every cultivator in the Shattered Realms knew what the Hollowed were. Practitioners whose thread connections had been severed by Fate Weaver enforcement, leaving them alive but empty, capable of physical function, but stripped of the connections that made a cultivator's existence meaningful. They lived in the margins of the realms, in settlements that other cultivators avoided, carrying the visible evidence of what happened when the Order's prevention protocols determined that someone had developed too much capacity too quickly. He had met 3 Hollowed practitioners during his early travels, before he understood what had been done to them or why. The memory fragment preserved those encounters with the fidelity it preserved everything, the particular blankness in their eyes, the way they moved through physical space with the competence of trained cultivators, and the thread presence of empty rooms. One of them had been a woman roughly his mother's age. She had looked at him with an expression that contained no malice and no hope and no particular interest in whether he stayed or left, because the part of her that would have cared about such things had been removed along with everything else. A silence that carried the weight of those deliberate severances and the centuries of accumulated harm done in the name of prevention. Yes, Luo Xian said. The Hollowed. He let the silence stand for a moment, giving it the space it required. Then, the cascade risk is real. I have never argued that it is not. The prevention method is where the problem is. You have been addressing the cascade risk by preventing the conditions that could produce a cascade, by controlling fate, by suppressing void cultivation, by removing threat practitioners who developed too much capacity before they could be assessed. The method has an escalating cost, and the cost is now greater than the risk it was designed to address. You have a better method. The fragment of decay has a teaching about entropy, he said. Nothing resists it permanently. Not the cascade risk, not the Order's control, not the method you use to address both. The question is always, what comes next? What grows in the space that the decayed thing leaves open? For the cascade risk, I have an answer. For the Order's control approach, I also have an answer. The 2 answers are compatible. Luo Xian was silent. Through the convergence's threads, Shinwei felt the hardliner approach still closing, moving with the collective urgency of people who had committed to a course of action. I will not simply stop the calibration, Luo Xian said. I have carried this responsibility for 10,000 years. I will not hand it to someone who has carried 7 fragments for 3 months without knowing what comes next. I know what comes next, Shinwei said. I learned it in the Withering Expanse this morning. Something that can accept completion rather than resisting it, that can work with the motion of things rather than against it. He paused. The cosmic tapestry does not need a permanent hand on it. It needs someone who can respond when response is needed and step back when it is not. That is not what the Fate Weavers have been, but it is what the original purpose was, before the 10,000 years changed it. The hardliners arrived at the Nexus's outer boundary at that moment. He felt their approach shift into something faster, and then stop, abruptly, as though they had encountered something unexpected. Funjiao. He had positioned Funjiao and Shunjia at the outer boundary before entering the convergence. The hardliner advance team had found the boundary line. Your companions are holding the outer boundary, Luo Xian said. Holding it so this conversation can finish, Shinwei said. I need 2 more minutes. Then you can decide. He looked at Luo Xian directly through the 7 fragments combined awareness and said the thing that the decay fragment had given him the capacity to say honestly. I cannot promise you that I will not make mistakes. I cannot promise you that the 9 fragments will not become another cascade risk in the future. What I can promise you is that I am willing to be shown when I am wrong, and that the method I am proposing includes that possibility in a way that yours does not, and has not, for 10,000 years. The calibration was still running, moving toward completion. Luo Xian reached into the convergence's thread architecture and stopped it. The silence that followed had a specific quality, the silence of a very long history pausing before what came next. Show me what you found in the Spirit Abyss records, Luo Xian said. All of them. Then I will decide what is right. Chapter 105. Funjiao held the outer boundary for 19 minutes. Shenwei knew the duration because the temporal fragment's passive perception tracked time automatically, and because when Fun Zhao arrived at the convergence's edge with 3 cuts on his left arm and a Fate Weaver hardliner's suppression technique partially active on his cultivation base, the 19 minutes explained both the cuts and the suppression in ways that did not require additional explanation. They had 6, Fun Zhao said. He was breathing steadily, which meant the damage was manageable. Xinjia has 3 of them, contained with binding techniques. 2 retreated when they saw the Nexus's calibration had stopped. They are probably running back to the faction with a report right now. 1 is still somewhere in the outer region. Shenwei sent the soul fragment's awareness toward the hardliner patterns across the Nexus's outer boundary, locating all 6 signatures. 3 with the thread containment of Xunjia's modified Fate Weaver binding technique. She had developed the modification by taking what she had been taught as an enforcer and inverting its application, turning a capture technique into a containment one. 2 moving away at speed, with the thread signature of cultivators who had made a strategic calculation and were implementing it immediately. 1 still, waiting, with the patient thread quality of someone who had been trained to wait through exactly this kind of situation. He removed the suppression technique from Fun Zhao's cultivation base, a careful unweaving that required the memory fragments analysis of the suppression's specific architecture before he could work against it without causing additional damage. The technique was a hardliner design, meant to lock a thread practitioner's fragment access by inserting a thread pattern that mimicked the fragment's natural frequency and disrupted the resonance interface. It was elegant engineering, the kind of technique only someone who understood void fragment cultivation from the outside could design, working backward from observed behavior to inferred mechanism. The removal left Fun Zhao's cultivation base clean. The cuts on his arm would need Lin Yu's attention at the next opportunity. What happened with the Grand Weaver? Fun Zhao asked. He is considering what I showed him. That is not a resolution. No, he agreed. It is a step. A real one, not a tactical one. He looked at the convergence where Luo Xian was still present, examining the Spirit Abyss records in the thread architecture with the careful attention of someone checking a claim that carries significant implications if it proves correct. The conversation we just had was one that did not happen in any of the previous meetings. He showed me why the Fate Weavers were originally created. The original purpose was legitimate. The cascade risk is real, and they were created to prevent it. Fun Zhao was quiet for a moment. And the 10,000 years of harm. Still harm, he said. Purpose and method are not the same thing. Understanding why the method became what it became is useful. It shows me where the reform has to reach to be stable, what it has to address to be more than a temporary correction. He paused. The cascade risk is real, Fun Zhao. The void cultivation path, practiced widely without integration protocols, can damage the cosmic tapestry's thread network at scale. The evidence is in the historical record. The Fate Weavers spent 10,000 years preventing that at a cost that eventually exceeded the risk they were preventing. I need to find a method that prevents the cascade risk at a cost that is actually sustainable long-term. You are thinking about this like a long project, Fun Zhao said. It is a long project, he said simply. The kind that is not finished in one person's lifetime. He assessed the 6th direction signature still waiting in the outer region, patient, positioned, carrying the thread quality of someone who had been given a specific task and was waiting for the confirmation that would determine whether to execute it. The hardliner who did not retreat. Do you know why they stayed? When I was holding the line, one of them said something before the engagement escalated, Fun Zhao said. He looked toward the outer region with the expression of someone recalling an exact statement. They said, if the Grand Weaver stops the calibration, we deal with the practitioner ourselves. That one said it. Shenwei processed this. They are not waiting for an opportunity, he said. They are waiting for confirmation that the calibration has stopped, which would trigger the execution of a contingency plan that was in place before today. He sent a thread perception toward the 6th signature's position and received back the specific quality of someone whose conviction had the absolute character of a decision made well in advance, with full consideration of what it required, carried without doubt. This was not a scout or an improviser. This was a hardliner who had been assigned a specific task and was going to complete it regardless of how the Nexus situation resolved. The task, as best as he could read from the thread intention, was not directed at him. It was directed at Luo Xian. He moved. 7 fragments. Direct spatial fold. The convergence center to the outer region's northeast sector in the time it took the hardliner to confirm that the calibration had stopped, because the confirmation was the trigger, and the trigger had just been pulled, and the window to intervene was measured in seconds. The hardliner was a woman in her mid-50s with the cultivation base of a void lord and the specific thread pattern of someone who had been waiting through a very long deployment with complete patience. She had a technique prepared, wound tight in the thread architecture around her, ready to release at a thought. A fate severance working designed specifically for the architecture of a grand weaver's cultivation route. Don't, he said. She looked at him with clear eyes. Her thread signature had the quality of genuine conviction. This was not an act of cruelty or personal ambition. This was an act she believed was necessary to prevent something worse. That belief was wrong, but it was not a false belief. If the Grand Weaver steps back from control, she said, there is nothing preventing the cascade. The entire Fate Weaver Order has been the only force preventing the cascade for 10,000 years. Remove the Grand Weaver, and the Order fractures. The cascade prevention does not require control, he said. I know what caused the original cascade. I know what prevention actually requires. It does not require removing thread cultivation capacity from everyone who develops it. It requires integration protocols and understanding of what the cascade risk actually is. You have carried 7 fragments for 3 months. Yes, and I have been shown what happens when someone carries 7 fragment echoes without integration or support for 400 years, in isolation, with no one to see what was happening. He held her attention steadily. Chiren, the Hollow King. That is the cascade you are trying to prevent. I am trying to prevent the same thing. The disagreement is about method. Her thread signature was genuinely considering what he had said. She had not dismissed it. If Luo Xian steps back and your method fails, she said, the cascade will occur before any correction is possible. There will be no second chance. Yes, he said, that is the risk. It is a real risk, and I will not pretend it is not. He paused. And the Fate Weaver method is also failing. It has been failing for a long time, in ways that are now fully documented. The Hollowed are the evidence that the prevention's ongoing cost has exceeded the risk it was designed to prevent. You know this. Every person in the Hardliner faction knows this. The disagreement is not about whether the current method has a problem. It is about whether changing the method is worth the risk. A long silence in the outer region. The decay constructs from the expanse were not present here, but their absence felt like a presence. The specific quiet of a place where nothing was being forced to resist. She released the technique. Not willingly. The thread tension had the particular quality of someone releasing something against their better judgment. Doing it because the argument had reached a place where holding on required ignoring what she had just heard. But she released it. If you fail, she said, I will be the one who should have acted here today. If I fail, he said, you will be right about that. He looked at her without evasion. I do not intend to fail. She walked away from the nexus toward the northeast, not toward the retreat route the other two had taken, but toward her own path, to the Hardliner faction, to the report she would make, to whatever came next for a faction that had just watched its contingency plan not be executed. He returned to the Convergence, where Luo Xian was still working through the Spirit Abyss records with the precise attention of someone who had decided to check before deciding. The Grand Weaver needed more time. The margin existed. He gave it to him. Chapter 106 Luo Xian did not concede anything easily that first afternoon. He examined the Spirit Abyss records with the scrupulous attention of someone who had spent 10,000 years developing a comprehensive understanding of the cosmic tapestry's thread network and was now encountering evidence that this understanding had significant gaps. He asked precise questions, not as challenges, but as checks, the questions a careful practitioner asked when reviewing documentation that would change an established model if it proved correct. He challenged specific interpretations. He identified 3 places where Shun Wei's mother's records appeared to contradict established Fate Weaver knowledge and required explanation before he could assess them. The explanations were not easy to give. In 2 cases, the contradiction was genuine, not because one source was wrong, but because both sources were observing the same phenomenon from incompatible vantage points. And the reconciliation required accepting that the tapestry's thread network had properties that neither perspective had captured completely on its own. In the 3rd case, the Fate Weaver knowledge was simply wrong. Luo Xian acknowledged this with the particular quiet of someone for whom such acknowledgments were not common experiences, and who was taking the time to receive the acknowledgement properly rather than moving past it. The cascade propagation model, he said. The entire Fate Weaver order was built on this model. The control protocols, the scope of fate manipulation necessary to prevent propagation, the criteria for identifying at-risk practitioners, the thresholds for intervention, all of it was derived from this model. If the model has this error in it, the scope of fate manipulation was wider than necessary, Shunwei said. Yes, that follows directly from the model's error. A long silence in which the implications worked themselves through. By how much? Luo Xian asked. He had run this calculation using the memory fragments analysis of his mother's records against the Fate Weaver model. He had run it twice, because the first result was difficult to accept without verification. The control protocols addressed 3 times the actual cascade risk, he said. Not because the weavers were malicious, because the model's error inflated the risk by a factor of 3. Every generation of weavers after the original calculated the necessary control scope against the inflated model, and every expansion of scope built on the previous generation's expansion. The harm caused by the control was proportional to the scope of the control, Luoxian said. He said it in the flat, precise way of someone performing an arithmetic that was already complete and confirmed, not looking for the answer but stating it. If the scope was 3 times the necessary minimum, 2/3 of the harm was preventable. He did not soften this, because softening it would have been a disrespect to the people the harm had touched. Yes, that is the arithmetic. Fun Zhao was at the convergence's edge, visible through the thread perception, but out of the range where his presence would change the quality of the conversation. He had understood correctly that this was not a discussion to observe closely, and had positioned himself where he could be useful if needed without being present in a way that made the other party feel observed. Luoxian was quiet for a long time. Long enough that the afternoon light shifted in the nexus's threadluminescence. I have been operating on a flawed model for 10,000 years, he said finally. He said it without inflection, not as a confession, not as a lament, but as a fact being registered. Yes, and the individuals who were hollowed as a result of the excess control cannot be restored, Shenwei said. Some of the recent cases, the ones from the past century where the thread damage is newer, they can be addressed with the soul fragments intervention protocols. The early ones are beyond recovery. The thread damage is too complete and too old. He paused. The recent one, the province annihilation, that is a different situation. If the 9th fragment were claimed, you do not have the 9th fragment, Luoxian said. No, he agreed. I have 7. The Grand Weaver looked at him through the convergence's full perceptual range. Every thread arriving at the nexus offered a different angle on the person standing in its center, and all those angles combined into a composite that was, in its own way, as complete as the soul fragment's awareness. What do you propose for the cascade risk? Luoxian asked. Not rhetorically, as a genuine question, asked by someone who had just discovered that the answer they had been using was built on a flawed foundation and needed to understand what the corrected answer was. Integration protocols. Standardized, publicly available, distributed through the thread network as the foundation of any serious void cultivation practice above the thread severer rank. The same protocols my mother developed, extended with what the Spirit Abyss records contain and what I have learned through 7 fragment integrations. He paused. Overseen. Not controlled. Checked. Not suppressed. The Fate Weaver order in its original purpose, before the model's error scaled the control beyond what the purpose required. And the practitioners who exceed the safe integration threshold, who develop capacity faster than the protocols can address, are addressed, he said. Not removed. Not severed. Addressed as the specific persons they are, with the specific situation they are in. The soul fragment can identify cascade risk signatures before they become cascade events. There is a specific thread pattern that signals the pre-cascade state, and that state is recoverable through intervention if the intervention happens at the right time. He shared the pattern through the convergence, letting Luoxian examine it directly in the thread architecture. I know this pattern, Luoxian said slowly. There was something in his voice that had not been there before. I have seen it twice in my tenure as Grand Weaver. Both times I ordered preventive fate severance, based on the model's cascade risk calculation. He was quiet. Both times the practitioners subsequently became hollowed. The fate severance accelerated the cascade risk state rather than resolving it, Shenwei said. It removed the practitioner's ability to self-regulate, which was the only mechanism through which the state could be resolved. The soul fragment's intervention reinforces that ability rather than removing it. Luoxian looked at the pattern for another long moment. You need the 9th fragment to implement this at the scale required. The soul fragment intervention requires a practitioner capable of sustained multi-connection work, the kind of operation that requires complete integration. Yes, I know where the 9th fragment is, Luoxian said. The convergence around them was very still. It is not in a sealed dimension, Luoxian continued. The fragment of annihilation cannot be sealed. It negates the conditions that make sealing possible. It has been in the Fate Weaver Sanctum for 1100 years. We captured it from the previous Void Sovereign before his integration was complete, and we have held it since. He looked at the thread fabric around them with an expression that was not quite regret and not quite relief, but contained elements of both. The holding of it is what gave the order its initial power. The cascade risk associated with a practitioner who holds the annihilation fragment without the other 8 is catastrophic, and the Fate Weavers were the only force capable of containment at the necessary level. And the suppression work shaped the order, Shinwei said. The holding of something dangerous for long enough makes an institution feel that its own continued existence is the condition for the world's safety, Luoxian said. The distinction between the institution's survival and the mission the institution serves becomes unclear, and then it disappears. He looked at Shinwei directly. I know that this is what happened. I have known it for a long time. He let the acknowledgement stand without comment. Then, I need the 9th fragment. I know, Luoxian said. The question is whether I give it to you. That is a decision I need to make correctly. He nodded and waited, because that was what the moment required. Chapter 107. The answer was not immediate, and the lack of immediacy was not evasion. Luoxian continued examining the Spirit Abyss records with the same careful attention he had given them all afternoon, asking precise questions about the integration protocols and receiving precise answers, working through the documentation with the specific thoroughness of someone who understood that a decision of this magnitude required understanding the full picture before it was made. Shinwei answered each question fully, because any answer held back would produce a decision based on incomplete information, and a decision based on incomplete information would be a decision he could not rely on. Feng Zhao brought food at some point. From where, Shinwei did not ask. He ate without fully registering the act, his attention on the quality of Luo Xian's examination. What he was registering was the character of the Grand Weaver's attention as it moved through the records. Luo Xian was not making a political decision or a strategic one. He was doing what someone with 10,000 years of genuine expertise did when confronted with evidence that their working model required fundamental revision. He was checking it, line by line, implication by implication, with the care that matched the weight of what would change if the revision held. The integration protocols your mother developed, Luo Xian said, late in the process. She reached them during the years she spent in the Spirit Abyss. Yes. She was carrying 2 fragments when she made her sacrifice to seal them back into the dimensional structure. Yes. The sacrifice was necessary given what she knew at the time, Luo Xian said. It was not a defense. It was a statement that carried the specific weight of someone who had been reviewing their own decisions against new information. The integration protocols did not exist yet. She could not have completed the full integration alone. Without them, the cascade risk would have been real. I know, Shinwei said. She told me this herself, in the Spirit Abyss. She did not regret what she chose, given what she knew when she chose it. A pause. You spoke with her soul. In the Spirit Abyss, yes. She is present there in a form that allows communication. Luo Xian was quiet. The soul fragment perceived something in his thread quality that was difficult to name precisely. Regret in its most distilled form. The specific flavor that came from actions taken correctly given available information that had proven to be insufficient, and from the knowledge that the insufficiency was not ignorance, but the specific gap that the flawed model had created. I sent the weaver who forced her sacrifice, Luo Xian said. She was carrying 2 fragments at the thread severer level, and the cascade risk calculation based on the model indicated that continued development without intervention would reach the critical threshold within 18 months. The intervention was specified by the protocol. The protocol was derived from the model. He looked at the thread fabric. The model was wrong. You do not need to explain the calculation to me, Shinwei said. He kept his voice even, because even was what the moment required. I know what the calculation said. The calculation was wrong. She is in the Spirit Abyss and she is at peace with what she chose, in the way that people who have had a long time to reach peace are at peace. He paused. I am not at peace with what was done. I do not expect to be. No, Luo Xian said. You should not be. They sat with that for a moment. The specific weight of it, real and irreversible, not to be argued away or contextually managed. If I give you the 9th fragment, Luo Xian said, and the integration fails, if the annihilation cascade begins before the other 8 fragments can contain it, what happens precisely? The cascade will reach the scale of the original damage before the remaining fragments can work against it, Shinwei said honestly. Approximately a third of the Shattered Realms thread network, at minimum. The cascade is self-limiting at a certain point, as the original was, but the damage before that point is the same order of magnitude as the historical event. The original cascade left scars that are still present in the thread network today. I know, he said. I can see them in the current thread perception. They are old and partially healed, but present. And you still want to attempt the integration, knowing those potential consequences. I want to attempt the integration, he confirmed, because the alternative is leaving the 9th fragment in suppression, and the suppression cost is the continued existence of the Fate Weaver order in some form, and the Fate Weaver order in any form maintains the excess control scope that was built on the flawed cascade model. He looked at the Grand Weaver directly. The choice is between a known ongoing harm and a calculable risk. I prefer the calculable risk. I believe you do too, now that you have seen what the known ongoing harm actually consists of. Luo Xian did not respond immediately. The soul fragment perceived the internal process, not hesitation in the sense of uncertainty about the logic, but the particular slowness of someone who was allowing a very old framework to be dismantled inside their own thinking while they watched it happen. 10,000 years of conviction did not dissolve in an afternoon. What dissolved was the certainty that the conviction was sufficient, and what remained after that dissolution was the honest assessment of a man who had always been capable of honest assessment, but had not had the information that made honest assessment point in a different direction than the one he had been walking. The thread quality around the Grand Weaver shifted as the internal process continued, subtle changes in the resonance pattern that indicated not capitulation but recalibration. Shenwei recognized the difference because the decay fragment's teaching about entropy applied here as well. The old understanding was not being destroyed. It was being composted. The nutrients of 10,000 years of genuine expertise were being absorbed into a new configuration that could hold both the original insight about cascade risk and the corrected understanding of what appropriate response to that risk actually required. Luo Xian looked at the convergence around them for a long time, long enough that the quality of the light changed. I need one day, he said finally. I will travel to the sanctum and retrieve the fragment. I will bring it to you at whatever location you designate for the integration. A pause. Not as a gift, as a commitment. If the integration succeeds, the Fate Weaver Order's control protocols are dismantled. If the integration fails, I retain the right to implement whatever measures are necessary to address the resulting cascade. If the integration fails, Shenwei said, the cascade will consume the thread network architecture the nexus amplification depends on. The measures you describe will not be possible. Luo Xian considered this. Then we are both committing to the outcome, with no fallback position. Yes, he said. We are both committing, and neither of us has a path back to where we were this morning. The Grand Weaver looked at him one final time with the full perception the convergence allowed. One day, Luo Xian said, be where you are needed while I travel. He stepped out of the convergence, and his presence in the thread network began moving northwest toward the sanctum he had occupied for 10,000 years, with the specific thread quality of someone who had made a decision about what honest accounting required and was walking toward its implementation. Feng Zhao arrived at Shenwei's side. He is going to retrieve it. Yes. Can you trust him? He considered this carefully, because the question deserved the careful consideration. I trust that he has spent 10,000 years being genuinely committed to preventing the cascade, he said. I trust that the conversation we had changed how he understands what the cascade prevention requires. I trust that he is capable of doing the right thing when shown evidence that the right thing and his current practice are different. A pause. Whether that trust is well-placed will be determined tomorrow. Feng Zhao was quiet for a moment, absorbing this with the practical acceptance that was the swordsman's characteristic response to situations where the uncertainty could not be resolved before it had to be lived through. Then, I will find Lian Yu and Xiao Run. He went. Shenwei stood in the nexus's convergence and felt the world's threads moving around him. Thousands of fate connections, the complex living network that the Fate Weavers had maintained and controlled and damaged for 10,000 years, and that he was proposing to care for differently. The convergence was quieter now that Luo Xian's calibration had been stopped. The threads moved at their natural pace, without the amplification pressure that the Grand Weaver's working had been applying. In the quiet, Shenwei could feel something he had not felt before. The thread's own tendency, the direction they wanted to move when no one was steering them. Not random, not chaotic. The natural motion had a pattern to it that was different from the Fate Weaver-imposed pattern, but no less organized. It was the organization of a living system following its own internal logic rather than the organization of a managed system following external direction. He stood with this perception and let it teach him what it had to teach, because tomorrow he would either complete the 9-fragment integration or produce a cascade that would damage a third of the shattered realms. And in either case, the time for quiet observation of the thread network's natural state was limited to this evening and the hours that remained before Luo Xian returned. The decay fragment settled deeper into its permanent integration as he stood there, the last of the morning's restructuring completing itself in the convergence's ambient energy. 7 fragments, fully integrated, working as a single system. One more to go. One day, then the 9th fragment, and everything that came after the 9th fragment, which he would face when he reached it. Chapter 108. Luo Xian returned with the fragment of annihilation at exactly the time he had indicated. The fragments' arrival was perceivable through the 7 fragments' combined awareness before the Grand Weaver came into visual range. The annihilation energy registered as something that was not quite opposite to each of the 7 fragments, but was the angle of absolute negation to each. Space's negation, time's negation, memory's negation, all present simultaneously in the fragment of annihilation's resonance. A practitioner who had been carrying this in suppression for 1100 years would have been permanently aware of what they were containing, every day, every hour, as a sustained presence in their cultivation structure. The toll of that containment was visible in Luo Xian's thread quality in a way that 10,000 years of standard cultivation work had not produced. The 9-fragment interaction was the fundamental design of the void cultivation path. 8 fragments suppressing the 9th, rather than integrating with it, was the equivalent of building a house with its foundation inverted and then spending 1100 years in the inverted house telling yourself the inversion was structural. You can set it down, Shenwei said. The suppression can be released. Luo Xian looked at him. The annihilation cascade begins the moment the suppression is released without the full 8-fragment integration in place to address it. I have 7 fragments at full integration, he said. The cascade will have partial containment from the moment the suppression releases. It will not be comfortable. It will not be safe. But the cascade will not propagate beyond what I can address with 7 fragments working at full capacity. He paused. This is not confidence. This is the calculation. Show me the calculation. He did. The memory fragment projected the full cascade risk assessment through the convergence's thread architecture. The propagation model based on his mother's records, the correction to the Fate Weaver model's error, the 7-fragment containment capacity against the annihilation fragment's released energy at the suppression removal moment. The margins were real. They were not generous. Luo Xian studied the calculation with the same methodical care he had given everything else. There is a variable you have not quantified, he said. The suppression's release will also release 1100 years of contained annihilation energy accumulation. The fragment has been generating energy continuously in suppression. The suppression does not prevent generation, only expression. When the suppression releases, the accumulated energy releases simultaneously with the fragment itself. Shenwei had not known this. The information landed with the weight of a variable that changed everything downstream of itself. 1100 years of continuous generation, contained but not dissipated, accumulating pressure behind the suppression barrier, like water behind a dam that had been designed to hold for decades and had been holding for centuries beyond its intended duration. He revised the calculation. The memory fragment ran the updated propagation model 3 times, checking the result against different assumptions about the accumulation rate and the release dynamics. All 3 runs converged on the same conclusion. The margins shrank, not to 0, but the comfortable margins became uncomfortable ones, and the buffer between success and cascade narrowed to something that required the integration to proceed exactly as planned. No errors. No hesitation at the wrong moment. No unexpected variables beyond the one Luo Xian had just provided. The integration would need to be the most precisely executed working he had ever attempted, performed under conditions that allowed no margin for the kind of adjustment that every previous fragment integration had required at some point in the process. He looked at the revised numbers and accepted them, because accepting difficult numbers was different from pretending they were comfortable, and the decay fragment's teaching about entropy had included the specific lesson that resistance to unpleasant truths cost more energy than the truths themselves. I need a larger perimeter, he said. The integration site needs to be in a location where the cascade's immediate radius does not include populated areas. Luo Xian looked at him steadily. I know a place. The place the Grand Weaver knew was a pocket dimension the Fate Weavers had used as a staging area for large-scale operations, accessible through a precise threadfold, uninhabited, with a limited thread network that had fewer connections to the wider tapestry than any location in the primary world. A cascade event there would propagate outward more slowly, giving the 8-fragment containment more time to work against it. Slower propagation, more time to address it. It was a better location than anything Shenwei would have identified independently, from a knowledge base he did not have. They moved to the pocket dimension together. The transit through the threadfold was precise. Luo Xian's navigation of the dimensional crossing was the work of someone who had been using this specific pathway for centuries, each step placed with the automatic confidence of deep familiarity. The pocket dimension opened around them like a room that had been waiting to be entered, a bounded space with a muted thread network, the connections to the wider tapestry thin and few, like a lake connected to the ocean by a handful of narrow channels rather than an open coast. The space itself was stark, a flat expanse of pale stone under a sky that held no weather, lit by an ambient luminescence that had no visible source. The Fate Weavers had used this place for workings that could not be safely performed in the primary world. The stone surface was scored with old thread patterns from previous operations, faded but legible to void perception. Some of those patterns were containment arrays. The Fate Weavers had practiced containment here before applying it elsewhere. Shenwei examined the thread network architecture with all 7 fragments active and confirmed Luo Xian's assessment. The limited connections to the wider tapestry would slow cascade propagation significantly. If the integration failed and the cascade began, the narrow channels would act as bottlenecks, giving the containment response time measured in minutes rather than seconds. Minutes were not generous, but they were more than he would have had in the primary world. Fun Zhao arrived with Lianyu, Xiaorun, and Shun Jia before the fragment's transport was complete. The group assembled with the quiet efficiency of people who had been working through enough impossible situations together to skip the procedural discussion and go directly to positioning. Everyone knew their role. Everyone had prepared. Fun Zhao positioned himself at the perimeter's northeast point, his blade already drawn, not because a blade would be useful against a cascade event, but because the swordsman's cultivation was anchored in the weapon and his containment capacity was maximized when the blade was active. Shun Jia took the southeast, her thread reading spread wide to monitor the pocket dimension's boundary connections. Xiaorun settled at the west point with her harmonic instruments already calibrated, her perception extending outward in overlapping waves that would detect cascade propagation at the earliest possible moment. Lianyu moved to his left side and took his hand. The soul fragment's awareness registered the full quality of the thread connection between them, the particular completeness that had developed through months of shared experience, through the trials and the war and the spirit abyss and the withering expanse that morning. A thread that had more texture than any other in his perception. Xiaorun has the cascade signature harmonics calibrated, she said. She will call the propagation direction and speed as it develops. Yes. He looked at her. The annihilation energy will affect the thread connections in the immediate environment, including the one between us. I know, she said. Her voice was steady. I am staying anyway. He did not argue, because arguing would have been both futile and dishonest. He wanted her there. The soul fragment's integration was stronger with her thread connection active in his perception, and stronger integration meant better containment capacity, and better containment capacity meant a marginally higher probability of success. The calculation was real, but it was not why he wanted her there, and he did not pretend to himself that it was. If the cascade begins, he said quietly, move to Fun Zhao's position. The northeast channel is the narrowest. The propagation will reach you last there. I will move when moving is necessary, she said. Not before. He held her hand and turned to face the fragment of annihilation. Luo Xian released the suppression. Chapter 109. The annihilation energy hit him like learning what it meant to stop existing. Not death. Not destruction in any form he had encountered in the previous 7 fragment integrations. The fragment of annihilation's fundamental operation was the removal of the condition that made things possible, not cutting threads, but erasing the fact of them. The way a dream did not end, but simply was no longer being dreamed. The first moment of contact with the released fragment energy was the most complete sensation of wrongness he had ever experienced, because the part of him that registered wrongness was itself being examined for removal. The 7 fragments held. He felt them straining against the contact. The spatial fragment trying to fold away from what could not be folded away from. The temporal fragment reaching toward a past moment when this contact was not happening. The memory fragment experiencing the contact as a sustained attempt to erase every memory simultaneously. All of them reaching for their natural responses and finding that those responses did not apply to what they were encountering. The gravity fragment was the most immediately useful. It anchored him to the specific weight of being present, the physical fact of existing in this pocket dimension with his feet on this floor and his hand in Lianyu's hand. And the anchor held because the gravity fragment operated at the level of physical presence rather than the level of identity. He reached toward the annihilation fragment. North-northeast propagation beginning, Xiaorun said from behind him. Her harmonic perception was tracking the cascade signature in the pocket dimension's thread network with the precision of a practitioner who had been calibrating for exactly this signature for 2 weeks. Speed is 40% of the calculated projection. Below expectation. Below expectation. The margins had been uncomfortable, and the actual propagation was slower than the uncomfortable margins had projected. He took the information in and used it to calibrate his reach. The integration was not about accepting the fragment. It was about incorporating its negation into the structure that already held space, time, memory, gravity, shadow, soul, decay, and creation. The negation had to find its natural position in the pattern. Forcing it produced exactly the cascade the pattern was meant to prevent. He looked at the annihilation fragment through 7-fragment perception and understood what it was. Every other fragment had been an aspect of the void, a dimension along which void cultivation operated, a capability, a power that operated within the medium of existence. The annihilation fragment was not an aspect. It was the principle behind the aspects. Not annihilation as destruction, annihilation as the truth that nothing was permanent, the ground condition that made all the other void operations meaningful. Space could be traversed because space was not absolute. Time could be perceived because time was not fixed. Memory could be modified because memory was not identical to reality. The annihilation fragment was the truth that everything the other 8 fragments worked with was workable because it was not permanent. Holding this without losing the other 8 was the integration challenge. He held it. Propagation slowing, Shaoran said. Her voice was carefully controlled, the specific control of someone who had found something going better than expected and did not want to break the pattern by reacting. 60% of initial rate. The fragment of annihilation settled into the pattern. The settlement was not clean. The 8 to 9 transition produced a resonance cascade that ran through all his previously integrated fragments simultaneously. Each one tested against the annihilation principle, each one forced to demonstrate that it could coexist with the truth of its own impermanence. The spatial fragment briefly lost coherence. The memory fragment produced a simultaneous flash of every memory it had accumulated since his mother's spirit abyss records. The soul fragment's distributed awareness expanded catastrophically outward, reaching thread connections it had not previously held, touching the presence of people across the shattered realms in ways that were too numerous to process, and then collapsed back to its normal range with the specific quality of having briefly been much larger than it was designed to maintain. Propagation stopped, Shaoran said. He was still present. 8 fragments, integrated. The 8th was the annihilation principle, and it was in its correct position, the ground beneath the other 7, the truth that made each of them what they were rather than what they might appear to be. The cascade had not occurred. The pocket dimension's thread network showed disruption patterns that would take weeks to resolve naturally, but the network was intact. He was still holding Lian Yu's hand. Void Emperor, he said. It was the rank designation for 8-fragment integration. He had reached it, and the advancement was not a separate event from the integration. It was the integration, the same process described in 2 different languages. You are bleeding, Lian Yu said. He was. The annihilation energy's contact had produced damage that was not precisely physical, but manifested physically. 3 meridians had developed fractures where the fragment's removal principle had tested them most severely. The damage was reparable. It was not immediately dangerous. He looked at Luo Xian, who was standing at the pocket dimension's far edge with the particular quality of someone who had released something they had been carrying for 1100 years and was not yet certain how to occupy the space where the carrying had been. The suppression cost, Shen Wei said. Luo Xian looked down at his own thread network. The 1100 years of suppression work had produced visible damage in his cultivation base. Threads held under sustained tension for longer than most cultivation lines lasted, organized around the tension in ways that were now suddenly without the tension they required. I will recover, he said. He said it with the quiet certainty of someone assessing a real situation honestly. The 43 other fate weavers who have been participating in the suppression work will also need to be addressed. I will manage that process. Can I assist? No. This is mine to manage. He looked at the disrupted thread network of the pocket dimension. The cascade did not occur. No, Shinwei agreed. You have 8 fragments. Yes. Void Ascendant requires all 9, Luo Xian said. I know. He considered the feel of the 8-fragment integration, the annihilation principle as the ground beneath everything else, the other 7 operating with the particular sharpness that came from working from truth rather than around it. Where is the fragment of annihilation's dimensional home? There is no 9th sealed dimension, Luo Xian said. The fragment of annihilation's nature does not permit dimensional sealing. It negates the conditions that make sealing possible. The 9th fragment does not have a home. It has to be held. He paused. By the practitioner who carries it. Shen Wei understood. The fragment of annihilation was already integrated. He was the 9th fragment's home now. There was no trial to complete, no dimensional entry, no guardian to pass. The fragment had always been the integration itself. The annihilation principle was not a thing to be found but a truth to be accepted, and he had accepted it. Void Ascendant, he said, with the specific weight of someone not naming a rank but describing a state. Void Ascendant, Luo Xian confirmed. All 9. The complete cultivation path, completed for the first time in 1100 years. Feng Zhao was looking at him from across the pocket dimension with the evaluating expression the swordsman used when deciding whether to be worried about something he was seeing. Shenwei looked back. "I am still here," he said. Feng Zhao nodded once. Not quickly, not immediately, but with the specific deliberateness of someone who had been uncertain about this and was genuinely relieved to be proven wrong in the direction of relief. Chapter 110. They emerged from the pocket dimension to find the war in a different shape than it had been when they entered. The 30 hours of the integration process had been 30 hours of ongoing events in the primary world. Tian Su had received the report of the Stone Reach stand-down and had made a decision, not to escalate, but to sue for formal terms. His ambassador had arrived at Heishan's current field position that morning with an offer of conditional ceasefire and territorial withdrawal, the terms of a leader who had reassessed the cost-benefit analysis of continued direct engagement. Heishan's response, relayed through Qin Mei's network. He would accept the ceasefire terms and refer the territorial question to a council that had not yet been formed. Buying time correctly, while the central conflict resolved, without making commitments that would constrain the outcome. The hardliner faction had fractured. The 3 cultivators Shen Jia had contained had returned to the faction with the report that the Grand Weaver had willingly traveled to the Nexus for a negotiation rather than issuing directives from the Sanctum. The faction's moderate wing, which had always existed in tension with the absolute control position, suppressed but not absent, had used this as the evidence they needed to argue that Luo Xian was no longer reliably committed to the suppression program. The faction was divided and, for the moment, inactive. The moderate Fate Weavers led by Weaver Ling had issued a public statement. All active fate manipulation was suspended pending a review of the Order's protocols and their basis. This was the shape of the war after 30 hours. Tian Su's terms, Shenwei said to Heishan, when they reached the field position. The commander laid out the terms with the precision of a man who had studied them carefully and arrived at clear conclusions about which elements mattered. The terms were not favorable overall. Territorial withdrawal from areas directly engaged, but retention of the dimensional energy extraction machinery in the captured peripheral dimension. No reparations for civilian casualties. A mutual non-interference agreement phrased to prevent Shenwei and Heishan from coordinating future actions against the Celestial Dominion. The dimensional extraction machinery, Shenwei said. The central issue, Heishan agreed. The rest of the terms are negotiable. The machinery is why the ceasefire offer exists at all. He wants it protected under ceasefire terms before you can get close enough to address it. He addressed it that afternoon. The captured peripheral dimensions extraction machinery was a thread-level engineering project. Tian Su's cultivator engineers had designed a system for drawing dimensional energy out of the dimension's natural thread network and converting it to a form usable by conventional cultivation. The design was not malicious. The design was incompetent in a specific way. It drew from the thread network's structural connections rather than the ambient energy flows, which meant every extraction event weakened the dimension's structural integrity as it operated. The dimension had 11 months of structural integrity remaining before a complete collapse event. He entered the extraction machinery through the Nexus's thread connection to the captured dimension and, very carefully, dismantled the structural extraction connections and redirected the machinery to the ambient flow channels instead. The ambient channels produced approximately 40% of the extraction rate. This would require Tian Su's military energy budget to be revised significantly. He sent a precise summary of the work to the Celestial Dominion's engineering team, with the specific technical information they needed to operate the redirected system correctly and the explanation of why the original design would have produced a catastrophic result in 11 months. Then he sent a separate message to Tian Su's ambassador. The machinery had been modified to prevent the structural collapse that would have occurred in 11 months. The ceasefire terms were acceptable with one change, the non-interference provision, which he would not sign. He proposed instead a mutual transparency agreement. He would not coordinate military action against the Celestial Dominion's territory, and Tian Su would not prevent independent monitoring of the dimensional extraction operation. The ambassador's response arrived within the hour. Tian Su was angry. The soul fragment registered the thread quality of the message clearly, but not irrational. He had not known about the 11-month collapse timeline. The modified terms were accepted. The war is ending, Feng Zhao said beside him. This war, Shenwei said. The broader work is just beginning. He looked at the field position around them. Heishan soldiers, the long aftermath of weeks of sustained conflict that would take months to address in terms of displaced people and damaged cultivation resources. The cascade risk still exists. The integration protocols need distribution. The Fate Weaver's suppression network needs dismantling carefully enough that the practitioners sustained by that network do not experience catastrophic cultivation collapse. You have 8 fragments and the annihilation principle as ground, Funjiao said. Can you do all of that? With the right support, he said. Yes. Funjiao looked at him for a moment, and his next question was the one Shun Wei had been expecting from him. The decay fragment taught you that nothing resists entropy permanently, he said, including the things we are protecting. He paused. Does that apply to you? He thought about how to answer honestly, because Funjiao had earned honest answers. The decay fragment taught me that the completion of things is not the failure of the person who worked for them, he said. What I build will eventually be superseded by what comes after it. What I protect will eventually end through natural processes. Both facts are compatible with building and protecting well. He paused. They are not compatible with pretending that building and protecting well is the same as permanent victory. It is not. But it is the right work, and doing it well is not diminished by the fact that it will eventually be completed. Funjiao absorbed this with the characteristic absorption, quiet, thorough, not rushing to a response. Then we build and protect well. Yes, he said. We build and protect well. He turned toward the next work, carrying everything the path had given him and cost him. And the work continued because the work was what the path was for. Chapter 111 The Fate Weaver Suppression Network's dismantling was the most delicate task Shun Wei had yet attempted, requiring 8-fragment precision and the patience of someone who understood that speed was not the relevant virtue here. 43 Fate Weaver practitioners were connected to the Annihilation Fragments suppression apparatus, some of them senior weavers who had participated voluntarily for decades, some of them mid-rank practitioners whose participation had been assigned rather than chosen, some of them, as he discovered in the first day of the survey work, former practitioners who had been connected to the network without full understanding of what long-term participation in the suppression work would mean for their cultivation structure. Luo Xian managed the dismantling from the center, working from his comprehensive knowledge of how the suppression network had been constructed and who occupied each position within it. Shun Wei observed, contributed where his 8-fragment perception could provide better information than the Grand Weaver's own assessment, and intervened when a specific connection's release would cause cultivation damage that Luo Xian did not have the soul fragment awareness to anticipate in advance. Twice, the intervention required direct work on a Fate Weaver practitioner's cultivation base, removing the suppression connection without triggering the defensive reflexes that a decade or more of continuous suppression work had built into the cultivation structure. This was surgery-level work, requiring the memory fragment's pattern analysis to understand the specific architecture of the connection, the soul fragment's thread connection awareness to navigate the cultivation base without causing damage, and the spatial fragment's dimensional precision to work at the thread-level scale without affecting the surrounding cultivation structure. Both interventions succeeded without residual damage. The third case was not a straightforward suppression connection. Weaver Dor was 73 years old and had been connected to the suppression network since he was 19, when he had been inducted into the order as a junior practitioner and assigned to the fragment containment detail without full understanding of what long-term participation would mean for his cultivation. 54 years of continuous connection. His cultivation base had formed around the suppression work the way bone formed around a set fracture. The correction and the damage had become structurally inseparable, and attempting to simply remove the connection would collapse the cultivation base that had been built around it. Shun Wei met with him in the moderate factions gathering space, a converted house in the neutral district that had been, until 2 months ago, the site of regular Fate Weaver enforcement operational planning. Dor received him with the quiet composure of someone who had already assessed the likely outcome of the conversation and had made his peace with it. You are going to tell me that the separation is not possible without cultivation damage, Dor said. Yes, he said. I am going to tell you that. How much damage? The precise answer was available through the fragment perception and deserved a precise answer. Dor had been in the Fate Weaver order long enough to recognize when he was being protected from information versus when he was being given it. Your cultivation base will lose approximately 60% of its operational capacity. You will drop from your current rank to approximately thread toucher. The remaining 40% will stabilize and remain functional, but the advancement pathway will be permanently altered. Dor received this without visible change in expression. The soul fragment showed Shun Wei that the man had already absorbed a version of this knowledge. He had felt the cultivation base's structure clearly enough to understand that the separation would not be clean. Can I continue contributing to the Order's original work? Dor asked. Documentation. Thread network monitoring. The work that was supposed to be the Order's purpose. Yes, he said. Thread toucher capability is sufficient for documentation and monitoring work at the level the reformed order requires. The harmonic perception methods that Xiao is developing for cascade signature detection are specifically designed for practitioners without full fragment integration. You would qualify as an instructor for those methods within a year of completing the separation. Dor looked at him steadily. You already identified who needs the methods you are developing, he said. Not as an accusation. I identified the cascade risk's shape and the monitoring network's requirements, Shenwei said. The monitoring network requires practitioners who understand the risk from the inside, who are part of the suppression apparatus and know what the pre-cascade signature looks like from the practitioner side, not just the observer side. You are not a victim who needs sympathy. You are a practitioner with 54 years of highly relevant expertise who needs a different assignment. A long pause in which Dor considered what he had been offered. Proceed with the separation, he said. The work took 6 hours of careful, precise effort. When it was complete, Weaver Dor sat in the chair with the quiet of someone taking inventory of a changed situation. What was gone? What remained? What could be done with what remained? Thank you, Dor said. The work is what needed doing, Shenwei said. You made it possible by not resisting it. He moved to the next case, and the work continued through the days and nights of that week with the patience that tasks of this kind required. Chapter 112. Lian Yu found him on the 4th day, sitting at the edge of the neutral district with the 8 fragments in quiet maintenance mode and the soul fragments distributed awareness running a continuous passive survey of the Shattered Realms thread network. He had been there for 3 hours when she sat beside him. She was quiet for a while before she said anything. Not the quiet of someone formulating an approach, but the quiet of someone who had learned when it was better to sit with a person before speaking. Xiao is asking how long the cascade signature protocol development will take, she said. 2 months for the basic protocol. 6 for the full deployment documentation. He tracked a thread disturbance in the eastern region through the soul fragments range, a residual from the Celestial Dominion's withdrawal, 2 fates that had been redirected by Tian Su's military operations and had not yet resolved to their natural courses. Small, not requiring immediate attention. He filed it for later. The protocol requires practitioner testing before documentation. I need to know it works in a real detection situation, not just in the theoretical structure. Xiao will want to be involved in the testing, Lian Yu said. She has already sent me a draft testing framework. It is better than what I had outlined. Lian Yu was quiet again for a moment. He felt her attention on him, the specific quality of someone observing carefully, not casually, before speaking. The meridian scarring, she said. Healing, he said. Yes. A pause that held more information than the pause before it. Not at the rate it should be healing. He considered the meridian state honestly. The annihilation fragments integration had produced 3 fractured meridians. 3 days of healing had addressed approximately 40% of the damage. The remaining 60% was healing at a rate that was slow relative to the damage's severity. The annihilation principle is present in every healing process, he said. Every repair involves dismantling the damaged structure before the new structure can form. The fragment of annihilation is attentive to every dismantling process I am involved in. It is the function it was integrated to serve. My own healing is a dismantling process. The fragment is responding to it accordingly. It is slowing your healing by paying attention to it. It is not malicious. It perceives removal operations. That is its function. My meridian healing is a removal operation. He paused. I can attempt to redirect its attention, though I am not certain the attempt will succeed. I want to help with the healing, Lian Yu said. Your thread perception work is not more important than the person I am trying to help the path for, she said. She said it with the quality of a correction, precise, without accusation, not willing to be redirected from the point she was making. I am aware that you have 8 fragments and I have thread sever capacity. I am also aware that thread sever capacity is sufficient for the healing protocol Elder Mu described, and that 2 years ago, when I had thread toucher capacity, you trusted me with your cultivation state during the suppression seal work. He was quiet for a moment, remembering that. Yes, he said. I trusted you. I am offering the same thing, she said. Not the same protocol. The same trust. He looked at her through the soul fragment's full awareness. The thread connection between them had the specific texture that months of shared experience had built. Not the simple thread of early acquaintance, but the complex weave of a relationship that had been tested from multiple directions and had held each time. The healing protocol requires 2 hours of sustained attention per session, he said. Once per day for approximately 3 weeks. 3 weeks is fine, she said. The fragment of annihilation will perceive you performing the dismantling work, he said. The perception will be uncomfortable. The fragment will assess whether your healing operation needs to be negated. What will it find? That the operation is necessary and intentional, he said. The fragment responds differently to operations performed with full understanding of what they are than to accidental disruptions. It will perceive you correctly. He paused. It will also perceive the thread connection between us. The soul fragment made that permanent. The annihilation principle will find the connection and consider it. And decide. I do not know what it will decide, he said honestly. The annihilation fragment considers every permanent connection it encounters. What it decides about specific connections is not always predictable. I can tell you what I believe it will find, but I cannot tell you what it will decide to do with what it finds. She looked at him for a moment with the expression of someone who had received genuinely uncertain information and was deciding how to respond to it, not dismissing the uncertainty, not allowing it to be a reason to step back. Well, she said, let it decide. She began the healing protocol that afternoon. The fragment of annihilation perceived the dismantling work as she had been warned it would, and for the first 2 sessions there was opposition. A faint wrongness at the edges of the healing work, the specific quality of the annihilation principle testing whether the operation it was observing was justified. By the 3rd session, the wrongness was gone. He did not know what the fragment had decided about Lien Yu's presence in his cultivation structure. He was grateful it had decided as it had, and he noted the gratitude as something worth noting. Chapter 113, The Moderate Fate Weaver's review process took 3 weeks and produced a document that Weaver Ling brought to Shun Wei personally, setting it on the table between them with the quiet deliberateness of someone presenting work that had cost significant effort and might cost more depending on how it was received. He read it through the memory fragment's rapid processing, taking the full document rather than the summary. The document was honest in the specific way that institutional self-examination could be honest when the people doing the examining had decided that the stakes were high enough to require it. It cataloged the harm caused by the excess control protocols, the specific case files, the names of the hollowed, the records of the fate severances, the full extent of what the flawed cascade model had produced when multiplied over 10,000 years of consistent application. It did not minimize any of it. It named the harm and described it, and did not contextualize it into acceptability. It also cataloged what the order had preserved, the thread network disturbances that had been addressed before they became cascade events, the 3 actual cascade events that had been contained before propagating to the level of the original damage, the genuine protection work that had been conducted alongside the harmful excess. Both records were real. The document treated them both as real. The review's recommendation, he said. Ling nodded. The order continues in a reformed capacity. Monitoring. Documentation. Cascade signature response when needed, following the integration protocol you have developed rather than the suppression approach. No fate manipulation of any kind except in documented cascade response situations with independent verification of both the need and the method. She paused. The hardliner faction has agreed to the terms. All of them. 63% of the hardliner practitioners have agreed. The remaining 37% have chosen to leave the order entirely rather than work under the revised protocols. She looked at him steadily. We have allowed them to leave. Their positions in the thread network are being monitored through the new protocol. The monitoring methodology. Thread signature observation only. No fate manipulation. No enforcement actions unless an active cascade risk event is identified through the standard detection process. She met his attention. We are aware that this creates a risk. We are also aware of what the previous methodology's cost was, and that cost is fully documented in the report. He considered her. Weaver Ling, he said. When you came to me 6 months ago with the Spirit Abyss portal offer, you told me you had a different read than the moderate consensus. You told me you believed my approach might actually work. Yes, she said. What is your read now? She was quiet for a moment, forming an honest answer rather than a diplomatic one. The distinction was visible in the quality of the pause. My read now, she said, is that the work is not finished and may not be finished in my lifetime or yours. But the direction has changed. The direction had not changed in 10,000 years, and now it has. She looked at the document on the table. That is what working means in problems of this scale. Not that you finish them, that you change the direction. He acknowledged this. Then, the reform document. I will countersign it. You do not need to, she said. It is the order's internal governance. I know. I am countersigning it because I want it to be the record that a void ascendant reviewed the order's work and found it, on this date, consistent with the protection of the cosmic tapestry rather than the control of it. He looked at her. Future generations of weavers will want to know whether the reform was sufficient. The countersignature gives them a reference point from someone who was present and who had the perceptual capacity to verify the claim. She looked at him with an expression he could not fully read even through void perception. Something between respect and the particular satisfaction of someone who had made a long bet that was proving to have been correct. You are thinking about the future generations, she said. I have 8 fragments, he said. The annihilation principle is the ground of my cultivation. I think about what comes after everything. She smiled briefly, with the quality of someone who had not expected that answer and found it satisfying. He countersigned the document, and the reform was official, and the direction had changed. Chapter 114. Heir came to him 6 weeks after the Nexus meeting with a question that was also a proposition, arriving at the field headquarters with the careful bearing of a commander who had been running calculations about something and wanted to check them against the person who had more relevant information. The dimensional extraction machinery in the captured dimension, Heir said. Tiansu's engineers have been operating the redirected system for 4 weeks. The extraction rate is at 42% of the previous capacity. Within the range I projected, Shenwei said. Yes. Heir looked at the operational reports on the table with the careful attention of a commander assessing a situation that was not precisely a threat, but had the shape of one developing. Tiansu's military energy budget was calibrated to the previous extraction rate. He has been operating at a significant deficit for 4 weeks. The deficit is large enough that the adaptation cannot be gradual. It requires a significant resource reallocation or a new source. The peripheral dimensions. Heir looked at him with the expression of someone who had arrived at a conclusion and is finding that the person they are consulting has already arrived there. You already knew. The peripheral dimension I addressed had the most accessible structural connections for the kind of extraction operation his engineers built, he said. The other 4 peripheral dimensions connected to the Shattered Realms have the same structural connections. If Tiansu's engineers have correctly identified why their extraction rate dropped, and they are competent enough to have done so, they will recognize that the 4 remaining dimensions have the same ambient flow channels I redirected them to, and that the combined ambient extraction rate across 5 dimensions would significantly exceed the previous structural extraction rate from 1. He is planning to build 4 more extraction operations, Heir said. He is planning to build 4 more extraction operations correctly, Shenwei said. The ambient flow channels do not damage the dimensional structure. If he operates 5 dimensions with the correct methodology, there is no structural collapse risk and the program becomes a legitimate resource development effort rather than a thread network damage operation. Heir absorbed this carefully. So the outcome is that Tiansu expands his energy extraction program, but does it correctly, and you enabled this. The outcome is that Tiansu expands his energy extraction program under the Mutual Transparency Agreement, he said, which means independent monitoring of each operation and the information that monitoring generates about how dimensional energy extraction can be conducted at scale without structural damage. That information has value beyond this specific situation. The proposition I was going to make, Heir said, was that you use your fragment abilities to address the 4 new extraction sites directly before he builds them, to prevent the expansion. I know, Shenwei said. It is the wrong approach. Heir considered this for a long moment. Is this how you manage everything now? When the situation allows for it, he said. The war situations did not allow for it. They required responses that were immediate and direct. Post-war situations usually have more room for the approach you are describing as management. He paused. I am better at the management approach than the direct approach. The direct approach always has a cost I cannot fully calculate in advance, and the calculation error tends to fall in the direction of more cost rather than less. The management approach also has costs, Heir said. Yes, the cost is that Tiansu retains his ambitions and his expanded capacity and remains a long-term factor in the Shattered Realms politics. He looked at the commander steadily. But managing him toward correct methodology gives me information and leverage I would not have if I simply acted against him. And the leverage, over time, is worth more than the immediate satisfaction of the direct approach. Heir was quiet for a while, running through what he had just heard with the commander's instinct for evaluating positions that were not his own. You are a much more patient person than you were 6 months ago, he said. The withering expanse was educational, Shenwei said. The commander laughed, brief, genuine, the specific laugh of someone who had been serious for too long and recognized that a laugh was the right response to that particular answer. Both of them let it stand without explanation. Chapter 115. The Cascade Signature Protocol testing began in the 7th week with 12 practitioners assembled in the Neutral District's main hall, each one selected by Xiao Ren's assessment of their harmonic perception capacity. The testing protocol was Xiao Ren's design entirely. She presented it with the specific efficiency of someone who had been building this framework for weeks and knew every element of it thoroughly. 3 phases, she said. Phase 1. Establish each practitioner's individual harmonic baseline. the specific frequency range at which each person's perception is most accurate, which varies by individual and needs to be calibrated before the shared detection work can function correctly. Phase 2. Introduce controlled cascade signature samples at increasing intensity levels and measure each practitioner's detection accuracy against known reference signatures. Phase 3. Blind testing with unknown signature types to measure false positive rate, which is as important as detection rate for a monitoring network. A network that generates too many false positives will be ignored. He reviewed the framework through the memory fragments analysis and found it more complete than his own initial design had been. The controlled samples in Phase 2. The source of the samples. The soul fragments archived signatures, she said. From the Hollow King's broadcasting period, from the pre-cascade patterns you identified in the Fate Weaver records, and from the integration test data we collected during your 8-fragment absorption in the pocket dimension. She met his attention. The integration test data required your permission to use in a training context. You have it, he said. The integration data includes the signatures from the Annihilation Fragments release event. Those are the most extreme examples of cascade-adjacent energy available in any archive. Yes. She paused. The practitioners who detect the Annihilation signatures correctly will be the most valuable members of the monitoring network. The signature is unusual enough that false positive rates should be very low. There is almost nothing else that produces a signature in that range. And the detection range. Variable by practitioner, she said. The best harmonic perceiver in the current group, when Die, from the mountain settlement, has demonstrated detection at approximately 400 kilometers in the baseline tests. The group average is closer to 200. I am projecting a monitoring network of 50 practitioners covering the full Shattered Realms at 200-kilometer intervals, which gives 2-layer coverage for most of the inhabited regions. 50 practitioners. A monitoring network distributed across the Shattered Realms, detecting cascade risk signatures before they became cascade events. The cascade prevention through understanding rather than suppression, operating at scale. Weaver Door has been assigned to the monitoring network's documentation work, he said. He contacted me directly, Shaoran said. His knowledge of historical cascade-adjacent events is very thorough, more complete than anything in the Spirit Abyss records, because he was working with operational records rather than archived accounts. The documentation framework he built is better than what I had designed independently. A pause. He asked me to tell you that the assignment suits him. Good, Shenwei said. The testing sessions ran for 2 weeks. At the end, the protocol worked. Not perfectly. The false positive rate for 3 of the 12 practitioners was too high to be operationally useful, and those 3 would need additional calibration. But 9 of the 12 performed within the acceptable accuracy range, and 2 of those 9, Xiao Ren herself and Wen Dai, performed at a level that exceeded the protocol's theoretical maximum, detecting cascade signatures that the protocol's design suggested should be below the detection threshold. Xiao Ren revised the theoretical maximum upward, noting in her documentation that the initial theoretical maximum had been based on incomplete understanding of what highly trained harmonic perception could achieve with proper calibration. The protocol documentation is ready for the Fate Weaver Orders review, she said. Send it to Weaverling, he said, and send a copy to Luo Xian directly. She sent both copies. Luo Xian's response arrived 3 days later. 23 pages of precise technical commentary that identified 4 places where the protocol's assumptions needed adjustment based on historical cascade events that had occurred before Shenwei's mother's time and had not been documented in the Spirit Abyss records, events that Luo Xian had personally witnessed and whose signatures he could describe in operational detail. The adjustments improved the protocol's accuracy for historical signature types by a measurable margin. He is contributing to the monitoring network, Fen Zhao said, when Shenwei relayed the commentary. The swordsman had the expression of someone recalibrating a previous assessment that had been based on incomplete information. He always wanted the cascade prevented, Shenwei said. The method was the problem, not the purpose, and his knowledge of historical cascade events is not contaminated by the method's error. The monitoring network's effectiveness depends on that knowledge being incorporated. He paused. The harm came from the method. The knowledge is not the same as the method. Chapter 116. The hardliner factions remaining 37% sent a representative at the end of the 8th week. A young practitioner in her early 30s who had been trained entirely within the absolute control framework and who arrived at the neutral district meeting location with the bearing of someone who had been given a difficult assignment and was carrying both the assignment and her own view of it. He met with her alone. The faction's message, she said. Tell me your own position first, he said. She looked at him with the particular surprise of someone who had prepared for a specific kind of conversation and was being offered a fundamentally different one. My position, she said, taking a moment to locate it before she spoke. The faction is afraid. Not the old institutional fear that spent 10,000 years maintaining control, a different fear. The fear of people whose entire training was oriented toward preventing a specific catastrophe, who have now been told that the method they were trained in was causing harm while it was preventing the catastrophe, and who do not yet know what to do with both of those facts simultaneously. And your own fear? He asked. She was quiet for a moment, genuinely quiet, not performing thought, but actually thinking. That the Cascade Signature Monitoring Network will miss something. That the gap between when a Cascade risk practitioner enters the pre-Cascade state and when the monitoring network identifies them will be long enough for irreversible damage to begin. The suppression protocols were always present before identification was necessary. The monitoring approach waits for identification before acting. The detection gap, he said. In the historical records, the fastest cascade progression from pre-cascade state to the beginning of actual cascade was 11 days, she said. Your monitoring network's response time at current network density is approximately 4 days from identification to intervention. At minimum deployment density, 7 days. She met his attention. You have done the analysis. I have done the analysis, he confirmed. And your conclusion? My conclusion is that the 4-day response window is adequate for the average cascade progression rate, she said. The 11-day case was not average. The 11-day case was a practitioner who had the support of a faction actively concealing their pre-cascade state from detection. She looked at him steadily. If the hardliner faction's 37% were to provide that concealment for a practitioner in the pre-cascade state, then the detection gap becomes a real risk, he said. Yes, you are correct about that. I came here to tell you that the faction is leaving and will not participate in the reformed order, she said. But I am also here to ask you something that was not in the message I was given. Ask, he said. How do we prevent the faction from becoming the risk we both know it could become? The faction's leaders are committed people who genuinely believe in the original purpose. They are not going to deliberately create a cascade, but they might, through loyalty to a practitioner they believe is being inadequately served by the monitoring approach, create the conditions for one without intending to. He looked at her, the soul fragments full awareness on her thread pattern, reading the specific quality of what she was carrying. Genuine fear of the outcome she was describing. Genuine commitment to the original purpose that had drawn her into the order. The same combination that had been the foundation of every fate weaver who had caused harm while working to prevent it. And the same combination that could be the foundation of something better if it was directed correctly. Join the monitoring network, he said. Not the reformed order. The monitoring network is independent of the order's governance. It is a technical operation, not a political one. Practitioners who participate do not need to agree with the reform's full scope. They need to agree that cascade prevention is worth monitoring for, and that early detection serves the prevention purpose better than suppression does. She took this in slowly. The faction could participate in the monitoring network without endorsing the control protocol's dismantling, she said. The monitoring network's function is detection and notification, he said. The response to what the network detects is a separate decision. The faction's participation in detection is compatible with the faction's disagreement about response methodology. I am not asking you to endorse the reform. I am asking you to do the part of the work that you already agree is necessary. She was quiet for a long time. I will bring this to the faction, she said. The faction's answer, he said, will tell both of us whether the fear or the purpose is stronger. I believe I know which one will answer. She stood. At the doorway, she paused. If the faction answers wrongly, she said, I will let you know. I trust that you will, he said. For days later, the hardliner faction's answer arrived. They joined the monitoring network, and it was the answer that the purpose had produced rather than the fear, and he marked it as a thing worth marking. Chapter 117, the 9-fragment integration produced effects that were not in any archive. He had expected the functional changes, the expanded perception range, the simultaneous operation capability across all 9 domains, the specific power increases that the 9th fragment's presence as ground produced in each of the other 8. He had not expected the quality of change to his relationship to the Shattered Realms thread network itself. With 8 fragments, he had been a practitioner with exceptional capability operating within the network. With the annihilation principle integrated as the ground of the other 8, he was something else. A person for whom the Cosmic Tapestry's thread network was directly perceivable as immediate environment rather than as information at a distance. The way the air was immediate environment. The way the ground beneath his feet was immediate environment. The scale of this perception was not comfortable. The cosmic tapestry extended far beyond the shattered realms, beyond any geography he had previously mapped, into regions where no cultivation practice had reached and where the thread network operated according to principles that his current understanding did not yet have language for. The 9 fragments' combined range showed him thread connections that extended to dimensions he had not known existed, fate paths that ran further than the 9 sealed dimensions' combined extent, the vast unmapped territory of whatever lay beyond the cultivation world's known boundaries. He adjusted gradually. The adjustment was not quick. Lian Yu's healing sessions helped with more than the meridian damage. The healing protocol required him to maintain reduced fragment activity for 2 hours each day, which gave his perception a regular period of lower-intensity operation in which the cosmic tapestry's full reach receded to the background and the immediate environment. The room, the thread connections and conversational range, the specific people present, became the foreground. During those sessions, the full perception was still available if he reached for it, but he did not need to hold it at the forefront. He found that he valued these sessions for reasons beyond the healing. You look less like someone managing an overwhelming situation, Fenjiao observed, in the 10th week. The sessions help, he said. The sessions, or the company? He considered the honest answer. Both, he said. The sessions address the perception overload through reduced fragment activity. The company addresses something else, which is, he thought about how to describe it accurately. The cosmic tapestry at full 9-fragment perception has a quality of everything being equally present, every fate path, every thread connection, all of it immediate and simultaneous. The company, specific individuals, specific thread connections that have weight and history and accumulated texture, provides differentiation. Not everything is equally present when I am with specific people. Some things are more present, more real in the immediate sense rather than the universal sense. And that is better, Fenjiao said. That is accurate, he said. Everything equally present is information without context. Something's more present is experience. The cultivation path requires both, but the experience is what makes the information into understanding. You have become a philosopher, Fenjiao said. I am not sure this is worse than what you were before, but it is different. The withering expanse was educational, he said. You keep saying that, Fenjiao said. I am beginning to think it was the most important thing you did. It may have been, he said. Learning to accept what ends is the foundation for working well with what exists. Without that foundation, the work is always fighting against the medium rather than working through it. The 9th week brought the first real test of the monitoring network, a cascade signature detection in the Northern Territory, 400 kilometers from the nearest permanent settlement, in a region where the Fate Weavers had historically concentrated their heaviest enforcement operations. The detected practitioner was a thread severer with 3 years of void cultivation practice who had been developing capacity rapidly and had recently absorbed a fragment echo, one of the Hollow King's old broadcasts, received before the broadcast's redirection. The echo had integrated incompletely, producing exactly the pre-cascade pattern the monitoring network's protocol was designed to identify. Response time: 2 days from detection to intervention, within every relevant margin. The intervention was Shunwei's work, the soul fragment's pre-cascade addressing method, applied with the precise attention that 11 months of practice had developed. The thread severer was cooperative. The incomplete echo was dismantled and replaced with proper integration protocols. The cascade risk was resolved without harm to the practitioner or anyone in the surrounding region. The monitoring network worked, Shaoran said. Her voice carried the specific quality of someone who had built something and was watching it do exactly what it was built to do. This is what we were building toward, he said. One person, somewhere in the Northern Territory, beginning the proper path because the monitoring network existed to catch what went wrong before it became irreversible. He looked at the thread severer practitioner who was now learning the integration protocols that should have been available from the beginning. That is what the work is for. Chapter 118. Tian Su came himself in the 12th week, without an army and without formality. A visit request transmitted through the mutual transparency framework, his personal attendant, and the bearing of a man who had reassessed something important and wanted to understand it better. He met the Archlord at the Neutral District facility. Tian Su looked at the facility, converted from a Fate Weaver enforcement annex, now occupied by monitoring network practitioners and reform documentation teams, and formerly hollowed individuals in the early stages of the thread severer integration protocol, and made no visible response to what he saw, which was itself a kind of response. The dimensional extraction operation, he said, is operating correctly, Shunwei said. The 4 additional dimensions are currently being assessed by your engineering teams under the monitoring framework. Preliminary reports from Weaverling's documentation group indicate the ambient flow channels in all 4 dimensions are usable at the projected rates. Tian-Su looked at him with the precision of a man who had been running his own calculations. You had this analysis before the ceasefire terms were finalized. Yes. You allowed me to accept terms that included the original extraction machinery's operation, knowing the modification would reduce the rate. The modification prevented a dimensional structural collapse that would have occurred in 11 months, he said. The alternative to the reduced rate was the original rate for 11 months, and then 0, with permanent structural damage to the dimension. He paused. The terms I accepted gave you the right to operate the machinery under monitoring. The terms did not specify the rate. The rate was always what the correct operation would produce. Tian-Su was quiet for a moment with the quality of someone not angry, but filing information accurately. You managed the situation toward this outcome from the beginning. Yes, Shinwei said. Because it was better for the thread network stability, and because it created a working relationship between your engineering teams and the monitoring network that has generated information useful to both sides. He paused. The 4 additional dimensions are the beginning. Peripheral dimensions connected to other regions exist throughout the cultivation world. If the dimensional energy extraction program is conducted with correct methodology from the start, the program becomes a legitimate resource development effort rather than a thread network damage risk. Tian-Su looked at him with the expression of someone who had received an argument and was deciding how seriously to take it. You are proposing cooperation between the Celestial Dominion's extraction program and your monitoring network. The objectives are compatible, he said. Correct extraction reduces the natural thread network stress that occurs when ambient dimensional energy accumulates without flow. The monitoring network's cascade prevention and the extraction program's resource development serve different purposes that do not conflict. The war cost me 6 months of military operations and significant strategic position, Tian-Su said. Yes, the war also provided your engineering teams with field data that made the correct extraction methodology possible. The data from the modified original dimension is the foundation of the assessment framework your teams are now using for the 4 additional sites. He looked at the Archlord steadily. I did not find the war a good use of the available options, but I cannot tell you it produced nothing of value. Tian-Su was quiet for a long moment. The cooperation proposal. What are the terms? They negotiated for 3 days. The final agreement gave the Celestial Dominion technical oversight under the monitoring framework, with quarterly reports to Heishan's independent council, in exchange for shared methodology development with the monitoring network's documentation group. Both sides had accepted terms that neither considered ideal, which was the sign of an agreement that would hold. He signed it and felt, in the signing, the quality of something that was neither victory nor defeat, but the beginning of a relationship that would need maintenance, which was, he had come to understand, the correct shape for the things worth building. Chapter 119, the cooperation agreement, produced something that was not in the formal text. Tian-Su's personal attendant, a thread toucher practitioner who had served the Archlord for 15 years, had a pre-cascade signature that the monitoring network flagged in the first hour of the Archlord's visit. The practitioner had not known about the signature. He had not known he was in a pre-cascade state. The cascade-adjacent echo he was carrying had been absorbed 3 years earlier from the Hollow King's old broadcasts, at a dosage that had not triggered any visible cultivation instability, and had been developing slowly toward the pre-cascade threshold without producing any detectable symptoms. Xiao Ren's team addressed the signature in a single session. The attendant left the neutral district facility with the integration protocols installed and the echo's incomplete pattern replaced by proper void thread foundations, without having experienced any cultivation disruption and with a full understanding of what had been done and why. Tian-Su, informed after the fact, was quiet for a moment. He has been with me for 15 years, he said. The echo's development timeline suggests it was absorbed approximately 3 years ago, Shinwei said, during a period when the Hollow King's broadcast intensity was elevated, corresponding to the beginning of your dimensional energy extraction planning. The exploration teams I sent to survey the peripheral dimensions, Tian-Su said, were operating in areas where the broadcast was active, he said. Some of them absorbed the echo and have been developing toward pre-cascade states without knowing it. The monitoring network has flagged 11 such signatures among the Celestial Dominion's surveying personnel since the framework was established. 11, Tian-Su said. All addressed, he said. All within the intervention window. None of them will become the cascade event they were approaching. He paused. This is what the monitoring framework does that the Fate Weaver suppression protocols did not. The suppression protocols remove the risk by removing the capacity. The monitoring framework removes the risk by addressing the specific development while leaving the capacity intact. Your 11 surveyors retain their cultivation capacity. They have proper integration foundations. They are practicing void threat awareness in ways that are compatible with the extraction program work they have been doing. Tian-Su considered this for a long time. The specific consideration of someone who had just discovered that the situation they were in was larger and more consequential than they had known. The cooperation agreement should have been the first conversation we had, he said finally. Yes, he said, but it required the war to produce the trust that made it possible. Some agreements can only be reached by people who have been forced to take each other seriously. The war made the Celestial Dominion take the monitoring framework seriously. Without that, the cooperation terms would not have been acceptable to your advisors. Tian-Su absorbed this with the characteristic thoroughness of a ruler who processed political information at the level of mechanism rather than surface. You managed the war toward this outcome as well. I managed what was manageable toward the better available options, Shenwei said. The war was not manageable in the beginning. The ending was. He extended the soul fragments awareness toward the Archlord's thread pattern, not invasively, but with the baseline attentiveness that the soul fragment maintained as a matter of course. What he found was not the ambitious power-seeking that had driven the initial conflict. He found what the decay fragment always found when it looked at long-serving leaders. The specific weight of someone who had been responsible for a great deal for a long time, who had made decisions that cost people something, and who lived inside the knowledge of those decisions without being able to put them down. Complex people were manageable in the long term because their complexity included the capacity to understand complex situations when the situations were shown to them clearly. He had been fortunate in his antagonists, not fortunate in facing them, but fortunate in that they had been complex enough to respond to truth when they encountered it. The cooperation agreement was signed, and 23 practitioners in the critical intervention window were addressed in the 2 weeks that followed, and none of them became cascade events, and each one that did not was a reason the work was worth doing. Chapter 120. The 12th week ended with a communication from Luo Xian that Shenwei had not anticipated receiving. The Grand Weaver had been present in the reform work throughout the previous 3 months, contributing technical commentary, providing historical records that were not available elsewhere, managing the suppression network's remaining dismantling work, but at a distance, through the thread network's communication channels rather than in person. The specific quality of that distance had the character of someone working through a significant recalibration while maintaining functional contribution to the work at hand, neither absent nor fully present. The communication arrived as a thread message, encoded in a cipher that the memory fragment decoded in the time it took to register the message's arrival. The message was 3 paragraphs. The first paragraph described the suppression network's final dismantling, completed the previous day, the last of the 43 practitioners' connections released cleanly, the apparatus that had sustained the fragment of annihilation's containment for 1100 years now fully inactive for the first time. The second paragraph described what Luo Xian had found when the final suppression connection was released, the cascade risk model's actual error magnitude, calculated independently using the full historical record and the Spirit Abyss integration protocol data. His calculation matched Shun Wei's exactly. The error had been present in the model from the beginning, and 10,000 years of excess control scope had been built on it, generation by generation, each one inheriting the error and the harm it produced. The third paragraph was not a report. It was not an analysis. It read, the cascade prevention purpose was legitimate. The method's cost exceeded its justification by a significant margin. I understand now that these 2 things are equally true and cannot be resolved by prioritizing one over the other. The work I did for 10,000 years mattered and caused harm. I will spend what time remains determining what honest accounting requires of someone who carries both truths simultaneously. He read the third paragraph 3 times. Then he sent a response. Come to the neutral district. There is work here that requires what you know. The response came back within the hour. He would arrive the following morning. Luo Xian arrived without his formal title and without the Fate Weaver robes that had been the Order's uniform for millennia. He wore a practitioner's ordinary working clothes with the specific quality of someone who had made a deliberate decision about what the change in clothing represented and was living in that decision rather than performing it. He looked different in the way that people who have released a very long burden looked different, not physically changed, but present in a different way, occupying the same space with a different relationship to it. He sat at the table in the neutral district facility where the reform documentation was assembled and looked at the work in front of him. The Cascade event history, he said. Your practitioner training documentation references 7 historical near-cascade events. I have records of 19. I know, Shenwei said. The Spirit Abyss records documented 7. The other 12 are in archives I have not yet accessed. Your archives? Yes. Luo Xian looked at the documentation with the attention of someone who had decided exactly what they were going to contribute and was finding where to begin. The 12 undocumented near-cascade events all occurred during the periods of highest suppression scope. I believe 2 of them were caused by the suppression operation itself rather than prevented by it. This was not a small statement, and he received it as what it was. 2 cascade near events that the suppression caused, he said. Caused by the destabilizing effect of fate severance on practitioners whose cascade risk state was addressed through severance rather than integration, Luo Xian said. The severance produced an instability cascade in the surrounding thread network that required subsequent suppression. A feedback loop that I identified in the records, but did not acknowledge correctly at the time. He looked at Shun Wei directly. The full historical record, with this attribution correction, makes the monitoring approach clearly preferable to the suppression approach across every operational metric I can apply. Yes, he said. It does. Luo Xian looked at the documentation team at the far end of the room, working on the comprehensive account of the Fate Weaver Order's history that the reform required as its foundation. May I contribute directly? He asked. That is why I asked you to come, Shenwei said. The Grand Weaver moved to the documentation table and began to work, and the quality of his presence in the room was the specific presence of someone who had decided what honest accounting required of them and was doing it without reservation. The monitoring network's expansion was proceeding at a rate that would reach full coverage of the Shattered Realms within 18 months. The Fate Weaver Order's reform was documented and countersigned. The Celestial Dominion's extraction program was operating correctly under the transparency framework. The Hallowed Restoration work was ongoing, slow, careful, person by person, the specific labor that was the only way it could be done. The work was not finished. It was nowhere near finished. The thread network's full extent was vast in ways he was only beginning to map, and the void wounds in the ancient tapestry layers that his 8-fragment perception had revealed were deeper and more complex than anything in the historical record. But the work was underway with the right foundation, the right people, and the right understanding of what had gone wrong before and why it had gone wrong. He stood at the window of the neutral district facility and looked at the Shattered Realms thread network spreading out from the convergence point. Thousands of fate paths moving in the natural courses that freed fate allowed. Complex, probabilistic, messy, alive. The cosmic tapestry was not a fixed design to be maintained intact. It was a living network in continuous development, and the job of caring for it was not the job of holding it still, but the job of understanding its motion and helping where the motion needed help. Outside, in the network's eastern reach, a new thread was forming. The first independent thread cultivation practitioner to emerge from the monitoring network's training program, building their cultivation foundation with the integration protocols from the beginning, walking the path correctly because the path had been cleared. He felt it through the soul fragment's extended awareness and acknowledged it. This was what the work was for. And beneath it all, beneath even the deep tapestry layers where the void wounds waited with their patient, living darkness, a single thread pulsed with a quality that Shun Wei recognized. The quality of someone who had always been present, who had known the path longer than he had been walking it, who was waiting in a place that went further down than any map described. He noted it. He did not yet know what it meant, only that it was there, and that it was patient, and that whatever it was, it would wait for the right moment. The work continued. Chapter 121. The 9th fragment settled into its position within Shun Wei's cultivation base, and the world shifted on its axis. Not metaphorically. The fragment of annihilation carried an energy that had been sealed away since before the current age of the Shattered Realms, an energy that, when integrated into the octagonal geometry of his 8 existing fragments, expanded the structure into something unprecedented. 9 points of void energy rotated in configurations that his mother's theoretical notes had never described because she had never imagined a cultivator reaching this far along the forbidden path. The octagonal structure became nonagonal, and the nonagonal structure stabilized with a resonance that made his previous cultivation state feel like viewing the world through a keyhole. He was Void Emperor. The advancement happened between one heartbeat and the next. 9 fragments, 9 aspects, space, time, memory, gravity, shadow, soul, decay, creation, and annihilation, operating as a unified system that perceived reality at a level so fundamental it reduced conventional cultivation to children stacking stones and calling the result architecture. He could see every thread in the nexus simultaneously. He could perceive the weave patterns of the cosmic tapestry stretching across all 9 dimensions. He could feel the pulse of the void substrate beneath reality like the heartbeat of a sleeping giant. But the world was dying around him while he marveled at his own perception. The fragment of annihilation had been unsealed for too long. Luoxian's gambit had released energies that did not destroy in any conventional sense. Destruction implied that something remained afterward, rubble and ash and memory. What the annihilation energy did was far worse. It erased threads. Not cut them, not severed them, not weakened them. Erased them as if they had never existed. Removing the connections that made matter real, that gave souls their coherence, that held dimensions in their proper alignment. The erasure was total and irrevocable. Once a thread was annihilated, the things it had connected simply ceased, their existence retroactively removed from the fabric of reality. Entire regions of the shattered realms were vanishing, not collapsing or burning, but simply ceasing. Where mountains had stood, nothing remained. Not empty space, not craters. Nothing. Gaps in reality that the mind could not process because the threads that would have allowed comprehension were gone too. The annihilation front advanced outward from the dimensional tear above the nexus in expanding rings, each ring consuming more than the last as the cascading energy found fresh threads to erase. The propagation rate is accelerating. Xiao Ren's voice reached him through the soul fragments network. Her harmonic perception tracked the annihilation front's advance across the dimensional boundaries with the precise attention of someone who understood that every second of delay cost lives beyond counting. At current speed, the primary dimension loses structural coherence in less than a day. The annihilation energy is feeding on itself. Each erased thread releases residual energy that accelerates the erasure of adjacent threads. A geometric cascade. Less than a day. The entire world, every kingdom, every city, every life that depended on the thread network for its continued existence, had hours remaining. Shenwei looked at Luoxian across the Nexus battlefield. The Grand Weaver's expression had shifted from calculated triumph to something harder to read. Not fear, not yet, but the dawning recognition that the gambit had produced consequences beyond his projections. The man who had maintained the cosmic tapestry for millennia had torn a hole in it that was consuming everything he had built, everything he had protected, everything he had used to justify his authority. You feel it, Shenwei said. The annihilation is not selective. It will erase the Fate Weaver's tapestry along with everything else. Every thread you have woven, every fate you have managed, every destiny you have shaped, all of it dissolving into the void. The tapestry has survived worse than no. Shenwei cut him off with a certainty that came from perceiving every thread simultaneously through 9-fragment awareness. It has not. Nothing has survived what this energy does. You unsealed a weapon you did not understand, and it is doing what it was designed to do, returning reality to the void from which it emerged. Luoxian's jaw tightened. Then contain it. You have the fragment. That is its purpose. Shenwei let the words hang between them. Luoxian had orchestrated this crisis and now expected Shenwei to solve it on command. The audacity would have been impressive if millions of people were not ceasing to exist with every passing minute. He turned from the Grand Weaver and focused his 9-fragment awareness on the dimensional tear spreading across the sky. The tear was not a wound in the conventional sense, but an absence, a place where the threads that stitched dimensions together had been annihilated, leaving a gap through which raw void energy poured like water through a shattered dam. He could seal it. The fragment of creation could weave new primordial threads to replace the erased ones, and the annihilation aspect could selectively erase the cascading energy before it reached more threads. But the tear was expanding faster than any single cultivator could repair, even at the Void Emperor rank. For every thread he wove, the tear consumed 3. The mathematics were brutal and unsustainable. I need to reach this source, he said through the Soul Fragments network. The 9th dimension, the origin point of the dimensional tear. Patching the surface will not hold. The cascade originates from the substrate level, and only substrate-level intervention can stop it. Fun Zhao's response came first, gruff and immediate, carrying the tone of someone who had long since decided that any fight Shenwei walked into was a fight worth joining. Tell me where to point my sword. The 9th dimension is the void itself, the most hostile environment in existence. I have followed you since Dust Haven. I will follow you into the void itself, and if the void objects, it can take the matter up with my blade. Shenjia's voice cut through with the crisp precision of her Fate Weaver training. I will accompany you as well. I can navigate void currents using adjusted fate reading. Shenwei felt the weight of what he was about to attempt settle across his shoulders. Lianyu, he said, and her name carried everything he could not say aloud. I know. Her voice through their bond thread was steady. Xiao Ren and I will anchor you from outside. If you lose yourself in there, we will bring you back. Hey Sean, evacuate everyone from the Annihilation Front's path. Qin Mei, coordinate through the thread network. Understood, they answered in unison. He tore open a spatial rift aimed at the heart of the ninth dimension, wrapped Fen Zhao and Shun Jia in protective bubbles of interlocking void energy, and stepped through into the space between all things, into a darkness that preceded darkness, a silence that preceded silence, a nothing that was not empty, but was instead the foundation upon which everything had been built. Chapter 122, The Ninth Dimension, defied every framework Shun Wei had developed for understanding dimensional space. The previous 8 dimensions had been environments, hostile, alien, operating under different physical laws, but environments nonetheless. Places with geography, with landmarks, with a sense of spatial orientation that allowed navigation and tactical assessment. The dimension of shadow had been dark, but navigable. The withering expanse had been entropic, but structured. The spirit abyss had been populated by visible souls that provided reference points. Each one had possessed characteristics that a mind could latch onto, however foreign those characteristics might have been. The ninth dimension possessed no characteristics at all. It was the space between threads, not empty space. Emptiness implied volume, and volume implied spatial threads to define it, and spatial threads did not reach here because this was where spatial threads originated. This was the absence that existed before space had been threaded into reality, the darkness before light had been conceived, the silence before sound had been imagined. Shun Wei's 9 fragments screamed in protest, fighting to maintain their geometric alignment in an environment that did not support geometry because the threads that defined geometric relationships had no authority in the place that preceded them. The non-nagonal alignment wavered. 9 points of void energy, each representing a fundamental aspect of reality, struggled to maintain their configuration in a space that predated the concept of configuration. Shun Wei poured cultivation energy into stabilizing the pattern, and the energy dissipated the moment it left his meridian system. The ninth dimension consumed spiritual energy the way vacuum consumed air, relentlessly and without discrimination. Fen Zhao gasped inside his protective bubble. I cannot feel my sword. The swordsman's hands were wrapped around his void-infused blade's grip, but the thread connection between cultivator and weapon, the bond that allowed a swordsman to project spiritual energy through his steel, was attenuated to the point of non-existence. The threads that connect you to it are attenuated here, Xin Jia explained. Her Fate Weaver training gave her a conceptual framework for this environment that raw cultivation did not. Do not let go of anything physical. Physical objects maintain coherence through their internal thread networks, but those networks are under extreme strain. Release your sword, and it may not remain a sword. Can you navigate? Shun Wei asked her. Xin Jia closed her eyes and moved her hands through the diagnostic patterns that Fate Weavers use to read probability currents. Fate reading does not work conventionally here. Fate requires threads to read, but I can feel the residual patterns of where threads used to be, ghost impressions in the void substrate, like footprints preserved in dried mud. Follow the freshest ones. The annihilation energy entered the dimensional structure somewhere. There must be a point of origin where the seal was broken. Southeast. If southeast means anything here. She paused, recalibrating. The impressions converge in a direction. I cannot assign it a compass bearing, but it is consistent. Shun Wei oriented on her indicated direction and began moving, not walking, for there was nothing to walk on, but propelling himself through void space using spatial manipulation. He created temporary threads ahead of him and dissolved them behind, building a road as he traveled it, laying track for a train that could not stop. Every thread he created was under immediate corrosive pressure from the ambient void, fighting to unravel the moment it formed. The fragment of creation pulsed with sustained output, generating replacement threads faster than the ninth dimension could erase them, but the energy cost was staggering. Something is moving, Shun Jia said, her hands freezing in a pattern that Shun Wei's soul fragment awareness read as alarm. Parallel to us. Fast. Shun Wei expanded his awareness and caught the signature, a consciousness navigating the void currents with the practiced ease of one who knew this space intimately, who understood its currents and eddies the way a sailor understood the tides. Luo Xian. He followed us, Fen Zhao growled, tightening his grip on his blade. The void-infused sword still responded, its edge gleaming with a faint luminescence that had no business existing in threadless space. He would, Xin Jia said. Luo Xian has studied the ninth dimension longer than any other practitioner. He has entered it before through fate projection. He knows these currents better than we do. Xin Wei pushed his spatial construction rate higher. The 9-fragment geometry shuddered, the nonagonal alignment wavering as creation and space were driven to outputs that strained the integration protocols. Pain lanced through his meridian system, the deep, grinding ache of a system operating beyond its designed parameters. Lian Yu's voice reached him through the bond thread. Your thread signature is destabilizing. Reduce output or the geometry fractures. I cannot. Luo Xian is ahead of us. A pause. Then, I am adjusting the anchor. Hold your current state for 30 seconds. He held. The fragment screamed. The geometry wobbled like a top nearing the end of its spin. Then the anchor shifted. Lian Yu's thread work reaching across dimensional boundaries with a precision that transcended her thread-severer rank, stabilizing the external connection points that held his fragment geometry in alignment. The wobble smoothed. The pain subsided. Xiaoren heard the harmonic frequency your geometry needed. I wove it into the anchor. He surged forward, chasing the ghost impression of Luo Xian's passage. Behind him, the world continued to unravel. He felt it through his fragment awareness. Regions ceasing, threads vanishing, lives winking out as the connections that made them real were annihilated. He moved faster, because every second lost was a region of the world that would never exist again. Chapter 123 Xinjia found the source. It existed at the deepest level of the ninth dimension, a point where the void substrate thinned to its absolute minimum, where the boundary between existence and non-existence was the width of a single thread. Before Luo Xian's interference, that thread had been reinforced by the original seal, a construct woven by the first fate weavers to contain the annihilation aspect's raw energy. Luo Xian had torn through the seal with the casual arrogance of someone dismantling his own creation, and through the resulting tear, raw annihilation energy flooded into the dimensional structure like poison injected directly into a wound. There, Xinjia pointed at a brightness that should not have existed in a place without light, a brilliant, coruscating wound in the fabric of nothingness, pulsing with energy that made Xun Wei's 9 fragments resonate with recognition. The tear is self-reinforcing, Xinjia said, analyzing the energy patterns with her hybrid fate void perception. Annihilation energy erases the threads at the wound's edges, widening it. The wider it gets, the more energy flows through. The more energy flows, the wider it gets. A cascade that accelerates geometrically. Xun Wei studied the tear with all 9 fragments active. The wound was perhaps 30 meters across in thread space equivalency, its edges ragged, the remnants of primordial threads hanging like torn cobwebs, each one dissolving under the annihilation energy's corrosive pressure. The annihilation energy itself was not malevolent. It was a natural force, the void's own mechanism for reclaiming threads when their purpose was complete. The problem was context. It had been released from containment without any limiting mechanism, consuming without restraint. To seal the tear, he needed the fragment of creation and the annihilation aspect to work in perfect opposition, one building while the other held back the force that destroyed. 2 aspects of his unified cultivation system pulling in opposite directions, each at maximum output, maintained in balance through integration protocols that had never been tested at this level. Can you do it? Fenjiao asked. In theory, I have never manipulated 2 opposing fragments at maximum output simultaneously while operating the other 7 as support. When has anything you have done been tested? You have been inventing the path as you walk it since Dust Haven. Fair enough. Xinjia, stabilize the void currents around the tear. If the currents shift while I am weaving, the patch will not hold. Fenjiao, guard us. Luo Xian is in this dimension, and he will not let me work unopposed. With pleasure, the swordsman drew his void-infused blade, and even in the threadless space of the 9th dimension, it sang with killing intent. Xun Wei approached the tear. The annihilation energy intensified with proximity, not heat, not force, but a pressure on his existence itself. The threads that made him real, that connected his body to his soul, to his cultivation base, to his identity, came under assault. The energy did not want to destroy him. It wanted to make him never have been. He pushed through it, the 9 fragments forming an interlocking shield, spatial barriers reinforced by temporal locks, stabilized by gravitational anchoring, hidden by shadow deflection, sustained by soul coherence, maintained by creative generation, protected by selective annihilation of the most dangerous energy tendrils. He reached the tear's edge and began to weave. Primordial threads were not like ordinary threads. They were the metastructure of reality, the loom upon which all other threads were woven. Creating them required the fragment of creation to operate at output levels that made his previous uses feel like striking a match compared to igniting a sun. The first thread he wove lasted 3 seconds before the annihilation energy erased it. The second lasted 5. The third lasted 8. because he was learning the rhythm of the assault, anticipating its patterns. By the 10th thread, he had established a rhythm: create, protect, anchor, that allowed each thread to persist long enough for the next to reinforce it. The gap began to narrow. Then Luo Xian arrived, and the look on his face said he had not come to help. Chapter 124. The Grand Weaver materialized from the void currents with the casual precision of someone stepping through a familiar doorway. His robes were untouched by the dimensional hostility that was actively trying to unravel Shun Wei's companions. His expression carried the composed certainty of someone who had exercised absolute authority over reality's fundamental forces for longer than most civilizations had existed. "You will not seal that tear," Luo Xian said. Shun Wei did not stop weaving. "You opened it. I am closing it. I opened it because the world requires a lesson. I have maintained the cosmic tapestry for millennia, and in return I receive condemnation from a blind beggar who has cultivated for a handful of years. The cost of your control is the freedom of every living being. The cost of your freedom is the annihilation of every living being." Luo Xian gestured at the tier. "This is what happens when the threads are not managed. This is what happens when you unseal an annihilation class force to win an argument." Luo Xian's fate manipulation struck. In the substrate of the 9th dimension, where fate threads were the most fundamental constructs, the Grand Weaver's power reached magnitudes that dwarfed their previous confrontations. He did not attack Shun Wei directly, but attacked the primordial threads Shun Wei was weaving, adjusting their destiny so that they would fail. Each thread Shun Wei created was fated to collapse within seconds, its structural integrity undermined at the probabilistic level. The gap stopped narrowing. Then it began to widen. Shun Jia intercepted, moving between Luo Xian's fate manipulation and Shun Wei's weaving with precision born from a lifetime of fate weaver training now directed against the techniques she had been raised to serve. Her hybrid style allowed her to perceive Luo Xian's probabilistic adjustments as they formed and counter them before they could settle. "You trained me too well, Grand Weaver," she said. "I trained you to serve, not to rebel. You trained me to read fate. I read mine and chose a path you did not weave for me." Their duel unfolded in the space between probabilities, Shun Jia disrupting Luo Xian's rewrites, the Grand Weaver attempting to overwhelm her through sheer volume. Fun Zhao held position between the duelists and Shun Wei, his void-infused sword intercepting the physical manifestations of fate energy that escaped their exchange. He cut destiny itself with each stroke, a swordsman fighting concepts rather than opponents. Shun Wei wove thread by thread, fighting the tier's expansion, the annihilation energy's erosion, the fate destabilization that Luo Xian pushed past Shun Jia's defense. Every thread was a battle. Every thread was essential. "The tier's expansion rate has slowed," Shun Jia reported between exchanges. "Your weaving is gaining ground, but his interference costs you 3 threads for every one that holds. 3 for 1. At that ratio, sealing the tear would take hours he did not have. The world outside was dissolving, millions vanishing with every minute. "Fun Zhao," he called. "Can you hold him alone for 60 seconds? The swordsman looked at Luo Xian, a being of millennial cultivation power operating at amplified strength, and grinned a sharp, reckless grin that meant he was about to do something suicidal. 60 seconds? Give me 90, and I will make him bleed." Shun Wei redirected Shun Jia to the tear. "Maintain the weave while I try something." "What are you trying?" The Hollow King gathered 7 fragments and went mad because he fought them, tried to dominate each aspect through force. "What happens if I do the opposite? What happens if instead of controlling the fragments, I let them become what they are?" "You want to dissolve the geometry and let the 9 aspects merge into a single state? Not surrender. Harmonize. The fragments are aspects of a single system. I have been operating them as 9 coordinated tools. They are meant to be one thing." Shun Jia took over the weaving. Fun Zhao roared a challenge at Luo Xian and launched himself at the Grand Weaver with the fury of a warrior who considered death an acceptable exchange rate for the seconds his friend needed. Shun Wei closed his eyes. 9 fragments. 9 aspects. 9 points of a geometry that had been growing more complex with every advancement. But geometry was a framework imposed from outside, his mind's attempt to organize something that existed beyond spatial relationships. A crutch. A scaffold. What if the fragments did not form a shape? What if they formed a single point? He stopped holding them apart. Chapter 125. The convergence was not what the records described. Every account of void cultivation that Shun Wei had encountered described the fragment merger as violent, a collision of opposing forces that shattered the cultivator's meridian system. The Hollow King had experienced this violence and been broken by it. Previous cultivators had been annihilated. The records were unanimous. Merger was destruction, survival the rare exception. What Shenwei experienced was a quiet folding. Like 9 sheets of paper laid atop one another, aligning at every edge, settling into a stack so precise that the 9 became indistinguishable from one. The fragments did not merge through force but through recognition, each aspect acknowledging that it had always been, a facet of a single whole. The recognition was mutual and instantaneous, like family members reuniting after a long separation, seeing themselves in each other and knowing they had never been strangers. Space required time to give it flow. Time required memory to give it witness. Memory required the gravity of experience to anchor it. Gravity required shadow to define its direction. Shadow required soul to give it depth. Soul required decay to give it urgency. Decay required creation to give it purpose. Creation required annihilation to make room for its expression. And annihilation required space to complete the cycle, the emptiness from which something could emerge once more. A circle. A system. One thing wearing 9 masks, now removing them all. The void. Not the void as absence. Not the cold emptiness the fate weavers feared. The void as foundation. The substrate upon which reality was woven. The loom that held the threads. The space between things that made connection possible by providing the medium through which connection traveled. Without the void, there could be no threads, because threads needed space to exist in, time to persist through, memory to be perceived by, gravity to anchor them, shadow to define their boundaries, soul to give them meaning, decay to give them urgency, creation to bring them into being, and annihilation to return them when their purpose was complete. The void was not emptiness. The void was everything that made fullness possible. Shenwei opened his eyes. He was void ascendant. The advancement did not announce itself with energy flares or dimensional ripples. What changed was perception. A transformation so fundamental that comparing his old sight to his new awareness was like comparing a candle to a star. Where he had previously seen threads, he now saw the void itself. The space between the threads. The foundation that supported them. And in that foundation, patterns that no fragment-based perception could have detected because fragments perceived the void in pieces. Only the unified awareness could perceive the whole. The tear in the 9th dimension's substrate was not a wound. It was a response, the void reacting to Luo Xian's unsealing by attempting to reclaim the energy that had been sealed away. The annihilation energy flooding into the dimensional structure was the void's own immune response, triggered by the violent seal removal, cascading out of control because the removal had been an act of aggression rather than a natural process. Like a fever burning too hot, fighting the disease at the cost of the body. He did not need to weave threads across the gap. He needed to calm the void itself. Shenjia, stop weaving. What? The threads are treating a symptom. The void is trying to heal the original seal wound. If we fight the healing response, we fight reality's foundation. If we guide it, the tear seals on its own. He reached into the void substrate with his unified awareness and touched the annihilation energy not as an enemy, but as a part of himself, because it was. The unified 9-aspect awareness provided the framework the annihilation energy needed, the rest of the cycle. Creation to balance reclamation. Time to give it rhythm. Space to give it boundaries. All 9 aspects functioning as one, wrapping around the cascade and not containing it, but completing it. The tear began to close. Not through repair, but through healing. The substrate knitting itself back together as the annihilation energy's rampage subsided into the gentle entropy that was its natural expression. From across the dimensional space, Luo Xian felt the shift, and his attack on Feng Zhao stopped mid-strike. Chapter 126 No. The word carried millennia of conviction. Luo Xian abandoned his engagement with Feng Zhao. The swordsman had held him for not 60 seconds, but nearly 3 minutes, bleeding from a dozen fate wounds, but still standing, still grinning, still cutting, and turned the full force of his attention on Shenwei. You will not take this from me. His fate manipulation was staggering in scale. In the substrate of the 9th dimension, amplified by proximity to the primordial thread layer, the Grand Weaver's power reached magnitudes that dwarfed everything in their previous confrontations. He did not target Shenwei's cultivation or body or companions. He targeted his destiny. Fate threads wrapped around Shenwei's existence. Not the surface threads that governed his actions, but the meta-threads that determined who he was. Luo Xian was rewriting Shenwei's nature at the foundational level, attempting to transform him from a cultivator who had chosen compassion into the prophesied destroyer, the being who would gather all 9 aspects and unmake reality. The technique had been developed over centuries, designed specifically for the moment when a void cultivator achieved 9-aspect unity. Shenwei felt himself shifting. Not his power, that was beyond Luo Xian's reach, rooted in the void substrate that preceded and transcended the fate thread system. But his sense of self, his memories began to recolor, compassion tinting toward indifference, connection toward isolation, love toward emptiness. The blind beggar who had seen threads connecting strangers and known they mattered began to wonder why they mattered at all. Lian Yu's voice hit him like sunrise. Remember the first thread you showed me? The bond thread between them. The connection that Luo Xian's fate manipulation could not touch because it had been woven outside the fate weaver system, forged from void energy and genuine emotion rather than manipulated destiny. Carried her words with perfect clarity. You took my hand in the mountain sanctuary and showed me the thread that connected us. You said it hummed, a frequency you had never heard before. And I told you I could hear it too, not through cultivation or training, through the part of me that loved you before I knew what the threads meant. He remembered. Not because the memory resisted the alteration. Luo Xian's technique was powerful enough to reach any memory stored in conventional consciousness. He remembered because the bond thread itself carried the emotional truth independent of his recall. The thread between them was not a memory. It was a living thing, vibrating with resonances that encoded who they were to each other. Luo Xian could rewrite Shen Wei's memory of love. He could not rewrite love itself. Shen Wei grabbed the bond thread and used it as an internal anchor. The thread's resonance reminded his identity of its own shape, the way a tuning fork reminded an instrument of its proper pitch. The fate rewrites shattered, all at once, as the foundation of his identity reasserted itself with the weight of genuine experience behind it. Your technique relies on an assumption, Shen Wei said, his voice carrying the calm of a consciousness tested at the deepest level and found unbreakable. That identity is a thread construction. That who a person is can be rewritten because it is made of the same material as the tapestry you control. Identity is thread construction. Everything is thread construction. The tapestry is all there is. Everything except what threads are made from. Threads emerge from the void. The void is not a thread. It is what makes threads possible. And what I am, the choices I have made, the people I love, the path I have walked, is rooted in the void, not the tapestry. Luo Xian struck again, harder. Shen Wei let the attack pass through him. At the void ascendant level, fate manipulation was one thread system among many, powerful, ancient, refined, but still a thread system. And thread systems operated on the loom. Shen Wei was the loom. Stop, he said. Not a command. A statement of what was happening. The fate manipulation stopped, not because Luo Xian released it, but because the substrate through which it operated had recognized a higher authority. Genuine fear entered Luo Xian's eyes. The fear of one who had just discovered that the universe did not need him, had never needed him, and would continue without his permission. Chapter 127, Feng Zhao collapsed. The swordsman's body gave out between one breath and the next. 3 minutes of holding a being of millennial power at sword's length had pushed him beyond every physical and spiritual limit a mortal cultivator possessed. His meridian system was fractured, his spiritual energy reserves empty. The dozen fate wounds he had sustained bleeding destiny rather than blood. His void-infused sword clattered against the void substrate, ringing with a tone that vibrated through the hostile dimension. Shen Jia caught him before he fell into the residual annihilation energy. Her arms wrapped around his armored shoulders with a care that would have surprised anyone who remembered their early relationship of mutual suspicion and cutting remarks. Those days were so far behind them that they might as well have happened to different people. Breathing, she reported, cataloging his injuries with professional thoroughness. Meridian system damaged in 7 locations. Multiple fate wounds. He needs medical attention that does not exist in this dimension. Get him out, Shen Wei said. Both of you. The tear is healing. The substrate is restoring itself now that the annihilation cascade has been calmed. I can finish this alone. Shen Wei, I am not being heroic. The 9th dimension's hostility is increasing as the tear heals. The substrate is reinforcing itself, and anything that is not part of the void's natural structure is being pressured outward. Your protective bubbles will fail within minutes. She hesitated, loyalty warring with tactical necessity. But Feng Zhao's weight in her arms made the decision. The swordsman needed healing, and every second in the 9th dimension was a second his fate wounds could worsen beyond recovery. The spatial rift I opened is still viable. Follow the ghost impressions back. Lian Yu will guide you from outside. Shen Jia nodded. She shifted Feng Zhao across her shoulders and turned toward the return path. Shen Wei. She paused without looking back. He is afraid of you. I have known Luo Xian since I was a child, since he took me from my family and began shaping me into what he needed. I have seen him angry, calculating, cruel, satisfied, disappointed, and amused. I have never seen him afraid. Use that. She stepped into the void currents and was gone, carrying Fun Zhao toward the material world. Shenwei watched the currents close behind her passage, felt the soul fragment confirm their trajectory, Shenjian navigating with competent precision, Fun Zhao's vital signs stable, Lian Yu's anchor guiding them to the exit. They would reach the material world within minutes. That left Shenwei and Luo Xian alone in the space between all things. The tear continued healing behind him, the void substrate completing its restoration. In the material world, the annihilation front had stopped. The erasure was over. The world would survive. But the Grand Weaver remained, and his presence here was not passive. You do not have to be my enemy, Shenwei said. Luo Xian's composure reassembled itself piece by piece, millennial discipline asserting itself over the crack in his foundation. You say that as someone who has just demonstrated the ability to override reality's fundamental operating structure. Forgive me if I find the reassurance hollow. I did not override it. I harmonized with it. Those are different things. Different things. His voice carried the bitterness of one who had spent millennia believing he understood the universe only to discover he had been reading the surface of an ocean and calling it the sea. I have maintained the cosmic tapestry for longer than any civilization has existed. I have woven the fates of empires, guided the destinies of billions. And you tell me the tapestry I have dedicated my existence to maintaining is a surface phenomenon? A pattern on a loom that does not require a weaver. The loom exists. The threads exist. Connection is real. But you have been weaving against the loom's grain for millennia, Luo Xian. Controlling what was meant to flow. Binding what was meant to connect freely. Because freedom produces chaos. Sometimes. And then the void absorbs the chaos, and new patterns emerge. That is how reality works when you stop trying to manage it. The Grand Weaver's hands trembled, more shocking than a scream from one of his power and age. What do you want? If you do not want to destroy the tapestry and you do not want to control it, what do you want? To free it. Chapter 128 Luo Xian attacked. Not with fate manipulation. That avenue had been closed, the substrate itself refusing to support his techniques against a consciousness that had merged with it. He attacked with raw spiritual energy, the accumulated cultivation power of an era, channeled through techniques that predated the Fate Weaver order, drawn from reserves built over millennia of harvesting from the tapestry, he maintained. Pure force, unmediated by thread manipulation, aimed at Shenwei's physical form. Shenwei had expected this. Understanding did not produce surrender in someone like Luo Xian, a cultivator whose identity was built on the absolute conviction that his control was necessary. The revelation that reality did not need his control was not something he could accept and survive as the person he had been. So the Grand Weaver fought, because fighting was the only alternative to accepting an obsolescence that felt like death. The battle that erupted in the ninth dimension operated on a staggering scale. Luo Xian's accumulated spiritual energy was vast, a reservoir built over millennia, stored in patterns so complex they constituted a separate cultivation system entirely. He unleashed it without restraint, burning through reserves that had taken centuries to accumulate, pouring everything into a sustained assault that warped the void substrate around them. Shenwei met it with the void, not with techniques or fragment abilities. With the void itself, the unified awareness of all 9 aspects operating as one, drawing on reality's foundation as naturally as a fish drew on water. The Grand Weaver's attacks reached him and dispersed, not deflected or absorbed, but passed through, the way light passed through glass. The energy entered the void substrate and was recycled. The annihilation aspect dissolved its aggressive structure. The creation aspect reconfigured its raw potential, and the remaining aspects guided the transformed energy back into the foundation, where it became fuel for new threads. Luo Xian's attacks were not being defeated. They were being composted. Fight me, Luo Xian snarled, his composure shattering. Do not just stand there and let it pass through you. This is what happens when you attack the foundation while standing on it. Your energy comes from the tapestry. The tapestry is woven on the void. The void recycles everything that enters it. You are pouring water into the ocean and expecting the ocean to drown. The Grand Weaver screamed. The sound carried millennia of loneliness, of burden, of the crushing weight of self-imposed responsibility that had never been necessary. He had shouldered the world because he believed no one else could carry it, and the terrible, liberating truth was that the world had been carrying itself all along. His attacks grew wilder, less controlled, the discipline of millennia crumbling under existential revelation. Shenwei watched him burn through reserves that had taken centuries to accumulate, spending them in a fury that served no tactical purpose but served a deep emotional one. Luo Xian was grieving. Every bolt of spiritual energy was a eulogy for the life he had lived. The sacrifices, the atrocities, the connections severed and lives destroyed, all in service of a purpose that had never been necessary. Shenwei did not attack. He stood in the substrate and let the Grand Weaver rage, simply being present as the foundation was present, patient, enduring, accepting what was poured into it, and transforming it into potential. Not judging, not condemning, witnessing. The attacks faded like music diminishing, like a storm spending itself against the shore. The Grand Weaver hung motionless in the void space, spent. His robes were tattered. His face showed lines that deepened as Shenwei watched, millennia of deferred mortality settling onto his features. "You could have killed me at any point," he said, his voice carrying the rasp of genuine exhaustion. "Yes. Why did you not? Because you are not my enemy. You are someone who made a decision millennia ago and could not find a way to unmake it." Luo Xian closed his eyes. When he opened them, the fear was gone. In its place was exhaustion and, beneath it, the first relief he had felt in longer than memory served. The relief of a keeper who had shouldered a burden since before recorded history and had just been told he could set it down. The tear healed behind them, the substrate completing its restoration with the quiet inevitability of dawn following night. And two cultivators who represented the opposing philosophies of an age stood in the aftermath of a confrontation decided not by force but by truth. Chapter 129. The return to the material world was quieter than Shenwei had anticipated. He opened a spatial passage from the ninth dimension's substrate directly to the nexus of threads. The passage held steady without effort. At the void ascendant level, spatial manipulation was not a technique requiring concentration, but an extension of awareness, as natural as reaching out a hand. Luo Xian followed him through, moving like someone walking toward a destination he had been avoiding for millennia, slow, deliberate. Each step weighted with accumulated consequence. The nexus was different from how they had left it. The battle had ceased. Fun Zhao lay on a medical pallet, his wounds being treated by Lian Yu, whose thread severer abilities allowed her to perceive and repair thread damage at the spiritual level, while her herbal knowledge addressed the physical injuries. The swordsman was conscious, barely. "Did you win?" were his first words. "It was not that kind of fight." Fun Zhao squinted at him, then at Luo Xian, then back. "He is alive, and you are not injured. Either you won decisively or something happened that I am going to need a drink to process." The second one. "Wonderful. Is there wine in this dimension?" Shenjia stood at the nexus perimeter, maintaining fate current stability. Her expression when she saw Luo Xian was complex: recognition, anger, grief, and something that might have been compassion. "Grand Weaver," she said. The title held no deference. It held acknowledgement. "Shenjia." Luo Xian's voice carried something it had not contained in any previous interaction: genuine regret. "I took you from your family. I shaped you into an instrument. I justified it as necessary. It was not necessary. It was convenient. And convenience is not justification." She did not accept or reject the apology. She filed it where complex truths lived and turned to operational matters. The Fate Weaver retinue is scattered. The hardliners fled when the dimensional tier began healing. The moderates under Weaver Ling are holding position. Heishan arrived within minutes, redeploying his forces from evacuation duty to perimeter security with crisp military efficiency. Qin Mei's intelligence network had already spread word of the resolution. Xiao Ren appeared last, her face radiant with the breakthrough she had achieved during the crisis. Void Initiate, the first person other than Shenwei to achieve a formal void cultivation rank. "The Foundation is restoring itself," she reported. "The erased regions are rethreading. Slowly, months for full regeneration. But the structural integrity is sound. The world will heal." She studied Shenwei with her harmonic perception. "Your aspect integration has stabilized. The unified state is self-sustaining. The anchor Lian Yu and I maintained is no longer necessary." He realized she was right. The merger had settled into a configuration requiring no maintenance, no conscious effort. He was not holding 9 fragments in alignment. He was one thing that happened to have 9 facets. "What happens now depends on him," Shenwei said, and every eye turned to Luo Xian, who stood at the nexus center with his hands on the control matrix, and whose expression said he already knew what he had to do. Chapter 130. Luo Xian placed his hands on the control matrix. The structure occupied the nexus center, not a physical object but a knot of interwoven fate threads so dense and ancient that it had become a permanent feature of the dimensional architecture. Through it, millennia of fate weaver manipulation had been channeled. Every adjusted destiny, every managed catastrophe, every controlled birth and orchestrated death. Releasing it would not destroy the tapestry. The threads would remain. The connections between living things, between events, between possibilities, none of that would disappear. What would disappear was the external control, the hand on the loom. Fate would become what it had been before the fate weavers, organic, wild, free. There will be consequences, Luo Xian said, his gaze fixed on the matrix. Managed fates will unravel. People protected by manipulated outcomes will face natural risks. Some will die who would have lived, and some who were condemned will find new paths, Shenwei said. The thread sensitives hunted because their perception threatened your monopoly. The cultivators suppressed because their talent lay in void arts. The nations whose wars were engineered to justify your control. Yes, those two. His hands tightened on the matrix, the threads within pulsing with accumulated spiritual energy. I built this, thread by thread, century by century. It is the largest single cultivation achievement in history. Releasing it means everything I built was a cocoon, Lian Yu said. Everyone looked at her. She stood beside Fin Zhao's palette, hands carrying traces of healing compounds, thread sight casting a faint luminescence across her features. A cocoon protects what is inside while it transforms. When the transformation is complete, the cocoon is not needed. That does not make it pointless. That does not make it a waste. It means the cocoon is finished. Luo Xian stared at her. Then the corner of his mouth moved. Not a smile, but the place where a smile would have been in a face that had forgotten how. A cocoon. I suppose that is as graceful as honesty permits. He released the control matrix. The process was not dramatic. The fate threads simply relaxed, like muscles unclenching after millennia of sustained contraction. The control patterns unwound. The enforced destinies loosened their grip on the lives they had constrained. Across the shattered realms, people felt it. Most could not name what had changed. They felt lighter, or more uncertain, or strangely hopeful. The thread sensitives felt it most acutely, a vast opening, as if a wall they had been pressing against their entire lives had vanished. Luo Xian aged. With the fate threads that had maintained his body's preservation released, millennia of deferred mortality settled onto him in minutes. His hair whitened and thinned. His skin lined and became papery. His posture bent under the weight of time that no human body was designed to bear. But he did not die. He stood, ancient and diminished and more present than Shun Wei had ever seen him. More real, with the fate manipulation stripped away, as if the Grand Weaver had been an elaborate costume he had been wearing for millennia. Weaverling approached with cautious respect. Grand Weaver, that title no longer applies. His voice carried the genuine rasp of age. I am Luo Xian. I am an old man. He settled onto the ground with the careful deliberation of extreme age. I believe I will rest now. After longer than I can calculate, there is nothing I need to manage. He closed his eyes. His breathing continued. Natural sleep rather than cultivated meditation. Around him, the threads of the cosmic tapestry flowed freely at last, finding patterns that no fate weaver had ever anticipated because no fate weaver had ever allowed them to form. The world was free, and the work of what that freedom meant, messy, uncertain, beautiful, was just beginning. Chapter 131. 3 days after the control matrix's release, Shenwei stood at the edge of what had been the Annihilation Front's maximum extent and watched reality regrow. The process was slower than he had hoped and faster than he had feared. Where the annihilation energy had erased threads entirely, leaving gaps of non-existence, the healed void substrate was generating new primordial threads, foundation-level structures upon which physical reality was built. These threads grew upward through the dimensional layers, accumulating complexity, attracting matter and energy through natural resonance. It looked like crystals forming in a supersaturated solution. Translucent lattices of thread energy coalesced from apparent emptiness, each lattice serving as the framework for more complex structures, stone first, then soil, then water collecting in the depressions, then air establishing convection patterns above the new terrain. Not restoring what had been erased, because that was gone with a finality that transcended conventional destruction, but creating anew. The eastern province will regenerate first, Shaoren said. The thread density is highest there. Something about the local geology resonates with the primordial frequencies. Full restoration in 3 to 4 months. And the western reaches? A year or more. The annihilation ran longer there, and the substrate damage went deeper. The losses were staggering. Entire cities erased, populations that had ceased to exist in hours. The regrowth would not bring any of it back. New landscapes would emerge, new ecosystems, new communities, but the old things were gone beyond recovery. Heishan census teams estimated 60,000 to 90,000 lost in the eastern provinces alone. The western numbers would be higher. The weight of those numbers settled onto Shenwei. Not the abstract weight of statistics, but the specific gravity of individual lives, each one a thread severed by the cascading consequences of a power struggle between cultivators whose conflicts operated at scales that ordinary people could not comprehend. He had freed the world. He had also nearly destroyed it. Both truths existed simultaneously, and neither diminished the other. "You are brooding," Lian said, appearing at his other side. She moved with the confidence of a thread severer in full command of her abilities. "I am reflecting. Those are the same thing when you do them." She took his hand. The bond thread hummed at the contact. "Come. Heishan's Reconstruction Council convenes in an hour. I am not a political figure. You are the most powerful cultivator in existence who just altered the operating principles of reality. That makes you a political figure whether you want to be or not." She was correct. The Reconstruction Council met in a hastily erected pavilion at the Nexus perimeter. The arguments were immediate. Representatives blamed each other, blamed the Fate Weavers, blamed Shenwei. Old rivalries reasserted themselves. Qin Mei identified 3 territorial seizure plots before the first hour was complete and neutralized them through leaked information. Shenwei listened to the arguments and understood something Luo Xian had tried to tell him. Freedom was messy. It was contentious and inefficient and occasionally terrible, and it was still better than the alternative, a single being deciding what everyone else's life meant. He did not intervene. He sat and listened and let the representatives find their own path forward, because that was the entire point. Lian Yu squeezed his hand under the table. "They will figure it out." "Will they?" "They will. It may take longer and look worse than a managed solution, but it will be theirs, and that difference matters more than efficiency." Chapter 132. The Fate Weaver Order dissolved over the following weeks, not in a single dramatic collapse, but in a gradual dissipation, like morning mist yielding to sunlight. Weaver Ling shepherded the transition with pragmatism. She convened the remaining Fate Weavers at the Nexus and laid out the reality with the unflinching directness of a leader who had weighed her loyalties against the evidence and chosen truth over tradition. The control matrix is gone. Our ability to manipulate fate at scale no longer exists. We can still read threads, still perceive probability currents, but we can no longer command the tapestry. "Then what are we?" demanded Elder Chow, voice carrying bitter incredulity. "Without the matrix, Fate Weavers are just cultivators with an unusual perception type. We are what we should have been from the beginning," Shun Jia said, claiming a seat by right of her hybrid training and her role in the 9th dimension. "Observers, advisors, protectors of the thread network who serve it rather than commanding it." The argument lasted days. Some Fate Weavers departed, seeking to rebuild independently. Most remained, drawn by Weaver Ling's vision of an organization that served rather than managed. They named themselves the Thread Guardians. Shun Jia served as bridge between the Thread Guardians and the Void Cultivation community, navigating the profound distrust both groups held for each other, mediating between former enemies who needed to cooperate for the world's recovery. The mediation was not easy. Thread sensitives who had spent their lives hunted by Fate Weavers did not embrace cooperation because a declaration had been made. Cultivators whose families had been killed by Fate Weaver-engineered disasters did not forgive because the perpetrators had renamed themselves. "They hate us," she told Shenwei. "The thread sensitives, the independent cultivators. They are right to hate us. But the Thread Guardians' fate-reading abilities are essential for the early warning systems that protect those same communities. So we need each other, even when we despise each other." Fun Zhao's recovery was slow by his standards, attempting to spar within a week, succeeding within 2. His void-infused sword had undergone a permanent transformation during his stand against Luo Xian, the blade now carrying a void resonance that let him cut fate threads with each stroke. "I can cut destiny with this," he said, testing the edge against a practice post that dissolved at the molecular level. "I point this sword at a managed fate, and the management comes apart. A wandering sword saint who severs fate threads and fights injustice." When you say it like that, it sounds romantic. I was thinking more along the lines of practical employment. The swordsman grinned. The world is reforming. Someone needs to wander, to find the problems that councils miss, to be the blade that cuts the threads that should not exist. Shenwei clasped his forearm. "Be careful out there. I have survived a Grand Weaver, a Hollow King, an Archlord, and your cooking. I can survive anything." They laughed, rare and valuable in the post-crisis landscape. Then Fun Zhao grew serious, an expression so unusual it looked borrowed. "You changed the world, Shenwei. The people who live in it will not always be grateful. Gratitude requires understanding what was done, and most people will never understand what you sacrificed to give them freedom. I did not do it for gratitude. I know. That is why you deserve it." He shouldered his pack and turned toward the road. I will send reports. And when I find nothing worth reporting, I will send them anyway, because you worry. I do not worry. You worry. Lien, you told me. He walked away with the loose-limbed stride of purpose found, and Shunwei felt the thread between them stretch but not thin, a connection that distance could not diminish because it was woven from shared adversity rather than proximity. Chapter 133. Luo Xian survived. This surprised no one more than Luo Xian himself. Stripped of his fate manipulation, aged to the brink of mortality, his cultivation base a fraction of its former magnitude, he had expected to die within days. Instead, he persisted, diminished, mortal, stubbornly alive, as if millennia of spiritual energy had reinforced his body so thoroughly that even its removal could not undo all the structural improvements. Shunwei visited him in the Nexus quarters where he had been installed, not imprisoned but monitored by Thread Guardian sentries who watched with the wary respect one showed a defanged predator. You look terrible, Luo Xian said from his bed. His appearance had stabilized at extreme age, white-haired, papery-skinned, frail in body but sharp in mind. Void Ascendant, and you still have circles under your eyes. Reconstruction coordination does not respect cultivation rank. The council meetings consume more energy than the ninth dimension did. I could have told you that. I spent half my reign in meetings. The other half I spent fixing what the meetings produced. He shifted against his pillows. Why are you here? Because the Hollow King's corruption is still seeping from the fifth dimension. The substrate around his prison is warped, and the warping is propagating. Luo Xian's eyes sharpened, roomy with age but lit with intelligence that physical deterioration could not diminish. The entity itself, or residual void corruption? Residual. The Hollow King remains sealed. But the corruption he generated during his millennia of madness permeated the fifth dimension structure. The healing substrate is routing around the corrupted zones rather than through them, creating a dimensional abscess. Pockets of corrupted substrate surrounded by healthy tissue, walled off but not eliminated. Can it be cleansed? Cleansed is the wrong concept. Corruption in a dimensional substrate is not a contaminant to be removed. It is a structural deviation, threads that grew along warped patterns because the substrate they grew from was warped. To fix it, you straighten the substrate and let the threads realign naturally, which requires operating at the foundation level of the fifth dimension, which requires a void ascendant. He met Shunwei's eyes. I can guide you. My perception is diminished, but my understanding of dimensional architecture remains intact. I will trust it. Luo Xian blinked at the unhesitating response, then nodded, accepting the offered trust with the gravity of someone who understood its weight. We begin tomorrow. Bring Xiao Run. Her harmonic perception will be essential. Shunwei rose to leave, but Luo Xian's voice stopped him at the door. The world you built, the messy, free one. I spent the first month cataloging its failures. The disasters my intervention would have prevented, the conflicts managed destiny would have resolved. I was building a case for my own necessity. He paused. The case fell apart. The casualties of freedom are real, but they are outnumbered by the casualties of control that I never counted. The thread sensitives I ordered hunted, the cultivators I suppressed, the wars I engineered. When I added those numbers, the balance was not in my favor. His voice cracked on the last word, and Shunwei realized that the crack was not weakness but the sound of something long calcified finally breaking open. Chapter 130 For the cleansing of the fifth dimension took 2 weeks. Shunwei entered the corrupted zones daily, guided by Luo Xian's remote instruction through the Soul Fragments network. The old man's voice providing architectural analysis from his bed at the Nexus, millennial knowledge compensating for depleted cultivation. Xiaoran accompanied every expedition, her harmonic perception mapping substrate deviations with precision that visual thread sight could not match. The work was exhausting, not dangerous at the void ascendant level, but draining in the way that detailed, sustained, precise labor always drained. Each substrate deviation required individual attention. Each warped thread pattern required straightening at the foundational level. Each corrected section needed monitoring to ensure it did not revert. Xiaoran proved invaluable beyond Shen Wei's expectations. Her void initiate harmonic perception exceeded what he had possessed at the same rank. She could hear deviation patterns his visual perception missed entirely, harmonic dissonances indicating corruption too subtle for any other detection method. Here, she said on the 7th day, pointing to a substrate section that looked clean to Shun Wei's void ascendant awareness. Listen. He shifted perception to the harmonic register. The section emitted a note almost matching the surrounding substrate's tone, a fraction of a frequency off, a deviation so subtle it would have taken centuries to manifest as visible corruption. If I had not checked this section, it would have seeded a new corruption cycle within 50 years. The warped substrate would have produced warped threads, and the cycle would have expanded into another dimensional abscess. You are mapping the immune system of a dimension. Luo Xian's voice came through the network, carrying academic fascination that transcended his diminished state. Each deviation is a dormant corruption seed. Remove them and the dimension's natural healing can proceed without relapse. They found and corrected 147 microdeviations before Shaoren declared the harmonic resonance clean. The final deviation had been buried in substrate that predated the current dimensional structure, a remnant of the original corruption waiting for millennia to grow. It matches the other dimensions now, she said with quiet satisfaction. The fifth dimension will heal on its own. Shenwei looked at his disciple and felt a pride that had nothing to do with power and everything to do with growth. You will surpass me. Your harmonic perception accesses a dimension of the void that visual awareness cannot reach. The void cultivation path is not one road. It is as many paths as there are ways of perceiving. Then I will walk mine as well as you have walked yours. Thank you, teacher. They left the fifth dimension together, emerging into the material world where Lian Yu waited with tea blended specifically for post-dimensional work recovery. Shenwei paused with the cup halfway to his lips. The Hollow King's thread prison. The cleansing exposed it to clean substrate. I could perceive his dreams, not nightmares but memories. A cultivator, a scholar, a man who wanted to understand the void and reach too far. You are considering whether he can be healed. I am considering whether healing him is possible, and whether it is right, and whether those are the same question. Those are questions for another day. Today, drink your tea. He drank, and the questions waited, patient as the void itself, and just as persistent. Chapter 135. Xiao Ren established her school on the site of the old thread-sensitive settlement, rebuilt from the ground up and transformed from a hiding place into a beacon. She named it the Harmonic Thread Institute. Not the most poetic name, Fun Zhao commented during his wandering circuit's first pass through the region. It is accurate. Poetry comes later, when the institution has earned it. The school drew students from across the shattered realms, thread-sensitives who had spent their lives hiding, young cultivators whose talent had been suppressed by managed destiny, even former fate weavers seeking to learn the void thread perspective. Shaoren taught with patience that belied her youth and rigor that surprised those expecting a gentle approach. Her curriculum combined Shen Wei's void thread theory with her own harmonic perception techniques, creating a methodology accessible to a broader range of cultivators than Shen Wei's intuition-heavy self-teaching had ever been. She is building the thing that should have existed all along, Shen Jiao observed, visiting during a Thread Guardian diplomatic mission. A proper cultivation institution for void thread practitioners. Not hidden, not hunted. Legitimate. Does that bother you? It bothers me that it took catastrophe to create the conditions. It does not bother me that it exists. She watched first-year students practicing basic thread perception, their faces carrying the concentrated focus of young cultivators discovering an ability that previous generations had been punished for possessing. The students are remarkable. Some perceive thread types that the Fate Weaver classification system does not account for. The free tapestry is producing thread patterns that the managed version never permitted. Xiao Ren believes the next generation will discover paths we cannot imagine. I believe she is right, which is why I would like to teach a class here. She would be honored. She would be practical. My perspective gives students dual understanding. It is educationally valuable. Shenwei did not argue with the reframing. Shenjia's habit of translating emotional decisions into strategic language was one of her most characteristic traits. The months passed. The world healed. Not evenly, not painlessly, but with the organic resilience Shenwei had argued existed beneath the managed surface. Communities rebuilt through their own initiative. Trade routes reformed along paths that made economic sense rather than fate-engineered sense. Cultivation sects adapted to unmanaged fate, some thriving, others struggling with the loss of the certainties managed destiny had provided. Problems emerged without precedent. Natural disasters struck without warning. Earthquakes, floods, dimensional instabilities that Fate Weaver intervention had suppressed for millennia. The Thread Guardians developed early warning systems, using fate reading to predict rather than prevent, advising rather than controlling. People died who might have lived under the old system. A village destroyed by a flood that managed fate would have diverted. Others lived who would have died. Thread sensitives no longer hunted. Cultivators no longer suppressed. Individuals whose natural talents flourished because no external force constrained their development. The balance shifted daily. Freedom has a higher casualty rate than tyranny in the short term, Heishan said during a coordination meeting. In the long term, it has a lower one. The question is whether the short term is survivable. Is it? Ask me in a decade. The reconstruction is proceeding. The early warning systems are improving, and the people are adapting, resilient in ways the fate weavers never credited them for. But his expression carried a question his words did not. How long could, for now, sustain a world learning to walk without its crutches? Chapter 136. 7 months after the Nexus confrontation, Shenwei stood at the point where the Annihilation Front had reached its maximum extent and watched the last gap in reality close. The regeneration was complete. The physical world was whole again, not restored, because the erased people and structures and ecosystems were gone beyond recovery, but whole. New terrain covered the scars. New ecosystems established themselves on regenerated land. New thread patterns formed the foundation for communities that would eventually grow. The eastern settlements are thriving. Qin Mei reported through her intelligence network. Pioneer communities building on new ground. They are calling the regenerated zone the renewal belt. And the western reaches? Slower but stable. The last harmonic instabilities resolved last week. Full habitability projected within months. Shenwei nodded. The crisis was over. The reconstruction was proceeding. The new order, messy, contentious, free, was establishing itself with the stumbling energy of a child learning to walk. And the void called. Not urgently. Not the screaming demand of an unsatisfied power system. It called the way the horizon called a traveler. A gentle awareness of distance not yet covered, of understanding not yet achieved. The void eternal was present in his awareness as a possibility, a doorway he could perceive but had not yet opened, leading somewhere no cultivator in history had gone. You are thinking about it again, Lian Yu said, her ability to read his contemplative states through the bond thread's harmonics having become unerring. I am thinking about whether thinking about it constitutes a decision or an avoidance. Those are also the same thing when you do them. He smiled. She made him smile more than anyone else. Not because she was gentle, but because she was precise. The path continues. The void's architecture has levels I have not reached. There is more. There is always more. That is what makes the Tao the Tao. She took his hand. The question is not whether you will pursue it. The question is when. Both ending and beginning, perhaps. Then take your time deciding. The world is healing. Your friends are well. And I would like you present a while longer before you go chasing transcendence. They walked back from the Annihilation Front's edge through the renewal belt's newest growth. Translucent crystal lattice vegetation that would eventually mature into conventional plant life, but currently existed in a transitional state, half thread and half matter. Sunlight caught the lattice structures and scattered into spectra that no conventional material could produce, painting the air with nameless colors. This is new, Lian Yu said, touching a crystal vine that hummed at her contact. The old world did not grow like this. The old world grew on a managed substrate. This world grows on a free one. The thread patterns are different because no one is constraining them. Different is not wrong. Different might be better. But even as they walked, the void hummed beneath his awareness, patient, eternal, resonating with a consciousness that had merged with it and had not yet explored the full depth of that merger, a depth that called to him in dreams he could not ignore. Chapter 137. A year after the Nexus confrontation, Shenwei gathered his companions at the mountain sanctuary where he and Lian Yu had first trained together. They came from their separate paths. Feng Zhao arrived with road dust on his boots, 3 new scars on his forearms, and a looseness in his bearing that spoke of purpose found and lived daily. His void-infused blade was strapped across his back, and he dropped onto the nearest bench with the comfortable exhaustion of a traveler who had earned his rest. Shenjia arrived with a thread guardian escort she dismissed at the perimeter, maintaining professional boundaries between her institutional role and personal connections. She was thinner than Shun Wei remembered. The bridging work consumed her, but her eyes were clearer than during the war. Heishan arrived in civilian clothes that looked wrong on him the way formal attire looked wrong on Feng Zhao. Qin Mei accompanied him, her operative's instinct to blend making her the most comfortable person in any setting. Xiaoren arrived last, bringing 2 advanced students, the first graduates of the Harmonic Thread Institute. She moved with the quiet confidence of a teacher who had found her calling. Lian Yu had prepared the sanctuary with practical warmth, food from her garden, tea blended for each guest's needs, a fire burning with void-tinged flames that cast thread patterns on the walls. This is not a farewell, Shenwei said. This is an accounting. A year ago, we fought to change the world. I want to know if the world we made is worth what it cost. The conversation lasted hours. Feng Zhao spoke of communities helped, recovery, adjustment, disputes resolved. The world is messy, louder, more unpredictable. I prefer it. Managed fate was comfortable, but comfort without choice is a cage. Shun Jia spoke of the Thread Guardians, the challenges of building an institution from the ruins of corruption. It is the hardest work I have ever done. But the institution is finding its shape, and the shape is good. Heishan spoke of reconstruction. We are building something never permitted under managed fate. A nation that governs itself, makes its own mistakes, earns its own successes. Qin Mei spoke of the intelligence landscape. The transition period is dangerous, but the trajectory is positive. People are learning resilience through uncertainty. Xiaoran spoke of her students with passion. The next generation will not carry our scars. They will develop their own, but they will face them with tools we built from nothing. Lien Yu spoke last, directed at Shun Wei with the precision of an arrow from someone who never missed. You did what you set out to do. The threads are free. The connections are real. The world is flawed and beautiful in its own. Now tell them what comes next, because they deserve to know. The void eternal calls. I do not know what answering it means. It might mean transcendence. It might mean dissolution. It might mean something no one has imagined. I need to find out. When? Fun Zhao asked. Not today, but soon. The swordsman produced a bottle of wine from his pack. Then we have tonight. They drank and talked about things that mattered and things that did not. Fun Zhao told of accidentally cutting a chicken's fate thread, causing it to lay golden eggs for 3 days. Xin Jia described a thread guardian exercise gone wrong when a student read the fate thread of the training manual itself. Heishan recounted a diplomatic incident involving an intercepted love letter that Qin Mei had used to prevent a war. The laughter that filled the sanctuary was healing in a way cultivation could not replicate. As the fire burned low and the wine ran out, Shun Wei looked at each face in the dying firelight and committed them to a memory his void ascendant consciousness would preserve across whatever came next. These were the connections that mattered, not the cosmic tapestry, not the primordial structures, not the infinite architecture of the void. These faces, these voices, these precious, irreplaceable bonds, the warmth that made the cold worth enduring, that made the path worth walking, that made existence worth the price of its inevitable end. Chapter 138. Shun Wei found Luo Xian in the garden. The old man had settled into a modest residence near the nexus, not by force but by choice, remaining close to the place where the tapestry had been freed, observing its natural evolution with the detached curiosity of a retired craftsman watching others work with materials he had once mastered. He spent his days tracing thread patterns in the soil with a stick. His physical deterioration had stabilized months ago. He looked ancient, bearing millennia on a body designed for decades, but his mind remained sharp, his understanding of dimensional architecture unmatched. You are preparing to leave, Luo Xian said without looking up. Because you visit me when you want someone to challenge the decision. Shun Wei sat beside him. Will you challenge it? The Void Eternal is not a cultivation rank. It is a phase transition. Every advancement you have achieved has been an expansion within a fundamentally mortal framework. You are the most powerful being in history, but you are still a being, body, mind, identity bounded by personal experience. And the Void Eternal is the dissolution of those boundaries, the merger with the foundation itself. You would not be Shun Wei with infinite power. You would be the void with Shun Wei's memories. He paused. That is not death, but it is an ending. The Hollow King feared this transition. He feared it because he was not prepared. He tried force, and the void cannot be forced. But you harmonize the aspects voluntarily. The path is open to you as it was never open to anyone. You are not challenging my decision. I am informing it. The challenge is this. Is the Void Eternal worth more than what you have? Love, purpose, connection, or it may cost nothing. Shun Wei met Luo Xian's gaze. You assumed for millennia that control was necessary because freedom meant chaos. You were wrong. What if the same flawed assumption applies to transcendence? That merger means losing humanity, because that is what the theoretical models predict, but the models were built by those who never achieved it. Luo Xian was quiet for a long time. You are asking whether the Void Eternal might be different from what millennia of accumulated wisdom predicts. I am asking whether accumulated wisdom predicted what happened when I harmonized the fragments. No. The admission carried weight. The burden of a mind that had built its existence on the assumption that it understood the universe and kept finding evidence it did not. No, it did not. Then perhaps the final transition will not match predictions either. Luo Xian looked at the free-flowing threads in the garden. Patterns millennia of control had never produced. Perhaps not. Go find out. And if the models are wrong, if there is something beyond what any of us imagined, come back and tell me. I will. No. Luo Xian smiled. A real smile. the first Shen Wei had ever seen on his ancient face. You will probably be too vast for garden visits. But the sentiment is appreciated. They sat in comfortable silence, two former adversaries sharing a bench where free-flowing threads wove patterns neither would have designed, but both found beautiful. Then Luo Xian spoke again. The thread sensitives who were hunted under my authority. I have written a full account, every persecution campaign, every operation, every casualty. Not an apology, a record. So the next time someone proposes managing fate for the greater good, there will be documentation showing what the greater good actually costs. I gave it to Shenjia, the appropriate custodian. The person shaped by my choices, now building something better from the wreckage. He closed his eyes, settling against the bench. Go prepare. The void waits for no one, not even the void ascendant. Shen Wei left the garden carrying the weight of the conversation, a reminder that every great change carried the sediment of what had been changed, and that sediment, too, was part of the foundation. Chapter 139. On a morning that felt like the first day of a world still learning its own rhythms, Shen Wei stood at the nexus of threads with Lian Yu at his side. He had not made the decision to pursue the void eternal. The decision had made itself, through the natural conclusion of a path that had begun when a blind boy in Dust Haven perceived luminous filaments connecting strangers and known. In the deepest part of his being, that connection was the fundamental truth of existence. I may not come back the same, he said. Her thread sight glowed as she studied the pattern of threads that constituted who he was. You have never come back the same. Every fragment changed you. I love the blind beggar. I love the thread perceiver. I love the void lord and the void sovereign and the void emperor and the void ascendant. I will love whatever comes next. Even if whatever comes next cannot sit at a table and drink tea. Especially then. I will drink the tea for both of us. He kissed her. The bond thread blazed, not with power but with the unmediated truth of connection. The thing no fate weaver could manipulate and no void could dissolve, because it was not built from threads. It was the reason threads existed. Fun Zhao stood 20 paces back, his void-infused sword drawn, not from any threat, but because holding a weapon was how he processed significance. Shen Jia stood beside him in the simple robe she had worn when she first defected, having spoken with Shen Wei the night before, a private conversation between siblings. He Shan had deployed a full ceremonial guard. Qin Mei maintained the perimeter. Xiaoran sat near the nexus center with her eyes closed, listening, preparing to document what happened next. Luo Xian watched from a chair at the nexus edge. His ancient face held the expression of someone witnessing the conclusion of a story that had begun before he was born. Shen Wei stepped to the nexus center. The void was here, not beneath or beyond or hidden in a substrate. Here, in the space between every thread, in the silence between every sound, in the pause between every heartbeat. The foundation of reality was not somewhere else. It was everywhere, always. He did not reach for it. He had spent his cultivation career reaching, for fragments, for power, for understanding. Instead, he relaxed. He let go of reaching. He let go of advancing. He let go of the cultivator's fundamental drive to become more. And the void opened, not with violence, not with catastrophe. It opened the way a flower opened, naturally, inevitably, because the conditions were met and the time was right. His awareness expanded beyond the nexus, beyond the shattered realms, beyond the 9 dimensions and the spaces between them. He perceived the void in its totality, the foundation upon which all reality was woven, the space between every thread in every dimension. He perceived the 10th dimension, not a place, but a possibility, a dimensional potential that existed beyond the 9 known dimensions, waiting for the void to produce a consciousness capable of perceiving it. An entirely new space in reality's architecture, containing thread patterns no cultivator had ever seen, harboring energies no cultivation system had described. The 10th dimension pulsed with the energy of potential itself, a reality that had not yet decided what it would become. A new frontier, a new beginning that transcended endings. And Shen Wei, void eternal now, the foundation made conscious, looked at it, and felt something that transcended his vast new awareness. Something small and warm and stubbornly human. Curiosity. He returned. Not because the void eternal could not sustain expanded consciousness. It could, effortlessly, for eternity. He returned because Lian Yu was standing at the nexus with her hand outstretched and her bond thread humming with a frequency that said come home, and because home was not a point in the void substrate. Home was a person's hand. He took it. Well, she asked. Are you still you? He considered the question. He was void eternal, merged with the substrate of all existence. He was also Shen Wei, born blind and poor, who had walked an unmapped path, found friends and enemies and love and purpose, fought and lost and won, and discovered that winning mattered less than what you chose to do with victory. I am still me, and I am more than I was, and less than I feared, and the same, at the center, where it matters. That is the most unhelpful answer you have ever given. Then let me try again. He pulled her close. The bond thread sang, I am the man who loves you. Everything else is context. That will do. Behind them, Fan Zhao sheathed his sword. Shen Jia allowed herself a small smile. Heishan stood down the guard. Qin Mei began drafting the intelligence report. Xiaoran opened her eyes with the look of someone who had heard something that would take years to understand. Luo Xian closed his eyes and breathed. A deep breath that carried the release of fear he had carried since before the current age of the Shattered Realms had begun. The thing he had dreaded for longer than memory served had happened, and it had not destroyed the world. The Void Eternal was not catastrophe. It was a man taking his lover's hand. Chapter 140, The Nexus of Threads, had become a garden. Not by design. No one had planted seeds or tended soil. The free-flowing tapestry, unmanaged and organic, had produced thread patterns that encouraged growth. Vines climbed ancient stone. Flowers bloomed in colors that shifted with the thread currents. A small stream appeared, following a path no geography dictated but that the local threads found pleasing. Shen Wei and Lian Yu sat by the stream on a morning 3 months after his ascension to Void Eternal. He had not changed in the ways theory predicted. He had not become vast and inhuman, had not dissolved into the foundation, had not lost his identity. The merger with the void had given him perception and power beyond mortal comprehension, but it had not replaced the mortal framework. It had expanded it. He was both the foundation and the man who stood on it, both infinite and specific. The theoretical models had been wrong, as they had been wrong about harmonization, as they had been wrong about so much else. The models were built on fear, and fear was a poor foundation for understanding. Xiaoran sent a message. Lian Yu said, pouring tea, blended with herbs that resonated at thread frequencies, helping maintain his expanded awareness's connection to his physical form. 3 more students have reached Thread Toucher this month. She is asking whether you would visit the Institute for a guest lecture. On what subject? She suggested practical applications of not losing yourself in cosmic transcendence. She has developed your sense of humor. She has developed her own. I take partial credit. Lian Yu handed him a cup. Fun Zhao's latest report came in. He resolved a territorial dispute in the southern reaches by cutting the fate thread that a local warlord was using to justify divine right. The warlord's guards stood down when their patron's supposed heavenly mandate visibly dissolved. That sounds like Fun Zhao's approach to diplomacy. He also mentions a woman. Briefly, in passing, between combat descriptions. Progress. They drank tea. The stream murmured. Threads flowed through the garden in natural, organic, beautiful patterns that no fate weaver had woven and no void cultivator had directed, configurations that managed fate had never permitted and that the liberated tapestry was only now discovering. The world outside was learning itself, day by day, the way all freed things learned themselves, through trial and error, through stumbling and standing, through the accumulated choices of billions of beings who were, for the first time in millennia, making those choices without a hidden hand guiding the outcome. Shen Wei's void eternal awareness perceived the 10th dimension pulsing at the edge of reality's architecture, calling with the same gentle insistence that had drawn him to every fragment, every advancement, every step on the path from Dusthaven to here. 3 threads remained unresolved, and he contemplated them with patient attention. The 10th dimension, with its unknown energies and undiscovered thread patterns, a frontier promising wonders and dangers no cultivation system had prepared for, waiting for someone to take the first step into a space never walked. The Hollow King sealed consciousness, still imprisoned in the 5th dimension's thread prison, whose fate remained undetermined. Could the madness of a failed ascension be undone by someone who had achieved what the Hollow King had destroyed himself attempting? Could mercy become healing rather than merely containment? And within Shen Wei himself, the boundary between void eternal consciousness and mortal identity, a frontier he navigated daily, discovering that the relationship between the infinite and the specific was not a tension to be resolved, but a harmony to be explored, each side enriching the other in ways he was only beginning to understand. You are looking at the horizon again, Lian Yu said. The path continues. It always does. She leaned against him. The bond thread between them hummed, unchanged by his transcendence, as fundamental as it had been when he first showed it to her in the mountain sanctuary, as vital as the first breath of a newborn. But for today, he looked at her, at the garden, at the stream, the flowers, the threads flowing freely through a world purchased at tremendous cost, and slowly, unevenly, beautifully proving worthy of that purchase. For today, let us simply be. The threads hummed in agreement, a harmonic that shall run, a continent away in her teaching hall, heard and recognized and smiled at. Somewhere at the edge of the shattered realms, in a settlement built on land the annihilation had erased and the void had regrown, a child looked at the sky and saw, with wonder and confusion and a strange, warm certainty she did not have words for, luminous filaments connecting the people around her. The filaments pulsed with color. They hummed with sound. They connected her mother to her father to the merchant selling fruit, the merchant to the farmer who grew it, the farmer to the earth to the sky to something vast and patient and warm that she could almost perceive at the very edge of her awareness. She did not understand what she was seeing. She did not know that the filaments were called threads, or that the ability to perceive them had a name, or that a blind beggar had once looked at the same sight in a different village and started walking a path that changed the world. She reached out a hand, tentatively, toward the nearest filament. It hummed at her touch. And somewhere in a garden at the nexus of threads, the void eternal smiled, because the path continued, and new feet were finding it, and the Tao, as always, went on. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.